In February 2008, the temperature was colder than usual. No matter how thickly Bailly dressed, he couldn't suppress the biting chill, a coldness that came not from the weather, but from the football he loved. Yesterday, during training for the Chinese U23 national team, he punched a teammate. Today, he received a ban from the Football Association. Nationwide, a 10-year suspension from football. A 10-year ban meant he couldn't engage in any football-related activities within the country for a decade. By the time the ban ended, he would be 28 years old. This ban shattered Bailly's hopes. Even in this alternate world, the national football team was just as hopeless as the one in his past life. In his past life, he died of anger after the national team was humiliated 70 by Japan. He closed his eyes and woke up in this parallel world, becoming an 18-year-old youth who had trained in the Atletico Madrid Youth Academy since childhood. But his talent was limited, and he wasn't exceptional in the Atletico Madrid Youth Academy. His hard work barely earned him a promotion from the U17 to the B team, but he had almost no chance of starting. He should have been training hard for a starting spot in the league. But after receiving a call-up from the Chinese U23 national team, he ignored the B team assistant coach's advice and insisted on returning to China. He wanted to participate in the 2008 Olympics. As the host nation, the Chinese U23 team could enter the main tournament directly without qualifying. Otherwise, given China's football strength, they would never have qualified for the Olympics. Bailly wanted to contribute to the struggling Chinese football and bring it some hope. But perhaps too many people wanted to contribute. From the moment Bailly returned to China for training, he faced exclusion everywhere. His skills might not have been top tier at Atletico Madrid, but he was among the best young players in China. Some players backed by influential people dared not target stars like Dongfang Zhuigao Lin or Hao Junmin. So they set their sights on taking Bailly's spot. This was China's first Olympics, and everyone was watching. Bailly, who had no backing, became a thorn in their side. But Bailly was called up because the U23 head coach Duško Vukošević had his eye on him specifically. The coach valued him and intended to protect him. Unable to undermine him in other ways, they resorted to dirty tactics on the field. During yesterday's internal training match, one of them attempted a scissor tackle on Bailly. This triggered a traumatic response in Bailly. In his past life, his career was ended by a scissor tackle. To encounter the same thing right after his rebirth was unbearable. He quickly fell to protect himself, then got up and brutally beat the so-called teammate. This action no one cared about Bailly's side of the story. The incident was quickly classified. Bailly lacked basic football ethics, maliciously injured a teammate, disrupted team unity, and seriously wounded a fellow player. A violent incident on the field. The punishment arrived today, a 10-year ban. Bailly could even imagine that the newspapers would already be reporting on this. Thinking of all this, Bailly couldn't help but laugh. A helpless laugh. His once bright football dream was shattered into pieces. Then his gaze became firm. Since the country didn't want him, he would have to make a name for himself in Spain. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Physical examination complete. System is being implanted. System implantation complete. Auto-activated. System. Having been reincarnated, Bailly was more receptive to the idea of a system. He focused his will to check what the system was. After he finished reading, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. The system's function was simple. It digitalized all of Bailly's football attributes. He looked at his own data panel. Name: Bailly, age 18, height 182 centimeters, weight 74 kilograms, passing 77, 85, vision 72, 85, strength 66, 71, off the ball 70, 78, shooting 59, 70, dribbling 66, 70, ball control 68, 75, speed 60, 70, stamina 70, 80, defense 36, 50. Each attribute's number represents his current skill, and the number in brackets is his current potential ceiling. As a midfielder, his technical skills were top tier among young Chinese players. This was the main reason he caught Vukošević's eye and was called up to the U23 team. System attributes could be improved through hard training, but only up to his potential ceiling. However, the system offered another way to break through these limits. By completing system tasks, he could earn various rewards, including free attribute points. Free attribute points could be used to increase either a current attribute value or its potential ceiling. Different amounts of points were needed for each. Bailly checked the current tasks. Main quest activated. Quest 1, erase any attribute to 75. Quest 2, complete your first start for Atletico Madrid B team. After each quest is completed, a reward will be given. After both are completed, the quests will refresh. Before Bailly could read carefully, the system beeped again. Quest 1 completed. Received skill selection pack. X1 skill selection pack has been opened. Please choose your reward. A cascade of messages overwhelmed Bailly. When he looked again, only 3 options remained for him to choose. All were skills beyond basic attributes. Killer through ball when passing attribute is 75, through ball success rate 300. Speedster when speed attribute is 75 in a full sprint can consume significant stamina for a forced second acceleration. Fox in the box, when shooting attribute, is 75, goal scoring rate inside the penalty area 50. Note skills consume significant stamina based on attribute levels. The lower the attribute, the higher the cost. Plan their use wisely. After carefully reviewing the 3 skills, Bai weighed his options and chose the killer through ball. The other 2 skills were also strong, but useless to him now. Speed and shooting attributes were too low to activate, and more importantly, their potential ceiling hadn't even reached 75. So the killer through ball was the best choice. It could be used immediately, and it was a perfect fit for his position as a midfielder. After acquiring this skill, Bai's confidence grew stronger. Then he turned and walked toward the airport without a hint of regret. Since you prefer to stuff in useless players and crush those who oppose you, then you can stay in that little world of yours and play. I'm going to open my eyes to the world out there. 2 days later, Bai, having traveled across the ocean, appeared at Atletico Madrid's Cerro del Espino training ground. Both the first team and the B team trained here. When he found the team's assistant coach Garcia to report, and Garcia's expression was grim. He handed a fax to, "What happened when you went back to China to play? Why did someone send our club a fax about you seriously injuring a teammate and being banned from football in China for 10 years? This fax also suggests that we suspend you as well." Hearing this, Bai felt a chill run down his spine. These people really wanted to destroy him completely. Bai met Garcia's gaze and calmly told him what had happened. Garcia nodded and said, "Focus on your training. I know who you are better than they do." He tore up the fax and threw it into the trash. Then he patted Bai on the shoulder. "But you have to work even harder. Manuel is already putting together the end of season release list." Bai frowned slightly. Manuel was the B team coach, and Garcia telling him about the release list. Indeed. Garcia sighed softly. "You're on that list." Garcia's gaze fell on Bai with a hint of barely perceptible regret. He genuinely liked this young Chinese man. Always the hardest worker in training, frequently staying for extra practice, never one to frequent nightclubs or indulge in pleasures like the other young players. Who wouldn't admire such a self-disciplined and focused young man? Unfortunately, football is ultimately a sport where talent speaks. Without that innate spark, no amount of sweat can cultivate a breathtaking bloom. Effort determines a player's floor, but talent truly limits the ceiling. This is the cruelest reality of professional football. Garcia was silent for a moment, eventually moved. He stepped half a pace forward, lowered his voice, and added a confidentiality. "He shouldn't have 4 days from now home game against Alcorcon. That will be our last match in Segunda B this month. Listen, you'll be in the squad. You'll get your chance." He pressed Bai's shoulder firmly. That was all he could say. Garcia had done what he could. The rest was up to Bai, whether he could grasp this last straw, turning a faint hope into a path beneath his feet. Bai understood the implications all too well. He nodded firmly. "I will work hard." Garcia smiled with relief, patted Bai's back again, and said with firm reassurance, "Go put your whole heart into training. Don't be distracted by that ban in your country. Remember, if you secure a foothold at Atletico, none of that can hold you back." Yes. Due to the international break, many players had been called up by their national teams, leaving the Atletico B training ground unusually quiet. But as the break ended, players began trickling back. After leaving Garcia's office, Bai first did a running warm-up alone, preparing for the upcoming training. Gradually, the training field filled with figures and the buzz of voices. The most noticeable arrival was goalkeeper De Gea, greeted by many teammates. Right behind him was another highly anticipated player, Melodio. Just from the name, you could tell how good he was. But he was more widely known as Coke. These two were indisputably the stars and core of Atletico B. Especially Coke, a super talent from the Atletico youth system who had already made a name for himself at just 16. Rumor had it he might skip to the Atletico first team next season. He'd be only 17 then. 17 and playing La Liga. During this international break, the 16-year-old Coke and 17-year-old De Gea were both called up to the Spain. De Gea was already the starting goalkeeper for Spain's U17 team. Last year, as a key player, he helped Spain win both the U17 European Championship and the U17 World Cup. Because of his outstanding performance, he was promoted directly to Atletico B this season. With his current level of skill and stability, moving up to the first team was only a matter of time, just like Coke. When such stars walked onto the training ground, they naturally drew everyone's attention. Players like Bai, obscure and on the fringes, were hardly given a second glance. In a similar position was Mario, a 19-year-old from Argentina. Perhaps because of their shared fringe status, they had become closer. Mario looked at Coke and De Gea, surrounded by admirers, his tone full of envy. "I really don't know if he'll still be here after the season. I think we're both in doubt. How about coming back to Argentina with me? With our level, we could definitely get a chance at a club in my hometown. At least a job." Bai gave a non-committal response. Mario was a typical Argentine player, generously described as free-spirited, bluntly put self-indulgent. His talent actually far surpassed Bai's, yet he spent nights in clubs indulging in pleasures, often running out of stamina midway through a match. Seeing that, Bailly showed no reaction to his proposal, his gaze still fixed on De Gea, and Coke Mario curled his lip and added with sourness, "Hey, stop staring. That's not your path. You don't really think you can stay, do you? They are talents. We're different." Bailly withdrew his gaze, his face expressionless. Different. He truly was different. He no longer needed to look up to anyone else's trajectory. From now on, he would only chase his own ceiling. Bailly didn't argue with Mario, didn't explain. He just calmly patted the non-existent dust off his training pants, turned, and walked toward the training ground. "Let's train." His voice was light, but carried an unshakable certainty. He left Mario standing there staring at the back, walking toward the field, mouth opening, but no sound coming out. He inexplicably felt that this Chinese kid had changed somehow. This indescribable change irritated him, as if a fellow laggard had suddenly started running ahead without looking back. After everyone finished the warm-up, Manuel signaled for a group scrimmage, essentially a tactical rehearsal. In 2008, Atletico B still adhered to the mainstream 442 formation in Spain. The tactic emphasized the utilization of two wide flanks, midfield control, vertical passing, and quick transitions through the middle to find forwards or overlapping wingers. Bailly was familiar with this system, having practiced it daily. Currently, Atletico's tactics were relatively simple, as they lacked the ability to execute complex plays. These were dark years for the club, including a relegation to Segunda and the longest decade in the shadow of Real Madrid. They had not beaten their city rivals Real Madrid for 10 years. Soon the scrimmage teams were finalized. Team A consisted of starters and core players with Coke in midfield. Team B was mostly substitutes and fringe players. Bailly sat on the bench, the substitute of substitutes. From the first whistle, Coke demonstrated a level far above his peers. He first received the ball in midfield, feinted past two defenders, drove into the box, and without hesitation struck a curling shot with his left foot into the far corner. The ball arched into the net. Shortly after, Coke put on another display. On the wing, he used a change of pace to burst past multiple defenders, then calmly laid the ball to the penalty spot. An unmarked teammate easily slotted home, extending the lead. Team A quickly established dominance, with Coke completely controlling the game. Everything was as expected. No one thought the scoreline odd. How could substitutes compete with starters? After 20 minutes, Manuel made a substitution. Bailly replaced a midfielder on Team B. Bailly didn't rush on the pitch. He knew as a midfielder he couldn't be impatient. He constantly observed Team A's defensive positioning. Soon the chance came. In a quick counterattack after Team B won the ball in defense, the ball was played to Bailly. Before receiving, he had already looked up, noticing that Team A's high press left their backline exposed. His teammate Lopez, a forward, was lurking near the last defender. Without extra adjustment, the moment the opposing midfielder closed in, Bailly used the outside of his right foot to deliver a low-driven through ball. Fast, accurate, precisely bypassing the center back, ripping the entire defense apart. Lopez understood, instantly sprinting onto the ball for a union with the goalkeeper. Facing the on-rushing De Gea, he shot, but the Spain U17 keeper was lightning fast, diving to palm it wide. Lopez gave Bailly a thumbs-up, then shook his head. A missed union like that was a huge negative for his chances of securing a starting spot. De Gea roared at his teammates, quickly threw the ball out. Team B was suppressed again. Although the attack didn't yield a goal, the coach, Manuel, arms crossed by the sideline, had his eyes light up slightly. The vision, timing, and accuracy of Bailly's through pass were completely different from the evaluation report about Bailly that Manuel held. That was no accident, it was talent. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his gaze once again fixed on the Chinese teenager, silently jogging back into position. That pass had something special. The outcome of the final match was never in doubt. The game was entirely dictated by Team A, with Team B thoroughly suppressed, struggling to mount any effective offense, and spending most of their time defending. However, during the limited possession time, Bailly became the only discordant note in Team B. He received passes 3 times in the midfield, and facing Team A's high press remained completely unflustered. On all 3 occasions, he delivered equally lethal through balls with the simplest of touches. The first pass saw Lopez thwarted in a union. The second pass sliced through the gap between 2 center backs, giving a teammate a near union opportunity, but it was ruined by a miscontrol from the player, allowing a recovering defender to intervene. The third pass amidst a crowd was a near surgical through ball sent to the penalty spot, but Mario, unmarked, sent it soaring into the stands. 3 golden opportunities squandered. The score ultimately settled at a definitive 50. A complete rout. Yet on the sidelines, head coach Manuel's gaze did not linger on the scoreboard. His brow furrowed slightly as his fingertips unconsciously tapped the tactical board, his eyes fixated on the young Huawei player wearing number 29 for Team B. What he saw wasn't a series of mistakes, but something entirely different behind those 3 passes, something that defied his previous impressions. The ability to spot openings in a flash and deliver precise passes to teammates was pure talent, one that could not be explained by mere effort. Manuel had originally placed Bailly on the chopping block, believing him to be of mediocre talent. But at this moment his internal judgment wavered for the first time. Perhaps Garcia was right. This silent Eastern player indeed harbored something unique that had been overlooked. On the other side, after training, Mario, wiping sweat with a towel, approached by Yi, who was packing up his gear, wearing his usual, slightly exaggerated smile. "Hey, bye," he exclaimed loudly as if that would dispel the awkwardness. "That last shot was such a damn pity. I didn't even know how that little pit appeared out of nowhere. I completely slipped when I took the shot. Otherwise I could have scored with my eyes closed. Don't you think?" He rambled on, his gaze flickering as he struggled to meet Bayes' eyes. After a pause, he seemed to suddenly remember something, nudging Yi with his elbow, his tone laced with genuine confusion and a hint of subtle envy. "But seriously, how did you deliver that pass just now? With so many people surrounding you, you just slid it through. That's not your usual style. Did you secretly practice some?" Yi zipped up his backpack without pausing. He lifted his head, calmly looking at Mario, whose gaze suddenly felt guilty for no reason. "Stop going to nightclubs so often." Bayes' voice was flat, but precisely pierced through Mario's excuses. "Then that ball would have gone in." After saying that, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and added nonchalantly, "I'm leaving first." Without waiting for Mario's response, Yi turned and walked towards the locker room, his steps devoid of hesitation. Mario's smile froze, his outstretched hand awkwardly hanging in the air. He watched Bayes' retreating figure, opened his mouth, and ultimately just scratched his head in frustration, muttering under his breath, "TCH, what's with the serious act? You're still leaving with me after all." Yet deep down he clearly sensed that something was indeed different now. "Yi." Suddenly Mario heard Garcia's voice and turned to look at Yi. Garcia was waving at Yi from not far away. "Manuel wants you in his office." Mario's playful grin completely stiffened, as if something had caught in his throat. He watched Yi walk towards Garcia, who patted Bayes' shoulder affectionately, and they headed towards the office, feeling as if he were nailed to the spot. A strong sense of discomfort gripped him suddenly. It was neither anger nor confusion, but a sharper emotion, as Bayes' transformation was hard for him to accept. Before this match, they had both belonged to that forgotten corner, likely to be washed out together as the unfortunate brothers in arms. Bayes' flashes of brilliance in passing could still be dismissed as mere luck. But now Garcia's words and actions instantly shattered that fragile balance. This meant he and Yi were no longer the same. Bayes' passes were not luck, they had truly caught the eye of those above. He might be climbing out of the depths. This realization surged within Mario, igniting a fierce sense of unwillingness and bitterness, even a hint of anger at feeling betrayed. Why did you get ahead first? We should have sunk together." His throat felt dry, his lips moved, but no words came out. He could only watch helplessly as the figure that once sat next to him at the end of the bench now walked towards a path he could not reach. Garcia and Yi walked towards Manuel's office. Garcia turned his head, unable to suppress his admiration, and said to Yi, "Kid, we all saw your performance. Remember that feeling, maintain your form. As long as you can bring even half of this performance from the training match into the official game, I can guarantee you a place in the team." The office was closed, and as they reached the door, Garcia patted Bayes' shoulder again. "All right, lift your head up now, walk in. Manuel doesn't like players who look dejected. He's calling for you because he saw something different. This is your chance, seize it." Yi took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked in. Manuel's office was simple, yet slightly outdated, the air filled with a faint mix of leather and grass. He sat behind a large desk, his head bent as he recorded something in a thick notebook. Hearing the door open, he did not immediately look up, but merely tapped the surface of the desk with his pen. "Sit." His voice was steady, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yi complied and sat down in the chair before the desk, his back instinctively straightening. Then Manuel closed the notebook, clasped his hands on the desk, and scrutinized Yi with a hawk-like gaze. The brief silence felt almost oppressive. In today's training match, he finally spoke, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. "Those 3 passes of yours." He paused, seemingly choosing the right words. "Accurate and timely. This is what you lacked in previous matches." His words were straightforward, with no unnecessary praise. "But this is just a training session and does not indicate any issues. I've seen too many players who are world-class in training, but turn into sponges in official matches." Manuel leaned forward slightly, his eyes sharp. "In 4 days I'll start you against Alcorcon." He showed no intent of seeking consent. This was merely a cold notification. "What I need to see is whether you can still deliver that kind of ball when the opponents are genuinely kicking at your ankles. Don't let me think it was just good fortune." Yi wanted to respond, but was directly interrupted by Manuel. "Go out now, remember, I only care about performance on the field. Oh, everything else is nonsense." "Okay." Stepping out of Manuel's office, Yi didn't leave immediately. He stood in the quiet corridor, taking a deep breath, as if trying to suppress the surging emotions within. At the Atletico Madrid training base, there are separate dormitories. However, for the youth team players, the accommodations are rather modest, still shared rooms unlike the hotel-style lodgings of the first team. After dinner, he returned to the somewhat shabby four-person dormitory where the others had not yet returned. Bailly closed the door, and the world instantly fell silent. He did not rest immediately, but sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze calmly fixed on the darkening sky outside the window. In his mind, his current attribute panel vividly emerged. Each data point represented the gap between him and world-class players, as well as his potential for the future. Time is running out. The match is in 4 days. I must make a choice, Bailly calmly analyzed in his heart. I cannot do everything at once. Although there is a system that guarantees improvement through effort, the limited training time must be focused. His thoughts raced rapidly. Coke is undoubtedly the core, ball control, organization, and attacking runs are his strengths. What I need to do is not to compete for his ball possession for now, but to find ways to cooperate better with him to maximize the team's overall combat effectiveness. Where are my strengths? His gaze scanned the attribute panel. Passing and vision. These are my strongest and highest potential abilities at the moment. The skill of deadly through pass is built upon this foundation. It must be my cornerstone, requiring constant training, but it cannot be everything. So what do I urgently need to improve? It's off-the-ball movement. He immediately grasped the key. Only with smarter and more frequent movement can I create passing opportunities for myself, relieve defensive pressure on Coke, and find the best lines and angles to deliver a deadly through pass. Next is ball control. He continued to deduce in the midfield tussles, opportunities vanish in an instant. Then comes stamina and strength. As for shooting, dribbling, and the abysmal defense, Bailly decisively categorized them as areas for later training. At this stage, my role is to be an efficient support point, a rhythm converter, and an assister for deadly passes. I must excel in these before solidifying my position in the team, and then consider other aspects. With a clearer mindset, a distinct training path formed in his mind. Priority 1, off-the-ball movement and ball control. Priority 2, stamina and strength. Priority 3, maintaining and steadily improving passing and vision. One can have flaws, but must possess characteristics. He must leverage his strengths to secure a chance to remain in Atletico B. Having drawn up a plan, Bailly took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolutely determined. After enduring a decade of complete exclusion from the national team, this faint opportunity before him was his only lifeline in his professional career. He could not let it slip away. To him, now time was the most precious commodity. With this thought, he could not sit still, a sense of urgency pushing him to act. Why not go for an extra run right now? Without hesitation, he quickly changed into his training attire, slipped on his running shoes, and was about to push the door open when suddenly the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside. Mario and another roommate, Pildos, walked in one after the other. Mario immediately spotted Bailly's attire and recalled his stunning through passes during the training match today, along with the unprecedented meeting with the head coach afterward. A surge of complex emotions flooded over him. His words involuntarily carried a sharp sarcasm. Oh, planning to practice more. Who are you trying to impress? Bailly couldn't even be bothered to raise his eyelids at him. He had long seen through this type of person. They would call each other brothers while complaining about fate, but the moment you try to take a step up, they would unhesitatingly trip you, wanting to drag you down with them. Bailly merely nodded slightly at the honest and down-to-earth Pildos as a greeting. Pildos was of average talent, but at least he was reliable. Being completely ignored, Mario felt a flush of shame and anger, and his words became even sharper. What? Do you really think that being called by Manuel once makes you special? Have you forgotten who you are after kicking a few good balls? Let me tell you, no matter how hard a waste of space practices, he can never become a genius. Don't waste your effort. Bailly finally stopped his actions, giving him a cold glance, a gaze that seemed to pierce through all hypocrisy and jealousy. At least his voice was calm, yet each word was like a knife. I won't roll around in the mud, while mocking those who attempt to rise up. After saying this, he no longer gave Mario any time to react, pushing the door open and leaving completely, shutting out that face flushed with anger and embarrassment behind the door. Mario was left speechless, his face red from Bailly's words, a surge of anger stuck in his chest with no way to retort. He watched the door close behind, Bailly feeling a pent-up frustration with no outlet. He suddenly turned around and grabbed Pildos, who was preparing to tidy up his things. Let's go. Forget about this nonsense, let's go out for a drink. I know a good place. Oh, I heard a new batch of waitresses from Valencia has arrived, and the service is great. Let's go and try it out. Pildos shook his head somewhat awkwardly, his voice gentle but firm. No, Mario, we have training early tomorrow. We need to maintain our form. The repeated rejections were like gasoline poured onto the flames of Mario's anger, instantly igniting a greater fury within him. He stared at the closed door as if Bailly still stood there, his tone becoming increasingly sharp and bitter, almost shouting into the air. What does he think he is? He's just a Huagua person who got lucky and kicked a couple of good balls. Does he really think he can turn his life around? Don't you know what level you Huagua people are at? Huagua people kicking good balls. A huge joke. Am I not aware of your true capabilities? Just wait and see. A waste remains a waste. You will never have a chance. It's absolutely impossible. He seemed to be trying to convince Pildos, but even more so, he was desperately trying to convince himself. After shouting these words, he panted heavily, grabbed his coat, and stormed out, without looking back, intending to drown this uncontainable anger and jealousy in alcohol. Pildos watched as Mario slammed the door, shaking his head helplessly. His gaze fell on Bailly's empty bed, feeling somewhat surprised. This Huagua teammate seemed truly different from before. In the past, Bailly trained hard, but always with a sense of confusion. Yet tonight his eyes held only a cold determination. Pildos could not help but recall those precise through passes on the training field and the sight of Bailly resolutely heading out to practice more. A vague thought surfaced in his heart: perhaps hard work really pays off. But he quickly shook his head, unwilling to think deeply, muttering softly, I hope he can succeed. As night fell, most of the lights at the Espino training base had already been extinguished. Manuel returned to the office for a forgotten document, but paused on the path to the dormitory. He saw a figure running steadily on the training field, the sound of footsteps echoing clearly in the quiet night. It was that Huagua kid Bailly. Manuel crossed his arms and quietly watched from the shadows for a while. He had seen too many players, those with extraordinary talent, those who worked hard, and those who ultimately faded into obscurity. He was all too aware of the harsh reality of the football world. He had always believed that effort unsupported by talent held little significance. However, at this moment, gazing at the silhouette sweating alone under the cold moonlight, a subtle ripple of emotion stirred within his usually calm heart. He did not change his view on the realities of football, but a flicker of hope arose within him. I hope so. He withdrew his gaze and turned towards the office, silently muttering, I hope you can show me something that matches this effort under the bright lights of the match. This might be the greatest level of recognition and expectation that such a pragmatic old-school coach could offer. Bailly remained completely unaware that Manuel had passed by. He was entirely immersed in his own rhythm, feeling the purity and release that came from the sweat he shed. The next day, training went on as usual. Bailly was focused on every technical move, and he could clearly sense two gazes fixed upon him. One was sharp and full of hostility, while the other was subtle and contemplative. He turned his head to see Mario glaring at him openly and Pildos observing him with a look of realization. Bailly paid them no mind. Mario was so angry that he gritted his teeth in silence, while Pildos fell into deeper contemplation. Night fell. Mario still had not returned to the dormitory. The team was already accustomed to such behavior. Their four-person dormitory had basically been considered by the coaches to be among those to be cleared by the end of the season. No coach was willing to waste breath on them. Time flew to February 22nd, the day before the match against Alcacon in the 26th round of the B1 group of the Rayo Vallecano B team. After training, Manuel gathered the players. He scanned the crowd with his usual calm and pragmatic tone. The season has entered a crucial phase. Every minute of your performance now directly relates to your fate next season. I don't need to explain this clearly. You all have to strive for your professional player status, so train hard and play well. He then took out the starting lineup. The appearances of names like De Gea and Koch were unsurprising. However, when the name Bailly was clearly pronounced by the head coach, the entire team fell into an eerie. Almost every player's face was filled with shock and disbelief. This name stood out among the other starters. How could this person who was usually forgotten in the corner possibly be chosen? Especially Mario, who felt as if he had been struck by an invisible lightning bolt and was frozen in place. His mind went blank, with only one thought reverberating and booming: Bailly. He actually started. The next moment, a surge of immense unwillingness and indignation flooded his reason, and he could not help but raise his voice, shouting, No, why him? Why is it him? A few nearby teammates glanced at him with amused smiles. To those who had long viewed Mario and Bailly as mere passers-by of the season, this scene was nothing but a ridiculous internal strife among losers. The coaching staff showed no reaction whatsoever, not even pausing to glance their way. No one would waste time explaining the outburst of a fringe player. On this green field, the rules have always been so cruel and clear. Those who persist in effort may be temporarily silent, but they will never be forgotten for long. And those who indulge in self-pity, no matter how much resentment they may have, will ultimately be drowned by the tide and forgotten by all. Garcia's gaze lingered on Mario for a moment, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. Once upon a time, he had high hopes for this Argentine youth. The lively talent at Mario's feet had once been a bright sight on the training ground. Yet this innate gift was ultimately worn away by the neon lights of nightclubs and a life of indulgence. Garcia sighed softly and shifted his gaze to the quiet Bailly beside him. This Huagua youth brought a completely different kind of surprise. Without dazzling talent, all that remained was the sweat shed day after day and an almost stubborn persistence. He saw the purest form of effort in Bailly. And now he looked forward to this effort blooming into a more brilliant light. Not just for this match, but for a longer-term future. Mario himself felt the sting of being completely ignored by everyone, his face flushing red and pale. This feeling of being overlooked was too painful. At that moment, he felt even more jealousy towards Bailly. The next day was match day. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the players on the Rayo Vallecano B team, who made the roster, had all gathered to make final preparations for the match set to kick off at 5:30. Bailly was fully focused on his warm-up, and he could even clearly feel his accelerated heartbeat and a hint of uncontrollable nervousness. Alcacon. The deepest impression this team left on Bailly stemmed from a previous life, where in the first round of the Copa del Rey during the 200,910 season, they shockingly eliminated Real Madrid, with an aggregate score of 4-1 becoming a huge upset in Spanish football. It was also a regret that countless Real Madrid fans found hard to reconcile. No one expected that this small club, which had never set foot in the top league, could defeat the Galacticos in both legs and win by 3 goals. In fact, Alcacon is not a traditional strong team. Since its establishment in the 1970s, it has long been wandering in amateur and semi-professional leagues. Many players on the team have regular jobs as local shopkeepers or workers and only train and compete during their spare time. They are not full-time athletes. The club also lacks a mature youth training system. For this reason, the home team Rayo Vallecano B was determined to win this match. During warm-up, Coke proactively approached Bailly and succinctly reminded him, "Pass the ball to me more often later." His tone was natural, imbued with the certainty characteristic of a core player. Bailly nodded, saying nothing more. The match was about to begin. Rayo Vallecano B's home ground is the Espino Stadium within the Espino training base, a compact venue. It can only accommodate a little over 2,000 spectators. However, the audience for youth matches is sparse. This capacity is sufficient, with only a few hundred fans scattered in the stands for this match. Bailly took a deep breath and stepped onto the field. At that moment, a clear prompt rang in his mind. Task 2: complete your first starting appearance for Rayo Vallecano B. Status: completed. Reward: new talent Bellerin short pass. Bailly paused, slightly, still immersed in the surprise of acquiring a new talent. Behind him, Kuka, noticing his halted steps, patted his back with mild confusion and whispered, "Let's go." Only then did Bailly come back to his senses and hurriedly catch up with the team for the pre-match ceremony. Kuka assumed he was just a bit nervous about his first start, but he felt a lingering worry would such a teammate falter on the field. However, Bailly had no time to consider Kuka's thoughts, for his heart was already filled with ecstatic joy. Bailong. It was none other than Juan Bailong. Although he had only inherited his short passing ability, this midfielder maestro from the peak era of La Coruña was renowned for his effortless passing, elegant control, and genius vision, a symbolic figure of Spain's technical midfield. He was also a severely underrated artist on the pitch. As many seasoned fans have commented, Bailong, perhaps this is a player who will never gain fame, even as time passes, just like his style on the field: simple, unpretentious, and devoid of worldly sophistication. Taking advantage of the pause in the pre-match ceremony, Bailly suppressed his excitement and quickly checked the details of his talent. Bailong short pass inherits the peak short pass organization ability from midfielder maestro Bailong of the Super La Coruña era. Talent effect passing attributes enhanced significantly, improving short pass accuracy and stability, greatly enhancing midfield rhythm. Control can synergize with killer through ball for tactical interaction, greatly amplifying both organizational coordination and threatening passing. Bailly couldn't help but smile. His passing attribute had jumped from 77 to 82. Meanwhile, the system task had also refreshed. Task 1: complete your first assist or goal in the Segunda División B League. Task 2: appear in 3 consecutive league matches, with each match lasting no less than 45 minutes. Rewards will be granted upon completion of each task, and the tasks will refresh after all are completed. Looking at his newly enhanced attribute panel and talent skills, Bailly's confidence surged. Against an opponent like Alcorcón, scoring might require the right opportunity, but he was determined to secure an assist. The matches in the Segunda División B were much simpler. As the current third tier of Spanish football, the Segunda División B has limited budgets for participating teams, and given Spain's vast territory, in order to maximize cost efficiency, the league is divided into 4 groups based on geographical regions. The top 4 teams in each group will enter the promotion playoffs, ultimately deciding which teams will advance to the Segunda División. Of course, a few years later, the Spanish professional leagues will be restructured, and the Segunda División B will cease to exist, replaced by the Segunda Federación and Tercera Federación. Currently, Atlético Madrid B is placed in Group 1 of the Madrid region with 7 wins, 5 losses, and 13 draws, totaling 34 points, sitting at 13th in the league. In the same group, there is their city rival Real Madrid's Castilla team. The youth derby between the two teams has always been a hot topic among local Madrid fans each season. However, similar to the first team's records, Castilla also holds a clear advantage at the youth level. It is widely believed that with Atletico Madrid BS current strength, it would be difficult to shake the roster filled with talents in Castilla. The first match ended in a 11 draw primarily due to De Gea's extraordinary performance and Castilla's significant personnel changes early in the season, leading to cohesion issues. At this moment, however, the players of Atletico Madrid B had no time to consider the future derby. Everyone's attention was fully focused on the upcoming match against Alcorcón. In the first match, Atletico Madrid B had defeated Alcorcón 21 away, giving them a psychological advantage. Soon both teams settled into their positions as the center circle awaited the start. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, and the match officially began. After Alcorcón kicked off from the center circle, they played extremely cautiously, not rushing to advance, but first solidifying their defensive formation, patiently seeking opportunities through backfield passing. Atletico Madrid B quickly launched a high press attempting to regain possession. In the opening stages, both sides engaged in fierce competition in midfield with rapid turnovers of possession. There were no significant chances, but it was lively. Meanwhile, among the hundreds of Atletico Madrid's loyal fans in the stands, some murmurs of confusion began to arise. Many gazes focused on Bailly wearing the number 29 jersey, as it was their first time seeing an East Asian face starting in an official league match. A middle-aged fan nudged his companion, puzzled. Who is number 29? A Japanese? Or a Korean? I've never heard this name before, Bailly. What a strange name. Where did the club find this youth player? Can East Asian players adapt to our level of physicality? Another person shook his head in agreement, his words laced with deep-seated skepticism. Just then on the field, Bailly was knocked to the ground by a robust Alcorcón midfielder named Diego during a lateral run to receive the ball, and the referee did not blow the whistle. Disappointed sighs and more direct criticisms erupted from the stands. Look at his physique. He goes down with one hit. This is terrible in terms of physicality. Who did the youth team select? On the sidelines, Manuel paid close attention to Bailly's performance, his expression unchanged. However, Coach Garcia on the bench wore a worried look. Bailly had been knocked down hard by the opposing midfielder. Bailly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, but he quickly got up from the ground, dusted off his jersey, and while his face showed little emotion, his eyes had quietly changed. In the first few minutes, he indeed felt discomfort. The physicality in the Segunda División B far exceeded that of his training sessions. Teams in this third tier, when facing youth teams from La Liga, clearly knew that if technical play wouldn't work, they had to rely on physicality. The lumberjack tactic is the absolute counter to technical teams. This made Bailly realize that relying solely on his current physical strength was not a wise move. He needed to be smarter. Scanning the field, he understood his advantages, so he must capitalize on them while avoiding his weaknesses. Meanwhile, Diego, the tough midfielder from Alcorcón, wore a smirk after knocking Bailly down. This frail East Asian kid was indeed no match, and the weakness in Atletico Madrid BS starting lineup was glaringly obvious. Almost simultaneously, Cuckoo furrowed his brow from a distance. He looked at Bailly lying on the ground, feeling a sinking sensation in his heart. Was he truly overreaching? This teammate, who was a temporary starter, might truly become the weakest link in defense. However, just a minute later, the situation began to change. As Diego once again charged aggressively towards Bailly, he suddenly sprang into action to meet the pass. At the moment Diego was about to press closely, Bailly had already released the ball, sending it on a precise trajectory that landed perfectly in the space ahead of Cuckoo. Coincidence? Diego frowned. Cuckoo, slightly surprised, skillfully stopped the well-placed pass, instinctively glancing up at Bailly. He then immediately advanced with the ball, but soon found himself surrounded by 3 defenders. There was no one to receive the ball up front. Just as Cuckoo was getting frustrated, Bailly appeared not far away. Cuckoo's eyes lit up as he quickly passed the ball. Diego, who was following Bailly, charged at him even more fiercely. But Bailly gave him no chance to get close. He quickly passed the ball to the side before immediately darting towards a new open space to receive. By the time Diego, panting heavily, caught up, the ball had already been passed again. What frustrated Diego even more was that Bailly's positioning became increasingly elusive. He no longer stayed fixed in the center, but instead weaved left and right, constantly using teammates as walls to execute give-and-go plays. Alcorcón's midfield defense was thrown into disarray by his unceasing movement. At this point, Cuckoo also began to notice the change. He realized that his coordination with Bailly was growing increasingly harmonious. Whenever he needed a passing option, Bailly would always appear in the right position. And Bailly's passes consistently found him in the most comfortable receiving position. This fluid cooperation made Cuckoo look at this Eastern teammate with newfound respect. Damn, Diego couldn't help but curse after missing a tackle. He clearly saw Bailly reaching out for the ball, yet when he rushed over, the ball had already been passed to the completely opposite direction, right into the area he had abandoned. This Eastern kid seemed to be able to predict his every move, always finding the simplest way to evade his. Even more frightening was that every pass from Bailly was alarmingly precise, whether it was a ground pass or a lofted ball, always finding the most comfortable receiving position for Atletico players. Diego began to feel frustrated. His pride in physical confrontation was rendered useless against this agile opponent, and he found himself completely outmaneuvered. He had to admit that this number 29 was gradually taking control of the game's midfield rhythm in the way he despised the most. The fans in the stands also gradually quieted down, surprised to find that this East Asian player they had questioned was influencing the match in an unexpected way. Moreover, Bailly's playing style felt very familiar to the Spanish fans. It was so Spanish. Even Coach Manuel on the sidelines nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Garcia clenched his fists tightly. It settled. Bailly should be able to stay. This style is exactly what it. Suddenly the fans in the stands let out a gasp. Once again it was Bailly. After Cuckoo received the ball in the center, he was double-teamed, and without hesitation, he passed the ball laterally to the approaching Bailly, then quickly made a forward run. Bailly understood immediately, and without stopping the ball, he sent out a precise ground pass, sending the ball back to Cucú's feet. A classic give-and-go play instantly dismantled Alcorcon's midfield defense. Cuckoo advanced with the ball, attracting defenders to close in. At that moment, Bailly did not remain stationary. Immediately after passing, he surged forward, penetrating behind Alcorcon's defense. Cuckoo keenly noticed Bailly's movement, and at the moment he stole the ball from the opponent's defender, deftly flicked the ball to Bailly, who had moved to the weak side. Bailly received the ball, glanced forward, made no further adjustments, and sent out a surgical through ball, with the ball accurately pierced through Alcorcon's entire backline, landing right in front of the onside forward Thiago instinctively took a touch, creating an unknown situation against the advancing goalkeeper, calmly slotting the ball into the far corner. The ball pierced through the goalkeeper's fingers. It was a goal. Thiago excitedly rushed to the sidelines after scoring, then confidently pointed at Bailly, who had assisted him. His teammates surrounded them, celebrating joyfully. Coke smiled as he ruffled Bailly's hair, his tone filled with approval. That was a great assist. On the sidelines, head coach Manuel subtly nodded. In that moment, he had already made up his mind. This young man from Hua country was worth keeping an eye on. Beside him, Garcia excitedly pumped his fist. The fans in the stands, who had initially been skeptical, erupted in cheers, not only celebrating the goal, but also admiring Bailly's performance during this period. His positioning, passing, and that piercing through the defense with a precise pass had completely exceeded their expectations. In a noisy corner of the stands, two men in casual suits were speaking quietly. The older one was veteran scout Bernal. Next to him was his assistant Javier. Did you notice number 29? Bernal lifted his chin. His ball handling in these few minutes has been quite sharp. Javier quickly noted down in his notebook, smart movement, reasonable passing choices, especially the vision and precision of that last pass. They were scouts for the local team Getafe, and these mid-lower tier teams often scouted for overlooked talents from the youth academies of higher-ranked La Liga teams. Sometimes players deemed inadequate by others could be highly valuable to them. Just then a sinister voice intruded from the side. He just got lucky. The two turned their heads to see a young man with a face full of resentment glaring at the field. This was Mario, who had failed to make the squad. He had come to the game specifically to watch Bailly fail, and when Bailly was knocked down repeatedly at the start, he had laughed and mocked along with the crowd. But now he was consumed by rage. Bernal and Javier exchanged a knowing smile, ignoring this emotional. They had seen too many players and had their own standards for judgment. Seeing that the two were unmoved, Mario grew even more agitated. I trained with him. He has no talent at all. He's definitely just lucky. Bernal merely glanced at him indifferently before returning his gaze to the field. Javier calmly replied, whether he's lucky or not will be clear after more touches on the ball. Mario wanted to argue further, but was interrupted by a sudden cheer from the surroundings. The game had resumed, and Bailly once again skillfully evaded the defense in midfield, making a forward pass. The two scouts instinctively leaned forward. Mario watched the familiar yet strange figure on the field, ultimately slamming his fist against his knee, swallowing down all his resentment. At that moment, he felt that the whole world did not believe in him. Why couldn't they believe that Bailly was just lucky? After all the time he spent with Bailly, did he not know Bailly's worth? I want to see how long you can keep this up. Mario squeezed out this sentence through clenched teeth, maliciously anticipating the moment Bailly would be exposed. He had rehearsed this countless times in his mind. When that time came, he would use the sharpest words to mock him, and then graciously accept this companion who had fallen back into the mud, telling him, see, in the end the one standing by you is still me, Mario. On the field, the attack from Atletico B team ended with Thiago's long-range shot soaring over the crossbar. Bailly wiped the sweat from his forehead, remaining unconcerned. He was clear that his primary task in this match was to showcase his abilities and earn the chance to stay rather than demanding his teammates to seize every opportunity. Moreover, that assist had already completed the system's first task. Although the rewards would be settled after the match, it undoubtedly boosted his confidence. A product of the system is top-notch. Whether it was that deadly through ball or Bellairon's short pass, both had granted him considerable combat effectiveness. He gathered his focus and returned to the game. After conceding a goal, Alcorcon noticeably raised their intent. Most of the players in the team were in their 20s with limited talent, but rich experience. They knew how to physically dominate these youth team players. For a while, Atletico B team found themselves passive, continuously allowing the opponent to create shooting opportunities. De Gea made a high catch and a low block, finally unable to suppress his frustration as he shouted to the defense, "Mark your men." Where's the defense? Even Koke, who was usually calm, felt helpless. He craved defense, eager to push forward, but the team was being suppressed, making it difficult to organize effective passes. He subconsciously scanned his teammates on the field, eventually his gaze landing on Bailly. Unknowingly, he had come to see Bailly as one of the few players who could keep pace with him and understand his intentions. Finally, a turning point appeared. After a successful defense, Atletico B team quickly launched a counterattack. Koke received the ball and almost instinctively looked for Bailly to collaborate. This had become his subconscious choice, and he didn't even realize when that trust had been established. Bailly understood immediately and darted forward. Without stopping the ball, he passed it to Koke. Koke, too, without stopping, returned the pass to Bailly. This smooth 1-2 combination tore through Alcorcon's midfield defense. Diego tried to challenge physically, but couldn't even touch him. Bailly pushed forward on the right flank. His sheer speed was not outstanding, and the opposing defender quickly closed in. However, at that moment, Bailly keenly observed a red and white figure on the left sprinting forward. It was the team's left winger, Sergio. Without the slightest hesitation, Bailly struck a precise diagonal long pass. The football traced a clear arc, bypassing the defenders and landing perfectly on Sergio's path. Though Bailly's current strength was in short passes, the accuracy and timing of this long pass were enough to break the defense. Sergio charged down the left flank, forcing Alcorcon's defense to shift towards him. Just as the opposing defender was about to block, Sergio decisively returned the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Koke, who had been pressing forward, arrived just in time and unleashed a powerful shot. The football flew towards the goal like a cannonball. The goalkeeper Merck dived desperately, but he was still a step too late. Koke's shot was too cunning. Swish! The football hit the net, creating a burst of white spray. Atletico Madrid B team scores again. The players excitedly embraced and celebrated. Even the usually stern Manuel on the sidelines raised his fist in cheer. However, his gaze did not linger on the goal scorer Koke or the assister Sergio, but rather on the seemingly unremarkable initiator Bailly. What he saw was a cerebral playmaker lacking in astonishing speed and physique, yet possessing a vision beyond his years, precise passing and calm judgment. A rough diamond in need of polishing, Manuel silently evaluated, in his heart a hint of barely perceptible anticipation flashing in his eyes. Perhaps Atletico Madrid is about to produce another genius. In the stands, Bernal's eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement. He tightly grasped the notebook in his hand and whispered to his assistant beside him, "We must sign him no matter the cost and bring him to Getafe." His gaze continuously followed the figure of number 29 on the field. Look at his passing choices, his awareness of positioning. This is completely unlike the maturity expected of a youth team player. Getafe needs such a mind to orchestrate the attack. The assistant Javier quickly noted, but his physicality is indeed a concern. That's not an issue, Bernal interrupted. We can tailor a training plan for him. He is still young. What matters is that he possesses a talent that cannot be bought with money, that innate field vision and passing instinct. Getafe can offer him first-team opportunities which Atletico cannot. Saying this, he glanced at the Atletico Madrid coaching staff, celebrating the goal on the sidelines, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. While Atletico has yet to fully realize his value, we must act first. This Hugo person will be Getafe's most important signing for the next season. He had already begun to conceive the scout report for the club in his mind, with the title already decided, a rough diamond overlooked by Atletico. The value of Bailly and Getafe's tactical system. Not far from them, Mario was completely frozen in place. He stared blankly at the field, his face filled with disbelief and struggle. He could certainly understand football, and he understood that Bailly's display of passing vision and organizational ability over the past few minutes was no coincidence. Every precise transfer, every perfectly timed run silently shattered his last glimmer of hope. Yet he was unwilling to admit it. It's luck. This is absolutely luck. His lips trembled slightly as he unconsciously repeated the phrase, as if it were a spell to dispel all his anxieties. However, even he could not distinguish whether he was belittling Bailly or desperately trying to comfort the self that was on the verge of collapse due to reality. The first half of the match was drawing to a close amidst intense competition. Although Atletico Madrid B team had several opportunities due to Bailly and Koch's midfield control, forward Thiago squandered 2 golden chances, one missing a clear shot and the other heading over the crossbar. On the other side, Alcorcon also had their chances utilizing a quick counterattack to form a onion, but their final shot also lacked precision, easily collected by De Gea. Bailly performed outstandingly in this half, though he had no further direct assists. He orchestrated the team's attack multiple times through precise transfers and management. His steady passing and clear thinking had become an indispensable metronome in the midfield. As the halftime whistle blew, the score stood at 20. Returning to the locker room, Manuel walked straight towards Bailly, patting his shoulder under the gaze of the entire team, his tone calm, yet undeniably affirming. Well played. Rest well, you won't need to play in the second half. He paused briefly, his eyes scanning Bailly, unusually offering an additional explanation. You have already shown me your value, and that is enough. Upon hearing this, Bailly's eyes instantly lit up. Does this mean he is staying? Bailly suppressed the surging emotions and lifted his gaze towards Manuel. At this moment, Manuel had turned to the entire team, his tone returning to its usual calm as he began to outline the tactics for the second half. Maintain a compact defensive formation, immediately counterpress after conceding, and do not give them a chance to organize easily. Just then, Cork leaned in, lightly nudging Bailly with his shoulder and whispered congratulations. He smiled at Bailly, his eyes filled with sincere recognition. Let's continue to cooperate in the second half. Although Cork was young, he already understood the cruelty and reality of professional football. He could see that Bailly had fought hard to create a glimmer of hope for himself through his undeniable performance in the first. Such a person with perseverance and indeed possessing overlooked talent deserved his respect and even friendship. Bailly took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and nodded at Cork. It was only at this moment that the tension held for the entire first half finally relaxed, followed by a rapid onset of fatigue and a hint of a small hope that dared not be easily expressed. As the second half began, the situation stabilized. Under Manuel's tactical arrangements, Atletico B team focused on solid defense while maintaining pressure in the midfield and front, leaving Alcorcon with little space to attack. Cork continued to control the rhythm in midfield, but without Bailly's support and link-up, the team's offensive transitions noticeably lacked the fluidity and sharpness of before. Although Alcorcon tried to counterattack, creating several long-range shots and crosses, none truly threatened the goal defended by De Gea. In the end, the score settled at 2-0, and Atletico B team successfully secured 3 points at home. As hundreds of fans in the stands celebrated the victory, the teammates also beamed with joy. Bailly smiled broadly, not just because of the victory, but also because the task reward had arrived. Task 1, complete your first assist or goal in the Segunda B League. Status completed. Reward, new talent, Bayern's escape. Bailly didn't have time to examine it closely, just knowing that it was another master-level talent was enough. He joined in the celebration with his teammates. This time, even De Gea took the initiative to celebrate with him. Anyone could see that this young man from Huagua would be somewhat different after this match. Perhaps his starting position would be secured. At this moment, the players who were puzzled before the match about why Manuel had placed Bailly in the starting lineup fully understood. Bailly deserved to be a starter. Back in the locker room, while showering, Bailly hurriedly checked his new talent. Bayern's escape, inherited from the unique escape technique of midfield master Bayern during the Super Laco era, known for its effectiveness in tight spaces. Talent effect slightly increases dribbling attributes, as well as balance and flexibility. Significantly enhances the probability of successfully evading close defenses through rhythmic changes and simple feints upon receiving the ball, or in narrow spaces, creates a synergistic effect with Bayern's short pass, where successful. Escapes will create more ample time and wider vision for subsequent passes. After clarifying his new talent, Bailly wasted no time. He quickly finished his shower and rejoined his teammates, returning to the Espino training base. The atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful after the team's victory. On the way, Cork was pretending to hit De Gea's shoulder with a towel, while De Gea exaggeratedly dodged, shouting jokes in Spanish. Thiago was mimicking Bailly's slightly clumsy evasion move from the match, which drew a wave of friendly laughter. Bailly couldn't help but chuckle, playfully punching Thiago on the back. A group of young men chased, pushed, and laughed in the sunlight, their youthful vitality and joy of victory flowing freely among them. Amidst this backdrop, Mario and Pildos appeared at the other end of the road. Pildos watched the scene from afar, pausing his steps. He looked at Bailly being surrounded by teammates laughing and playing, feeling a sense of natural integration that was starkly different from the silent, awkward companion he remembered who always trained alone in the corner of the locker room. A hint of surprise flickered in Pildos' eyes, soon transforming into a faint, even understanding smile as he murmured to himself, "That's nice." That was a heartfelt joy for this once similarly situated companion. Meanwhile, Mario stood frozen in place. The scene before him was glaringly painful. The joy of victory, the acceptance of teammates, and the carefree ease belonging to the winners. All of this should have nothing to do with him, and he was unwilling to look. But what choked him was Bailly's face, smiling radiantly under the setting sun. Once a face that like his could only silently drag a weary body back to the empty dorm after training, now radiating the glow of belonging to the core circle. Mario's expression instantly darkened, his lips tightly pressed. He forced himself to look away as if even a single glance more at that noisy joy was a torment. The unwillingness and bitterness in his chest surged like a tidal wave. He couldn't understand why it had to be Bailly. Why was he able to integrate so quickly? What had he sacrificed? Was it just a pass? Why? In the end, he violently and nearly roughly yanked Pilda's arm, his voice cold and hard. Let's go. Back to the dorm. Bailly hadn't even seen Mario and the others. He was thinking about how to continue showcasing his abilities to enter the top league as soon as possible. Just then the voice of assistant coach Garcia came from behind Bailly. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Bailly turned around and saw Garcia waving at him from a distance. He jogged over and Garcia wore an inscrutable seriousness on his face as he calmly said, "Go pack your thing." These words made Bailly's heart sink suddenly and his smile froze immediately. He stood there in shock, the worst thoughts racing through his mind. Was his performance in the first half not enough? Was the team about to let him go? Garcia looked at his suddenly tense expression and suddenly burst into laughter, patting his shoulder firmly. "What are you thinking? It's to move you to a double room. Starting today, you'll be moving into a double room dorm." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice with an encouraging tone. "Keep it up, kid. If you keep developing like this, maybe by the end of the season you'll get a single room. If you can sign a professional contract, hey, then you can rent a comfortable place outside with your salary. Now that would be really comfortable." This sudden good news made Bailly exhale in relief, and the immense joy instantly dispelled his earlier anxiety. Before he could express his gratitude, his teammates had already surrounded him, smiling and congratulating him. "That's great, Bailly." Tiago ruffled his hair. Cork also chimed in with a smile, curiously asking Garcia, who is his roommate? "He doesn't have a roommate yet. He's the only one in that double room, which is currently empty." Cork's eyes lit up and he immediately interjected, "Then he'll take it." He turned to Bailly, smiling and explaining, "I usually go home, but on match days, or if practice runs late, I can." He looked back at Garcia. "Coach, is that okay?" Of course, Bailly was willing. Getting closer to Cork, who recognized his abilities the most, was something he greatly desired. Garcia looked at the two and nodded readily. "Sure, he'll arrange it." "Let's go." Cork seemed in a good mood, throwing his arm around Bailly's shoulders. "I'll help you pack." Amidst the teasing of his teammates, Cork accompanied Bailly towards the former cramped four-person dorm. On the road to a new beginning, Bailly's steps felt particularly light. That old dorm, filled with a sense of despair, and those days devoid of hope, would finally become his past. Bailly and Cork chatted and laughed as they walked towards the cramped four-person dorm. Just as they reached the door, Mario and Pildos happened to walk by. The four of them collided in the narrow corridor, and the air suddenly froze. Mario's gaze first landed on Bailly, then suddenly fixed sharply on Cork beside him. His pupils suddenly constricted and his face drained of color, as if he had seen the most impossible and glaring sight. Cork, the absolute core and talent of the team, was now alone with Bailly. Pildos was also taken aback, his gaze quickly scanning Bailly, then Cork finally landing on the bag Bailly held to pack his belongings. He instantly understood something, his lips moving slightly. "Bailly, what are you doing?" Mario's breathing suddenly became heavy, and he stared fixedly at Bailly. Bailly ignored Mario's gaze, his tone flat, as if merely stating an ordinary fact, saying to Pildos, "I'm here to pack my things and move to the new dorm." "New dorm?" Mario seemed to have heard the biggest joke, suddenly speaking up. "What new dorm? What gives you the right?" The coach changed him to a double room. Cork frowned, answering this question for Bailly. His arm was still casually draped over Bailly's shoulder, and this protective posture and matter-of-fact tone pierced through Mario's last psychological defense like a sharp knife. "Double room," Mario shouted, uncontrollably, veins bulging on his forehead. "What gives him that right? Is Mr. Garcia crazy? Or did you cast some spell on him?" His accusations were absurd and harsh, echoing in the corridor. Cork's expression had completely turned cold. Pildos instinctively tugged at Mario's arm, but was violently shrugged off. Bailly did not look at him again. He merely nodded at Cork and Pildos, stepping past the frozen Mario, and pushed the door open to enter the dorm that was about to become his past. This act of ignoring was more lethal than any words. Mario felt as if all his strength had been drained, frozen in place, watching Bailly go in to pack, watching Cork follow him, and naturally, without even a glance back at him. Between them, an invisible yet enormous chasm had already formed. Bailly's gaze had turned towards a farther place, while he, Mario, remained trapped in place, ensnared in endless jealousy and resentment. Pildos stood beside the broken Mario, yet his gaze pierced through the open door, looking at Bailly, who was efficiently packing his belongings along with Cork, who occasionally helped pass things. He witnessed firsthand how Bailly had come to this point through repeated extra practices and struggles. In that moment, an unprecedented realization struck him. Effort truly pays off. Talent may vary, but lying flat and complaining guarantees nothing. He silently clenched his fists, glancing at Mario, who seemed crazed and still steeped in resentment, and for the first time, he clearly drew a line in his heart. He took a gentle breath, no longer attempting to comfort Mario. Some people are destined to no longer be fellow. The next day, at Espino base in the office of the sports director, Caminero was surprised by a phone call he had just received from the head of youth training at Getafe. The other party wanted to purchase a youth player from Atletico Madrid by Yi. After hanging up the phone, Caminero slowly placed the receiver back on the desk. The office fell silent again, but the rhythm of his fingertips unconsciously tapping the table revealed a hint of amusement from the interruption. By Yi. He repeated the unfamiliar name softly, furrowing his brow as he searched his memory for any recollection of this name, but found nothing. A player who could prompt Getafe to proactively inquire about a transfer, even offering a fee of 100,000 euros, should not be so obscure, completely bypassing his attention. 100,000 euros. For a young player struggling in lower leagues whose name had not even reached his level, this was anything but a common offer. It surely indicated continuous scouting and value assessment. He pondered for a moment, then pressed the internal call button, his tone returning to its usual calmness and efficiency. Please prepare a detailed report on B-team player's name, by Yi, Chinese nationality, yes, deliver it to my office as soon as possible. After hanging up, he gazed out the window, as if he could see through the distance towards the direction of the Espino training base. It seemed that the B-team's roster held a story he had overlooked. Soon Caminero looked at the report on by Yi in his hands, his brow tightly furrowed. In the 26th round of the Segunda B, he made his first start, played for 45 minutes, and contributed 1 assist. He whispered the key information while unconsciously tapping the table, previously long on the bench with almost no playing record. This resume was pitifully thin. An AB team like Atletico Madrid's, which primarily aimed to develop young talent, receiving his first starting opportunity only near the end of the season, seemed to indicate many underlying issues. It seems he indeed has limited potential. Caminero made a preliminary judgment. The 100,000 euros offered by Getafe seemed like a rather reasonable deal for a young player he had no prior impression of and who appeared to be underutilized by the B team. He was almost immediately inclined to agree to the transfer. However, out of professional habit, he decided to first listen to the opinions of the frontline managers. He connected the internal phone to B team coach Manuel. Manuel, regarding a Chinese player named by Yi from your B team, Caminero got straight to the point. Getafe has just inquired, willing to offer 100,000 euros. I see his playing record is very limited, and if you don't have any particular plans for him, I'm inclined to sell. Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Manuel's voice on the other end, raised almost to the point of losing composure. No way. Absolutely not. Manuel's voice was filled with incredulous urgency. Jose, this deal cannot happen now. Caminero was taken aback by this intense reaction. Manuel, calm down. His data isn't impressive. 100,000 for a player of his level. Data doesn't tell the whole story. Manuel urgently retorted. Yes, I admit I can't guarantee he will definitely become a top star, but he is by no means mediocre. He is a rough gem that needs patience to polish. He took a deep breath, striving to make his tone firmer and more persuasive. Trust me, this is a very special player whose many talents don't show up on reports. He has just begun to adapt and is just beginning to show his value. 100,000 euros. Selling him now would be extremely short-sighted. What he needs is not to be traded, but more playing time and continuous observation. On the other end of the phone, Caminero fell silent. He had not expected Manuel to give such a high evaluation and such a determined protective stance towards a young player who had only started once. Caminero paused. Manuel's strong opposition forced him to re-evaluate what seemed to be a profitable transaction. All right, he finally said. I respect your professional judgment and will temporarily shelve this transaction. However, Manuel, I need to see the progress and potential you mentioned quickly reflected in results and performance. I will, Manuel assured him emphatically. After hanging up, Caminero looked again at the brief report bearing by Yes name, his gaze now completely different. Perhaps he realized he had almost missed an interesting story due to a cold set of data. Caminero thought that one day, when he had the time, he could watch a B team match at home to see what characteristics this player named by Yi had that led Manuel to so firmly refuse to sell. As an all-round midfielder and the core of Atletico's double championship team in the 1990s, the hexagonal warrior Caminero certainly had his own vision. On the training ground, the sun was shining brightly and the grass was emitting a faint heat. Bai Yi and his teammates were diligently training according to Manuel's demands. Mario did not appear on the training field. Since Bai Yi moved out of the old dormitory, he had completely cut ties with a past like Mario's. For him, this was a relief and a necessary step forward. In fact, Mario could no longer remain with the B. His youth training contract had not yet expired, but no other teams were willing to take him on. After Garcia learned the details of the conflict in the dormitory corridor yesterday, he made the final decision to demote Mario to the U19 team. Garcia was utterly disappointed with this player who was obsessed with complaints and refused to grow. Since you are unwilling to seize opportunities, then go cool off in a younger team. His handling was straightforward and decisive, leaving no room for doubt. Setting aside those distractions during a break in training, Bailly glanced at the system interface and unexpectedly found that his strength attribute had quietly increased by 1 point. A smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. It seemed that his path to becoming stronger was very clear. Of course, the only prerequisite was diligent training. In the coming days, training continued in an orderly fashion. For these young players in the training camp, the daily rhythm of life was largely similar and somewhat mundane. In their spare time, their favorite topic often revolved around girls. The boys in their adolescence seemed to possess endless energy driven by their genes. They longed to run freely on the field and also yearned to experience another form of sprinting outside the field. Whenever such topics arose in the locker room or during breaks, Bailly often seemed somewhat out of place. He had almost no social circle outside of football in Spain, with his life entirely revolving around the team. His range of activities was extremely limited. Aside from traveling for away games, his world was confined to the Espino training base and its surrounding area within a kilometer radius. In the past, this isolation was due to no one wanting to accompany him. Now, however, the situation had changed and teammates began to actively invite him to gatherings or outings. However, when faced with these invitations, Bailly always smiled and shook his head in refusal. For him, extra training to improve attributes was the true path. As March arrived, Atletico's first match was to be an away game against Merino Luanco. This team was also not particularly strong. This team hails from the coastal town of Luanco in the Asturias region of Spain. Founded in 1968, this team has a long history, but not a remarkable record, having long been mired in Spain's fourth tier and below. The team is small in scale with a limited budget, and its home ground typically accommodates only a few thousand. The team's survival strategy often relies on tenacious overall defense and strong physical confrontation to compensate for its shortcomings in technique and individual ability compared to youth teams backed by La Liga resources. Regardless of the opponent's strength, the most important news for Bailly was singular. He once again had the opportunity to start. Before the match, Coach Manuel specifically approached him and briefly advised, "Perform well." Bailly was unclear why the coach suddenly chose to give him more trust, but he knew he had to seize this opportunity. The match was held at the small stadium in Luanco community, which could hold just over 2,000 people. The opponent immediately employed their familiar tactic, using strong physical confrontation and somewhat rough fouls to disrupt the game rhythm, attempting to throw the technically superior Atletico youngsters into disarray. Sure enough, many young players from Atletico B appeared clumsy under this lumberjack strategy, increasing their passing errors. Luanco launched an attacking combination right from the start, with their forward shooting a world-class strike that narrowly missed. This made Manuel somewhat annoyed. He yelled at the players, "What are you all doing? Focus." He was very angry that the team had allowed the opponent's pressing to disrupt their rhythm. However, to Manuel's surprise, the player who seemed the most fragile, Bailly, turned out to be the calmest one. Facing the opponent's fierce pressing and squeezing, he remained unhurried, skillfully utilizing light touches, turns, and changes in rhythm, gracefully maneuvering in tight spaces repeatedly, resolving the pressure and steadily delivering the ball. His composure, which contrasted sharply with the intense confrontations, even gradually transformed the boos from the home fans in the stands into surprised gasps. Manuel nodded slightly. Soon the match reached the 7th minute. Under a two-player siege from the opponent, Bailly feigned a back pass, then deftly pulled and tapped the ball with his foot, instantly escaping from the crowd. Before the opponent's defenders could close in, he lifted his head to observe and instantly found an opening, striking the ball to deliver a precise ground pass. The football, as if guided by precision, penetrated the defense and directly headed towards his teammate Thiago's running route. Crash! A gasp erupted from the crowd. Thiago received the ball calmly and slotted it smoothly into the net. He then sprinted toward the sideline, overcome with exhilaration. For a young player, scoring in such a match was naturally electrifying. Yet the gaze of everyone on the touchline, the coach, the substitutes, even a portion of the home fans, did not immediately settle on the goalscorer. Instead, all eyes converged as one upon the young Chinese boy who had just delivered the assist by Bailly. It was he who had disengaged from his marker with effortless grace, breaking through the opponent's fierce press. And it was he who had threaded a pass as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, slicing cleanly through the entire defensive line. Bailly had executed the most creative and most demanding phase of that attack. On the sideline, Manuel, who had maintained an unyielding sternness throughout, could no longer suppress a faint, rare smile curling at the corner of his lips. He watched the young Easterner, who was exchanging brief, composed high fives with teammates, his expression remarkably serene. and felt a surge of profound admiration rise within him. This lad, he murmured inwardly, has truly awakened, come alive. It was more than a goal or an assist, it was proof of ability, a quantum leap in confidence. He could almost see it, a raw, uncut gem shedding its coarse outer shell before his very eyes, revealing with startling clarity an inner luster both warm and brilliant. Behind him, Garcia's eyes blazed with incandescent light. His fists clenched tightly, his face alight with unrestrained, exultant joy. Brilliant kid. The words burst from his lips thick with emotion and pride. At that moment, his heart swelled with emotions far more complex and intense than those of any bystander. From the day he'd torn up that defamatory fax from China in his office to the pressure he'd borne to secure Bailly this precious chance to play. Though Manuel ultimately decided to start Bailly, it was Garcia who had fought for his opportunity, without which he would have been discarded outright like Mario, without ever setting foot on the pitch. He had always believed this quiet, reserved Chinese youth possessed overlooked brilliance. Now Bailly repaid that faith with the most direct, dazzling performance imaginable, proving beyond doubt that his judgment had been sound. Garcia knew better than anyone how much sweat Bailly had poured onto the training ground. Those solitary dawn and dusk sessions, those repetitions performed without applause, now crystallized into this decisive, match-defining moment. This was not mere talent. It was the rich harvest of relentless effort, and it moved him deeply. The match resumed. The players of Mourinho's Luanco now looked upon Bailly with altered eyes. Their earlier condescension had vanished, entirely replaced by a palpable sense of difficulty and a baffling, unsettling uncertainty. This slender Eastern boy, who appeared physically unimposing, moved across the pitch like an eel, slippery, elusive, evading their attempts at physical domination with graceful turns and subtle shifts in rhythm, leaving them grasping at air time and again. Time raced forward. After Bailly evaded a defender and released a pass, the opponent brought him down instantly. The referee blew sharply for a foul. Coke rushed over, hauled him upright, clapped his shoulder, and offered a terse, heartfelt compliment. Brilliant. Bailly merely nodded, adjusted his sock, and kept his gaze fixed intently on the field. In the stands, the home supporters grew increasingly restless. They sensed with unnerving clarity the objective gulf in quality between the two sides. The technical finesse and tactical intelligence of Atletico Madrid, be especially the uncanny flair displayed by the number 29, the very player who had just assisted, were steadily undermining the rigid physical defensive strategy upon which Mourinho's Luanco relied for survival. On the pitch, a free kick for Atletico Madrid B. Players took their positions. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Play resumed. Thud. Coke stepped up. With explosive power, he struck, not lofting toward the center, but curving the ball in a perfect arc straight to Bailly, lurking unmarked in the right channel gap. Bailly settled the ball cleanly and surged forward without hesitation. Instantly alert defenders tightened their ranks, converging from 2 or 3 directions to cut off his path and passing angles. Just as the trap snapped shut, Bailly held no unnecessary contact. He unleashed a low-driven cross without a moment's delay. The ball, as if guided by calculation, sliced through the thicket of bodies and rolled precisely to Thiago, stationed near the penalty spot. The pass was so sudden, so surgically accurate that Thiago, unprepared for such a delivery from within the press, hesitated half a beat. He watched helpless as the ball slipped past his feet. Whoosh! A wave of gasps erupted in the stands, mingled relief and regret. Home fans drew sharp breaths at the near catastrophe. The few traveling Atletico supporters buried their heads in despair, mourning the loss of a golden opportunity. Yet before their sighs had faded, a flash of red streaked in from deep left. Sergio. Without slowing, he met the ball mid-stride. No adjustment, no pause. Only a thunderous full-force right-footed volley. Flump. The ball rocketed from his boot like artillery fire, slamming unerringly into the net. 20. Brilliant. The traveling Atletico fans exploded, cheers drowning out the entire. Meanwhile, the Luanco home crowd, moments earlier relieved, now fell into stunned silence. Many covered their faces in disbelief as the scoreboard flickered once more. Even Manuel on the touchline punched the air in celebration, deeply satisfied by the attack's layered execution and its flawless culmination. More importantly, Bailly's performance captivated him. Manuel no longer saw a youth, but a midfield maestro, intuitively mastering tempo, when to accelerate, when to decelerate. Exquisitely balanced. In the stands, Hercules scout Bernal never once shifted his gaze from Bailly. He had traveled secretly to this match solely for him. When that incisive, line-splitting cross emerged once more from Bailly's feet, Bernal nearly rose from his seat. "Oh my God!" he whispered, eyes wide with incredulity. "This vision, this timing and precision. This is unmistakably the makings of a world-class midfield playmaker." Every effortless dribble, every deceptively casual, yet lethal pass from Bailly intensified Bernal's yearning. "We must sign him. Now Bernal muttered fiercely to himself, resolve hardening into steel. Before Atletico fully grasps his worth, before other clubs turn their eyes his way, we must bring him to Hercules swiftly and decisively. He could already envision how brilliantly this young Chinese midfielder would shine once honed on a higher stage. And Hercules would be the first club bathed in that radiance. Instinctively, he clenched his fist, as though already claiming this future midfield linchpin as an irreplaceable acquisition. Just as Bernal lost himself in thoughts of securing Bailly, a deafening roar erupted from the stands, snapping his attention back to the pitch. On the field, Bailly and Koch executed a breathtaking 1-2 in central midfield. Bailly first dropped intelligently to receive, then dispatched a crisp, clean pass to Koch, before whirling to surge forward. Koch understood instantly, returning the ball with a perfectly timed through ball into Bailly's run. Through seamless chemistry and economical passing, they tore open Lionel's central defense in an instant. Whoosh! The crowd's gasps never ceased. They rarely witnessed such artistry in Segunda División B. This was the kind of football they associated only with Barcelona or Real Madrid. Bailly drove into the edge of the box, drawing the center-back's covering run. At the precise moment the defender shifted his weight, Bailly, refusing to force a shot, delivered a calm, incisive backheel pass to an unmarked Koch. A golden chance. Koch swung his leg, aiming for a powerful match-ending strike. Yet perhaps the opportunity arrived too easily. His eagerness to unleash power caused a slight misalignment at the ankle, distorting his shooting motion. Flump! The ball soared wildly over the bar and into the stands. Whoosh! A collective groan rose, a blend of profound disappointment and faint nervous relief. Koch stood frozen, hands on hips, frustration etched across his face. He instinctively turned to Bailly, offering an apologetic, sheepish grin and a shrug, then called out, "My fault. Your pass was too perfect. I got carried away just thinking about power." His voice held embarrassment, yet also sincere admiration for that impeccably weighted delivery. Bailly simply smiled warmly in reply, waving his hand dismissively, signaling it was nothing. He understood how extreme excitement could sometimes cloud even the finest instincts. A sublime combination ended in a comical, soaring miss, but the lightning-fast interplay and the absolute chance it created earned a silent nod of approval from Manuel on the touchline. And in the stands, Bernal's eyes burned even brighter. Such moments had become the very essence of the match. The midfield axis formed by Bailly and Koch relentlessly pressured Mourinho's backline. Their intricate short passing sequences, rapid wall combinations, and pinpoint long switches repeatedly fractured the opponent's defensive shape, channeling waves of attack deep into the enemy's penalty area. Yet the match's dominance did not fully translate into goals. Thiago, the spearhead of the attack, squandered chance after glorious chance. Whether it was Bailly's delicate through balls or Koch's clever cutbacks into space, Thiago either hesitated a fraction too long, lacked finishing accuracy at the crucial moment, or faltered under physical duels. His clinical edge deserted him utterly that day. Thus, though Mourinho's goal remained perpetually besieged, teetering on the brink of collapse, it somehow endured miraculously intact. Their goalkeeper leapt and dived, their defenders threw themselves into blocks, exhausted yet resolute, relying on sheer grit and a measure of fortune to preserve the scoreline. This persistent, dominant, but scoreless pattern tightened the Atletico coaching staff's brows. Even Thiago himself was nearing tears. Damn it. Damn it. He raged inwardly, so many chances. What the hell am I doing? How can I miss all of them? If I don't score soon, what will the coaches think? Competition in the youth academy is brutal. The more he panicked, the more elusive the goal became, until just as Thiago's composure began to fracture, Bailly became his savior. Receiving Koch's lateral pass on the right side of midfield, Bailly faced two closing defenders, not choosing reckless dribbling or hasty crosses, but pausing to scan his teammates' movement. In that split second, he detected Thiago's instinctive diagonal run toward the near corner of the 6-yard box. Without hesitation, Bailly's right ankle flicked with near-invisible subtlety, launching a low spinning arc. The pass wasn't fast, but spun with purpose, gliding past the near-side defender's interception attempt, landing perfectly at Thiago's preferred shooting foot near the penalty spot. The ball rolled comfortably to Thiago's strongest foot. This time he required no adjustment whatsoever. All the pent-up frustration, anxiety, and self-doubt that had weighed upon him all match dissolved, in that instant, into pure instinctive reaction. He met the ball with a cool, measured push, sending it skimming along the turf, arrowing into the far corner of the net. Goal! Atletico Madrid B erupted. Under halftime, 30. Thiago froze stunned, as if unable to believe the ball had truly crossed the line. Then overwhelming euphoria and immense relief crashed over him like a tidal wave. He whirled and charged toward Bailly, the provider of the assist, eyes brimming, nearly lifting him off his feet in a bear hug. Bailly, thank you so much. His voice cracked with emotion, the pressure finally released by his second goal of the match. Coke approached Bailly and said frankly, I have to admit, you're already better than me at least in tight spaces. I can't escape like that nor deliver passes of that caliber. But you can. Bailly laughed aloud. But your forward drive dwarfs mine. Your explosive acceleration and ball-carrying penetration. I simply can't match that. He spoke truthfully. His current strengths lay in instantaneous evasion, calm observation, and a single lethal touch, be it a short pass or penetrating through ball. To replicate Coke's sustained ball-carrying surges, breaking lines with brute force, he lacked both the physical tools and the skill set. Thus their contrasting profiles formed a perfect symbiosis. One excelled in fine confined space craftsmanship, delivering the final fatal pass. The other specialized in driving forward, rupturing defenses, and bridging midfield and attack. On the touchline, head coach Manuel stood arms crossed, silently observing the two midfielders conversing animatedly. Admiration and anticipation gleamed unmistakably in his eyes as he murmured inwardly, Atletico B's dual midfield core has finally been found. He even dared to imagine might this pair, their understanding deepening with time, one day evolve into the unshakable spine of Atletico Madrid's senior squad. After a decade of decline, had Atletico finally discovered its midfield answer, akin to Barcelona's Xavi and Iniesta? He didn't know the answer, but he had made his decision. Bailly would stay. It was time to offer him a professional contract. The players of Luang were evidently bewildered by Atletico Madrid B's team. In the subsequent period of the first half, they resolutely defended, while Bailly was closely marked. However, the youth team was still just a youth team. Although Coke and Bailly continuously interchanged positions looking for opportunities, the teammates' movement and awareness were slightly lacking. They always failed to create good chances. Soon the whistle for halftime sounded and Atletico Madrid B returned to the locker room with a 30 lead. Unlike the usual heated discussions about tactics, the atmosphere today was somewhat special. The players' gazes intentionally or unintentionally flickered towards Bailly, who was quietly drinking water in the corner. Head coach Manuel was the last to enter, shutting the door behind him to isolate the noise outside. He did not immediately explain the tactics, but instead scanned the entire room, eventually fixing his gaze on Bailly. The locker room fell silent in an instant. Everyone knew the coach had something to say. In the first half we played, Manuel's voice was steady yet carried an undeniable weight. 3 goals a result of the entire team's effort. However, he shifted his tone, emphasizing, there is one person who with his incredible performance invigorated the entire midfield and directly created all 3 goal opportunities. He did not need to name names, everyone knew who it was. Bailly. Manuel directly called out the name. In 45 minutes, 3 assists. He directly shattered the opponents. With each statement, the players' eyes brightened, their envy and admiration evident. These statistics were experiences they had lived through, but summarized so solemnly by the head coach held a completely different weight. Manuel approached Bailly, no longer looking down from a high position, but with a respect bordering on equality. Child, lift your head. He looked into Bailly's eyes, his voice not loud, but clearly resonating in every corner of the locker room. I remember very well that not long ago you were still sitting at the very end of the bench, and almost no one had hope for you. But you told me as well as everyone present how you got to today. This question was directed at Bailly, but also in this moment, Bailly, having lived 2 lives, knew exactly what Manuel wanted to hear. Facing his gaze, Bailly calmly and firmly replied, training, coach, day after day of training. That's right. It's all about training. Manuel suddenly raised his voice, turning to face all the players. Sweat, effort, perseverance. That's the answer. No magic, no shortcuts. Bailly proved with his actions that as long as you don't give up on yourself and throw yourself into training wholeheartedly, when the opportunity arises, you can seize it and change everything. He looked at Bailly again, making an even more astonishing promise, his words resonating. Listen, Bailly, I never make promises lightly. But now I tell you, as long as you continue to maintain this performance and attitude, by the end of the season, I will personally submit your name and match report to the first team coaching staff. I Manuel guarantee with my professional reputation that I will fully recommend you for the first team's summer training. Suddenly the locker room erupted with suppressed gasps and exclamations. The first team. That was the holy grail every youth team player dreamed of. The head coach's public and solemn promise was undoubtedly the strongest stimulant. Coke was the first to smile and pat Bailly's back with force, while Thiago shot him a grateful and encouraging glance, and the other players' eyes were filled with fiery envy and eager determination. Manuel looked at this scene with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted, to establish a visible and tangible example that ignited everyone's hope and drive. All right. He clapped his hands, bringing everyone's attention back. In the second half, continue playing at our pace. Now, let's lay out the details of the defense. Sitting in the corner, Bailly could clearly feel his heart racing. Manuel's promise showed Bailly a clearer and brighter road ahead. He also knew that the real challenge would begin when he reached the first team. That was the top league, the battlefield for countless football talents. And he was already prepared. After Manuel announced the tactical arrangements, the atmosphere in the locker room became lively again. Coke naturally leaned towards Bailly, gently nudging him with his elbow, a genuine smile on his face. Good job, Bailly. He mimicked Manuel's tone and joked, first half assist hat-trick, you're really becoming a celebrity in the B team. There was no hint of jealousy in his tone, only happiness for his teammate. Bailly smiled shyly and shook his head. It was just luck, and many of the passes could have been better. Come on, Coke waved his hand dismissively, his expression becoming serious. Those kinds of balls can't be played just by luck. To be honest, he lowered his voice a bit, speaking with a touch of anticipation. If you keep playing like this, maybe in 2 seasons we can really meet on the first team field. His words were half joking, half serious in expectation. As the pride of the team's youth training, Coke's ascent to the first team was almost a certainty, yet at this moment, he placed Bailly on an equal footing with him, while looking ahead to the future. Bailly could feel the weight of this recognition, and he put away his smile, nodding seriously. Then I will train harder to keep up with your pace. Huh? Coke was amused by his earnest reply, pulling him in tightly. It's me who needs to keep up with your passing rhythm. When the time comes, give me a few good balls to show those old guys in the first team what's what. The two exchanged smiles of friendship based on mutual recognition of strength and shared goals, quietly blossoming amidst simple banter. As the brief break ended, Coke stood up and extended his hand to Bailly. Let's go, let's show them some real color in this. In the second half, the game resumed, and Atletico Madrid still firmly controlled the situation on the field, facing the tight defense of Mourinho Luang, which was retreating altogether, and resolutely regaining possession. Bailly and Coke's midfield combination continued to create good attacking opportunities through patient passing and flexible movement. Bailly's several threatening passes remained precise, and Coke's late runs for a shot were also quite dangerous. However, perhaps due to bad luck, or perhaps because the opposing goalkeeper was in top form, Thiago, and the forward who came on as a substitute successively missed opportunities to extend the score, with the ball narrowly missing the goal several times. As the game reached the 60th minute, seeing the situation was already determined, head coach Manuel made 2 substitutions. He called Bailly to the sidelines, gently patting his back, indicating for him to rest. This was a substitution filled with protective intent. As a seasoned coach, Manuel knew that for a young player who had just exploded onto the scene and was experiencing a rise in confidence, it was crucial to avoid excessive fatigue and potential injury risks. Bailly walked towards the bench, and the Atletico Madrid fans who had traveled with the team gave him warm applause. Eventually, the final whistle blew, and Atletico Madrid won 30 away against Mourinho Luang, securing all 3 points. Back in the locker room, Bailly celebrated with his excited teammates while also mentally calculating the system tasks. If I play one more match, task 2 will be completed. He secretly looked forward to it. I wonder what the next reward will be. Just then, assistant coach Garcia approached with a smile. By congratulations. Garcia patted his shoulder firmly, his tone filled with unabashed admiration. Bailly looked up in surprise. An outstanding performance in a single match didn't seem like a reason for the assistant coach to come over, and it seemed Garcia noticed his confusion but did not directly address it, merely smiling mysteriously as he instructed. Rest well today. Before training starts tomorrow morning, come to my office, and you'll find out. After saying that, he encouragingly squeezed Bailly's shoulder and turned to greet other players. Coke and De Gea exchanged glances, both seeing understanding in each other's eyes. Hey, it must be good news. Coke nudged Bailly with his elbow, his tone confident. De Gea nodded in agreement with a smile. With Mr. Garcia's expression, it must be right. Get ready, kid. Hearing his teammates' words combined with Garcia's meaningful smile, a faint heart-pounding premonition quietly emerged in Bailly's mind. He took a deep breath, suppressing the swirling thoughts, and nodded. No matter what, this was undoubtedly a positive signal, and all he needed to do was maintain his form and keep moving forward. The next morning, Bailly arrived at Garcia's office on time. He was somewhat surprised to find that there was not just Garcia in the room. Head coach Manuel and a middle-aged man in a suit with a steady demeanor were also present. This is the club's sports director, Mr. Caminero, Garcia introduced him. Bailly greeted Caminero. Caminero wore a hint of a playful smile, his sharp gaze assessing Bailly. He got straight to the point, saying, let's put it this way, kid, your opportunity has come. Getafe is interested in you. They are willing to offer 30,000 euros and promise you a chance to play for the first team. So are you interested in developing there? This sudden news shocked Bailly. He never expected that after just 2 matches a team would act so quickly. Moreover, it was a mid-table team in La Liga. Getafe. Last season, although Getafe finished 9th in the league, they reached the finals of the Copa del Rey, eventually losing to Sevilla, but also secured qualification for the Europa League. This season, they were performing well in 2 competitions, having already advanced to the knockout stage of the Europa League. Should he go to Getafe? A chance at the first team. However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before being quickly and calmly dismissed. He was very clear about his current situation. His attribute panel was still in the early stages of growth, and the system tasks were closely tied to the existing environment, making stable playing time crucial. Atletico Madrid had coaches who trusted him and teammates with whom he had already established a rapport, especially Coke. All of this was the foundation for his steady improvement. In contrast, Getafe was a complete unknown. More importantly, he had a vision that transcended this era. He knew that Atletico Madrid was on the verge of a revival before the era of Simeone arrived. Staying here meant having a platform to compete directly with top clubs like Real Madrid and Barcelona in the future, an opportunity to battle on the European stage. The chance to contend for the Champions League title. Meanwhile, Getafe might be impressive now, but would soon decline, ending up as a small club struggling to avoid relegation with a stage and ceiling that were completely incomparable. Weighing the pros and cons was as clear as black and white. Thank you to Getafe for their interest, and thank you to the club for informing me of this news. Bailly raised his head, looking firmly at Caminero, and Manuel, his tone showing no hesitation. But I choose to stay at Atletico Madrid if I can decide. This decisive and clear answer made Caminero and Manuel exchange glances. A look of satisfaction and even some admiration appeared on their faces. Very good. Rest assured the club respects your choice greatly. Caminero nodded, his tone filled with approval. You have a good head on your shoulders, knowing what is most important for yourself. He then took a document from his briefcase and handed it to Bailly. Since that's the case, take a look at this. If everything is in order, contact your agent to come over, and we'll find a time to sign. Bailly took the document, and the moment his gaze fell on the title, his breath almost stopped. It was a professional player contract. An overwhelming sense of surprise surged through him like a tidal wave. He forced down his excitement and nodded solemnly. I have no problems. At this moment, he knew that his professional career had finally taken root at Atletico Madrid. As for the ridiculous ban imposed by Huagua, he sneered inwardly. That was already a thing of the past, completely unrelated to his future path. Who would want to stay in the country when they could play abroad? Bailly's goal was crystal clear. Train hard, improve his attributes, establish a foothold, and enter the first team to step onto the La Liga stage. This contract was his first pass to that vast stage. Caminero waited for Bailly to stabilize for a moment before continuing. Choosing to stay is your first, and perhaps the most correct decision in your career. His gaze was piercing as he looked at Bailly. Rejecting the temptation before you requires vision, and even more so composure. Bailly met his gaze. Bailly nodded slightly. When Manuel introduced him as Caminero, some of Bailly's memories finally resurfaced. This sports director was no ordinary figure. He was a legend from Atletico Madrid in the last century. The hexagonal midfield warrior in Atletico's. Not only was he the captain who led Atletico to win the league and Copa del Rey double in the 1995-96 season, but he was also the cornerstone behind Atletico's rise as a European powerhouse in the following years. It was his leadership in youth training reform and precise recruitment that laid the foundation for the team's research. Caminero's words pulled Bailly back to reality. The club will create a detailed development plan for you. Next, you will complete the season with the B team, and during summer training you will have the opportunity to train with the first team. He leaned forward slightly, his tone intensifying. Make good use of this opportunity. You are part of Atletico's future plans. We see your talent, but the road to the Calderon Stadium must be walked step by step by you. Do not let Manuel and Garcia's trust down, and do not let down the choice you've made today. This statement was both an acknowledgement of Bailly and a directive outlining the path and responsibilities he must undertake. A contract is just the beginning. If he truly wanted to become a member of Atletico's first team, he had to do much more. As Bailly left with the contract, Caminero relaxed back into his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, and spoke first. His gaze swept across the other two. What do you think of this kid? Garcia's reaction was the most direct and unhidden appreciation on his face, almost interrupting to say, I rarely misjudge people. This kid has a strong character and clear goals. You haven't seen how he practices after hours. Even when the training ground lights go out, he is still there honing his passing skills. With this level of discipline and tenacity, I believe this investment is worth it. Not to mention the ability he demonstrated on the pitch today to read the game. That can't just be achieved through practice. Manuel appeared more calm and pragmatic, arms crossed, and with a steady tone continued, Garcia is correct, his football intelligence and passing do indeed have the shadow of talent. But what I value more is his adaptability. He looked at Caminero and analyzed. You also saw it, his combination with Coke is simply a match made in heaven. One can drive forward and break through while the other can organize and direct. This kind of complementarity is rare in the youth team. Keeping him can maximize Coke's potential and elevate the B team's attacking system to a new level. Caminero smiled as he listened to the two of them. One sees his diligence, and the other sees his tactical value, which is great, but what I see is a potential and very cost-effective investment. Caminero's tone softened, revealing a hint of genuine expectation. If he grows faster than expected and really touches the threshold of the first team, it would be like striking gold for us. After all, a homegrown midfield core is an invaluable asset. The three exchanged glances, and despite their differing perspectives, their conclusions were surprisingly unanimous. Keeping Bailly was a brilliant move. Caminero concluded, "Now it depends on you, Manuel. Give him opportunities, but don't pull the seedlings to help them grow. What we need to see is stable, continuous output." All right. After leaving the office, Bailly immediately set aside the contract and focused entirely on training. The next few days followed the same rhythm. Training, extra practice, day after day. During this time, Bailly called home. His uncle in Spain was coming to Madrid in a few days, acting as a temporary agent, as his mother had mentioned. Until one day after training ended. In the afternoon at the Espino training base, the sunset bathed the grass in a warm golden hue. Most players had finished showering and were leaving, but Bailly stayed on the sidelines practicing short passes and ball control. At that moment, he saw the head coach Manuel approaching him, directly holding a folder. "Bailly." Manuel stood before him, his tone as calm as ever. "Come to my office after training is over." Bailly's heart tightened slightly, and he quickly nodded. "Okay, coach." 15 minutes later, Bailly gently knocked on the door of the head coach's office. "Come in." Manuel was sitting behind the desk with assistant coach Garcia beside him. Upon seeing Bailly, Manuel skipped the small talk and directly pushed the folder across the desk. "Take a seat," he gestured. "This is a personal training plan tailored for you by Coach Garcia and me, based on your current technical characteristics and physical condition, for a duration of 4 weeks. Bailly took a deep breath, received the folder with both hands, and opened it. Inside were several clearly printed forms detailing the daily and weekly training focuses, methods, and goals. First week goal: improve strength and physical fitness. Second week goal: establish basic defensive positioning. Third week goal: deepen tactics and understanding with teammates. Fourth week goal. Each training item included suggested completion times and clear evaluation criteria. He lifted his head to look at Manuel, his eyes filled with determination. Manuel noticed his reaction, leaning slightly forward, hands crossed on the table, his tone serious and profound. "The club providing you this plan is an acknowledgement of your talent and attitude, but the path must be walked by you step by step. This plan will be tough, it will drain your physical strength, and may even make you doubt yourself. Now tell me your choice. Accept or give up." Bailly did not hesitate at all. He closed the folder tightly in his hands, met Manuel's gaze, and said clearly and firmly, "Coach, I accept. Thank you for your trust, and I will not let you down." "Very good." Manuel nodded, a hint of almost imperceptible approval appearing on his face. "Starting the morning after the next game, Coach Garcia will be waiting for you in the strength room at 7 a.m. Don't be late." "Understood." Watching Bailly's departing figure, both Manuel and Garcia smiled. Regardless of talent, just this level of effort is something every coach loves, right? Perhaps talent can determine a player's ceiling, but effort can secure the floor. The next day, Manuel announced the starting lineup for the upcoming home match against Leganés. Bailly, and now no one was surprised anymore. Bailly had already proven through his performance on the pitch that he deserved to start. His starting qualification no longer needed any explanation, it had become a matter of course. After the meeting, De Gea found Bailly. He delivered a piece of news. "Hey, by my agent Jorge Mendes asked me about you during our call." Bailly's heart jolted at the mention of that name. Jorge Mendes. This name signifies immense power and influence in European football. He is the mastermind behind top stars and coaches like Cristiano, Ronaldo, Mourinho, and Deco, known for his unparalleled network, shrewd business operations, and formidable negotiation skills. He asked if there was a possibility to arrange a time for a brief chat with you. De Gea added, his tone casual. Bailly's mind raced with countless thoughts, marveling at Mendes' keen intuition. He had only played 2 good games in the lower leagues of Spain. Mendes had already quickly turned his attention to him. "Of course," De Gea shrugged, as if discussing a routine matter. "It's entirely up to you. He just thinks you have great potential and wants to get to know you." Bailly began to ponder. He understood that being noticed by Mendes was a double-edged sword. It meant that the path to a top club might be shortened, but it also meant he could be drawn into complex commercial games too early. "I understand, David. Thank you for relaying this." Bailly replied, maintaining his usual calm tone. "Getting Mendes' attention is an honor for me, but as I've always said, I just want to focus on playing well in every match and let my performance speak for itself. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to consider these things after the season ends, when my path is clearer." De Gea patted his shoulder. "No problem, I'll reply to him like that." The two continued towards the locker room, but Bailly's mind was not entirely at ease. Mendes' appearance felt like a clear signal announcing that his potential had entered the sight of some in the football, of course. However, Bailly did not overthink it. This type of agent typically relies on insight and networks to sign promising players early. It felt like casting a wide net. It doesn't necessarily mean they truly value him. They might just think he's decent, so they sign him. Football isn't filled with so many twists and turns. On-field strength is fundamental. After all, in competitive sports, lack of skill is the original sin. March 8th. At 6 p.m. Espino Stadium, Atletico B team faced Leganés in the 28th round of the Spanish Segunda B League. The opponent was Leganés. Leganés is also a team from the Madrid region, and their current strength ranking is not strong, much like Atletico B, both belonging to the mid-tier level. Unlike the usual few hundred spectators, tonight's stands were unusually filled with thousands. Many Atletico fans took advantage of the weekend, spending a small ticket price to see something new. They had all heard about a talented young player from China who had emerged on the B team, wanting to see for themselves what this rumored genius was all about. In a corner of the bustling stands, a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap and casual suit sat quietly, standing out among the excited fans. The main referee glanced at the watch and put the whistle in his mouth. The noise at the Estadio Espino began to quiet down. The fans in the stands stopped their chatter, and Manuel by the sidelines tightened his arms across his chest. Atletico Madrid B now had possession of the ball. In the center circle, Coke set the ball down the tip of his foot, brushing the grass. He raised his eyes to meet Bailly's gaze, wordlessly nodding slightly. Bailly immediately understood, nodded slightly, and turned to look towards the forward line. Thiago was still on his toes, warming up his ankles, his gaze drifting towards the stands, clearly not focused. Thiago. Bailly called out, his voice not loud, but Thiago heard him clearly. Thiago paused, looking back with a slightly confused expression. He scratched the back of his head, glancing between Bailly and Coke. Coke raised his chin at him, tapping his toes quickly on the grass, signaling for a fast break they had agreed upon during training. Now Thiago reacted. His eyes lit up as he made a receive gesture towards the two. His body immediately tensed up stealthily, taking a half step forward, avoiding the gaze of the Leganés central defender. Beep. As the time hit, the referee's whistle suddenly blew. Thiago kicked off the ball back. Coke swiftly sent the ball rolling along the grass towards Bailly. Two Leganés midfielders immediately rushed over, trying to intercept the first pass. Bailly didn't stop the ball. With a gentle touch of his left foot, he nudged it to his right side, leaning his body to the left to block the approaching defenders. Just as he finished that adjustment, Coke had already circled around from behind, Bailly reaching out for the ball. Bailly had already spotted Coke's position from the corner of his eye. With a quick push from his right foot's inner side, the ball glided along the ground through the gap between the two Leganés players, perfectly arriving at Coke's feet. This two-known combination took less than 3 seconds, directly tearing apart Leganés' midfield defense. Cheers erupted from the stands. Such a combination is at the level of youth teams. In this lower-tier league, it's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Right from the start, the fans' attention was completely captivated by the attack, driven by Bailly and Coke. After receiving the ball, Coke took 2 steps forward, forcing the Leganés center-back to drift towards the center to reinforce the defense. Seeing the defender move, Bailly immediately darted towards the right wing position. As he made this run, another Leganés fullback had to follow him outward, causing the originally tight defense to suddenly reveal a gap. Coke was quick. Without waiting for the defenders to fully reposition, he made a horizontal pass to Bailly. Bailly received the ball just as he reached the edge of the penalty area, while the Leganés fullback chased from behind, reaching out to tug at his jersey. Bailly didn't look back. His ability to evade was completely unaffected by the interference. He flicked the ball with his right foot, suddenly turning his body inward, shaking off the defender's grasp. At that moment, he looked up and saw Thiago already maneuvering behind the Leganés center-back. Without hesitation, Bailly powered a pass with the arch of his right foot, sending the ball slicing through the legs of the Leganés center-back, perfectly arriving at Thiago's feet. Thiago ran towards the ball for 2 steps, glanced at the goalkeeper's position, and smoothly shot towards the far corner of the goal with his left foot. Even though Leganés goalkeeper Diego Tano dove swiftly, he couldn't touch the ball. It brushed the inside of the post and rolled into the net. The goal is in. Less than a minute into the game, Atletico Madrid B strikes lightning fast at home. The referee blew the whistle, pointing towards the center circle to indicate the goal was valid. The Atletico fans in the stands immediately erupted. A goal right from the start. Several fans in the front row wearing red and white jerseys jumped up, throwing their scarves into the air, their shouts drowning out the stadium's broadcast, some even banging on the railing, shouting beautiful. That combination was so smooth. This match is worth watching. On the sidelines, Thiago celebrated, still holding on to Bailly, his voice bubbling with excitement. That pass was so precise. If it had been a bit more off, it would have been intercepted. Coke patted the shoulders of the two, his eyes shining. That Tonon was as effortless as during training. Bailly, your timing for blocking and passing was just right. Bailly smiled, wiping the sweat from his brow, not saying much. In that attacking phase, every step from blocking the ball to evading the defender to that final through pass felt like it had been calculated in advance. Even he felt it was smooth. This is by Lionel, an underrated midfield master. Other teammates rushed over to celebrate, and the substitutes bench became lively. Manuel waved his fist in the air, shouting towards the field, "Beautiful." The assistant coach clapped the tactical board, and the substitute players crowded by the sidelines, shouting encouragement. Meanwhile, Leganés coach Dinger's face was so dark it could drip water, standing with his hands on his hips, staring at the defense for 2 seconds before waving his arms at the field. "Fall back. Everyone fall back. Focus your attention." He stomped his foot, while shouting, clearly taken aback by conceding a goal right at the start. At this moment, among the excited Atletico fans in the stands, there was also Mendes. He leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Bailly, who was sprinting back. Just moments ago, Bailly had been closely marked by the Leganés fullback, with only half a meter of space left, yet he slipped away like he was greased, deftly controlling the ball with his right foot and twisting his body without any excess motion. The tune-on with Coke was even more remarkable. That ground pass perfectly threaded through the gap between two midfielders, so fast it left people no time to react. The through pass to Thiago was even more impressive, the angle just right to bypass the center back, and the force was precisely measured, allowing Thiago to receive it without any adjustment. With such performance, how could this be the play of a young player? It was clearly a master-level execution. Mendes lightly tapped his knee with his fingertips, astonished. He had heard from De Gea that Bailly was strong, but never expected him to be this formidable. At Bailly's age, to execute evasion and short passing combinations so skillfully, without any stage fright, his talent was impossible to conceal. He looked up again at Bailly's silhouette, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. "This kid is definitely a genius. Must sign him." Beep. The match resumed while the Atletico fans in the stands were already buzzing with excitement. The B team indeed produced a genius. After conceding, Leganés clearly tightened their defense. The originally advanced fullbacks all retreated, and the two midfielders also moved towards the center, stacking 5 players at the edge of the penalty area, clearly set on defending against Atletico Madrid B's attack. Soon Bailly received the ball in midfield, and as soon as he turned, he was double-teamed by 2 Leganés players. He remained calm, pulling the ball back with his left foot, while feigning to the right, causing the defenders to shift their weight, then quickly poked the ball to the diagonal back towards Coke. After receiving the ball, Coke took 2 steps forward and passed it back to Bailly. Their exchange tore through. As Bailly received the ball, he quickly looked up and spotted Thiago shaking off the center back, with half a body position in the penalty area, immediately threading a through pass towards him, using the same trick. Unfortunately, as Thiago shot towards the goal, the angle was too straight, and he was denied by the Leganés goalkeeper. For minutes later, Bailly received a pass from Coke on the right, and the Leganés fullback was closely marking him, leaving hardly any room to shoot. Suddenly, he flicked the ball back with his heel, turning to circle around the defender, and by the time he regained possession, he had already broken into the corner of the penalty area. At this moment, Sergio was cutting in from the flank. Without hesitation, Bailly delivered a pass towards the center of the penalty area, the ball landing perfectly at Sergio's feet. However, Sergio miscalculated his steps, barely managing a shot, and the ball flew just above the crossbar, out of play. Although Atletico Madrid B's continuous siege was hard to threaten Leganés fatally. However, Bailly's performance truly caught Mendes' attention in the stands. Whether facing Leganés' dense defense or tight marking, Bailly always found gaps, either using clever evasion to create space or delivering precise passes to his teammates. This creativity under defensive pressure left a deeper impression than mere goals. As he pondered, Mendes couldn't hide his smile. Then he casually glanced at the stands behind the Atletico B substitutes and spotted a familiar face, Camener. At that moment, Camener also had a beaming smile, talking to someone beside him. Mendes appeared thoughtful. As a businessman, he had begun to sense the potential benefits Bailly had to offer. Such a creative and level-headed genius, as long as he is properly honed, will have immense opportunities for both transfers and business collaborations in the future. He looked back at the field where Bailly was blocking for his teammates. Even without touching the ball, his running routes perfectly pulled defenders away. This kid was paying attention to even the details. Beyond talent, he was definitely hardworking, truly a perfect raw gem. Meanwhile, Camener turned back to the field after chatting, watching Bailly's silhouette, his smile deepening, as if he were confirming the value of a treasure, nodding slightly. Clearly, like Mendes, he did not miss the brilliance of this young man. Suddenly, as both were lost in thought about events beyond the match, the fans in the stands erupted in astonishment. Both turned their gaze towards the field where Coke was waving to the fans, the ball still spinning in the Leganés goal, Diego Tano crouching on the ground, pounding the grass in frustration. Another goal. They hadn't seen how it went in, but those around them were eager to discuss the process of this goal. In simple terms, Bailly faced multiple defenders and pulled the ball away, exploiting a defensive gap. Coke made a forward run to the edge of the penalty area, received Bailly's pass, and scored with a world-class shot. At this moment, the substitutes bench was in chaos. Manuel raised his arms and took a couple of steps, embracing the assistant coach. Kaminer laughed out loud, his voice filled with excitement. Did you see that? That's the combination. He turned to his companion, pointing at Bailly and Koch, who were high-fiving on the field, saying Bailly's through pass was perfectly timed and accurately weighted, and Koch's shot was fierce. If these two can keep playing together like this, they will be the midfield answer for the first team of Atletico in the future. The person next to him, dressed in Atletico gear, nodded along, saying exactly. One can pass, one can shoot, and they have such great chemistry, they would definitely be effective in the first team. On the field, Bailly bumped shoulders with Koch, who patted his back. Your pass was so comfortable, I could shoot without any adjustment. Bailly smiled and shook his head. Your timing for the run was perfect too. A second later, and it would have been intercepted. While they spoke, Dinger was yelling on the field, his expression darker than before, clearly flustered by the 2 goals. Many Atletico fans in the stands were laughing, their eyes locked on Bailly and Koch, filled with anticipation. This is the future of Atletico. Meanwhile, in Huagua't was the dead of night. The Buenos Forum, however, remained in its familiar knock. Half the threads on the front page argued over whether the Premier League match had been fixed, the other half were begging for certain sure-bet tips from Segunda B. The recreational bettors stayed up until their eyes were rimmed in blue, flicking their mice between odds tables and live reports, minds consumed by ways to wrest back their losses. Lowley was among the most desperate of them. He slumped in front of his computer, ashtrays overflowed with cigarette butts like small hills. 3 windows glowed on his screen. On the left, a 5-match accumulator selection. In the center, a ticker of live odds. Beneath, the match report for Segunda B. He had just been burned on a Bundesliga parlay and was hunting for an obscure league to make up the deficit. In Segunda B, teams vary wildly in quality. Occasionally, a long odds certainty could be found. Damn it, the big leagues are all traps. Small leagues should be more reliable, right? Lowley cursed, stubbed his cigarette, and clicked into the live page for Ma Jingbi team versus Legianese. The scoreboard read 20 in favor of Ma Jingbi team. In the goal details, a line snagged his attention. 18th minute, Ma Jingbi team scores. Goal Kiki, assist YBAI. Lowley stared at the 4 letters YBAI and his brow tightened. He leaned forward and began tapping pinyin on his keyboard. YBAI. Yibai. He read the name aloud. Isn't that a Huagua name? Yibai. An assist for Ma Jingbi team. He hurriedly refreshed the page looking for more information. Segunda B received so little attention at home that the match report offered only dry player names and times. No nationality markers at all. Lowley scrolled through Ma Jingbi team's roster for the season, scanning from forwards to defenders. It was all Spanish and South American names. There was no one called Yibai. Could he be of Chinese descent? Or is the translation wrong? The more he thought, the more puzzled he became. He opened a new thread and began typing questions. Question. Anyone follow Segunda B? I just saw Ma Jingbi team's report. Keek's goal was assisted by someone listed as YBAI. Pinyin spells it as Yibai, right? Sounds like a Huagua name. An assist for Ma Jingbi team. This passer must have some quality. Does anyone know this Yibai? Homegrown or on loan? Need a quick explainer. The post had barely gone up when replies exploded, most following the same line of thought. Yibai. Never heard of him. A Huagua player in Ma Jingbi team. Maybe it's just a common name match. I checked the team's goals and assists. Top spots are all Spanish, no Yibai. Segunda B may be 3rd tier, but Ma Jingbi team is a La Liga feeder. The passing requires vision. If Yibai were Huagua, his quality would be astonishingly hidden. Could the data be wrong? Maybe YBAI is really Yibai, a foreign name transliterated. Don't force it into being Huagua. As the thread swirled, a reply from the user Zuccio Lao Power shot to the top. He cut through the confusion. You've got it backwards. It's not Yibai. YBAI is written name surname abroad. Yi is the given name, and by the family name, so domestically it should be by Yi. Not Yibai. The forum fell silent for half a second, then erupted. What? That's a thing. Foreign names put the given name first. Lowley stared at the screen, replaying it in his mind. Right. Yi is the given name, BAI by the surname. So YBAI must be by Yi. By Yi. That rings a bell. Wasn't he the one the FA banned for 10 years last year? Someone asked. Zuccio Lao Power quickly filled in the backstory. Exactly him. He rose through Ma Jing's youth ranks from U17 to the B team, then was called back to the U23 national side to try for the Olympics. But because he blocked someone's opportunities, a rival deliberately scissored him in a training match. He retaliated, and the FA slapped a 10-year ban. The forum boiled over with astonished exclamations about the name reversal. No way. I thought it was Yibai, but it's by Yi. What a twist. Lowley smacked the table. No wonder I couldn't find Yibai. Name order was reversed. By yeah. He got banned at home and still shines in Spain. I just checked the live data. Besides that assist, he has another assist and 6 key passes. That assist came after he escaped a double press in midfield and slid a through ball. Kiki finished it with a world-class strike. That vision and passing precision are far beyond domestic midfielders his age. I didn't recognize the name at first, but when you say by Yi I remember. I read the FA story back then. I didn't expect him to keep going and earn his place at Ma Jingbi. Real backbone, far better than those who loaf at home. Within half an hour, the thread rose to forum hot topics with over 400 replies. Nobody cared about accumulators anymore. Everyone was dissecting Bailly's past. Some unearthed his old Ma Jing U17 training videos, others posted screenshots of the FA's ban notice. People began asking when Ma Jingbi team played next and whether they could bet on Ma Jingbi, just on Bailly's assist potential. Laoli watched Bailly's name flood the screen and then glanced back at the match reports YBI. He laughed to himself. Damn it, didn't even get the name right while trying to pick my parley. Still, Bailly is a monster, banned at home, yet shining in Spain. From now on, Ma Jingbi team matches deserve close attention. Even if I don't bet, watching a Huawei player craft assists is a thrill. The forum chatter continued. Many had already pulled up the live stream and replays during the discussion. More and more bettors now truly saw Bailly's caliber. Holy, Bailly's level. You're telling me he's... Concio Lauchin fired off 3 exclamation marks and wrote, wow. Just watch the replay. Bailly's level is not hype. Before Keek's goal, Bailly was sandwiched by 2 Legionisi players, one tugging his shirt on the left, another stretching a leg to intercept on the right. He used the heel of his foot to nudge the ball back, while feinting his body to the left, and both defenders fell. He glanced up and saw the gap Kiki would make, threaded a fast low-through ball that slid past the center back's leg. All that in less than 2 seconds. Far steadier than the midfielders back home who panic on the ball. Joining Concio Lauchun was Chuanzi Yongshingu, who pasted another text replay. I watched his earlier time. There was a time when Legionisi crowded the penalty area with 4 defenders. Bailly took the ball on the flank, and with the outside of his boot sent it to the top of the box, finding Kiki. It didn't become a goal that time, but the vision and passing accuracy. Among domestic players his age, I've never seen a second who can do that. More viewers who watched the replay posted in awe. Turns out he's not only an assister, his escapes and distribution are ferocious. In the replay, he tracked back and launched a rapid 10-meter carry before releasing to the winger. What tempo! Ma Jingbi team's midfield runs through him. Kiki makes the forward runs. Bailly organizes behind him, knowing when to pass and when to drive. More composed than many veterans. The praise did not last. A reply from Guizhou Laufin carried a sour note. Don't you feel it's a pity? Bailly's level. If he had been allowed to develop at home, he could have been our reliable midfield organizer. Look at our current midfield. They either pass back under pressure or their forward passes get intercepted. Where is the one who can deliver those killer through balls under duress? He should have been the national team's midfield hope. That struck a nerve. The thread's mood darkened and then erupted into fury. Exactly. He was blocking a connected player's path, got maliciously scissored in training, and received a 10-year ban for fighting back. Who wouldn't be stunned by that? I really can't stand it. Wasting such talent at home and filling spots with those who just get by? No wonder the national team is a mess. At first I thought Bailly had a temper, but now it's clear he was provoked. He's playing well in Spain, yet gets crushed at home. Whose fault is that? Call it what it is, madness. They ignored a player who could control midfield, mess things up, pushed him abroad, and tried to get Ma Jing to discipline him too. Luckily Ma Jing ignored that. Now we can only watch Bailly and Segunda B streams. The national team still has no dependable midfield. What a disgrace. Guizhou Laufin added, think about it. Bailly is only 18. If he'd been allowed to progress at home with the national setup, maybe in a few years he could have anchored the midfield. Instead, they gave him a 10-year ban, cutting off his path at home. Isn't that ruinous? The thread's focus had shifted completely, and no one talked about parleys or odds anymore. Only Bailly's future. Some vowed from now on I'll watch every Ma Jingbi team match. Even if he never gets into the national side, watching him thrive in Spain beats watching our hapless national team. Yes, support Bailly. Let certain people see what they did by driving a talent away. While the Huawei forum burned with debate. At Isapinuo Stadium, the match had entered the second half. The score on the field had become 30. Shortly after the restart, Bailly orchestrated an attack, and Keek's layoff found Sergio, who scored. The game was practically won. Legionisi's coach Dinguir had fixed his gaze on Bailly since the first half. His expression was complicated, a mix of irritation at being pierced by Bailly and grudging admiration. If he could, he would love to sign Bailly for his own side. Alas, Dinguir knew it was impossible. A talent of that level would never come to a small club. At halftime, he had specifically ordered his players to mark Bailly. Yet Bailly still orchestrated the attacks up front. Dinguir could only feel resigned. Sometimes football is cruel. Talent determines outcomes. Talent can decide a match. After the goal, Ma Jingbi team did not ease off. Bailly even had a chance to complete an assist hat-trick. Unfortunately, his lofted pass was headed away by Thiago, wasting a golden opportunity. Soon at the 60th minute, Ma Jingbi team prepared a substitution. Menuaire intended to take Bailly off. He could not let his precious midfielder tire or risk injury. He had to conserve him. Young players must be used protectively, not overworked like some teams treat lads, pushing them until they break. Haste and excess are both harmful. The fourth official raised the board no. 29 off no. 17 on. Bailly heard the whistle. He first high-fived the teammate, replacing him bumped shoulders with Kiki, then turned toward. He had barely taken 2 steps when applause rose from the stands. The fans nearest the Ma Jingbi substitutes led the clapping, then the applause swelled across Isipinho Stadium like a tide. Some hoisted Ma Jing scarves above their heads and waved them in time. Others shouted Bai, why the name carried far in the evening breeze. An older fan in the front row smiled and gave Bailly a thumbs up. Bailly instinctively waved toward the stand. It was the first time he had received so much applause at Isipinho. His steps slowed, and excitement crept into. On the sideline, Manuel had already come down from the bench to wait for him. When Bailly left the field, Manuel extended a hand and squeezed his arm. Good game today. Your close control and that final through ball were steadier than in training. Bailly was about to say thank you, coach, when Manuel patted his back and tapped his chest. Don't overdo it. Rest for the remaining minutes. We still need you for the next match. His tone was calm without extravagant praise, but the recognition in his eyes was unmistakable. Not perfunctory encouragement, but genuine approval. As Bailly walked toward the bench, Garcia came over and handed him a bottle of water. Did you hear the crowd shouting your name just now? This is the first time so many in Isipinho have cheered for a Huaguo player. Bailly took the bottle, twisted the cap, and drank, then looked up at the still applauding stands, and could not help but smile. The applause continued until he sat on the bench, and fans still waved at him. He wiped his sweat and watched the pitch, knowing this acclaim had been earned by skill, not chance. Manuel's words, we still need you for the next match, made him clench his fist. Staying with Ma Jingbi team and climbing higher would be a long road, but in that moment, he felt more confident than ever. Because his second task had been accomplished. Task 2, participate in 3 consecutive matches, each lasting no less than 45 minutes. Status completed. Reward new talent interception anticipation. Bailly did not hesitate. Quickly click to view the detailed effects. Talent effect significantly increases interception anticipation ability, allowing for defensive play in midfield without relying on physical confrontation, cutting off passes through positioning and foresight, focusing on precise route judgment rather than aggressive tackles, quietly positioning oneself along the opponent's passing lane. When the opponent makes a short ground pass nearby, the ability to accurately judge the direction of the pass is enhanced, especially when facing slow-paced passes such as back passes to teammates or sideways plays, allowing almost a premonition of the ball's trajectory. When the opponent initiates a quick counterattack, the ability to anticipate whether the ball carrier will pass or continue dribbling is greatly enhanced. Note this talent does not enhance foundational attributes like strength or defense. It belongs to a technical midfielder role. The effect varies with the pace of the match. The slower the opponent's ball control, the more pronounced the anticipation effect. If the opponent relies purely on speed, the effect may be slightly weakened. Bailly remained expressionless on the bench. However, inside he was exceedingly excited. His previous talents were either short passes or evasion, primarily focused on how to pass the ball effectively or shake off opponents. But this talent is different. It points to the defensive aspect he had never quite paid attention to. He subconsciously recalled last week's match against Marino Luenco, where the opponent made a back pass in midfield. He clearly saw the ball was going to the flanks, but was a step too slow to intercept, ultimately just watching as the opponent launched an attack. At that time he thought, if only I could be a bit faster. He never expected that he would now have a corresponding solution. He raised his hand to touch his chin, pondering the details, not relying on physical confrontation, but cutting off passes through positioning. This perfectly aligns with his style. His physical condition is not particularly good, and he is relatively weak in confrontations. Previously, he was always afraid of hard collisions during defense, but this talent emphasizes positioning oneself in advance on the passing line, allowing him to rely on judgment without needing to dive or confront, and he can appear in the most critical places without much running. He even recalled what his youth coach once said: good midfield defense is not about how many balls you intercept, but about preventing the opponent from making comfortable passes. Now it seems this talent is heading in that direction. If he encounters the opponent's short passes again, will he be able to anticipate the route in advance and extend his foot to intercept the ball? And after intercepting, with a short pass from Bailong, he could immediately pass the ball to Coke or Thiago. This would help his teammates transition back into defense while quickly launching an attack, serving as a seamless connection point between offense and defense. He looked down at his cleats, a slight smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Establishing a foothold in Atletico Madrid B team is not easy. Merely being adept at offense is not enough. Now with this defensive talent, he feels his capabilities are more complete, no longer just a midfielder who can pass, but a core player who can balance both offense and defense. He even started to think about tomorrow's training, wondering if he should practice with his teammates, just simulating the opponent's short passes to see if he could anticipate the rhythm of the passes. After pondering for a while, Bailly suddenly remembered he hadn't checked the new tasks and quickly clicked to take a look. The main quest has been refreshed. Task 1, Key Connection in Offense and Defense Transition. In a single match of the Spanish Segunda B League, regain possession through interception or tackle and initiate an effective attack, creating at least 2 threatening shots defined as unknown shots without defensive pressure in the penalty area or shots hitting the goal frame. Task 2, Breaking through dense defenses in positional warfare. In a single match of the Spanish Segunda B League, when the opponent deploys a dense defensive formation, complete at least 1 key pass that leads to a goal. Each task completed will yield corresponding rewards, and upon completing all tasks, the quest will refresh. Task 1 is precisely the requirement for offense and defense transition. Task 2 seems simple, but it is actually quite challenging. And all of this must be accomplished in the Spanish Segunda B League. After this match, only 10 rounds of matches remain in the Spanish Segunda B League, which means he must complete these 2 tasks before then. Before long, the match came to an end. Atletico Madrid B team did not extend their lead, nor did they allow the opposition to score. The final score remained 30 when Bailly left the field. This was a resounding victory. At the moment the referee blew the final whistle, the cheers from the Espino Stadium erupted like a detonated powder keg. The cheers rose and fell with some people shaking their fists in the air, many shouting together Atletico. Bailly was walking back to the player tunnel with Kiki when suddenly someone in the stands shouted Bailly. This shout was like a stone thrown into a pond, instantly triggering a chain reaction, with more and more voices joining and turning the scattered calls into a harmonious chorus of Bailly. In the front row, a young boy wearing a youth training jersey from Atletico Madrid was holding up a cardboard sign with crooked handwriting saying, "Your passing is so cool." He stood on his tiptoes, bouncing and lifting the sign high, afraid that Bailly wouldn't see it. Some fans threw sign pins and blank jerseys from the stands, shouting towards Bailly, "Sign one for us, please." However, security quickly stepped in to stop them. Bailly paused, allowing the security guard to hand him the pin and jersey, and after quickly signing, tossed it back to the stands. This made the cheers even louder. Some whistled while others shouted, "We remember you. Keep it up, kid." As he reached the entrance of the player tunnel, Bailly turned back to look at the stands. The sunset bathed the stands in a warm golden hue, and the cheers still echoed in his ears with the cardboard sign, held by the boy, standing out among the crowd. He couldn't help but smile, clenching his fist. This is football. Back in the locker room, his teammates showered him with compliments. Amidst their words, there was a hint of envy. They had played far more matches than Bailly, yet they hadn't received as much recognition. Instead, it was Bailly. In just 3 matches, he had captivated many fans with his playing style. Bailly himself, however, felt little of it. In this long league, what mattered was consistency. A football career is a marathon. It's not about explosive performances in 1 or 2 games, but about maintaining efficiency. After this match, Atletico Madrid's B team fell back into the rhythm of training. Their next match was scheduled for the following week. Youth training is primarily focused on skill development, followed by match adaptation. Time flew by. Another day passed. After training in the locker room, his teammates were packing up their gear while occasionally discussing their weekend opponent, Las Palmas University. Just as Bailly finished folding his jersey and putting it into his locker, Kiki rushed over with a newspaper, a smile he couldn't hide on his face, and patted Bailly's arm. "Bailly, look at this." He unfolded the newspaper and held it out to Bailly, pointing to the headline, "Madrid Youth Training Observer Print." "You know this media outlet, right?" Kiki's tone was somewhat serious. "In the Madrid Youth Training Circle, it's not just a random publication, it's a truly authoritative youth training media. Many teams refer to its ratings when assessing young players' potential. Our teammates and many players from the academy have been reported on, but none have received such a feature like yours. This is really something." Bailly's gaze fell on the newspaper, quickly spotting his name alongside a striking number. Potential rating 92100. He paused for a moment, his fingers gripping the edge of the newspaper, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, fixated on that number. 92 points. Kiki leaned in, his voice filled with amazement. "Do you know how impressive this is? When I was at my best, this media outlet rated me only 89 points. The youth training director once told me that you're the only one in Atletico's youth training program to get a score of 92 at 18. These words left Bailly momentarily stunned. He looked up at Kiki, seemingly wanting to confirm the truth. Kiki nodded with a smile, pointing to the evaluation on the newspaper. "Look at what they wrote. Their evaluation of you is much higher than what I received back then." Bailly unfolded the newspaper. He carefully read what they had reported. The feature article from Madrid Youth Training Observer was titled, "YBI, the Silent Maestro of Atletico Madrid B Team's Midfield." When the referee blew the final whistle and the score of 30 against Leganés was confirmed, fans in the stands were still shouting YBI. This midfielder from Huagua, who had not appeared on Atletico B's regular roster at the start of the season, made the Estadio Español remember his name in just 3 matches. From the crucial pass in his debut to the assist in the second match, and to the all-around performance in this match, Bailly was becoming the most dazzling new variable in Atletico's youth training system in a subtle, yet deadly manner. Those who have seen Bailly play easily recall the midfield maestro Bellerin from the golden era of Deportivo La Coruña. They both play in a cerebral style. Against Leganés' dense defense, Bailly's every touch dismantled their defense. That assist to Kiki was a textbook example of tempo control. At that moment, he was sandwiched between two defenders in midfield. Instead of charging through, he lightly flicked the ball with his heel to change direction, while his upper body, feigned to mislead the defenders, then delivered a precise ground pass that bypassed the center-back, landing perfectly at Kiki's feet. He never needed flashy feints to draw attention, yet he always found the optimal solution in the most crowded space. When facing tight marking, he rarely lost the ball and adjusted the passing strength based on his teammates' running speed, making it comfortable for Kiki, Thiago, and others to receive without needing to adjust. 3 weeks ago, when Bailly first partnered with Kiki in midfield during training, their cooperation still felt unfamiliar. Kiki was accustomed to making forward runs, breaking through defenses, and dribbling, while Bailly excelled at short passes to link-up play. Now they could understand each other's thoughts through mere eye contact during matches, demonstrating perfect chemistry that would likely become Atletico BS' most threatening midfield partnership. "It's like he can read my movements," Kiki said with a smile in a post-match interview. During training, he would actively ask me whether I preferred passes to the left or right, even noting down my habitual run timings. Now we don't even need to shout tactics. When he has the ball, I just know where to run. Atletico BS head coach Manuel had a more straightforward assessment. A good midfielder makes teammates better, and Bailly is that kind of person. He doesn't chase personal statistics, but always allows those around him to play more comfortably. This is a quality of a top midfielder. In our newspaper's youth player potential assessment system, the maximum score is 100, encompassing 4 dimensions: technical skills, tactical understanding, mentality, and adaptability. Bailly received a high score of 92, the highest rating among Atletico BS players this season. Specifically speaking, Bailly's short pass accuracy and stability are already at the level of first-tier teams in La Segunda, with the only aspect needing improvement being the stability of long passing. His judgment during transitions and spatial awareness far exceed that of players his age. In 3 matches, whether leading or being pressed by opponents, his passing choices remained calm, without any errors due to nerves. He's not the type to suddenly become famous overnight, but rather a special hard worker who improves with every match. Atletico BS assistant coach Franco Garcia stated in an interview his talent is hidden within his hard work. "We can always see him on the training ground, just go there rain or shine." It's precisely this effort combined with his innate talent that gives him the opportunity to break into the first team in the next season or two. When asked if he was worried about Bailly being questioned due to his nationality or age, Garcia shook his head with a smile. "On the football field, performance is the only language. Bailly has already proven himself in 3 matches now. We just need to look forward to more surprises from him." In Bailly's story, the label of being a Jugador player may attract more attention, but what Atletico's youth training system truly values is his potential as a midfield orchestrator. From the applause at Estadio Español to the recognition from the coaching staff and the seamless cooperation with teammates, this silent young man is weaving his own football path with every touch and every pass, a path that clearly extends beyond the fields of La Segunda B. In the next round, Atletico B will face Las Palmas University, and perhaps we will see Bailly bring even more surprises. After all, for a player who can transform from a substitute to a core player in just 3 matches, any expectation is not too high. Seeing the interviews with coaches and teammates, Bailly's lips slowly curved into a faint smile. He didn't say much. He simply folded the newspaper and placed it on the top shelf of his locker, where he keeps his valuable items now, including this newspaper. He quietly exhaled. This was just the beginning. "I will keep this newspaper." Kiki looked at him and patted his back with a smile. "Sure, but don't just be happy if this rating shows you have talent, but you need to keep pushing. This media outlet has sharp eyes. If your future performances don't keep up, your rating will drop. But I see you can hold steady, and maybe next time it will even go up." The Espino training base in the early morning. The dew had not yet fully dissipated. While the others from Atletico Madrid took a day off, Bailly was already standing on the grass in training gear. He was about to undergo a special training program. Manuel held a training schedule in his hand, followed by Garcia. As he approached Bailly, he said, "Don't be nervous. Your foundation from the youth training is solid. This week isn't about fixing weaknesses, it's about enhancing your existing strength and stamina for actual match situations. I believe you can feel the limitations during the latter stages of a game." Bailly nodded. Manuel then unfolded the training schedule, pointing at the words functional strength training. He continued, "The core strength you trained in youth can withstand basic confrontations, but during yesterday's match against Leganés, you were slow to adjust after being bumped in midfield. Today we will first practice dynamic core stability, combining it with your receiving and turning movements. Bailly naturally complied with the arrangement. Soon Garcia brought over the training ladder and resistance bands, helping Bailly secure the band around his waist with the other end tied to the ladder's post. Try receiving my pass as you would in a game. Pay attention to your waist and abdomen while turning. Don't let the resistance band pull you back. Bailly nodded, spreading his feet shoulder-width apart. When Garcia passed the ball, he instinctively turned half a body to receive it. His core tightened against the pull of the band, and he firmly stopped the ball at his feet. Manuel watched from the side, occasionally shouting, "Yes, that's the half-turn shielding posture taught in youth training. Now make your core even more solid, and you'll retain an extra half-second of ball control during confrontations." After completing 2 sets of training, the resistance band tightened a bit more around his waist. When Bailly turned to receive the ball, the muscles in his core felt like a stretched rubber band, a soreness creeping slowly up his spine. He firmly stopped the ball passed by Garcia. Just as he was about to adjust his steps, Manuel's voice came from the side. "Push your core a bit more. Don't let the pull throw you off." "Yes, just like that." He gritted his teeth and passed the ball back to Garcia, leaning on his knee during a break to catch his breath, drops of sweat falling onto the grass. Special training is not the same as youth training, where one can slack off while following the larger group. Each movement in special training is meticulously broken down. The angle of the turn must be precise to avoid confrontations, the position of the shielding hand must rise without committing a foul, and even the breathing must synchronize with the movements. Inhale when receiving the ball, exhale when turning. There is no room for error. It is truly exhausting, more mentally demanding than running for 90 minutes during it. But when he looked up and saw Manuel writing something on the training sheet while Garcia adjusted the tension of the resistance band, a surge of warmth suddenly welled up in his heart. He recalled his childhood in the youth training camp, where most sessions involved groups practicing together, and when a coach occasionally provided individual guidance, it was merely to refine his techniques. But now the coach was formulating a plan just for him, training him individually. This feeling reminded him of when he was in school, called into the teacher's office for unknown tutoring, while others worked on problems in the classroom, receiving detailed guidance. In the professional arena, having the head coach and assistant coach focus on him for detailed instruction is rarer than being given special attention in class. "Have you rested enough to do another set?" Manuel looked at him with no urgency in his tone, but it carried a hint of anticipation. Bailly straightened up, wiped the sweat from his brow, and when he nodded, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. "Let's go." As he secured the resistance band again, the soreness felt less pronounced. Receiving the ball, turning, and shielding were much smoother than in the previous set. Manuel clapped from the side. "Yes, just like that." The morning's strength training was entirely tailored to optimize the details of his midfield movements. During the endurance training segment, Manuel didn't have him run laps, but set up 5 marker cones on the grass to simulate the running routes in a match. For interval sprints, dash from the first cone to the second, make a feint to receive the ball, then jog to the third cone, sprint to the fourth cone to simulate intercepting the ball, and finally walk back to the starting point. Bailly followed the rhythm and started running. Garcia timed him from the side, and when he finished a set and handed him water, he praised, "Your stride frequency is good, but you need to practice your breathing adjustments after sprinting a bit faster. You see, during the last jogging segment, if you could have steadied your breathing sooner, you'd be more confident during the next sprint." During a break, Manuel even brought out a tactical board, sketching a simple midfield diagram. "The shielding technique you were taught before is not very rational. It's effective in lower-tier matches, but in more intense games you need to learn to engage smartly. For example, when an opponent is closely marking you, you don't have to dodge him every time." While saying this, Manuel demonstrated the corresponding movement. Like this, use your outer arm to gently shield the ball without exerting force, just creating a bit of space. It shields the ball without being a foul. Remember, shielding is not about brute force. It's about making yourself comfortable while playing. Also, learn to lean towards your opponent. Lightly nudge him with your shoulder. He will instinctively take a step back, giving you space to pass. This isn't about committing a foul. It's about using body balance to find opportunities. Look at Coke. He does this every time he shields the ball, and opponents can hardly take it from him. You have talent, but don't confine yourself to relying solely on skill to escape. A little physical tricks can save you a lot of effort. In matches, opponents won't follow the rules. You don't need to be overly honest either. Smart players will use minimal movements to gain maximum space. Bailly listened attentively to Manuel's words. This morning's training had been incredibly beneficial. It was all solid advice. By the time all the training had concluded, Manuel put away the training sheet, walked over to Bailly, and pointed at his soaked training gear. "Today's intensity was sufficient. Don't think about training this afternoon. Go home, take a good shower, and replenish some protein to let your muscles recover." Bailly nodded. Manuel added, "In a few days we will have a match against Las Palmas University. Their midfield pressing is quite fierce, which will be a good opportunity to test the core confrontations and turning techniques you've practiced these days. Garcia chimed in with a smile, patting Bayes' arm. Your turning in those sets today was much more stable than when you first practiced this morning. When it comes to the match, you will undoubtedly be more composed than during your last encounter with Leganés. Make sure to rest well this afternoon. You being well rested is more important than anything else. Manuel's gaze fell on Bayes' slightly reddened face, his tone softer than during training. Don't rush to become a star overnight. This special training is to help you master your movements. When it comes to the match, just play as you felt today. Your innate talent is astonishing. There's no need to worry. Turn when you need to, shield when you need to. We all want to see you apply what you've trained and perform even better than last. A warmth filled Bayes' heart as he nodded seriously. I understand, coach. I will rest well this afternoon and come on time tomorrow. That's the spirit. Manuel patted his shoulder. If your muscles are sore, you can roll on a foam roller tonight. Garcia has relaxation tutorials. Just ask him if you're unsure. A moment later, Bayes' figure with the backpack gradually disappeared at the training base's end. Garcia suddenly chuckled. Such diligence is rare among today's young players. Manuel, also highly regarded by Yi, saying, not only diligent, but also thoughtful. During the dynamic core training, I only mentioned once that the turn should avoid confrontation angles, and he adjusted immediately in the next set. He even proactively asked what to do if the opponent pressed from the other side. Manuel's gaze drifted towards the direction Bailly had left, recalling the scene during training, when Bailly, clearly exhausted with sweat on his forehead, never once asked for a break, just gritting his teeth to complete each movement. Even when Garcia suggested doing one less set, he shook his head and insisted on trying again. Talent is the foundation, but effort is what drives you upward. His talent on the field is already outstanding, and now that he's willing to fight, I believe he will surprise everyone at Atletico Madrid. Garcia was even more excited than Manuel, saying, he is a born midfielder. After a few more matches, once he sharpens his strength and stamina, he might even take on the midfield sooner than we expect. Manuel laughed, patting Garcia's shoulder. You're more eager for his growth than I am. Garcia spoke with conviction. Just watch, this kid won't let us down. All we can do is give him patience. He will eventually rise to greater heights. The two chatted and laughed as they walked towards the office. In their eyes, this humble, hard-working, and talented young man was like a seed slowly sprouting with countless possibilities to look forward to in the future. On the other side, Bailly walked towards the dormitory with his backpack. After just a few steps, he saw Fieldos standing under a tree. Upon seeing Bailly, Fieldos paused for a moment, then raised his hand and smiled, heading back to the dorm. Yes, just finished training, Bailly replied lightly as he stopped. Their paths had gradually diverged. Fieldos wanted to ask a few more questions, like whether the reports in the newspaper were true, or even mention how he had watched clips of Bailly's match against Leganés online the day before. But the words suddenly got stuck in his throat. He opened his mouth, ultimately only saying, then you should hurry back and rest early. Bailly nodded and said He continued walking forward, while Fieldos stood still, watching Bailly's figure gradually fade away. The name Mario suddenly popped into his mind. Mario was originally the most talented among their batch of youth trainees, with dribbling skills even better than Bailly. The coach had even said, this kid can make it to the first team in the future. But by the end of this season, Mario could no longer stay in Atletico Madrid's youth squad. During this time, Fieldos had almost searched Bailly's name every day, watching his match clips and the media evaluations of him. He used to think that in football, talent was everything, and someone like Mario should be the main character. But now, watching Bailly's distant figure and recalling Mario's situation, his heart suddenly felt as if it had been struck. Bailly was not the best during youth training, or in fact, he was quite behind. But he had redeemed his talent through hard work. What about Mario? In the end, he had no destination. The wind blew swirling fallen leaves as Fieldos turned to head back to the dormitory. On the way, he recalled the sweat on Bailly's brow and the media's mention of his 92-point potential. It turns out someone can indeed rely on effort to make an otherwise ordinary path shine so brightly. He suddenly understood. From now on, he should also work hard like Bailly. Perhaps his own path could gradually light up as well. Time passed quickly. On March 16th, in the morning, the Atletico Madrid B team headed to Las Palmas, the capital of the Gran Canaria. The Gran Canaria is like a gem scattered across the Atlantic after being shattered by God. The coastline winds, along with the light blue sea wrapped in milky white waves, crashing against the edges of deep green vegetation, and one can occasionally see a few white towns nestled on the hills like scattered diamonds. Bailly admired the beautiful scenery. Coke beside him said, the Las Palmas University team is tough to beat. Their home fans are particularly loud, nothing like the tranquility of the scenery before us. I hope you won't be affected. Of course, Bailly replied with a smile. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Sunlight spilled onto the grass of Las Palmas University's home ground, the wind carrying the unique salty humidity of the sea mixed with the gradually building cheers from the stands. Bailly was warming up with his teammates, occasionally glancing at the stands. The away atmosphere always brought a sense of pressure, especially since many of Las Palmas University's fans were local students, full of passion and vigor. They had been shouting continuously since the warm-up began. At this moment he began to understand why Coke said Las Palmas University's home ground was very noisy. Suddenly, Bailly caught a glimpse of a flash of red in the southeast corner of the stands. He stopped in his tracks and instinctively looked up. It was a red flag with rolled edges held up by a person in a black jacket. As the wind blew, the flag unfurled, and the yellow star on it was incredibly clear. Next to the person holding the flag stood a boy wearing glasses, waving towards the field, seemingly shouting something, his voice drowned out by the cheers from the stands, but his vigorous waving made it clear he was trying to make sure Bailly saw him. The two figures with their distinct Chinese features stood out like two lonely, yet particularly bright stars among the sea of local fans. Bailly never expected to see support from his fellow countrymen in an away game. After all, this was just a match in the Segunda División B, and the Gran Canaria was far out in the Atlantic. But now that red flag fluttering in the wind, so small, yet felt like a warm fire, softened the strangeness of the away game. Coke noticed his distraction, followed his gaze to the stands, and playfully nudged his arm. "Do you know them?" Bailly shook his head, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift, his voice trembling slightly without him realizing it. "A flag I can never forget in my life." He raised his hand and waved towards the stands. The two people in the stands seemed to have immediately received the signal. The flag holder raised the flag even higher, and the boy next to him took out his phone, gesturing toward the field as if to take a picture. Bailly withdrew his gaze and smiled. It turned out that in a foreign land there really were people watching him from afar, and someone would hold up a red flag for him. In the Huagua Football Forum, a post suddenly appeared in the middle of the night. Football discussion area title: I saw Bailly in person at the home stadium of Las Palmas University. I even waved a flag that he saw. My roommate and I study on the Gran Canaria island, and yesterday we learned that Atletico Madrid B team was coming here to play an away game, and the highlight is Bailly is here, our Huagua player in Atletico Madrid B team. The stands were filled with the home team's yellow jerseys, and we were sitting in the corner waving small red flags, which made us particularly eye-catching. During warm-ups, Bailly actually looked our way. My roommate hurriedly waved and shouted encouragement to Bailly. Although his voice was drowned out by the home fans, it seemed like Bailly saw us and waved back. I was so thrilled at that moment. I took a few pictures, but they might be a bit blurry since we were sitting far away. Image, click to preview. As soon as the match starts, I will provide real-time updates. I hope Bailly performs well today, even in the middle of the night. This post instantly surged to the top of the hot topics. Bailly is currently the most discussed new football star from Huagua in the forum. There are relatively few match videos of him, and many people have no way to watch the live broadcast of Atletico Madrid B team. Nowadays, finding a live broadcast of a Segunda División B match is still quite difficult. However, someone actually watched it live. A fan remarked, "No way, dude. You really went. I thought you'd just catch up on the news online, but you actually went to the stadium. I'm so jealous. That small red flag was so eye-catching. Bailly must have seen you, otherwise he wouldn't have waved." Bailly's little fan said, "I'm so envious. I watch Bailly's training videos every day, and you actually got to see him play live. I've added another life dream, watching Bailly play live." Old Wong next door, who loves football, said, "Wow, that's amazing. The poster should take more pictures." Even a worker from Gran Canaria, the poster replied. The home team fans were indeed loud, constantly chanting slogans, but when we waved our flags, a local uncle nearby asked us if we were Bailly's fans. I told him yes, he's our compatriot. Bailly's warm-up was particularly steady. He just practiced a few short passes with Coke, and they seemed very in sync. When the match starts, he'll try to take pictures, but my position is a bit off, so it might not be very clear. A veteran fan said, "I suddenly feel emotional. In the past, when I watched Huagua players play in Europe, they were always lingering on the edge of the top 5 leagues. Now Bailly is gradually establishing himself in Atletico Madrid's youth training. This feeling is so different." The poster must provide more updates from the live match. Oh, we're all waiting. In the 70th floor, someone posted. Clicking on it, it was just the live broadcast of Segunda División B. The betting website is very sensitive and found the broadcast source immediately posting it. However, at this moment, there was no way for fans to see Bailly's match. Regardless of what low-quality site it was, as long as there was something to watch, it was fine. The match had already been going on for 10 minutes. At this moment, Atletico Madrid B team completely controlled the game with Bailly and Coke's midfield combination completely suppressing Las Palmas University team. The most threatening play was still Bailly's pass. In the 7th minute, Las Palmas University team's midfielder Alonso pressed up lightly, nudging Bailly's waist with his elbow to try to intercept the ball. Bailly first hooked the ball back with the tip of his left foot, then used the sole of his foot to pull the ball sideways to avoid the opponent's outstretched foot, his body half-turned, gently fending off Alonso's interference with his right hand. The entire sequence of movements took less than 2 seconds, and he had already created space in the crowded midfield. He then pushed the ball forward with the inner side of his right foot, sending it skimming along the grass through the gap between 2 defenders, perfectly landing at Koch's feet, who was making a run. Koch surged to the edge of the penalty area and shot, but it was saved by the goalkeeper, who leaped to deflect it out for a corner. Koch helplessly held his head. He then gave Bailly a thumbs up. Although this shot didn't score, Bailly's threatening pass was indeed executed. A few minutes later, Las Palmas University team had 2 midfielders forming a blocking defense. Fernandez on the left attempted to hook the ball away from Bailly's feet, while Rodriguez on the right blocked the passing route. Bailly first faked a move to the left with his left shoulder, tricking Fernandez into shifting his center of gravity, then suddenly used the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball to the right, turning his body and slipping through the gap between the two. Without waiting for the defenders to reposition, he glanced up at the front, sending a curved pass with the outside of his left foot, the ball soaring over the opposing fullback's head, precisely landing in front of the advancing winger Pedro. Pedro delivered a cross without stopping the ball, and Thiago headed in at the near post, the ball grazing the post and going wide. A few Atletico Madrid fans in the stands couldn't help but gasp in disappointment. The fans of Las Palmas University were all stunned by Bailly's effortless passing. There are many midfield maestros in Spain, and they saw some familiar shadows in Bailly. On the sidelines, Manuel watched Bailly's performance and was quite such talent certainly couldn't remain in Atletico Madrid B team forever, but being able to coach a genius player like Bailly was a valuable talking point for Manuel in the future. So he hoped Bailly would continue to excel. Soon the atmosphere in the away stands was still immersed in the cheers of. Suddenly the fans let out a gasp. The left back of Atletico Madrid B team's pass went awry. As the ball rolled to midfield, the winger of Las Palmas University team dashed forward using his toe to control the ball, turning and pushing into the gap of Atletico's defense. Atletico Madrid B team players hurried back, but the opponent had already crossed half the field with the ball. It looked like a 3-on-2 counterattack was forming, and the home fans' cheers were incredibly fervent. At that moment, Bailly sprinted in from a diagonal angle. He did not blindly stick out his foot, but instead focused on the opponent's ankle, and at the moment the opponent was about to change direction and pass the tip of his right foot, precisely intercepted the ball between the football and the opponent's shoe, executing a sliding tackle to cut off the ball. The action was incredibly precise. Wow. The fans of Las Palmas University were stunned. How could such a great counterattack opportunity be snatched away? Bailly's interception was as if he had anticipated the opponent's rhythm, and there was no physical confrontation, just cutting off the counterattack momentum right in the midfield. At the same time as the interception, his gaze had already swept across the front. Koch immediately made a diagonal run along the opponent's defensive flank, with a recovering opponent midfielder trailing behind, leaving half a meter gap between the two. Bailly did not adjust. With the inner side of his left foot, he smoothly pushed the ball forward. The football rolled along the grass in a straight line, perfectly avoiding the returning midfielder's foot, and stopped steadily in Koch's running path. The passing force was perfect. Koch didn't even have to slow down and could connect seamlessly to the next action. As Koch received the ball, he already caught a glimpse of Thiago making a run from the right to the center, and the center back of Las Palmas University team was still not fully back in position from the previous counterattack, leaving a diagonal gap at the edge of the penalty area. Without hesitation, he gently flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, and the football spinning slightly crossed the opponent's defender's interception, landing perfectly in front of Thiago. Thiago shot as he approached the ball. Bang! He gave the goalkeeper no chance. The football grazed the left post and went into the net. The referee pointed to the center circle, and the goal was valid. Atletico Madrid B team took the lead, leading away from home. The players of Atletico Madrid B immediately surrounded Thiago. Bailly also ran over, and Koch put his arm around Bailly's shoulder, smiling as he patted his back. "You made a great interception just now, and the pass was excellent." Bailly smiled. This is the power of new talent. The cheers from the home stands suddenly diminished, with only that red flag waving even more vigorously in the wind. And this scene ignited the fans far away in Huagua. Forums were flooded with posts. "Wow, that interception was too fierce, wasn't it?" Watching the opponent's ankle without hesitation making the interception and immediately finding Koch, I was stunned by the speed of that connection. Is this really Segunda División B? When did Huagua players develop this kind of awareness? Is this really one of our Huagua players? Not to brag, but with that interception and pass, it would be considered top-notch on the Asian stage. Staying in Segunda División B was not in vain. The progress is too fast. I've watched the replay 3 times. Bailly is amazing. Truly amazing. How could they not have anticipated that a Huagua player could possess such midfield skills? In these years, Huagua players who have managed to establish themselves overseas are either forwards or defenders. Midfielders are too scarce. And now, Bailly has shown them a ray of hope. Yet it was precisely Bailly's displayed talent and prowess that made the fans find the Zusia's suspension of him so baffling. Bailly's story had long since spread across the forums. Everyone knew that as things stood, he had effectively lost any realistic chance of playing domestically. 10 years. Even if Bailly were still in fine form a decade from now, would he still have the heart to serve the national team after being banned for 10 years? The fans were indignant. Among those playing abroad these years, most are either forwards or defenders, and few have gone to Spain. To find a midfielder who can secure a starting place, halt counterattacks, and deliver key passes with such individual brilliance, Bailly might be the very first right. And yet, suspended on a whim. Who believes those reasons? Isn't it obvious he isn't one of their own? This is downright bullying. Everyone knows the truth, he simply didn't get into their circle. It's heartbreaking. He could have carried Huagua's midfield for the next decade, and instead they ruin him like this. Just thinking of his suspension chills me to the bone. This isn't punishing a player, it's snuffing out fans' hopes. Plain and simple, it's greed. Bailly blocked someone's path. CM Molong's hands are filthy. If you still trust the Zusia, then there's no hope. And this is an Olympic year, what's involved goes far beyond a player like Bailly, who rose purely by merit. He has no one behind him. Because of this affair, the fans turn their ire on the Zusia once more. The 2008 Olympics are coming. They keep shouting about restoring pride in Olympic football, and yet, one day they copy Spain's tactics, the next day Brazil's. The players run about like headless flies. The officials only hold meetings and paint grand plans, but when it comes to the pitch, they can't produce a single consistent style. They have been preaching youth development for nearly 10 years. Grassroots pitches are either ridiculously expensive or riddled with holes. Coaches either just bark, run faster, or can't even explain basic tactics. When a promising kid finally appears, it still depends on whether someone greases the right palm before he can enter the academy. This isn't football, it's gratification and connections. God knows how much those bastards have taken. I reckon if Huagua wants to reach the World Cup again, it'll be at least. Of course, the fans did not cease watching the match. While they cursed the Zusia, they also praised Bailly, because he was simply too good. Las Palmas University's side found itself utterly unable to cope with the midfield pairing of Bailly and Kiki. By the 35th minute of the first half, the home stands had lost much of the opening fervor. Supporters in yellow scarves gripped them anxiously. The midfield had been dominated by Ma Jingbi team for some. When Bailly received a return pass at the edge of the center circle, two opponents immediately closed in from left and right, reaching to pull at his shirt. But his feet were already in motion. With the tip of his left foot, he nudged the ball back. His body pivoted to the right, narrowly evading the left player's lunge, using his back to absorb the collision from the right, then pushing the ball sideways with his right foot to the diagonal rear, where Kiki waited. The whole feint and pass took less than 2 seconds. The two defenders lunged and missed, nearly colliding, helpless as the ball slid between them. Kiki did not pause. His peripheral vision caught Bailly already threading into the area ahead of the penalty box, and he used the inside of his foot to return the ball to him. Facing the opposing defensive midfielder this time, Bailly did not try to muscle him. Instead, he lightly sucked the ball under his sole, shifted direction to unbalance the midfielder, and immediately threaded a low short pass that found Ma Jing's winger Sergio, who had inserted himself between the lines. Sergio reached the byline and crossed, but the forward DH, arriving in the middle, could not connect squarely. His header brushed the crossbar and flew wide. The yellow-clad fans in the stands subconsciously exhaled. Scenes like this had occurred 4 times in the first half. Each time Bailly's evasion tore the defense open, and his short passes stitched the attack together, leaving the opposing midfield in disarray. Las Palmas midfielders were beginning to look beleaguered. The man marking Bailly had his jersey skewed from being tugged, sweat streamed down his temples. Every time Bailly received the ball, the marker's nerves tightened, yet the moment he reached a foot in, Bailly's feint would set him off balance. In first half stoppage time, Bailly once more intercepted an opposition pass in midfield. After a short pass to Kiki, he made a run toward the edge of the penalty area. Kiki read him instinctively and lofted an over-the-top pass. Bailly chested the ball down, and without letting it hit the ground, volleyed it to the onrushing DH. DH's shot was again saved by the goalkeeper. Even the Ma Jing coaching staff on the touchline could not help but slapped their tactics board in regret. Mendez even shouted at DH, "What's going on today?" DH could only look helpless. He was simply the kind of striker he was. Even with a top-class midfield engine behind him, the net result was more wasted chances. A forward who would be blessed to score 10 goals in a season could scarcely be asked for much more. Before long, the first half came to an end. The score remained Ma Jingbi team, leading by a single goal. The players returned to the dressing rooms. In a corner of the stands, Mendez's gaze had not yet left the players' tunnel. Beside him, a middle-aged man kept his head down, flipping through a notebook dense with first-half technical statistics. A tiny league badge printed in the corner went unnoticed unless one looked closely. "See those 3 double teams?" Mendes began in a low voice that betrayed his excitement. Everyone expected him to lose the ball, but he clipped it with his heel and spun away, then slipped it to Kiki. The tempo of his ball treatment is simply on another level. The middle-aged man did not lift his head. His finger traced a line through the column for successful escapes. 9 was written there, glaring on the page. He set the sheet down and, with appreciation in his tone, said, "He isn't sticky on the ball, that's rare. But defensive density in top leagues is far higher than this. Which is exactly why he should go and be tested." Mendes leaned forward, more urgent. "Look at his last recovery in the half. After joining the attack, he sprinted back and cut off their counterstart. His awareness is innate. Keeping him here to bully weaker teams would be a waste." The middle-aged man fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded slowly. Mendes exhaled inwardly, knowing what that nod implied. They said no more. Mendes was already contemplating how to persuade Bailly to sign with him. The middle-aged man's nod would be a crucial bargaining chip. Not lingering in the academy to waste time, but going straight to a top-tier league. In the locker room of the Atletico Madrid B team, Manuel first praised the players. "You did well in the first half." Then he looked at Coke and Bailly. "Bailly, your short passes have dismantled their midfield with a 91 success rate. This is the rhythm we want, but be aware the opponents will definitely change in the second half." Manuel then pulled over the tactical board. He drew 2 circles on the sides of the rib area with a pen and pointed firmly. "Las Palmas was a bit flustered by our passing in the first half. They will likely tighten up the middle in the second half, pulling their fullbacks inwards. The ribs will be their Achilles heel then. Thiago, Sergio, your positions were too wide just now. In the second half, make more runs into these 2 circles. Don't wait for the ball to find you. You need to actively stick behind their center backs. Bailly's short passes can reach you precisely, as long as you position yourselves well, you can tear through their defense." The players whose names were called nodded in agreement. Manuel glanced at Bailly and then turned to the whole team. "Continue to penetrate with short passes. In the second half, they will definitely press harder, trying to intercept our ball for counterattacks. But look," he pointed at Bailly's passing trajectory on the tactical board. "Bailly's short passes can bypass their pressing points. Coke, you need to do more 1-2s with him. Don't go solo. Our advantage lies in linking up, not in brute force." He walked over to Thiago and patted his shoulder. "You took too long to wait for the ball on those 2 chances just now. In the second half, when Bailly passes to you in the rib area, don't stop or just push it towards the far corner. Their goalkeeper is slow to react. This is our opportunity. And fullbacks, don't always think about charging forward. Hold your position. In case we lose the ball, our midfield can fall back, but you must block their counterattacks on the flanks." Finally, Manuel scanned. "Each person winning away is not easy if our fans are waiting in the stands. Activate the ribs, stabilize the short passes, and don't give them a chance to catch their breath." "Okay." The players nodded in agreement. Manuel did not end his speech. This time his gaze was only on Bailly. "Bailly, you didn't play right in the first half. You need to position yourself correctly." The locker room fell silent instantly. Coke paused his water bottle in midair, and Thiago's towel was stuck on his neck as the entire team had witnessed Bailly's performance of intercepting counterattacks and delivering threatening passes in the first half. How could he suddenly be criticized after Manuel had just said he played well? Even the substitute midfielder squatting in the corner, organizing his shin guards, raised his head, filled with surprise. Could it be his opportunity? Bailly did not react much. He was just pondering what Manuel meant. Manuel suddenly raised his hand to interrupt, his voice slightly raised. "I'm not saying you played poorly, it's just that you positioned yourself too far back. You should be playing as a core in the front line." "Core?" Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Did Manuel just acknowledge Bailly's position in front of everyone? Previously, Bailly mostly played from a deeper position in the midfield to dictate the rhythm, occasionally stepping up for support, but now he was directly pointed out to be the core. Even Garcia, who had been silent, raised an eyebrow. Manuel walked to the tactical board, drew a circle in the midfield circle, and then drew 3 arrows cutting through the defense towards the opponent's penalty area. "You see, in the first half, after you intercepted the ball, you always first looked for me or Coke. But your evasion is faster than anyone else, and your short passing is precise. From now on, don't be so rigid in your position. If there's space in the left rib area, insert yourself. If you can receive the ball at the top of the penalty arc on the right, stop and learn from Coke. Drill into their defense." He leaned in and pointed at the positioning mark of the opposing center back on the tactical board, looking at Bailly with a gaze full of affirmation. "Their center backs turn slowly. When you make forward runs, don't just think about passing. If there's an opportunity, shoot directly. Your shooting ability is already enough, but don't hide it." Bailly was somewhat stunned. It's not that he only wanted to pass, it's just that he only had the ability to pass. Manuel walked over and patted his shoulder again, softening his tone. "You should let the opposing midfielders follow you around, disrupting their defensive line. That way Coke and Thiago will have space. Don't always see yourself as a support, you can shoulder the role of a core in the midfield. Bailly heard this. What else could he say? He couldn't just admit he couldn't shoot, could he? He could only nod in agreement, alright. At worst he could just run more or pass the ball into the goal. Suddenly, a brand new idea exploded in Bailly's mind. Yes, if he can pass he should be able to shoot too. As Bailly thought about it, he seemed to grasp a hint of inspiration, yet it felt somewhat elusive. Soon the second half of the match resumed. Just after the whistle blew for the second half, the Las Palmas University team's defense sensed something was off. Bailly no longer stuck to the midfield like he did in the first half. Instead, he moved like a nimble shadow, frequently interspersing into the ribs and the front of the penalty area. In the 48th minute, he suddenly made a diagonal run from the right rib area, received Garcia's long pass, and lightly pulled it with the sole of his foot, shaking off the left back, who came to cover. If it weren't for the timely block from the opposing center back, that horizontal pass would have almost reached Thiago. The home fans were stunned. Can you play like this? This kind of interspersing continued for 5 minutes, and Las Palmas midfield defense began to lose rhythm following Bailly's movements. Until the 53rd minute, Atletico B intercepted the opponent's pass in midfield. When Coke received the ball 2 meters outside the arc, 4 Las Palmas defenders surrounded him. 2 defensive midfielders and 2 center backs almost simultaneously closed in on the ball, trying to weave a tight net. Coke, however, suddenly pushed the ball to the left. Bailly seemed to have already calculated the route, slipping in from the side of the first defensive midfielder, lightly tapping the ball with the tip of his right foot to control it. The first defensive midfielder hurriedly turned around to extend his foot, but Bailly was calm, pulling the ball back with the sole of his foot, leaning to the right to dodge the tackle, and smoothly returned the ball to Coke behind him. This sudden change of direction and back pass made the 4 defensive players momentarily pause, exposing a gap in their originally tight positioning. When Coke received the ball, the second defensive midfielder had already closed in. He did not stop the ball, using the outside of his foot to lightly flick it back to Bailly's feet. At this time, the 2 center backs also abandoned their marking of Thiago and collapsed towards Bailly, about to form. Bailly suddenly made a feint to shoot, lifting his right leg as if to kick towards the goal. The 2 center backs instinctively stretched their legs to block, but he took the opportunity to flick the ball to the right, evading the defense while passing it back to Coke. In just 10 seconds, Bailly and Coke danced like a perfectly coordinated duet amidst the encirclement of 4 defenders. Passing, back-passing, feints, changes of direction. Each touch of the ball precisely avoided the feet of the defenders, making the 4 Las Palmas players run back and forth like puppets on strings, their originally tight defense pulled apart. When Coke received Bailly's pass for the 3rd time, a clear gap appeared at the edge of the penalty area. Bailly did not participate in the passing anymore. Instead, he suddenly made a diagonal run towards the goal, attracting the attention of the last center back. Coke took the chance to push the ball in the opposite direction of Bailly's run. The ball rolled along the grass towards the empty space on the left side of the goal, and at that moment Bailly had already turned around, using his body to block the recovering defender. Coke easily ran ahead to the ball and gently pushed it with his right foot. The football did not touch any defenders or the outstretched hand of the goalkeeper, rolling into the net by the inside of the goalpost. The red flags in the stands were instantly waved high. Meanwhile, the 4 Las Palmas defenders stood at the edge of the arc, staring at the football that rolled into the net, their faces filled with confusion. They had clearly surrounded the ball for a while, yet it felt as though they had never touched it. Watching Atletico B's 2 players turn the goal into a simple passing drill. The net was still gently swaying from the impact of the football, and Coke was already running towards Bailly. Even he felt that the process of this goal was truly magnificent. Meanwhile, in the stands, Mendez and the middle-aged man beside him were both stunned, for they had seen another side of Bailly. The middle-aged man soon came to his senses, firmly stating, "Sign him. We must secure him in the summer transfer." At this moment, the fans watching Bailly's live stream on the Huagua Forum were completely stunned by the goal. He has completely let loose. The move at the edge of the penalty area was dazzling. Bailly first dribbled past 1 defender, then Coke played it back to him, and the 2 exchanged passes in front of 4 defenders, leaving the opponents in a flurry like they were dancing in a square. This coordination was extraordinary. And that final pass. I was so dumbfounded staring at the screen. Bailly poked the ball through the legs of a defender in the crowd, and Coke, standing in front of the goal, didn't even need to run, just tapped it in. It was a direct pass into the goal. This goal clearly demonstrates Bailly's tactical position. He is truly not a marginal figure in the Atletico B team, but rather the core. His movements, ball control, and passing are all on point, and he even has the rhythm to toy with the defense. I can only say Bailly is amazing. Is this the terror of a technical midfielder? Compared to the first half, Bailly was clearly more daring to push forward in the second half. Just now, there was a moment when he ran from the defensive midfield position to the edge of the penalty area, and the opposing center back didn't even react. With such running range and passing precision, wouldn't he dominate in the Asian League? As the fans saw Bailly grow stronger, their hatred for the Huagua Football Association deepened. Considering Bailly's age, he should have become the midfield commander of Huagua for the next 10 or even 20 years. But now it's all gone. The Las Palmas University team is also completely bewildered. Each of them was in position to defend, yet the ball still found its way into the net. They looked towards the celebrating Bailly and Coke, feeling as though they were crushed by talent. They were even a bit dazed, as if pondering how that series of passes had slipped through their defenses. The head coach of Las Palmas University frowned deeply. He saw clearer and thought more. This was not just a goal conceded. Their entire tactical system had been shattered by the opponent's midfield using individual skill. Nearby, Manuel was excitedly celebrating. He raised his fist, his face beaming with joy. Garcia rushed over from the side and hugged him, still shouting about how strong Bailly's positional sense is. Manuel nodded with a smile, his gaze never leaving Bailly. After calming down, he said, he completely caught the rhythm, even faster than I expected. Now he's daring to push forward and daring to take the ball in the crowd. This is how he should be. Garcia followed his gaze and saw Bailly high-fiving his teammates. This is talent. Suddenly Manuel raised his hand and pressed it against Garcia's arm, lowering his voice, yet unable to hide his excitement. Perhaps we are witnessing the birth of a legend. Garcia was taken aback for a moment, but then smiled and nodded vigorously. From the first extra training session until now, hasn't he consistently exceeded expectations? Today's core playing style with a bit of refinement in the future. Garcia didn't finish his sentence. Manuel also fell silent. They both understood. He suddenly felt that the adjustments made in the locker room at halftime were not to change Bailly's playing style, but to let him completely free himself. The joy of watching a player break through their restraints and unleash their talent is even more exhilarating than winning the match. On the field, the game quickly continued. Las Palmas University players noticeably increased their pace. The left winger charged forward without waiting for teammates to position themselves, while the midfielders frequently attempted long passes, trying to rally their last efforts on home turf. But just 3 minutes in, their attack encountered significant problems. The connection in the front was not fluid. They were easily intercepted by Atletico BS defenders, leading to counterattacks. The right flank's cross from Las Palmas University was just headed back to midfield by Atletico BS center back. Bailly stopped the ball as it approached, lightly twisting his ankle to pass it to the right winging forward. The winger dribbled all the way to the edge of the penalty area, making a low cross towards the goal. Although Thiago's close-range shot was saved by the goalkeeper, it completely rattled Las Palmas University's defense. After this, Las Palmas found themselves trapped in a vicious cycle of wanting to attack, but not daring to, wanting to defend, but unable to. They tried to push both fullbacks forward to create threats through crosses, but as soon as the left-wing cross was launched, Atletico's fullback stretched out a leg to block it back to midfield. After finally intercepting the ball in midfield, they attempted to send a through ball to the forward, but due to the forward's slow positioning, the ball rolled directly into De Gea's arms. Every attempt to push forward was met with Atletico's quick interceptions and short passes that forced them to retreat step by step. The players' faces gradually lost the vigor they had at the start, their hesitation during passes becoming more evident, and even their once fierce tackles softened. Atletico B, on the other hand, had completely let loose. Bailly was like an invisible core of coordination in midfield. When the ball came to his feet, it seemed to have direction. Sometimes he would use short passes to feed Coke, allowing Coke to pull the defense by making runs into the penalty area. Other times he would suddenly launch a long pass to find the left winger Sergio, forcing Las Palmas University's right back to sprint back with all his might. Las Palmas University's midfield had to gradually withdraw to counter Bailly's coordination. The players who should have supported the attack were ultimately squeezed into their own penalty area. This kind of control completely trapped Las Palmas University's players in Atletico BS rhythm. In the stands, the fans' cheers had dwindled to almost nothing. Instead, their gazes turned towards the black-haired Asian on the field. In this match, he was the focal point, and the name YBAI was being etched into many more memories. In the Segunda B match, it was simply a dimensionality reduction blow. Atletico's pressure showed no signs of stopping. Bailly's coordination made the ball circulate back and forth in Las Palmas University's half with Coke, and the winger constantly tearing open gaps. Even the fullbacks were pushing up to assist in the attack, making it seem like the chances of scoring were getting closer with each attempt. Every time Las Palmas University's players looked up at the scoreboard, their anxiety grew, yet they could never find a way to break the deadlock, becoming increasingly trapped in a passive quagmire amidst Atletico's ball control and counterattacks. The moment the deadlock was broken came quickly. In the 72nd minute, an Atletico left-wing player passed the ball back to midfield, and Bailly welcomed it without hesitation, his gaze swiftly scanning Las Palmas University's defense. The two center-backs were tightly marking Thiago, but left a visible gap in the ribs. He lightly twisted his ankle, and the ball precisely grazed the grass, threading through the gap between the center-back and the fullback, landing perfectly in front of Thiago. Having played so many matches with Bailly, Thiago had developed some tacit understanding. Upon seeing Bailly's pass, he quickly sprang into action, managing to create space between the center backs just as the ball reached him. Boom. Thiago struck without stopping the ball, unleashing a powerful shot. The goalkeeper reacted quickly to dive for the save, but unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The ball thundered into the net. Swish. The goal was scored. After Thiago scored, he immediately pointed at Bailly and gave him a thumbs up. Teammates rushed together to hug and celebrate. Bailly's assist was most often described by his teammates as so cool. Coke laughed, watching this makes me want to play forward. Thiago chuckled heartily. In his heart, he was more determined than ever to train hard on his shooting skills. The stronger Bailly's assisting ability, the more he needed to ensure his own shooting was equally strong. Otherwise, he would waste more and more opportunities, which would only make him seem even worse. At this moment, the Huagua Forum was still bustling with excitement. With Bailly's precise through-ball assist scoring, it triggered a new wave of posts. Wow, this through-ball was incredibly accurate. Surgical precision. This is definitely a surgical level through-ball. With a 30 score, Bailly has not faltered from the counterattack to the assist today. The top midfielder in the Segunda División B has no chance against him. Damn, this is the first time I've watched Bailly's match, and I realize this guy is really amazing. Too impressive. His level is so stable. With such a performance, how can he be suspended? Damn it. I dare say he is definitely the best midfielder in Huagua's history. This performance is good. I think Bailly can play at a higher level. That through ball was outrageous. The Las Palmas defenders were in position, yet he pierced through with one kick. 30. A great victory. With his performance today, who could deny that he is the pinnacle of Huagua's overseas midfielders? At this very moment in Madrid at the Espino training base, Caminero was in the office with Atletico Madrid's head coach Aguirre, and they watched the match in the Segunda División B together. Caminero wanted Aguirre to see Bailly's performance, and he also had the intention to nurture Bailly. After all, he was also a midfielder. Thus, he felt a certain fondness for Bailly, who was also a midfielder, continuously praising him while watching the game. Of course, he didn't speak recklessly, as Bailly's performance was indeed exceptional. Aguirre didn't blindly follow Caminero's praises, but said his technique is fine, his control is clear, and he has decent evasion ability. But don't forget the rhythm of our first team. La Liga's midfielders are not like those in the Segunda División B. When every time he gets the ball, someone is right there to bump or pull him. Can his body withstand that? Caminero had anticipated this question. He quickly replied, "Did you not notice his interception during the first half?" The Las Palmas winger was already crossing halfway, and he came in from a diagonal back angle, not using brute force, but still managed to intercept the ball, indicating he has interception ability. That only shows he has decent anticipation, but it still doesn't prove his ability to withstand physical challenge. Our tactics require someone who can stand firm in midfield battles, win second balls, withstand the opposing, holding midfielders' collisions, and be able to block gaps during counter-defensive situations. These cannot be solved just by footwork. Look at Bailly's physique. He is too young and too slender, much thinner than our first-team midfielders. If he were to face the strongmen of Athletic Bilbao, he wouldn't even be able to keep the ball. Caminero shook his head. He is still growing. Strength can be trained. Moreover, think about it. Our midfield currently lacks someone who can distribute the ball. Earlier, he allowed Coke to make a run into the space, and the wingers stretched the defense. Isn't that exactly the effect of pulling the defense that you've always wanted? Aguirre did not relent. This kid is too soft, not in line with our style. Caminero did not argue, but instead looked at the screen where Bailly was just substituted out. He said, "Let's wait and see. With this playing style, it's clear that Manuel wants to give Bailly the core role. In the next few matches, we'll see if his performance is stable. If so, let's give him a chance to train with the first team, which will allow us to see his abilities more clearly and intuitively." Aguirre stared at Bailly's figure on the screen, fell silent for a few seconds, and with a more relaxed tone said, "All right, I will have someone keep an eye on the next few matches. Also, since you think so highly of him, let him train with the first team twice next week. During the training, let him practice more with the holding midfielders. I want to see if he can catch up with the first team's passing rhythm and withstand their physical challenges." Caminero's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded. "No problem. I will talk to Manuel and have him adjust Bailly's training plan in advance to adapt to the first team's intensity. Don't get too excited too soon. A training with the first team is not a done deal. It's just to see if his potential can actually. If he can't hold the ball or avoids physical confrontations during training, then forget it. A position in the first team is not something that can be earned just by fancy footwork. You know the pressure of fighting for a top 4 spot this season. I can't afford to give a young player a chance." Caminero smiled in response, but inside, he sighed in relief. Regardless, getting Aguirre to agree to let Bailly train with the team was already a significant step forward. From Caminero's perspective, such a talented player must be kept within Atletico Madrid. After all, there are already teams trying to poach Bailly. Perhaps as time goes on, more teams will take notice of Bailly. At that time, Caminero could hardly guarantee that Bailly would not leave Atletico Madrid for better conditions. This is professional football. Passion alone is not enough, tangible benefits are also needed. At the Las Palmas University team's home ground. When Bailly left the field, the players of Las Palmas University, including the fans, all breathed a sigh of relief. This young man had truly put too much pressure on them. After Bailly hugged his substitute teammates at the sideline, he walked towards Manuel. Manuel also gave him a, "Well done, kid. If you keep playing like this, you'll be able to join the first team next season, haha." Manuel was genuine. Discovering such a gem under his guidance was his achievement. Bailly also smiled and replied, "I will work. Go have a good rest and enjoy the victory." Bailly nodded. When he reached the bench, Garcia also hugged him, and then Bailly sat on the bench seemingly focused on the field, but his thoughts were entirely on the system. Because just now, during his last through ball, he had just completed Task 2. Feeling the benefits of the system's rewards, Bailly eagerly anticipated the rewards for his new tasks. Task 2 in the battle for territory during a single match of the Spanish B League, when the opponent sets up a compact defensive formation, complete at least one key pass that leads to a goal. Status completed. Reward: new talent, Rivaldo's long shot mastery. Bailly was instantly delighted upon seeing the name of this talent. The legendary Brazilian midfielder Rivaldo. While his long-range shooting ability may not be well known, one can tell from his playing style that his signature long shots combine the aesthetics of power with precise curves. He excels at suddenly taking shots from the edge of the penalty area and the flanks, capable of executing both ground strikes and falling arcs that evade the goalkeeper's fingers, especially adept at switching to an attacking mode after a series of short passes. This ability aligns perfectly with the short passing evasion talent he currently possesses from Bayern. Bailly quickly looked at the introduction. Talent: Rivaldo's long shot mastery inherits the long shot techniques of peak Rivaldo. Talent effect significantly enhances long shot power, shot speed increased by 30, concealment, the leg swing before shooting is reduced by 20, and accuracy success rate of targeting the corners of the goal increased by 18. Additionally, enhances adjustment capabilities after challenges, allowing for over 80 shot stability even after slight collisions before shooting, avoiding technical deformities. After using the Bayern evasion talent to break free from close defense, it can trigger a connection acceleration effect. Bailly almost laughed out loud on the bench. This is so powerful. It's like evolving from a purely organizing midfielder to an all-round midfielder. This way, he not only has organization skills, but also finishing ability. Coupled with the tactical position Manuel is developing for him, he can pose a direct threat to the opponent's goal. After finishing the introduction, Bailly refocused his attention on the field. Victory was no longer in doubt. When the referee's final whistle blew, the match concluded. Atletico B team won 31 away. Due to their recent outstanding performance, media attention was drawn. After the match, Manuel was stopped by reporters on the sidelines asking him, Atletico B team secured the away victory, continuing their recent impressive record. What was the key factor in this victory? Manuel wiped the sweat from his forehead, his gaze sweeping over the players, thanking the crowd, and smilingly replied, "The key was that we adjusted the midfield rhythm in the first half. I told the players before the match to dare to pass the ball to those who could create threats. Bailly's performance today is the best proof. He is the core reason we could secure this away win." The reporter continued, "You mentioned Bailly. We also noticed that his position in the second half was more flexible than in the first half, even frequently moving forward to participate in the attack. Why did you make such adjustments? Did his performance exceed your expectations?" "Adjustments are not sudden ideas. He deserves this role." Manuel crossed his hands in front of him, his tone very certain. "In the first half, I noticed that the opponent's midfield couldn't handle his evasion. After he controlled the rhythm with short passes, the opponent had to compress their defense. At that point, when he moved forward, he could tear open gaps. What exceeded expectations was his adaptation speed. It took very little time to transition from passively receiving to actively orchestrating. Moreover, he doesn't just pass. He attempted 2 long shots in the second half. Although they didn't score, his leg movements were concealed, and the angles were tricky, showing that he has been honing new attacking methods. For a young midfielder, being able to control the rhythm while also trying to finish is extremely rare." The reporter asked again, "Do you think Bailly has the potential to move up to the first team? How will you help him improve in the future?" Manuel smiled, not avoiding the question. "Potential. He has already proven himself with his performance. I certainly look forward to seeing him in the first team. I will have him practice finishing in tight situations, such as quickly connecting short passes after being surrounded by multiple defenders, or long shots, or maintaining the accuracy of through balls under high pressure. This will help him better adapt to higher intensity matches. As for whether he can join the first team, I believe his performance will speak for itself. Today's match is his letter of recommendation to everyone." The reporter also asked about other aspects of the team. Manuel answered methodically. After he finished when he looked towards Bailly, a smile appeared on his face as he thought about the reporter's question about Bailly joining the first team. In fact, for Manuel, it was somewhat of a dilemma. On one hand, he certainly hopes that the young talent under his guidance can have a greater future and go further. On the other hand, he is a bit reluctant to let a player like Bailly leave the B team, as this would significantly lower the team's performance. Bailly is too important for the B team. Meanwhile, when Bailly and Coke walked towards the locker room, some reporters wanted to interview them, but Bailly ignored them. He did not want to engage with the media at the moment. The media is undoubtedly a double-edged sword for players. Bailly chose to temporarily distance himself from them. Coke, on the other hand, accepted an interview for a while. After the locker room was tidied up, Atletico B team returned to Madrid. When they returned to the Espino training base, Manuel prepared for the players to rest well and prepare for the next day's match. However, upon getting off the bus, they found that Caminero was already waiting there. For this Atletico legend, now the sports director, the players of the B team were very familiar with and respected him. Manuel quickly walked over to greet Caminero. "What are you doing here?" Caminero patted his arm, his gaze sweeping over the B team players, standing in formation, his voice filled with laughter. "I just came from the first team, waited specifically for you. We won 31 away against Las Palmas University, played beautifully, especially the defense in the last 20 minutes. We didn't give the opponent a chance to counterattack. The entire team performed excellently." As soon as he finished speaking, smiles appeared on the players' faces. Coke stepped forward, smiling in response. "We played according to Coach Manuel's instructions. Well laid out, even better executed." Caminero turned to look at Manuel, his eyes filled with recognition. "You have steadied the rhythm of the B team more and more, especially in honing the young players. Bailly's core playing style today is the best proof, and your adjustments were timely." Upon hearing his name, Bailly was slightly taken aback. Manuel paused, just about to be modest, when he saw Caminero raise his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, his tone still steady, but filled with undeniable weight. "Today, besides congratulating everyone, there is also something to announce regarding Bailly's upcoming training arrangements." All eyes suddenly focused on Bailly, who was standing next to Coke, still pondering whether he was going to add extra training. Caminero continued, "Starting tomorrow, Bailly will temporarily not train with the B team, but will report to the first team and train with Coach Aguirre's team." "What?" The first to speak was a young substitute, and the water bottle in his hand clattered to the ground. Everyone else was oblivious. Coke's smile instantly turned into surprise as he turned to Bailly, his eyes wide open. Thiago opened his mouth, but couldn't speak for a long time, instinctively rubbing his ears, thinking he had misheard. Manuel was completely stunned. He opened his mouth, just about to ask, "Isn't that too hasty?" He saw Caminero's gaze fall on Bailly, his tone becoming more serious. "Coach Aguirre, just watch your match. We all believe your rhythm, passing, and vision are already able to match the intensity of the first team. Rather than continue to dominate in the B team, it's better to go directly to the first team to face higher-level competition and training." Bailly was also stunned. He was going directly to train with the first team. He instinctively looked at Manuel, whose eyes showed just as much surprise. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything. "It's not a formal promotion, just a training adjustment," Caminero added, to prevent misunderstandings. However, this did not calm the scene. Training with the first team meant Bailly was perhaps not far from the official roster. "Isn't this too fast?" Manuel finally spoke. He wasn't questioning Bailly's ability, just that he didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. Caminero smiled, his gaze sweeping over the shocked players, finally resting on Bailly. "Too fast." Today he toyed with 4 defenders at the edge of the penalty area. That through ball pierced the gap between the 2 center backs, and his adjustments after chasing back to intercept showed that these performances are already sufficient for him to hone his skills at a higher platform. What Bailly needs now is just to adapt to the intensity, not his ability. After this was said, the players looked at each other. Their expressions shifted from initial bewilderment to gradual astonishment. Indeed, Bailly's performance today was nothing like that of a young player just stepping up to the B team core. The orchestrations and evasions were practically a dimensional strike against those playing in Spanish B League. Thiago quietly nudged Bailly's arm, lowering his voice, but unable to hide his excitement. "You're about to fly, huh?" Even with 2 lives, Bailly couldn't help but feel his heart racing, looking at Caminero with disbelief. He knew he would succeed one day, but he never imagined he could get so close to the first team so quickly. Meanwhile, the surrounding teammates, whether veterans or newcomers, gradually shifted their astonished gazes to approval. No one felt it was unfair, they only realized how incredible he had become. Caminero patted Bailly on the shoulder, his tone gentle. "Tomorrow morning at 8, report to the first team's training ground. Coach Aguirre will tell you the specific arrangements. Train well, don't waste your talent. At Atletico's midfield needs new strength." "Okay." Bailly nodded firmly. As Caminero's figure disappeared around the corner of the training base, the previously noisy atmosphere suddenly quieted down, leaving only the sound of the evening breeze rustling across the grass and the players' hushed murmurs. Manuel stood in place, his gaze still following the direction Caminero had left. Manuel turned to Bailly, his expression somewhat complex. He really didn't expect it to come so quickly. Bailly happened to look up and see Manuel. A smile appeared on Manuel's face as he said, "Good kid, you didn't embarrass me." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the other players. "You all heard it too, and I'm sure you know by yes past. He almost left the Atletico youth training camp, but now he has taken the first step to the first team ahead of all of you. This is a role model." Upon hearing this, Coke was the first to clap, and Thiago followed suit, cheering, "Did you hear that? From now on we should learn from Bailly and strive to move to the first team." The young substitutes also joined in the applause, their earlier shock completely turning into envy and motivation. No one thought about what would happen to the B team. Without Bailly, they only felt that hard work could really take them so far. Manuel watched as the team began to buzz again, the little bit of conflict in his heart gradually dissipating. While the B team's achievements are important, seeing the players he has coached move to higher levels brings a sense of accomplishment that is heavier than winning a few matches. He patted Bailly on the back, his eyes full of expectations. "Once you join the first team, don't be intimidated by Coach Aguirre's high-intensity confrontations. Your evasions and passing will still work there. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to come back to the B team and find me. The training grounds door will always be open for you." Bailly nodded vigorously. The evening breeze lifted the flags at the training base, and Manuel smiled and waved. "All right, everyone, go back and rest. Tomorrow Bailly goes to report to the first team. We B team also need to train well. We need to let everyone know that if the B team can produce one Bailly, we can produce even more good players." Manuel also left first. Coke and the others came over to celebrate with Bailly, their words filled with envy and disbelief. Bailly, who almost couldn't kick a ball, is now the first among all of them to join the first team. Although it is just for training, being part of the training means the opportunity to play is not far away. Bailly responded one by one, while in his mind, he was also contemplating this matter. He knew that joining the first team for training was just the beginning. To truly seize an opportunity in the first team, he needed to do even more. That night, when Bailly finished washing up and was preparing to rest, he received a call from De Gea. Upon answering, De Gea directly clarified his intention. "My agent, Mr. Mendes, may not wait until the end of the season to contact you. He wants to know if you have time recently to discuss potential collaboration, and he asked me to convey that he can offer you the possibility of playing in a top league's first team." De Gea's words were filled with envy. When he first received Mendes' call, he could hardly believe it. This afternoon, he had just learned that Bailly was going to train with Atletico's first team. How could another first team want Bailly? Moreover, Mendes was also surprised to learn that Atletico was promoting Bailly, hence the urgency to contact him. After hearing De Gea's words, Bailly thought for a moment and gave a positive response. "You give him my number." Not long after De Gea's call ended, Mendes called him. Bailly did not expect Mendes to contact him with such urgency. As soon as the call connected, a steady yet slightly magnetic voice came through the receiver, without any unnecessary pleasantries, directly stating his identity. "Bailly, I am Jorge Mendes. I apologize for disturbing you late at night, but some opportunities are better communicated a moment earlier for both you and me." Bailly replied calmly, "Mr. Mendes, I know you. De Gea has already mentioned you to me." "Very well, let's get straight to the point. I have been watching you for a long time, and I saw your match against Las Palmas today. Your technical style is a rarity among the young midfielders in today's football. Atletico Madrid's decision to let you train with the first team reflects their insight, but what you might need is a faster and more direct platform in the top league." Bailly did not respond, but listened quietly. He knew Mendes would soon reveal his true bargaining chip. Sure enough, after a 2-second pause, Mendes continued, "I have a spot available from Portsmouth in the Premier League. Coach Redknapp is looking for a midfield core who can hold the ball and poses a long-range shooting threat, which perfectly aligns with your characteristics. More importantly, I can guarantee that as long as you are willing to sign with me, Portsmouth will provide you with at least 15 appearances in the Premier League next season." "Portsmouth," Bailly repeated instinctively. The intensity and exposure of the Premier League are indeed more attractive than the Segunda B or even the bench of Atletico Madrid, but he remained calm. "Why would you choose to recommend me to there? Moreover, I am still within the Atletico system." Mendes replied, "Because of my connections." Mendes' tone became more relaxed. "I have collaborated with Coach Redknapp on 3 transfers. Last year, I brought Benfica's center-back Ricardo Rocha to the team, and now their defensive core is configured through my arrangements. The sports director Harris is an old friend I have known since my time in the Portuguese league, and they fully trust my player assessments. You see, this is the wonderful connection within the football circle, and this is the convenience my resources can bring you." Mendes continued with confidence, "David told me that Atletico is offering you a training opportunity, but I am offering you a guarantee of starting in the top league. You are a technically skilled midfielder, and what you need is stable playing time to refine your skills, not waiting on the bench of the first team." He paused and added, "As for Atletico, you need not worry at all. They have always supported young players to develop on higher platforms, which is a win-win for their academy's reputation." Bailly's mind raced, and Mendes' offers were indeed enticing. He thought for a moment and asked, "Mr. Mendes, if I agree to discuss the details of our cooperation, when would you like to meet?" Mendes' laughter came through the receiver. Of course, I want to do it as soon as possible. I will have my team prepare all the materials, including tactical analysis reports from Portsmouth, your future development plans, and the salary benefits I can secure for you. Of course, you can also bring someone you trust, and we can discuss it at length. All right, then I'll have time after my next match. Bailly replied. Before hanging up, Mendes added with utmost sincerity, Bailly, among the players I've signed, Cristiano Ronaldo has grown into a superstar at Manchester United, and Ricardo Carvalho is also a core defender at Chelsea. They all started by seizing opportunities. And now the opportunity that belongs to you is right before you. He hung up the phone. Bailly was still pondering whether to sign with Mendes. The night in Madrid deepened, and the lights in the direction of the training base resembled faint stars. He walked to the window, opened it halfway, and the cool night breeze flowed in slightly, settling his chaotic thoughts. Mendes' olive branch was too tempting, but the choices hidden behind it made him weigh things repeatedly. Signing with Mendes would directly provide stable opportunities in the top league. Atletico offered training with the first team, but no one could say when he would get to play in an official match. Aguirre favored players who were strong in confrontation, and he had not completely compensated for his physical shortcomings. He might have to sit on the bench for a long time. The exposure of the Premier League was also far beyond that of Segunda B. If he performed well, he might attract the attention of even top-tier teams. Then there were Mendes' networking resources. If he signed with Mendes, subsequent contract negotiations, tactical communications, and even future transfers would have someone to pave the way for him. As he said, being able to connect with the Portsmouth coaching staff in advance regarding technical characteristics and designing tailored tactics was far better than fumbling alone to adapt to a new team. The pace and physicality of the Premier League were intense, and while it was a challenge, it would force him to quickly compensate for his shortcomings. If he could stand firm in the Premier League, it would bolster his confidence whether he returned to La Liga or moved to other leagues in the future. But what about the downsides? The first thing that came to mind was Manuel, the coach who promoted him from the bench to a core player. If he signed with Mendes now and went to Portsmouth, it would mean giving up the opportunity with Atletico's first team and betraying Manuel's training. And then there were his B-team teammates. These familiar people and experiences once left behind couldn't. Atletico was his first stop in Europe, where he experienced his early days and the excitement after his first assist. This emotion could not be easily erased by just the word opportunity. Then there was the physical confrontation in the Premier League, which was far stronger than that in Segunda B. When he actually got on the field, would his core strength be able to withstand the onslaught of opponents who were like bulldozers? Previously in the B team, he could rely on speed to evade, but in the Premier League, players reacted quicker and were more aggressive. If Bayern failed to perform under high intensity and he couldn't find opportunities for long shots, would Mendes then transfer him to another team? After all, the core of an agent is resource management. If he didn't perform, well, he might just become a bargaining chip in Mendes' hands rather than a key development target. Then there was the constraint after signing. An agent of Mendes' caliber would surely have many clauses in the contract, such as the split ratio for future transfers, the obligation to comply with his transfer directions, and even potential requests for him to cooperate with some commercial activities. Moreover, if Atletico found out he signed with Mendes and gave up the training opportunity with the first team, would they think he was ungrateful? After all, Caminero had made an exception for him to join the first team. If he lost that trust, it might close the door to La Liga for him in the future. Bailly looked out the window. His gaze did not focus on anything in particular. Rather, it felt like two voices were arguing in his mind. One urged him to go to the Premier League, seize the starting opportunity, and grow rapidly, while the other advised him to stay at Atletico, not to betray the trust, as there was still hope. In the end, he developed a vague inclination in his heart to meet Mendes first and discuss the details of the next day at 7:30 in the morning. Bailly arrived at the other side of the Espino training base, just a few iron fences away from the B team's training ground. But this distance is one that many people cannot bridge in a lifetime. The turf of the first team's training field gleamed with a freshly trimmed green. Compared to the training conditions of the B team, it was vastly superior. Bailly, dressed in the Atletico Madrid red and white training uniform, stood at the edge of the field, which was noticeably larger than the B team's training ground. Training cones were stacked on the sidelines, and several assistant coaches were gathered together quietly discussing while the data of players displayed on their tablets. Currently, he was still in the B team and had not officially entered the first team, so he naturally did not have a spot in the first team dressing room and could only wait at the edge of the field for assembly. "New here?" A gentle voice came from behind. Bailly turned around and saw a man in a number 11 training jersey, his smile radiating a certain warmth. It was Maxi Rodriguez, the captain of Atletico Madrid. Bailly had seen this Argentine winger's breakthroughs countless times on television. At that moment, the man extended his hand. "I'm Maxi, you must be Bailly, right? The recent star of the B team, Manuel, has mentioned you to us." Bailly hurriedly shook Maxi's hand. "Thank you, Captain. This is my first training session here today." Don't be nervous, just play at your usual pace. Messi patted him on the shoulder, his gaze sweeping over Bailly's physique, without scrutiny, only kindness. The intensity of the first team's training is higher, but since you've come from the B team, you must have something to offer. After all, Manuel rarely praises anyone. For him to mention your name and ask me to look out for you means you are qualified. As they spoke, a sharp whistle pierced the air from the sideline. Aguirre, dressed in a black sports jacket with the zipper pulled up, walked over with his hands in his pockets. His hair was neatly combed, and his face showed little expression, his gaze sweeping over the players on the field, as if scanning the turf. Finally, it lingered on Bailly for 2 seconds. His eyes held no emotion, neither asking for names nor offering words of encouragement, as if he were looking at a training cone newly placed on the sidelines. Then he shouted at the coaching staff, "Warm up dynamically first. In 10 minutes, we will split into groups for possession drills, then group confrontations, no slacking." Bailly followed the other players to the warm-up area, feeling several gazes clearly on his back. Some were curious, some scrutinizing, and others were somewhat indifferent. He caught sight of 2 midfielders not far away, huddled together talking. One of them, wearing the number 8 training jersey, had a strong jawline. Raul Garcia, a key midfielder for Atletico Madrid, known for his fierce tackling and strong physical play. When their gazes swept over, Bailly heard one of them whisper, "A Huagua person came up from the B team, can he handle the physicality?" During the warm-up, Bailly deliberately exaggerated his movements, taking wider strides during the shuttle runs, and even pausing a few extra seconds while stretching. He knew he had no right to relax. Even though Mendes' offer was still in hand, and this was just a training session, he didn't want the label of being a weak Huagua player to stick to him. Messi walked over and looked at him for a moment longer. "You're practicing hard, but don't overexert yourself. You'll need your energy for the confrontations later." 10 minutes later, the possession drills began. Bailly was assigned to Raul Garcia's group, with 5 players in the circle and 4 outside applying pressure. The rule was that the ball could not touch the ground and passes could not exceed 2 touches. As soon as it started, Raul deliberately pressured Bailly's direction. His steps were heavy and large, his elbows intentionally leaning towards Bailly's side, clearly testing whether this Huagua kid from the B team could handle the pressure. When he received a pass from his teammate for the first time, as soon as Bailly stopped the ball at his feet, Raul's shoulder lightly bumped into him. Instinctively, he sidestepped, but misjudged the pass power, nearly sending it out of bounds. Fortunately, Messi outside the circle reached out to retrieve the ball. "Don't hesitate to pass," Raul shouted with a frown, his tone tinged with impatience. "The space in the circle is small, you can't evade it." Aguirre stood not far away, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on Bailly. He noticed that under Raul's pressure, Bailly's passing rhythm noticeably slowed, and several times he needed his teammates' positioning to maintain possession. His judgment became clearer. This kid had skill, but was too weak in confrontations. He panicked under pressure. He definitely wouldn't withstand the intensity of the first team's grind. 10 minutes in the possession drill, while Bailly hadn't let the ball touch the ground, it was a struggle. The players outside the circle began to whisper, "I think he's just okay. The B team's pace is slow. After all, he's young, he can't keep up here. His physicality is too poor. Raul barely used any force, and he can't hold the ball." These words drifted into Bailly's ears. He didn't refute them, merely tightened his passing accuracy and gradually adjusted his breathing. He understood that talking on the field was useless. He had to let his feet do the talking. Soon it was time for the group confrontation segment, and Aguirre divided the players into red and blue teams. It was unclear whether it was intentional consideration for Bailly. A newcomer like him could join the training right away. Bailly was in the red team grouped with Messi, while Raul was in the blue team responsible for marking him. The goalkeeper was Franco, the second-string goalkeeper of the first team, dressed in a yellow training jersey, standing in front of the goal, with a somewhat indifferent look, clearly not taking this internal confrontation seriously. After all, he had not had many opportunities to play this season. The main goalkeeper for the first team had always been the bald Uncle Abbiati. As the confrontation began, Bailly felt somewhat invisible. He was actively moving into positions to receive the ball, but his teammates clearly didn't trust him much. Twice Messi attempted to pass the ball to him, but it was intercepted by nearby blue team players. Once Raul even positioned himself in front of him, stealing the ball, and deliberately smiled at the blue team teammates, saying, "I've got this position covered." Aguirre was watching from the sidelines, frowning slightly. He noticed that several times Bailly had tried to break through for a pass, but was physically restrained by Raul, leaving him with no opportunity to receive the ball. After finally receiving a return pass as he intended to turn and adjust, he was pressured by a defender from the blue team and had to hurriedly pass the ball to a winger. It was clear that he didn't display the core abilities Mendes had mentioned. Instead, he resembled a novice who had never seen the big stage, unable to unleash his potential. Agüero, Forlan, and others were the true cores. Bailly indeed lived up to his identity as a youth training player feeling out of place in the first team. Aguirre had completely viewed Bailly as a child in his heart. Regardless of what Manuel and Caminero said, Bailly's actual performance was indeed not up to par. It seems the gap between the B team and the first team is still too great. An assistant coach murmured beside Aguirre. This kid played well in the B team, but has no presence here. Aguirre said nothing, merely nodded, his gaze shifting away from Bailly as he began to observe the performance of other players. Just then the situation on the field suddenly changed. The red team's winger Simone broke through on the flank, opting not to cross the ball, but to pass it back to the center. Bailly happened to be in position and extended his foot to stop the ball. Almost simultaneously, Roll rushed in from behind, reaching out to snatch the ball, shouting, "Give me the ball." The surrounding players all assumed Bailly would pass the ball like before, and even Franco hardly moved. But this time Bailly didn't evade. He first used his left foot to pull the ball back, turning his body halfway to avoid Roll's outstretched foot. This was a signature move of Bellerin's feints, and then suddenly he lifted his right foot and struck the ball fiercely. The football soared with a whoosh, skimming the grass. The angle was exquisite, brushing past the ankle of a blue team defender heading straight for the lower right corner of the goal. By the time Franco reacted, it was already too late. He dove to the ground, barely grazing the ball with his fingertips, but the football had already burrowed into the net. The entire field fell silent for 2 seconds. Then the players of the red team were the first to react. Maxi ran over, clapping his hands, and embraced Bailly's shoulders, saying, "Great. That shot was brilliant." The blue team players also gathered around, some patting Bailly on the back. "Not bad, you kept it hidden pretty well." Raul stood there awkwardly, scratching his head. Just a moment ago he had been thinking about intercepting the ball, only to be easily evaded and conceding a goal. The nearby blue team defender chuckled and teased him. "Raul, didn't you just say you had him covered? How did you let him through so easily?" Raul shot him a glare, but offered no rebuttal and said nothing more. He merely muttered, "It was just luck. How can every shot from outside the box be this precise?" Franco got up from the ground, brushing off the grass from his pants, also saying nothing. What could a goalkeeper say after conceding a goal? He only felt that he had been careless with that goal. Thus he clapped his gloves and tossed the ball back to the midfield, his fighting spirit beginning to rise. Facing the compliments from some teammates and the still skeptical expressions of others, Bailly scratched his head, neither rebutting nor boasting, simply walking back onto the field. That goal seemed to have bolstered his confidence, gradually dissipating the tension he felt in the face of the first team's intensity, and his touch on the ball became steadier. Aguirre had originally turned to discuss tactics with the assistant coach, but his gaze returned to Bailly. He didn't smile like Maxi, but relaxed his brows just a bit. That shot had indeed exceeded expectations. Raul Garcia's pressure wasn't weak, for Bailly to escape with rhythm was already not easy, and he could immediately adjust his posture to shoot, finding the near upper corner's tight angle. This wasn't something luck could explain. But he didn't show it, merely shouted into the field, "Stop chatting and continue the confrontations." Resuming, Bailly remained in the midfield position. This time Raul Garcia seemed determined to reclaim his position. Right from the start he stuck closely to Bailly. Every time Bailly received the ball he would reach out to intercept, and his physical confrontations were fiercer than before, his elbows intentionally brushing against Bailly's waist. "This time, let's see how you escape." But most of the time Bailly didn't have the opportunity to hold the ball. He played smartly. 10 minutes later, yet another opportunity arose. Ibanez passed the ball to Bailly. Bailly didn't resist. At the moment Raul reached out, he pulled the ball back with a light touch, simultaneously stepping back slightly, just evading Raul's interception. Raul didn't expect his movement to be so quick, and he missed. Just as he was about to turn and chase, he saw Bailly already lifting his head to assess the situation on the field, gently pushing the ball with the inside of his foot, rolling it towards the gap in the penalty area. Maxi, who had been running along the sideline, saw the ball coming and immediately accelerated forward, just managing to shake off the defender marking him and breaking into the penalty area. Although he ultimately pushed the ball slightly wide when facing Franco's save, grazing the post and going out of bounds, a cheer erupted from the sidelines. Maxi ran back, patted Bailly on the shoulder, his voice filled with surprise. "That pass was so comfortable. The moment I got into position, the ball was sent over. I almost had an unknown goal." This time no one murmured about luck. Raul Garcia stood in place, his earlier defiance lessening as he scratched his head, no longer speaking. Someone nearby remarked, "That pass was truly precise, just right in the defensive gap." Even the assistant coach responsible for recording data glanced at Bailly, jotting down a few extra lines in his notebook. Aguirre stood on the sidelines, his previously expressionless face barely revealing a hint of a smile. He looked at Bailly. The kid's performance just now was like night and day compared to when he had been invisible. His connection after evading was faster and his passing more decisive, especially that through ball, which not only found Maxi's run, but also avoided interception from 2 defenders. He didn't resemble a newcomer joining for the first time. He silently revised his previous judgment. This kid might be weak in confrontations, but he understood how to use technique to evade them. It wasn't a lack of ability, he just needed time to adapt to the intensity. It seemed Manuel hadn't exaggerated. Not far away in the attacking area, two pairs of eyes were quietly focused on Bailly. Diego Forlan was bending down to tie his shoelaces, his fingers pausing for half a second. He raised his head, his gaze crossing several defenders, landing on Bailly's back. He had clearly seen that through ball. It wasn't brute force, but rather anticipation. Bailly, while evading Raul Garcia, had already caught sight of Maxi's run from the corner of his eye. The moment the ball left his foot, Maxi had taken off, perfectly timing it impeccably. Forlan raised an eyebrow, finding the timing of that pass intriguing. He didn't seem like a newbie joining the first team. Rather, he appeared like a seasoned player who had been playing for years. He glanced at Bailly a couple more times, recalling the coaching staff, mentioning a Huagua kid coming up from the B team, feeling a touch of novelty in his heart. In recent years on the European stage, Asian players have been rare, and to have someone with such passing intelligence was even rarer. Sergio Aguero beside him was more straightforward. When he saw Bailly through ball, he expressed slight surprise, directly telling teammate Pena, "Hey, did you see that? That kid's pass was spot on." Pena nodded as Aguero kept his gaze on Bailly. Soon the confrontation training continued. In the upcoming rounds, Bailly received the ball in midfield. Facing two players closing in, he didn't evade as before, but gently nudged the ball with the inside of his foot, pulling it back behind him, then turned and passed it to a teammate on the flank. The entire sequence was quick and light, resembling a skills training exercise. Before long, Bailly had another opportunity. This time, it was a counterattack. He intercepted the opponent's back pass in midfield, not rushing to release the ball, but instead glancing up to observe the forward line where Aguero was drawing the attention of the defenders. Suddenly, he made a long pass, aiming to bypass the opposing center-back and connect directly with Aguero. Unfortunately, the ball was intercepted by center-back Antonio Lopez. Although it didn't make it through, Aguero saw it, clearly shouting to Bailly, "Nice pass. Give me another one next time." His voice was cheerful. Bailly was momentarily taken aback, and when he nodded in response, he could see Aguero grinning, his smile devoid of any core player arrogance, only pure appreciation for a good pass. He even gave Bailly a thumbs up. Aguirre watched all of this unfold. Aguilé initially thought Bailly was just a somewhat skilled, but insufficiently combative young man worthy of mere observation at most. However, the power angle of his long shot and the precision of his through ball exceeded his expectations. Nonetheless, he did not regard Bailly as immediate combat power, as the intensity of the first team's matches was far beyond that of training. This kid still needed to hone his physical confrontations and competition experience. He turned to the assistant coach and said, "This kid has some talent. Let him continue training with the first team for now and observe his performance. Also keep an eye on his performance in the B team matches." Not long after, as the training was nearing its end, Maxi walked over and patted Bailly on the shoulder. "Good job, Bailly. For your first training session, you performed well. Keep practicing." Fren also came over smiling and said, "Your long shots and passing are great. Keep it up." Aguero tossed a bottle of water to Bailly and said, "Next time, pass me a few more of those balls and let's score more goals together." Bailly took the water, smiling and nodding. He knew this was just the beginning, and he still had a long way to go to truly establish himself in the first team. But at least through his efforts, he had broken the prejudice, showing these top players his worth. Regardless of whether he chose Mendes' offer or stayed at Atletico Madrid, he needed to seize every training opportunity to prove that he was more than just a decent young player. The first team players began packing their things. Today's training was over. They needed to rest well, while Bailly also packed his things and chatted with Aguero beside him. The Argentine was very curious about everything Bailly said about the East. Aguero was still under 20, turning 20 in June, and was only about a year older than Bailly. At the same time, on the small path outside the training ground, Phil Dos had his hand resting on Mario's old backpack. The backpack zipper was not fully closed, revealing half of a faded Atletico youth training jersey. Mario kept his head low, kicking small stones on the roadside, his voice hoarse, as if covered in sand. "Just drop me off here, after all. There's nothing left to send." He had just received the notice from the youth training camp yesterday. After the season, his contract would not be renewed, meaning he had to leave Atletico, the place where he thought he could establish himself, for 3 years. Phil Dos was his roommate, and one of the few who still talked to him in the youth training camp, insisting on seeing him to the bench. When they reached the fork in the road, Mario suddenly stopped, his gaze drifting toward the first team training field not far away, his voice tinged with a near humble expectation. "Let me take one last look. Just one glance. After all, there won't be another chance." Phil Dos said nothing and accompanied him to the edge of the iron fence. As soon as they stood still, Mario's gaze seemed to be nailed to the field, first seeing Maxi's number 11 training jersey, then recognizing his compatriot Aguero, but the next second his breath caught sharply, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his backpack thudded to the ground. "Is that Bailly?" Mario's voice trembled, his fingers gripping the iron fence tightly, his knuckles turning white. He saw that Chinese individual standing on the first team's pitch, laughing and chatting with Aguero Maxi, and from their expressions it seemed they had just finished training. That was the field he had dreamed of stepping onto. Yet now he was being overshadowed by someone he had always regarded as talentless. Phil Dose was also stunned. Bailly had truly found a path to the first team. His astonishment quickly turned into uncontrollable joy, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, and a clear goal suddenly formed in his mind. Perhaps if he worked harder, he could stand on that field like Bailly. Why him? Mario suddenly shouted, his voice filled with resentment and jealousy. Why is it him? He doesn't even have half the talent I do. Why can he stand there while I'm being kicked out? As he spoke, he was about to charge forward, but Phil Dose quickly grabbed him. Mario, don't act impulsively. This is the first team training ground. We can't go in. But Mario seemed not to hear, struggling to lunge forward. I want to ask him why. Hey, which youth team are you from? A stern reprimand suddenly rang out. A security guard in a dark uniform quickly approached, his tone leaving no room for argument. This is the first team training area. Youth players are not allowed to linger here. Quickly pack your things and return to your training area. Mario's body froze, the guard's words pouring cold water over him. He looked at the guard's stern face, then at Bailly, who was high-fiving Maxi on the field, suddenly feeling a wave of humiliation. He didn't even have the qualification to question him, and even the right to approach that field had been stripped away. Phil Dose quietly picked up the backpack from the ground and tugged at his arm. Let's go, Mario, we can't stay here. Mario didn't move, as if all his strength had been drained, and his steps felt as light as walking on cotton. He looked at Bailly on the field, at that Chinese individual he had once looked down upon, now standing in a place he could never reach. One had stepped onto the first team's training ground, while the other was about to be completely abandoned by the youth training camp. The disparity felt like a knife stabbing into his heart. He let Phil Dose pull him away, his back hunched as if he had aged several years, repeatedly muttering, "Why? Why?" Meanwhile, Bailly, who had finished packing his things, vaguely heard a commotion from outside. He instinctively turned his head toward the direction of the iron fence, only to see two blurry figures gradually walking away, their clothing colors indistinguishable. Maxi patted him on the shoulder. What are you looking at? The coach is about to summarize. Bailly withdrew his gaze, pushed the earlier incident aside, and walked quickly toward the gathered players. Lei stood among the players, clearing his throat. That's it for today's training. The intensity of the confrontation was insufficient. We will add physical training tomorrow. His gaze swept across the field, finally landing on Bailly. He paused for 2 seconds, neither praising nor criticizing, simply stating, "Be on time tomorrow, don't be late." "Yes, coach." Meanwhile, on a distant path, Phil Dose looked at Mario's dejected appearance, quietly tightening his fists, then turned to glance at the first team training field. In his heart, he silently encouraged himself. He too wanted to be like Bailly, relying on his efforts to gradually approach that training ground rather than being kicked out like Mario. At that moment, in a corner of a cafe outside the Espino training base, Pedro rubbed his sore eyes, finding only a few irrelevant doodles on his notebook. As a fringe reporter for the Madrid sports newspaper, he had been stationed here for 3 days. His editor had instructed him to dig up some daily hot reporting material on Atletico's first team. However, after 3 days, besides catching Lei coming in and out by car, he hadn't found a single decent story. These people from Atletico were too boring. They didn't even learn from other teams to have a bit of a tussle during training. He took a sip of his lukewarm coffee, staring at the base exit, thinking to himself that if he didn't get any leads tomorrow, he would be assigned to cover the even less popular Segunda Division matches. Soon the Atletico first team players began to come out one after another after training. Pedro straightened up instantly, raising his long focus camera toward the exit. The lens first swept over Maxi's back, then caught Fran's signature golden hair, but the next second a strange young figure caught his attention. It was a slender young man wearing the same training gear as the first team players, carrying a black sports bag on his shoulder, walking alongside Maxi, talking about something. Maxi even patted his shoulder, his smile clearly showing goodwill. "Who is this?" Pedro frowned, zooming in on the camera screen. He covered Atletico news, and he could recognize all the first team players with his eyes closed, but the face before him was neither a familiar Atletico star nor a rumored transfer target. A spark of curiosity suddenly ignited in Pedro's heart. He quickly pulled out his phone, opening the document of Atletico's youth team player roster, his fingers swiftly scrolling through the screen. From U19 to the B team, he went through the names one by one until he reached the recent match roster of the B team, where a name jumped out: Bailly. Pedro instantly locked onto this name. It was too recognizable. He was the only Asian face. Bailly. From the B team. Pedro sat up straight, his fingers quickly searching for more information on this. Quickly, he found 3 articles mentioning Bailly as a midfielder with excellent short passes, setting the offensive rhythm for the team. He flipped to last week's report on the B team's victory over Las Palmas, where a fan had commented that Chinese player named Bailly is amazing. That last through ball was fantastic. Pedro's eyes immediately lit up. A Chinese player, a core member of the B team, appearing at the first team training ground. These tags combined were anything but trivial. They clearly represented a small hot topic worthy of the sports section. He quickly grabbed his notebook, the pen gliding rapidly across the paper. Tentative title: Atletico's youth team produces another super talent. B-team star appears at first team training ground. The fact that he appeared at the first team training ground is already eye-catching. After all, although Atletico had produced some talent in recent years, new stars stepping directly from the B team into the first team training circle were not common, let alone being a rare Asian face. Pedro excitedly pulled out his phone, dialing the editor's number, his voice kept low but brimming with excitement. Boss, I have a lead. There's a young man named Bailly in Atletico's B team who just trained with the first team today and chatted with Maxi for a long time. This kid is the key to the B team's recent winning streak. I checked the results. His performance in Segunda B has been explosive. Is it definitely a first-team training session? Not a youth player who took a wrong turn? Came the editor's spirited voice from the other end. Absolutely not. I'm preparing to write a piece on the youth star training above his level, highlighting Atletico's new discovery, and I'll mention the B team's achievements as well. It will definitely attract readers. The editor repeatedly said good, and told him to seize the opportunity. After hanging up, Pedro quickly took a couple more profile shots of Bailly to make the report more persuasive. Once Bailly left, Pedro stood in place, circling the title in his notebook repeatedly, finally changing it to a more eye-catching line: Atletico can't hide anymore. B-team star appears at first team training ground. Youth team rises with a new core. He had a feeling that the clicks on this report would be significant. Bailly, of course, was unaware of these matters. After returning to his dormitory, he lay on his bed thinking about the experiences of the morning, feeling as if he were in a dream. He had entered the first team, though it was just training. Moreover, the training intensity of the first team was indeed much greater than that of the B team. The next day, the training whistle in the morning sounded more urgent than on the first day. The assistant coach stood at the edge of the training field with a stopwatch, just announcing 20 sets of 40-meter shuttle runs with no more than 45 seconds between each set, when Agüero had already dashed out bent over. The first team's physical training had no adaptation period. The pace was quick. Bailly stood at the end of the line watching Raul Garcia finish a set in just 11 seconds, with sweat dripping from his chin onto the grass. He took a deep breath, and as the whistle blew, he dashed out, wind rushing into his collar, his own breathing echoing in his ears. For the first 5 sets, he could keep up with the main group, but by the 8th set, his calf muscles began to tighten. He glanced at Agüero on the sideline, who was staring at the stopwatch, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tactics board. Gritting his teeth, he pushed his speed up a notch. By the last 2 sets, his training gear was already soaked. His throat felt like it was stuffed with sandpaper, but he still followed closely behind Fran. As Fran ran past him, he glanced at Bailly's pale face and casually said, "Adjust your breathing. Inhale through your nose, exhale through your mouth." Bailly followed the advice, and it indeed felt a little more comfortable. After finishing the last set, he leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. Garcia came over, patted his back, and spoke with less scrutiny than before. "Not bad, you didn't fall behind. I walked the last 2 sets during my first time doing this." The afternoon's confrontation training was even tougher. Agüero divided the team into 3 groups for 15 minutes of high-intensity offense and defense, with no room for slack. Bailly was placed in a group with Agüero. Just as he received the ball in midfield, a defensive midfielder behind him charged in, shouldering him aside. He stumbled, but didn't lose the ball. Using the rhythm set by Bellerin, he deftly sidestepped the pressure and passed the ball to Agüero, who was making a forward run. After receiving the pass, Agüero evaded the goalkeeper and scored. As he ran back, he patted Bailly's arm. "Good job, that pass was quick." Bailly just wanted to smile when the assistant coach called him to reposition, and the next round of offense and defense began. Agüero, watching from the sidelines, put down his pen and focused on Bailly for a few more seconds. He had thought this kid wouldn't be able to handle the afternoon confrontation, as the intensity of the B team's training was far from this, but Bailly not only made no mistakes, but also delivered threatening passes during the confrontations. Although his physique was still on the lean side, knowing how to use technique to evade confrontations was far smarter than those young players who could only endure. He circled Bailly's name in his notebook. He didn't write any comments, but there was a sense of recognition compared to the first day's blank mark. When the training whistle blew to signal the end, the players felt somewhat exhausted. Today's intensity had indeed. The first team players walked toward the locker room in groups of 2 or 3, some fanning themselves with their soaked training gear, while others teased each other about mistakes made during the confrontation. Bailly was squatting on the ground, tying his shoelaces, his backpack at his feet, which still contained the positional diagram Agüero had given him during the tactical practice in the afternoon. The paper marked with red ink indicated the defensive areas he needed to cover in his left central midfield position, along with the timing of passes when cutting inside with Agüero, which he planned to review several times when he returned. "Bailly," a low voice called from behind. Bailly suddenly looked up to see Agüero standing 2 steps. Bailly quickly stood up. "Coach Agüero, are you looking for me?" Agüero nodded, taking a step closer, his gaze sweeping over the sweat dripping from Bailly's forehead. His tone was not exactly gentle, but it lacked some of the severity from training. Manuel called me this morning. Bailly was taken aback, not expecting that after just 2 days of training with the first team, Manuel would still be thinking of him, and even communicated specifically with the first team coach. He told me not to push you too hard in training, as you need to save your energy for the B team match the day after tomorrow. As soon as these words were spoken, Bailly suddenly realized how sore his legs were. Earlier, he had been too excited about being able to train more with the first team to notice how tired he was. So you don't need to come to first team training tomorrow. Lay continued, his gaze fixed on Bailly's face with a hint of subtle consideration. Go rest well and review today's tactical points. The B team match the day after tomorrow is the priority. Manuel is waiting to see you score. Bailly's eyes brightened, and he quickly nodded. Thank you, coach. He had initially worried that continuing high-intensity training tomorrow would affect the B team match the day after, but he hadn't expected Manuel to consider that for him. Even Lay had specifically given him a day off. Lay responded with a sound of acknowledgement, raising his hand to pat Bailly's shoulder. You've already caught up with the training pace of the first team. There's no need to rush. He paused, adding, after your B team match the day after tomorrow, if you perform, well, you can come back next week. Okay. After saying that, Lay turned and left. After saying goodbye to the players who had temporarily been his teammates for 2 days in the first team, Bailly also left the training ground. That evening, the Madrid sports newspaper, which was not particularly prominent, released its latest issue. Although this newspaper was not as famous as Marca or others, it still had a considerable audience. As people flipped through today's evening paper, they quickly came across the report about Bailly. Some were unfamiliar with. They didn't know who he was, but looking at the data provided by the newspaper, they felt that he was a good player, though regrettably, he was Asian and not Spanish. Others knew Bailly was a player from the B team, and upon seeing this news, they were very pleased. Those who had watched Bailly's performance in the B team all felt that he was definitely a talented player. Soon this report was posted in the largest forum for Atletico fans. An announcement pinned overnight on the Atletico Madrid fan forum, the Bedsheet Legion Home, sparked nearly 1,000 replies following a report by Marca. Fresh red reply notifications flooded in like tidal waves as fans of opposing allegiances clashed fiercely within the thread. Anyone who's watched the team knows he's truly gifted. Finally, someone's noticed Bailly. I attended a team match in person. The boy played like the true midfield linchpin. He orchestrates every goal or assist. Statistics never lie. Aguirre was absolutely right to let him train with the first team. A talent like this demands unconventional nurturing. Bold promotion is essential. Remember, Torres captained the side while still remarkably young. As someone who regularly scouts the academy, I can attest Bailly's diligence earns him every opportunity he receives. He arrives before teammates for physical conditioning and stays late for extra drills. Once criticized by academy coaches for frail physique, his adaptability under physical duress has visibly improved, plain to see during matches. For a Chinese player to endure and thrive within Atletico's academy is itself miraculous. To earn first-team training access elevates him beyond mere promise. His talent and tenacity warrant genuine anticipation. Hold off on the hype, friends. Can the team's competitive level possibly compare to the first team? In Aguirre's system, midfielders must withstand relentless pressure. With Bailly's slender frame facing Barcelona or Real Madrid's seasoned defensive midfielders, he'd likely lose possession within 3 minutes. During last season's team match, high-intensity pressing left him unsteady on the ball, entirely reliant on teammates covering for him. Pull shield him at the senior level. In Chinese football, well, we all understand. For decades, not a single player has secured lasting footing in Europe's elite leagues. Bailly will likely prove another fleeting spark, perhaps Atletico's marketing ploy to penetrate the Asian market. Agreed. Local youth deserve priority. Take Fernandez from the academy, far sturdier and physically stronger than Bailly. Why grant a Chinese player a first-team training slot? Marca merely seeks sensational headlines. Prodigy. He's merely padded stats against weak opposition in Segunda División B. On La Liga's pitch, he'll barely touch the ball. Aguirre likely permitted the training invitation out of deference to Manuel, not merit. Once team fixtures conclude, Bailly will surely revert to obscurity. Temper expectations accordingly. Objectively speaking, standout team performances are undeniable, but first-team training access does not equate to formal promotion. No need to rush praise or condemnation. What matters most now is whether he can sustain pace and intensity during first-team sessions and retain composure amid fierce physical contests. Should his training consistency hold over the coming weeks, or even earn him minutes in a friendly, then anticipation becomes justified. Should he quickly return to the team, that alone confirms insufficient readiness. Nationality and age are irrelevant, only ability counts. Atletico has never lacked prodigies. It lacks immediate impact players capable of anchoring the senior squad. Bailly remains far from that threshold. Patience is key. A youth academy graduate earning first-team training access is inherently positive. It signals Atletico's developmental pipeline remains robust. Whether Bailly hails from China or Spain matters little. If he delivers results for Atletico, I support him wholeheartedly. If not, professional football will naturally discard him. Why dismiss Chinese players outright? Wait until he actually competes in official matches before drawing conclusions. Asian players have proven excellence. Though Chinese football lags collectively exceptional individuals, Bailly's team brilliance is evident, clearly superior to certain complacent local talents. Can't we simply grant youth a fair chance? Exceptional individuals. Has any Chinese player ever established themselves in La Liga? Not prejudice, just empirical truth. Their football ecosystem fails to cultivate world-class talent. The forum debate raged on. Fresh red replies cascaded continuously, supporters and skeptics entrenched in polarized positions, while neutrals urged calm and reason. No one knew whether Bailly would cement his place in the senior squad. Yet this controversy surrounding a Chinese prodigy had already catapulted him into the spotlight. Atletico's most talked about young player, whether hailed as hope or scrutinized as hype, his name now etched indelibly in fans' minds. Overnight, Bailly had ignited into stardom, not just himself, but also the upcoming Segunda División. Atletico Madrid be hosted SS Reyes at Estadio El Espinillo the following day, the eve of the match, when fans attempting to purchase tickets were stunned to learn. Sold out. Such scarcity was nearly unheard of in Segunda División B. Even decisive promotion clashes rarely filled seats. This was, after all, not top-tier football. Occasionally, the club resorted to family packages or student discounts to lure attendees. Hence, El Espinillo remained deliberately modest in capacity. Its total seating hovered around 3,000. Yet this time sold out. How can there be so many people? Diego, an elderly fan standing at the tail end of the ticket queue, rubbed his eyes incredulously at the sold-out sign. Behind him, young Alvaro held up his phone screen, frozen on the club's official ticketing page, voice edged with anxiety. Uncle Diego, you haven't heard. The website sold out hours ago. I refreshed for 2 hours straight, still nothing. Thought maybe walk-up sales would work, but no luck. Diego paused, bewildered. Are they all here for that Chinese youngster? Exactly. A middle-aged man turned from ahead, leading a boy clad in red and white striped kit. My son saw the report yesterday and insisted we attend to witness firsthand how a player summoned for first-team training performs in Segunda División B. He used to skip team matches altogether. This is utterly absurd, lamented another fan denied entry. Absolutely unprecedented. Meanwhile, Maria, the ticket booth attendant, massaged her aching wrist and sighed to her colleague. Never imagined this match would sell out. Exhausted me completely. First time I've worked this hard. Her colleague gestured toward the lengthy queue outside. People are even scalping tickets. Just saw someone flip a 5 ticket for 20, and buyers snapped them up. Unheard of in Segunda División B. Fans unable to secure tickets gathered at cafes near the stadium, phones glowing incessantly. Alvaro refreshed the Atletico fan forum. The top-end post now read, urgent, seeking B-team match tickets. Price negotiable. Dozens of replies followed. Anyone with an extra ticket. I'll pay double. Let me inside. Even one game. And I'll treat you to coffee for a month. Others posted photos of their tickets captioned, lucky I bought early. Would have missed it otherwise. Diego sipped his coffee, gazing at the animated crowd outside, suddenly struck by disorientation. He recalled past team matches, sparse stands, scattered applause after goals. Now a single Chinese youth had electrified the entire stadium. Even casual passers-by, previously indifferent to Segunda División B, now asked curiously, just how extraordinary is this Bailly, who's earned training access with Atletico's senior squad? Meanwhile, across the globe in China, a forum post surged to viral status. Titled Friends in Madrid, here's exactly how to watch Bailly's match. It rocketed to the homepage's trending list within 2 hours, surpassing 3,000 replies and nearing 100,000 views. The author, Old Joe in Madrid, a long-term Chinese expatriate and devoted Atletico supporter, displayed the club's red and white crest as his avatar and signed off 8 years supporting Atletico. Finally, a Chinese face joins us. His post brimmed with meticulous, thoughtful guidance, from match timing and ticketing logistics to subtle spectator tips, all laid out with remarkable clarity. First, the schedule. Atletico B's next fixture kicks off at 2 p.m. local time on Thursday, March 20th, versus SS Reyes. Hosted as always at Estadio El Espinillo. Converted to China Standard Time, that's 9 p.m. on March 20th. No sleepless nights required for domestic viewers. Enjoy dinner, then settle in. Set a reminder if you fear missing kickoff. Next, ticketing tips. Purchasing via Atletico's official site requires registration and may flag overseas addresses. Consider using a Spanish friend's address or trusted third-party platforms. Ensure you've exchanged currency to euros beforehand and have a Visa card ready. 4 walk-up purchases arrive at El Espinillo 3 hours early. Crowds are unprecedented. My friend queued for 30 minutes starting at 11 a.m. yesterday. He added special notes for Chinese fans. Exit El Espinillo's East Gate, turn after 200 meters. You'll find 2 Chinese restaurants. Lao Wang Noodle House hands out miniature national flags before matches. Grab one to wave proudly for Bai Yi. Spanish fans warmly welcome away supporters. But let's uphold civility, cheer together in victory, remain composed in defeat. After all, witnessing a Chinese player start for El Espinillo is already historic. Comments instantly overflowed with pleas seeking travel companions. Can anyone help me get in? Others noted Bai Yi's growing fame in Madrid. Many Atletico fans already knew his name. That comment ignited fresh fervor, like ice tossed into boiling oil. A user named Lifelong National Team Fan urgently replied, "Is it true? Is he really famous in Madrid?" Another confirmed, "Absolutely true. Yesterday, I visited a supermarket near El Espinillo. The cashier was discussing that Chinese midfielder with his co-worker, saying ticket sales had vanished solely because of him. Moreover, a friend in Atletico's academy told me Bai Yi isn't just starring for the team. He trained with the first team last week. Practiced alongside Aguero and Forlan on the senior pitch." A cascade of exclamation marks erupted across screens. Am I reading this correctly? First team training. With Atletico's actual La Liga squad. The one competing in La Liga. We knew he dominated the team, but jumping straight to first team training. That's astonishing. Wait, La Liga, hasn't a single Chinese player ever appeared in its history? Could Bai Yi be poised to break that barrier? The post's popularity soared anew, transforming from a simple match guide into a nationwide discourse on Bai Yi's potential La Liga debut. Since La Liga's inception, not a single registered player, nor even a Chinese-descended one, has taken the field. Bai Yi stepping onto that pitch would mark a definitive historic breakthrough. Let's temper expectations, first assess his performance at El Espinillo. Training access doesn't guarantee match minutes, but it's an auspicious beginning. Even without immediate appearances, earning first-team training access already surpasses most overseas Chinese players. Most drift through lower divisions, whereas Bai Yi has reached La Liga's very threshold. Old Joe added fresh insight in the comments. Tickets weren't just snapped up by locals. Many Chinese buyers contributed, students, tourists, even expats. The club even deployed temporary Mandarin-speaking customer service. Our community helped drive this sellout. I've secured my El Espinillo ticket. I'll live post updates and photos for fans back home. Let's rally behind Bai Yi together. Discussions burned fiercely deep into the night. Some compiled Bai Yi's El Espinillo highlights, while others researched his personal background. Still others launched bilingual fan message campaigns, translating encouragement into Spanish, printing dual language banners for display at the stadium. The thread kept rising to the forum's top, so prominently that a sports journalist commented, tracking this closely. March 20th, we'll cover Bai Yi's El Espinillo performance live, eagerly awaiting his display. These external reverberations, however, had yet to reach Atletico B's training ground. At Estadio El Espinillo, the air carried none of the taut, suffocating pressure characteristic of first-team sessions. Bai Yi arrived early, as always, for his customary warm-up jog. Sweat already glistened more profusely on his temples than usual. His body hadn't fully recovered from 3 days of grueling first-team drills. "Hey, Bai Yi, over here." A familiar voice called from the side. Bai Yi turned to see De Gea, and Coke grinned. "Finally caught you. Survived first-team training without collapsing." Bai Yi smiled. The intensity is immense. Their speed is blistering, and defensive midfielders clamp down instantly. Hesitate half a second, and the ball's gone. Indeed. De Gea whistled softly, admiration glinting in his eyes. "I once observed a first-team session. Aguirre's standards are brutal. Still training alongside Aguero and Forlan. You'll absorb invaluable lessons. By the way," he leaned in, slightly lowering his voice, "I heard Mendes mentioned leaving you an English Premier League option." "True." Bai Yi blinked, surprised. De Gea knew, then nodded. "We discussed it once. Portsmouth offered guaranteed playing time, but I haven't decided yet." "Portsmouth? The Premier League?" Coke exclaimed, awestruck. "Among our academy graduates, few earn such opportunities. You're moving astonishingly fast." He smacked his thigh, remembering something. "Oh, one more thing. Just now the ticket booth told me tomorrow's match is sold out. Completely empty." "Sold out?" Bai Yi looked genuinely startled. He remembered team crowds rarely exceeded one-third capacity, maybe 1,000 souls with vast swaths of empty stands. "Yes." Coke spread his hands. "After all these years in the team, when has that ever happened? Sold out a full day before kickoff. Tomorrow's stands will roar. I'm nervous just thinking about it. So many eyes watching, better avoid mistakes." De Gea nodded in agreement. As the trio conversed, teammates' greetings rang out from the sideline. Bai Yi glanced up to see Caminero approaching along the pitch edge, accompanied by Manuel and Garcia. Manuel wore his usual sportswear. Garcia clutched a tactical board. Their expressions were notably more solemn than usual. "All right, gather for warm-ups." Garcia blew his whistle sharply, and players swiftly formed a circle following the assistant coach through dynamic stretches, leg lifts, torso twists, lunges, movements precise and synchronized. Bailly completed 2 exercises before Caminero called his name. Bailly, come here. Bailly halted mid-stretch and walked to the sideline. Caminero placed a steady hand on his shoulder, his tone resonant with quiet expectation. Perform well tomorrow. In all my years at Atletico, I've never seen a team match sell out in advance. The club confirmed many tickets were purchased by Chinese fans, your compatriots traveling specifically to support you. He paused, then added gently, it's encouraging, proof people believe in you. But don't burden yourself. Play as you do in training. Manuel stood nearby, gaze kind, patting Bailly's arm. Don't overthink it. Train as you always have. Play as you always do. Your first team experience will help you settle into tomorrow's atmosphere. Stay relaxed. Bailly straightened, offering a crisp, respectful nod, his voice low but assured, I will. Caminero studied his unwavering composure, a flicker of approval brightening his eyes. He gave his shoulder another firm pat. Good. Back to the group. Don't miss warm-up. Tomorrow's a tough contest. Bailly nodded and rejoined the formation, continuing his stretches. Coke and De Gea exchanged playful winks with him. He returned a faint, confident smile. Inside, though, his thoughts churned. He hadn't anticipated such rapid awareness back home, or such widespread Chinese attendance. He recalled the sea of red flags in the stands. Denying pressure would be dishonest, but precisely that pressure fueled his resolve. Simultaneously, his gaze drifted inward to Task 1. Task 1, critical transition link. Within a single Segunda División B match, after regaining possession via interception or tackle, initiate effective attacks resulting in at least 2 threatening shots, defined as unknown breakaways, unmarked shots inside the penalty area, or shots striking the frame. Let's complete it tomorrow. He truly needed rapid advancement. Analyzing the task, it wasn't insurmountable. What else remained but relentless training? Time flew. The next day, 1:30 p.m. Estadio El Espinillo welcomed its most vibrant day yet. The afternoon sun at 1:30 cast a slanted glow over the red and white stands of the Espino Stadium, which with a capacity of 3,000 was already filled to the brim just past the peak of entry. This was the first time since the Atletico B team settled in 1997 that such a spectacle had occurred. Most of the spectators instinctively glanced towards the warm-up area of the Atletico B team. A local fan pointed at the player on the field named Bailly and murmured to those around, that's the young lad from Huagua who gets to train alongside Agüero. We must see what he's capable of today. On the east side of the stands, a sea of Huagua red was particularly eye-catching. Hundreds of Huagua fans had gathered here, waving red flags and homemade banners that read Bailly, go for it, in Chinese. Most of them were students studying in Spain, local Chinese residents, and many tourists who had come from nearby cities, all chanting in unison in Chinese, Bailly, rise up, Bailly, you will win. Their voices were loud and synchronized, attracting the attention of nearby Spanish fans, some of whom clapped curiously, while others pulled out flip phones to capture the vibrant scene. At that time, smartphones were not yet widespread, making such a scene particularly rare at lower league matches. I didn't expect so many compatriots to show up. A student holding a red flag smiled and said to those nearby, I saw the viewing guide on the forum yesterday and took the intercity express train from Barcelona this morning. It took over 6 hours. I was worried I wouldn't find the group, but the moment I entered the stadium and saw this sea of red, it felt so welcoming. A nearby Chinese aunt holding a freshly bought red and white scarf excitedly added, I've lived in Madrid for 10 years and have never been this excited for a player before. Bailly is a key player for our Huagua in the Atletico B team, who knows he might play in La Liga in the future. I had to come support. Naturally, Bailly in the warm-up area also noticed this enthusiastic display of Huagua red. As he completed a set of long-range shooting drills, the east stands erupted with shouts of good shot. In Chinese, he instinctively looked up and saw a flurry of red flags waving in the sunlight. A warm surge flooded his heart. He knew these people were here for him, crossing distances to offer their support. Coke patted him on the shoulder, saying, you have a lot of compatriots here, keep it up. I'll feed you the ball later. Bailly nodded, a determined smile appearing on his face, and his passes became steadier. The discussions in the stands continued. Local fans were talking about Bailly's technical skills, while Huagua fans were inquiring if anyone could help record the match. Reporters with bulky cameras scurried back and forth between the stands and the sidelines, frequently focusing their lenses on Bailly and the Chinese cheering section on the east side. The SS Reyes players, however, did not expect such a turnout of fans for today's match against Atletico B. Many players felt a bit nervous. Some players tend to perform poorly in front of large crowds, while others thrive in such situations, finding excitement that enhances their performance. Soon the warm-up time ended. Inside Atletico B's locker room, Manuel took advantage of the last moments to say, the noise outside is loud, I know you all can hear it, but now forget all the applause and cheers. His gaze swept over each player's face, lingering on Bailly for 2 seconds before moving on. Today we are playing against SS Reyes, not Real Madrid, not Barcelona. Their wingers are strong, and their two defensive midfielders like to press the center. We practiced countermeasures for this last week, so don't let the extra people in the stands make you forget what we've trained. Coke rubbed his nose and quietly added, "Coach, there really are a lot of people today. I felt a bit nervous warming up." Manuel heard this nervousness is a good thing. It shows you care about the match. But remember, nervousness should not turn into panic. De Gea, you guard the goal well. They will cross from the wings, so be mindful of communicating with the center backs. Bailly, take the ball more in midfield, but don't be intimidated by their dual defensive midfielders pressing you. Coke will help you create space. At this point, he turned specifically to Bailly, his tone softer than before. There are compatriots outside cheering for you. This is your honor, but don't see it as a burden. You can combine well with Aguero and Forlan in the first team, and you'll have no problem combining with your brothers here. Just follow the short passing drills we usually practice. When you receive the ball, the wingers will help you open up space. Don't rush to pass forward, stabilize the rhythm first, and avoid giving them counterattack opportunities. Bailly nodded. Manuel finally clapped his hands and raised his voice slightly. Get your gear in order. When you go out, hold your heads high. No matter how many eyes are on you, what you need to do is play each ball well and win this match. Okay. The players shouted in unison, their voices significantly louder than before. At 1:50, the doors of the players' tunnel opened, and both teams began to enter the field. As Bailly walked out of the tunnel with the team, the Chinese cheers from the east stands were particularly loud with chants of "Bailly, go for it," rising and falling. Bailly raised his head and waved towards the east stands, causing the cheers from Huagua fans to grow even more fervent. He silently turned toward the field, taking a deep breath. The 3-0 seat Espino Stadium felt like a spark ignited. Without the grandeur of a top league, it was filled with the purity and fervor unique to youth teams, devoid of the clamor of star-studded matches. Yet because of the presence of a Huagua youth, it became profoundly significant. Every pair of eyes in the stands was focused on Bailly, especially the Huagua fans. Every cheer from them carried anticipation. Some were eager to witness the rise of a genius, while others looked forward to seeing a Huagua player break through on the European stage. In the minutes leading up to the opening whistle, the cheers at the Espino Stadium had already reached a fever pitch. Mendes sat in the middle tier of the stands, scanning the full crowd. This scene surprised him, and he even pulled out his phone to double-check the match schedule. Indeed, it was Atletico B against SS Reyes in a Segunda B match, an under-21 game with no broadcast, yet it was filled with over 3,000 fans. His gaze quickly locked onto the sea of Huagua red in the east stands, where the red flag stood out against the backdrop of red and white jerseys. Mendes raised an eyebrow, recalling that his assistant had told him there had never been a Huagua player in La Liga. He mused softly. As an agent who had seen countless young stars rise, he understood the significance of scarcity all too well. What he saw was not just a young midfielder training with the first team, but an untapped goldmine. Hundreds of Huagua fans had come specifically to watch a youth team player compete. This was not ordinary fan support, it was a signal of a vast market. Suddenly, he had some ideas in mind. For Bailly, he now had a more thoughtful approach. Ding! Soon the referee blew the whistle to start the match. The match began. The roar from the stands caught Mendes off guard, and he turned to the field, contemplating how to chat with Bailly. Facing an 18-year-old, he was confident he could persuade him. On the field, SS Reyes players adopted an aggressive pressing posture. The double pivot in midfield pressed directly into Atletico B's half, while the wingers frequently surged forward, clearly looking to catch them off guard. However, perhaps due to the overwhelming noise from the Espino fans, they struggled to adapt to this situation. Just 3 minutes into the match, SS Reyes, right back, made his first mistake. While receiving the ball near the sideline, he panicked under the pressure from Atletico B players and miscontrolled the strength, kicking the ball directly out of bounds. Atletico B was awarded a throw-in. As Coke passed by Bailly, he smiled and said, "They seem a bit flustered." Bailly nodded, fully aware that this was an opportunity. In the 7th minute, SS Reyes made a more obvious mistake in midfield. Their defensive midfielder, while trying to imitate Bailly's short passes, had his attempt intercepted by Thiago, and fortunately his center back quickly filled in to avert the crisis. Local fans in the stands erupted in laughter, with one fan shouting at SS Reyes players, "Don't be nervous. This is just a B team match." Yet it seemed this advice had little effect. In the 12th minute, SS Reyes goalkeeper, while attempting a big kick, inadvertently kicked the ball straight to an Atletico B player, nearly causing an own goal. The cheers from all the fans grew even louder. SS Reyes wasn't considered a strong team, currently sitting second to last in the Segunda B standings. They were already significantly weaker than Atletico B. Of course, SS Reyes, as a team from the Basque region, naturally exhibited the style of Basque football known for its strong and even aggressive play. Although Atletico B capitalized on their opponents' mistakes, they failed to convert several attacks into goals. In the 15th minute, Bailly received a long pass in midfield. Facing the double press from SS Reyes' two defensive midfielders, he suddenly pulled the ball back with the inside of his foot instead of distributing it to the sides, as he had previously done, then swiftly turned to evade the pressure. The movement was fluid and incredibly smooth. The stands erupted in awe. The Huagua fans stood up excitedly waving their red flags and shouting Bailly. Awesome. After breaking free, Bailly did not become greedy, but delivered a precise through ball. The ball accurately sliced through SS Reyes' defense, landing at Thiago's feet as he surged forward. Unfortunately, when Thiago shot, the angle was too straightforward, and the goalkeeper managed to block it. Although it didn't result in a goal, discussions in the stands were lively. That escape and through ball were already at a first-team level, right? Is this a player who can train with the first team? He surely has something special. High quality, definitely high quality. Thiago immediately gave Bailly a thumbs up, shaking his head to indicate it was his fault. They were just one step away from scoring. On the sidelines, Manuel felt a bit regretful, but every time he saw Bailly's evasion, short passes, and that through ball capable of tearing apart the opponent's defense, he found it a joy to watch. This is genius. Not far from him, SS Reyes coach Perea felt quite uncomfortable realizing they were being dominated in this match, unsure of what to do. The midfielders couldn't hold on to the ball at all, nor could they win it back from the opponent. It was too difficult. Perea glanced at Bailly and Coke, feeling quite helpless. He also lamented that this was the reality of elite youth training, where countless geniuses emerged. Meanwhile, smaller teams like theirs could only struggle in lower leagues, let alone youth training. The fact that the team could exist was already a tremendous effort. Suddenly the cheers from the Espino Stadium soared. Atletico B's offensive surged like lightning, tearing through SS Reyes' defense. The left winger Sergio was the initiator of this attack. He received a pass from Coke on the left, facing the tight defense of SS Reyes' right back. Without hesitation, he executed a feint to create space, and then accelerated along the sideline to break through. As he approached the goal line, he suddenly pushed the ball towards the center. The ball rolled along the grass towards the edge of the penalty area, not fast, but perfectly avoiding the returning defensive midfielder. Thiago in the center immediately understood. He did not wait for the ball, but intentionally pulled towards the right side of the penalty area, attracting the attention of SS Reyes' two center-backs. This pull left a space at the edge of the penalty area. Coke seized the opportunity, making a late run from behind, meeting the ball. Without pausing, he gently pushed it back. The ball settled perfectly at Bailly's feet. At this moment, Bailly had just surged up from the defensive midfielder position without missing a beat. As he met the returning ball, his left leg planted firmly, while his right leg swung back dramatically. The instep of his foot was straight as he struck the ball fiercely at the moment it was about to bounce. Rivaldo's long-range shot was expert. Boom. The football shot off like a cannonball, powerful and precise. It flew towards the goal with a sharp whoosh. The goalkeeper of SS Reyes didn't even see the trajectory of the ball, only noticing a flash of white light before he lunged. But by then the ball had slammed into the top right corner of the net, causing the net to shake violently, and even the goalpost to emit a faint tremor. The Espino Stadium erupted with deafening cheers. The Huagua fans in the east stands were the first to react, shouting Bailly. He scored. The cheers echoed throughout the stadium. Red flags waved frantically in the stands. Local fans jumped up shouting beautiful. Some fans even excitedly tossed their scarves into the air. This decisive long-range shot completely ignited the enthusiasm of the entire crowd. On the sidelines, Manuel nearly jumped up in sync with the goal, clenching his fist and vigorously waving it in the air, his previously serious face filled with excitement. Garcia rushed over to high-five him, and they embraced tightly with Garcia, shouting, "I knew he could do it." That shot was too beautiful. Caminero stood a bit farther away, struggling to suppress a smile. In the stands, the fans were incredibly enthusiastic. Some even pointed towards the field and shouted, "Did you see that? This is the high-quality player I told you about. Such skill, can you say he's not strong? Bailly, get another one." In the center, Bailly was surrounded by Coke, Thiago, and others celebrating as he pushed through his teammates, his gaze firmly fixed on the east stands. There he heard the familiar Chinese shouts and the passionate support of his compatriots. When he reached the bottom of the stands, he suddenly stopped, spreading his arms wide. This simple yet powerful gesture instantly ignited another wave of passion from the Huagua fan section. "Bailly, we are here." Fans surged forward, passing red flags and banners to the edge of the stands. Some even shouted, "Bailly, look here. We've recorded a video for you to show the fans back home." Bailly looked at the sea of red in front of him, at the excited faces of his compatriots, waved at them, and then opened. No complex celebration was needed, just overflowing youthful exuberance. In that moment, he was no longer the somewhat shy Huagua youth who had just arrived at Atletico, but a dazzling football star shining at Espino Stadium, a hero cheered by 3,000 fans. The sunlight was just right, and the breeze was gentle. Bailly stood on the field with cheering teammates behind him, and the fervent stands in front. The shouts from Huagua fans still echoed in his ears. In this moment, all the efforts, all the doubts, and all the expectations converged into this goal embodied in the image of him spreading his arms. The youth was brimming with spirit just at this moment. The moment Bailly scored, the fan forums in Huagua, even the Tieba descended into a state of paralyzed. The live commentary thread for watching Bailly's game, which was already pinned, saw hundreds of replies added every second, causing the server to temporarily display a loading failure message, and upon refreshing the page, the screen was instantly flooded with exclamation marks. "I can't believe it. He scored. Bailly is incredible." This comment was immediately pushed to the top of the thread, followed by thousands of replies like, "One, I'm crying," and "So cool." In the live post by the user Madrid Old Joe, the real-time text updates were faster than the match footage. 20th minute. A combination on the edge. Coke returned the ball. Bailly made a powerful shot. The ball went in. Top right corner. The goalkeeper didn't react at all. This is a historic moment for Huagua football. This was Bailly's first goal in the Segunda B. Every word was punctuated with exclamation marks, and one could feel his excitement even through the screen. That shot. I've replayed it 3 times. The power was incredible. User Football Old Cannon uploaded a clip of the goal sourced from overseas fans, captioned, "This powerful shot is no less impressive than those in La Liga." Bailly's long-range shooting ability is truly underrated. Below the video, in just 10 minutes, there were over 5,000 comments. That shooting motion is so precise, it's evident he has trained hard. I was worried he wouldn't handle the competition in Europe, but now it seems his skills can completely compensate for any physical disadvantages. Is this the level to train with Atletico's first team? He certainly didn't disappoint. I was on site. When Bailly ran to our stands with open arms, I couldn't help but tear up. Userboard Duck International student Xiao Yang posted a photo from the scene. Amidst a sea of red flags, Bailly's figure was particularly striking in the sunlight, captioned, "The whole stadium was chanting Bailly's name, even the Spanish fans were applauding. Our Huagua players have finally made their mark on the European stage." This post was quickly pinned, and the comments section was filled with admiration and pride. I envy those brothers on site. Witnessing this moment is so blissful. When Bailly came over to celebrate with us, I truly lost it. He hasn't forgotten us. Just saw the overseas live broadcast, and the comments section was saying this is one of the most spectacular goals in this season's Segunda B. A historical moment. There has never been a Huagua player on the field in La Liga, but Bailly is steadily closing in. Before the match began, someone had already started a poll on the topic. Do you think Bailly can make it to La Liga? In just half an hour, the number of participants in the poll exceeded 20,000, with 78 choosing the option definitely. The discussions below the poll were even more heated. That goal has already proven his strength. Atletico's first team has no reason not to give him a chance. Unlike those previous overseas players who either muddled through in lower leagues or returned home early, Bailly is different. He truly has talent and is willing to work hard. Some users dug up previous controversial remarks that claimed Huagua people can't play football, posting screenshots in the forum to slap their faces. Those who say Huagua football is trash, come and take a look. Bailly's goal has firmly slapped you all in the face. Under this post, users quickly joined in. Huagua doesn't lack good players, it just lacks opportunities and platforms. Bailly is the role model. He proves that Huagua players can also establish themselves on the European stage. From now on, if anyone dares to say Huagua football is inferior, I will throw Bailly's goal video in their face. The forum's popularity continued to escalate. Someone compiled all the goals and assists Bailly could find into a highlights reel post, which quickly approached 100,000 views. Some media accounts left messages in the forum. We have contacted overseas reporters and will provide exclusive coverage of Bailly's post-match interview. If you have any questions, feel free to leave a message. I want to ask what Bailly's next goal is. Has he thought about joining the Premier League or La Liga? Will he return to play for the national team? The server overload message appeared again, but the enthusiasm of the fans remained undiminished. In the forum, the screen was filled with "Bailly is incredible" and "witnessing history." Meanwhile, at Estadio Espinardo, the match continued. The fans of Atletico B were similarly discussing Bailly's performance. This guy truly has strength. In the stands, besides Mendes, more eyes were on Bailly. Among them were Getafe's Bernal and his assistant Javier. However, Bernal no longer had the excitement he felt when he first discovered Bailly. Now, he felt a bit helpless and even exhausted. A talent like this can no longer belong to us. Javier also shook his head helplessly and replied, "There's nothing we can do, he's just too brilliant. In Segunda B, he is completely dominating. I've heard that Atletico has already promoted him to first-team training, and he is likely to get some playing time next season." Bernal nodded. He looked at Bailly, his admiration still evident. On the field, Atletico B's morale surged after the goal, while SS Reyes' defense visibly began to panic. They had to deal with Atletico BS assaults from the flanks while also being constantly wary of Bayes' short passes penetrating the center, as well as his long-range shots. The defensive formation gradually revealed flaws amidst the back and forth. When Bayes received the ball in midfield, he maintained connections with Koch and Thiago through short passes while quietly observing the positioning of SS Reyes defenders, soon discovering a crucial gap. The right center-back habitually moved towards the center while defending, leaving about half a meter of space open on the right flank, and the fullback's retreat speed was slow, creating a perfect opportunity for a breakthrough. In the 25th minute, Bayes received a pass from De Gea in midfield. Instead of distributing it to the flanks as usual, he suddenly delivered a diagonal pass towards the right flank of SS Reyes. Thiago understood immediately and made a forward run, drawing the attention of the opposing right center-back. Just as the center-back moved to cover, Thiago returned the ball to Bayes, and their 1-2 combination instantly tore through the opponent's defense. The defensive midfielder of SS Reyes hurried back, but was deftly evaded by Bayes, who opened up an angle and could only watch as he shifted the ball to the left flank. Sergio received the ball and broke through along the sidelines. Although his final pass was intercepted, SS Reyes' defense was already in disarray, and the defenders shouted to each other on the field but could not find a stable rhythm. The ball was reintroduced. Bayes continuously moved SS Reyes' defense with his passes. After several passes, SS Reyes' defense was completely disrupted. The defenders were exhausted, and the pace of their covering became increasingly slow, with the originally compact formation gradually revealing significant gaps. The fans also noticed the opponent's fatigue and began shouting. The atmosphere at Estadio Espinardo surged once more. Manuel waved at the sidelines, shouting into the field, "Push forward." He clearly saw the issues with the opposing defense. Perea appeared very anxious, constantly shouting, "Defend." However, in the 35th minute, Atletico BS opportunity finally arrived. Bayes received a return pass from Koch in midfield, glanced at SS Reyes' defense, and noticed that the right center-back had just covered the left flank and hadn't yet returned to position, leaving an even larger gap on the right flank. Without hesitation, he gently pushed with the inside of his right foot, and the ball sliced through the grass like a precise scalpel, threading the gap between two SS Reyes defenders, heading straight for Koch's forward run. Koch had already anticipated Bayes' pass and started making his run the moment Bayes touched the ball. He shook off the pursuing defensive midfielder, met the incoming ball without stopping, and shot towards the bottom left corner of the goal with his right foot. Although SS Reyes' goalkeeper lunged towards the right, the ball was too fast and the angle too tricky. He could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled into the net. The ball is in. 20. The excitement in the announcer's voice trembled, and Estadio Espinardo erupted with cheers. Koch turned and rushed towards Bayes. The two embraced tightly. Thiago, Sergio, and others quickly joined in celebrating together. The Huagua fans in the east stands waved red flags in a frenzy. Bayes, that assist was brilliant. Mendes in the stands couldn't help but stand up and applaud Bayes. He watched the scene of Bayes and Koch celebrating, unable to hide the smile on his face. This precise through ball not only showcased Bayes' passing vision, but also reflected his tactical insight, disrupting the opponent's defense and finding the gap to deliver the pass. Such ability is rare among youth players. Perea stomped his foot in frustration on the sidelines, yelling at the players to stay steady. However, the players' faces already showed signs of dejection. Meanwhile, Atletico BS players were energized. As Bayes returned to midfield, he high-fived each teammate. This was not just a lead in a match, it was another moment proving his strength. At that very moment, the reply count in Huagua's fan forum exploded again. "I can't believe it. What kind of divine pass was that?" A perfect ground pass that not only pierced through but also threaded between two defenders. Koch's timing for the run was perfectly calculated by Bayes. This vision, this footwork, I would believe it if you said it's top midfielder level. Who understands? In these 10 minutes, Bayes has toyed with SS Reyes' defense like a master tactician. Comparing with those midfielders of the national team, Bayes through ball directly raises the standard. Is this the level of someone training with Atletico's first team? Too fierce. SS Reyes defenders must be bewildered. You just finished covering the left flank and now have to recover to the right only to be pierced by Bayes through ball. This is a clear dimensionality reduction attack, isn't it? Bayes playing in the B team is simply a one-sided domination. Earlier in the forum, someone said Huagua players can't play technical football. What about now? I was just casually watching the match and I ended up becoming a fan because of Bayes through ball. This skill, this talent, there's absolutely no problem for him to make it to La Liga in the future. He'll definitely stay up late to watch his La Liga matches. On the field, time gradually passed. Atletico B completely controlled the situation. The 20 lead felt like a heavy stone weighing down on SS Reyes players, especially their midfield core. Javier This player, who usually excels in technique within the team, now had a flushed face and the veins on his forehead. Previously, he had been exhausted by Bailly's continuous passing and was just beaten by a light turn from Bailly during a midfield tussle, having barely touched the ball. The humiliation and impatience completely clouding his mind. After Bailly evaded Javier, he was about to push forward through the center when he suddenly heard rapid footsteps approaching from behind. Before he could react, his calf was kicked hard. Javier had caught up and directly kicked at his leg, the move quick and fierce. Bailly instinctively let out a cry of pain. He immediately realized the opponent was getting anxious. When else to take advantage if not now? Following the scream, Bailly fell to the ground, clutching his calf and rolling twice. "What are you doing?" Coke was the first to rush over, pushing Javier away and angrily questioning him. SS Reyes players immediately surrounded them. Fullback Alvaro pushed Coke, slightly shouting, "Don't go too far." Atletico BS Thiago Sergio and others rushed forward to protect Bailly. In an instant, both teams' players intertwined in the midfield with shoves and curses ringing out. The referee hurried over. The anger in the stands had already been ignited. The Huagua fans in the eastern section were the first to erupt with shouts. "Red card! Red card!" The local fans joined in the uproar. A few agitated Atletico fans even climbed over the stands, rushing towards the sidelines, but fortunately, they were stopped by security before reaching the field. "That's too dirty. That's intentional harm." The shouts from the stands grew louder, with some fans waving scarves shouting towards SS Reyes players, "Get out! Murderers!" After the referee pushed away the players, he already had an idea. This was a deliberate act of harm from behind, completely unnecessary. Javier still wanted to argue, but the referee ignored him entirely and directly issued Javier a red card. The moment Javier saw the red card, he froze and his protests were silenced. "Red card. Javier has been sent off." As the announcer's voice fell, Estadio Espinardo erupted with cheers. The Huagua fan section shouted, "Good. Beautiful. That's how it should be." The applause was particularly loud. Meanwhile, SS Reyes players turned pale. The coach on the bench was furious, banging on the seat, while the players on the field looked completely at a loss. With one less player and trailing by 2 goals, the situation had completely spiraled out of control. Coke and the others, seeing the red card, ceased their arguments. Instead, they checked on Bailly's condition. After a careful examination by the team doctor, Bailly was actually fine. He was just acting more severe than necessary. In fact, he had already been prepared after sensing the opponent's move. Soon Bailly got up with the help of his teammates and the doctor. He moved his calf around and found that he had no major issues walking. In the stands, the Atletico fans, who had nearly rushed the field, began to calm down upon seeing Bailly was fine, but they still booed in the direction of Javier as he left the field. SS Reyes players huddled together, not daring to look up at the stands, clearly intimidated by the earlier. Javier walked with his head down amidst the boos from the crowd, passing by Atletico BS bench, where Manuel shot him a cold glance. Bailly returned to the midfield, exchanged a few words with his teammates, and showed no signs of panic from the foul. Instead, he waved at the Huagua fans in the east stands. The Huagua fans also felt relieved. It was not easy for Huagua to produce a super talent. They couldn't afford to lose him. However, Bailly was actually thinking that this matter couldn't simply end with just a red card. With the opponent down to 10 men, he would have more opportunities to continue expanding the score. After one player from SS Reyes was penalized, the disadvantage became even more apparent. Atletico Madrid B team began to launch their attacks. The opposing team struggled not only in offense, but also in defense, yet relying on a full team retreat, they managed to stubbornly maintain the score. Soon, the regular time of the first half came to an end. In the first minute of stoppage time, Bailly attempted a long shot from outside the box, which was blocked by a defender in the penalty area. Atletico Madrid B team earned a corner kick opportunity. Bang! Coke took the corner. The ball landed in the middle, and Thiago leaped to contest for it. However, the ball was punched out by the SS Reyes goalkeeper, landing at the feet of Alvaro in the midfield. With one player down and 2 goals behind, SS Reyes finally seized a rare counterattack opportunity. Without hesitation, Alvaro sent a long pass over the Atletico Madrid B team's defense as forward Fernando broke free from the retreating fullback. Charging towards the ball's landing point, his teammates rushed forward. A gasp arose from the Espino Stadium as Manuel suddenly stood up on the sidelines, shouting retreat. The SS Reyes bench erupted in excitement as the coach waved his arms, yelling charge. Fernando on the field was about to receive the ball, while the center back of Atletico Madrid B was desperately chasing back. The defense was stretched thin, and this counterattack almost gave SS Reyes hope to pull one back before the end of the first half. However, at this critical moment, a white figure suddenly dashed out. Bailly did not follow Fernando, but relying on incredible anticipation, positioned himself perfectly to intercept Alvaro's long pass. Bailly made the interception first. Facing the descending ball, he skillfully stopped it with his right foot, then turned swiftly to shake off the approaching Fernando, snuffing out the opponent's counterattack in its cradle. Beautiful interception. The Atletico fans erupted in cheers. The Huagua fan section also well done. Just moments ago, sprinting wildly, Fernando gazed at Bailly's steady control, his face filled with disbelief as he reluctantly jogged back. Bailly did not give SS Reyes a chance to retreat. He knew the opposing team had pushed their midfield up for the counterattack, leaving their formation as loose as a torn net. At the moment of control, he glanced up at the penalty area, where Thiago was quietly slipping into the middle of the box, taking advantage of the opposing centre-back's inability to recover. Without any hesitation, Bailly pushed the ball forward, sharply threading it like a surgical knife through the gap between two retreating SS Reyes players, perfectly delivering it to Thiago's feet. This through pass was both swift and clever. As the SS Reyes goalkeeper rushed out of the box, he saw Thiago already poised to receive the ball. Thiago did not waste this golden opportunity, unleashing a powerful shot with his left foot that rocketed towards the goal. The ball struck hard and fast, crashing into the lower right corner of the net, leaving the goalkeeper with no time to react. The goal is scored. The Espino Stadium was instantly engulfed in a frenzy. The fans could never have imagined that watching a youth team match could be so exhilarating and passionate. The teamwork of the players and the brilliance of the talented athletes left many fans beaming with joy. This ticket was worth it. GOL. 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 The veteran fan Pedro excitedly threw his scarf into the air, shouting to those around him, "Did you see that? I've said long ago that this kid is a genius. This foresight, this pass is even better than the midfielders of the first team." The young man in the red and white jersey stood up, yelling towards Bailly in the field, "Bailly, good job." He also made a 30 gesture towards the SS Reyes substitute bench. "You are surely going to lose. This is the strength of Atletico B team. This goal is so uplifting. From intercepting to scoring, it was seamless. This kid Bailly will definitely make it to the first team in the future." A fan pulled out a camera, continuously snapping pictures of the field, saying, "I want to capture this moment to tell others that I witnessed Bailly's godlike performance with my own eyes. This through ball, I could brag about it for a year." Meanwhile, on the field, after the goal, Thiago turned and ran towards Bailly, lifting him up and spinning around twice. Coke, Sergio, and others also gathered around, jumping up and down together. The fans from Huagua on the east stand waved their red flags, wildly shouting loudly, "Bailly. Amazing. That was so freaking awesome. The goal is in. 30. Victory is assured." The shouts echoed throughout the stadium, with some embracing each other in excitement, nearly in tears. This rapid turnaround from interception to goal was truly uplifting. Mendes stood up and applauded, his admiration evident in his eyes. He looked at Bailly surrounded by his teammates, his face filled with joy. This is truly the makings of a top-tier genius. Top-level foresight, decisive interceptions, and precise through balls on the counterattack. This is already a performance worthy of a first-team starter. Meanwhile, SS Reyes coach Perea was slumped on the bench, his hands on his head, his face filled with despair. Being one man down and trailing by 3 goals, this match had completely lost its suspense. Manuel mirrored the fans' exuberance, celebrating wildly. To them, this match already seemed devoid of any suspense. Soon, when the match resumed, the players of Atletico B could clearly feel that the mindset of the SS Reyes players was starting to crumble. Fortunately, there were only 3 minutes of stoppage time. After they barely defended against 2 waves of attack, beep. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. At halftime, Atletico Madrid B team held a significant advantage. The players walked into the locker room with smiles on their faces, while the SS Reyes players looked as if they were gasping for air, finally able to catch a breath. In the Atletico Madrid B team locker room, the players had just changed out of their soaked jerseys into dry training gear. Manuel walked in, his excitement more restrained, appearing somewhat serious. 30. We have an extra player. This is the best halftime result we could achieve, but now is not the time to... His gaze swept across the room, finally resting on Bailly, giving him an approving look before continuing. Bailly's interception and 2 assists, Thiago Coke's goal, and De Gea's saves from those 2 threats. Everyone performed excellently. This is a team effort. Coke was about to smile when Manuel interrupted, but don't think victory is assured. SS Reyes, being one man down, might shed their burden and focus on counterattacks. Their forward Fernando is fast. You saw that counterattack earlier. If we give them another chance, it could spell trouble. In the second half, they will likely tighten their defense and utilize long passes behind us, so the defensive line shouldn't push too far forward. De Gea communicate more in front of the goal and let the wingbacks return quickly. At this point, he deliberately looked at Bailly, his tone softer than before. Your anticipation and passing in the first half were outstanding, but in the second half you need to conserve your stamina. They will definitely target you, specifically don't force it. Work closely with Coke and Raul to connect, slow down the pace, and don't give them any opportunity for counterattacks. What we need now is to control the game, not to chase more goals. Avoiding injuries is more important than any. Garcia added from the side. Manuel is right. You all saw Javier's foul earlier. The opponent's mindset might be a bit off now. Don't engage in conflicts with them, just focus on the ball. The referee has already issued a red card. If they commit another foul in the second half, the referee won't be lenient, but we should not fall into their traps. There's no need to risk our key players for a game we are close to winning. Bai Yi and the other players nodded in agreement. Indeed, injuries are always the greatest enemy of athletes. When embarking on the path of football, the youth training coaches will teach a lesson on how to protect oneself. Manuel looked at the players' conditions, satisfied, and nodded. All right, now rest well. Remember, steady, and we will win this match. Good. At this moment, it was around 8 or 9 in the evening in Huagua, and the forums were buzzing with excitement. 1 goal and 2 assists in the first half. What an extraordinary performance. Bai Yi has turned the Spanish B League into his personal showcase. The live report post by the user Madrid Old Joe, highlighted by Yes halftime stats in bold, played 45 minutes, 1 goal from outside the box, 2 surgical assists, 3 key interceptions, passing accuracy of 92. This data could earn him the best player in any mid-table La Liga team. The technical analysis posts went viral. Netizens uploaded animated diagrams of Bai Yi's 2 assists captioning. The first assist shows positioning, and the second assist demonstrates anticipation. This is not the awareness of a youth team player. Especially after the interception, the pass was delivered in just 0.8 seconds, faster than many midfielders in the Premier League. Below the diagrams, fans erupted. I watched the pass after the interception 5 times. Bai Yi actually adjusted the passing power while running. That ball control detail is incredible. The SS Reyes defenders were left spinning by him, ultimately having to foul to stop him, resulting in a direct red card. This is what we call dimensional suppression. Comparison posts flooded the forum. A netizen dug up the halftime best stats of Huagua's overseas players over the past decade, noting the best overseas midfielders previously recorded at most 1 assist and a half, and that was for a relegation team. Bai Yi directly achieved 1 goal and 2 assists with Atletico Madrid B team, an absolute gap in performance. Others shared data of players in the same position in the European Youth League. Bai Yi's talent at his age remains exceptional. Few can pose as much of a threat as Bai Yi. Some international students shared live videos. The Huagua fans in the East Stand were chanting Bai Yi's name, and even the Spanish fans applauded, bringing great pride to Huagua. Various comments continued to emerge. Who remembers he was banned from the national team for 10 years? The Football Association always knows how to get things done. Such a talent cannot even play in Huagua. The national team must be very strong. The Football Association surely has a discerning eye. To ban a genius who can shine in the Spanish B League for 10 years while selecting midfielders who can only pass back, it's no wonder the national team's results are stable at the 3rd tier of Asia. Bai Yi had become a super talent in the eyes of Huagua fans. Even some smaller forums were overwhelmed. Espino Stadium. As halftime came to an end, both teams emerged from the locker rooms and entered the field. Bai Yi, go Atletico, keep scoring, blow them out. The fans at Espino Stadium were fervently shouting if this match was pure enjoyment for them. They even kept sharing with their friends. Now many Atletico fans knew that a super talent had emerged from their youth. The name Bai Yi was naturally spreading gradually. The players stood at the center circle. The SS Reyes players had adjusted during halftime, their mindset somewhat improved, but their expressions remained serious. After all, they were 1 man down and still trailing by 3 goals. This situation could be described as catastrophic. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the second half of the match began. As soon as the whistle blew, the SS Reyes players adopted a compact defensive posture. The 2 center-backs retreated to just in front of the penalty area, while the remaining 3 midfielders formed an inverted triangle, clearly aiming to stabilize the defense first and wait for Atletico Madrid B team to push forward before seizing counterattack opportunities. Their forward Fernando stood alone at the front, eyes fixed on Atletico Madrid B team's defensive line, ready to pounce on any long passes. Atletico Madrid B team advanced steadily, with Coke passing back and forth in midfield, testing the defensive focus of SS Reyes. Bai Yi positioned himself slightly to the left in midfield, not making frequent forward runs as in the first half, but gradually adjusting his running path, occasionally glancing towards SS Reyes' right back. He had noticed in the first half that this defender was slow to turn and could easily be deceived by feints. 5 minutes into the second half, the opportunity arose. After attracting 2 defenders in midfield, Coke suddenly passed the ball diagonally towards Bai Yi. As Bai Yi met the ball, he did not stop it, but lightly nudged it with the inside of his left foot, instantly shaking off the SS Reyes midfielder who was marking him. The movement was subtle, yet perfectly timed to evade the opponent's tackle, avoiding physical confrontation and creating space for himself to adjust. This simple maneuver sent the SS Reyes defense into a state of alarm. The right back instinctively lunged forward, trying to block Bai Yi's shooting angle, as Bailly's previous long-range strike from outside the box had already become a psychological shadow for them. The two center-backs also moved towards the middle, fearing Bailly would send another through ball, leaving half a meter of open space on the left side of the SS Reyes penalty area. Just when everyone thought Bailly would take a long-range shot, he suddenly changed his action. His right leg seemed poised to strike powerfully, but just before making contact, his ankle suddenly retracted, using the inside of his foot to send a diagonal pass into the left space. The ball skimmed the grass at great speed, just avoiding the center-back, who was covering, heading straight for Sergio's. By the time Sergio received the rolling ball, he had already cut into the area near the left side of the small box. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, Sergio did not hesitate, pushing the ball into the near corner with his right foot. The ball rolled into the net, brushing against the inside of the post, leaving the goalkeeper unable to even attempt to save. Crash! The entire Espino Stadium erupted into a frenzy. They bathed their opponents in blood. At the same time, many of them looked towards Bailly with excitement in their eyes. Bailly had already assisted in a hat trick. 4 goals all by himself. The entire stand erupted with red and white jerseys intertwining with the vibrant red of the Huagua fans, creating a sea of celebration. The Espanyol Stadium had never seen such a frenzy. This was a first. Atletico Madrid fans rose to their feet, with veteran supporters waving their scarves high, their wrinkled faces flushed, continuously chanting Bailly. Magia. They embraced and bumped shoulders, their palms turning red from the clapping, oblivious to the fact that many fans in front were pounding on the railings, their roars deafening. It was unclear who started first. Bailly para el primer equipo. The shout spread across the stands, with more and more fans standing up, their arms waving in unison, their cheers rising higher and higher. The Huagua fan area on the east side was a veritable sea of red. Red flags were waved wildly. They shouted Bailly is awesome. Incredible, scoring 4 goals single-handedly. The shouts in Chinese intertwined with the cheers in Spanish. Mendez stood up once more, gently applauding along with the fans, his eyes filled with admiration. To be honest, he saw the future in Bailly. This player was destined for greatness. Manuel clenched his fists on the sidelines, waved vigorously, then turned and embraced the coaching staff tightly, unable to hide his overwhelming joy on his face. The players of SS Reyes stood in place, heads bowed in silence, a stark contrast to the sea of celebration, while their bench saw the coach slumped in his chair, hands on his head, devoid of any previous struggle. And this was far from over. When Fernando finally managed to push forward with the ball and took a long shot from outside the penalty area, it was easily caught by De Gea. At that moment, SS Reyes' game had completely collapsed, trailing by 4 goals and down a player. Offensively powerless, defensively helpless. Coach Perea made a very decisive choice, shouting from the sidelines, fall back. Everyone fall back. At this moment, Perea was no longer concerned about whether his team could score. He was focused on how to hold this score and prevent further goals. Unfortunately, Atletico Madrid's B team had fully unleashed their potential today. Bailly stood at the core of midfield, acting as the orchestrator of this offensive and defensive drill. He connected passes with Coke and Raul, not rushing forward, but instead using short passes to orchestrate the play. First, he laid the ball off to one on the right, drawing 2 SS Reyes players to cover, then quickly returned the pass and diagonally fed Sergio, advancing on the left. In a mere 30 seconds, the ball flowed under the feet of Atletico Madrid's B team players, while the SS Reyes defense swayed left and right. The defenders were running out of breath, just finishing covering the right flank when they had to chase back to the left, and the originally compact space in front of the penalty area gradually revealed fatal gaps. The Atletico Madrid fans in the stands had begun to celebrate early due to the current score. Every face was filled with excitement and smiles. Meanwhile, the players of SS Reyes wore expressions of confusion. Some even paused for breath after finally escaping their defensive zones, their spirit and stamina rapidly fading. At that moment, Bailly seized the fleeting opportunity. Receiving a return pass in midfield, he glanced at the penalty area, instantly locking onto Thiago's run. SS Reyes' center-back had just been drawn out by Sergio, and the defensive midfielder hadn't had time to cover, leaving a straight pathway down the middle. Without a moment's hesitation, Bailly gently nudged the ball with the inside of his right foot, sending it like a precise, surgical knife, gliding across the grass through the gap between 2 defenders, effortlessly delivering the ball once more to Thiago's feet. Thiago, already in sync, launched forward the moment Bailly touched the ball, meeting the pass without hesitation and shooting with his left foot towards the far corner of the goal. The SS Reyes goalkeeper dove desperately to the left, yet could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled into the net shaking violently from the impact. The frenzied slaughter. At this moment, the over 3,000 people in the Espino Stadium went completely wild, their cheers transforming the once quiet stadium into a vibrant celebration. Thiago has scored again. After scoring, he first pumped his fists towards the stands, then immediately rushed towards Bailly, embracing him. With his arm tightly around him, his voice filled with excitement. Buddy, that pass was so perfect. Bailly laughed out loud as he was hugged, patting Thiago on the back. At this moment, Coke also rushed in to embrace Bailly. Thiago draped his arms over both of their shoulders and shouted at Bailly, "You assisted 4 times. If you keep passing like this, we're all going to get fat from you feeding us." Huh. The surrounding teammates all laughed. Thiago also called for other players to join in, and everyone gathered together to celebrate excitedly, including De Gea. He ran over from the backfield to join in the celebration. Throughout this match, De Gea had been positioned quite forward, and at times, he was even standing at the halfway line. After all, Atletico Madrid completely controlled the rhythm of the game. SS Reyes had no solutions at all. At this moment, major forums and posts in Huawei were all marveling at Bailly's performance. After all, in recent years, there hasn't been such an eye-catching Huawei midfielder. This passing is outrageous. Such skill would be top level in the 5 major leagues. He has orchestrated Atletico Madrid BS attacks, so clearly his understanding of the game doesn't resemble that of a youth player at all. It's not an exaggeration to call him a core player of the first team. After being blocked by the national team for 10 years going to Spain alone, without speaking the language, he has now created 5 goals on the European stage, making the entire stadium cheer for him. This is truly impressive. Don't just look at Bailly's offense, also check his defensive stats. 3 crucial interceptions, and he can immediately organize a counterattack to assist right afterward, being so effective on both ends. How many years has it been since Huawei produced such an all-around midfielder? From being blocked by the Football Association to almost being abandoned by Atletico Madrid, and now creating 5 goals. Bailly's journey has been incredibly tough. It's all earned through his hard work. It's so crazy. I still can't believe that a Huawei player could create 5 goals in a single match within the European League system. Indeed, it's too insane. I think Bailly can totally move to the first team next season. His performance is truly invincible. I feel it's still a bit early for the first team. His foot technique is indeed great, but I think he might struggle in physical confrontations and not perform well. Whether he can or not, we will only know once he plays. Right now, all I want to say is Bailly is amazing. At the Espino Stadium, the celebration of Atletico Madrid lasted for over half a minute before it ended. When the players returned to the center circle, smiles were still on their faces. Beep. The whistle sounded and the match continued. On the sidelines, Manuel had already begun planning the next steps after the celebration. He instructed Garcia to get the substitute players ready to enter. He planned to start making substitutions around the 60-minute mark. With such a significant score advantage, he could make rotations and let the players rest. Genius needs to be used protectively. Soon the game entered a dead ball state. The 4th official raised the substitution board on the sidelines. The Atletico Madrid BS first substitution was to replace Bailly. Upon seeing this, Bailly turned and walked towards the sidelines. The entire stadium erupted in thunderous applause. The first to stand up was the eastern section of Huawei fans waving red flags. The shouts in Chinese echoed throughout the stadium, "Bailly, Bailly." The volume was loud, fearing that Bailly might not hear them. In fact, amidst the sea of Spanish, the Chinese was quite clear. Immediately after, Atletico fans also stood up, their applause transforming from sporadic to uniform, sweeping across the entire stadium like a wave. As Bailly walked, he waved to the stands. Coke ran over and patted his shoulder, while Thiago directly hugged him and whispered in his ear, "You were incredible today." At the sidelines, Manuel also approached, extending his hand for a high five with Bailly and patting his back, his eyes filled with recognition. This protective substitution after 60 minutes was not only to let the hero rest, but also to avoid him being injured during garbage time. The cheers from the stands grew louder, and it was unclear who started it, Bailly to the first team. The call spread from the main stand. Manuel stood on the sidelines looking at the boiling stands, and the Bailly on the bench, unable to suppress a smile. He knew that after this match, Bailly's name would not only spread throughout Atletico Madrid's youth training camp, but also catch the attention of first-team coach Aguirre regarding this talented midfielder from Huawei. Having seen Bailly's performance, Manuel felt that even if Bailly could not join the first team, he could not remain in Atletico Madrid B next season because the competitive intensity of the B team was no longer suitable for him. This kid is progressing too rapidly. Meanwhile, the fans on site were still cheering for the hero who had just left the field, their applause and shouts being the sincerest tribute to a player who created miracles in just 60 minutes. In the stands in a corner, Ferdoz was watching the match. When he saw the stadium filled with cheers and applause, all directed at his former roommate, Bailly, he couldn't help but smile. He had witnessed everything about Bailly and saw the root of all this change. It was hard work. It was effort that transformed Bailly from a bottom-tier player on the verge of being abandoned by the team to the current core of the B team, even being called a super talent by the fans who could enter the first team. Ferdoz couldn't help but think of a saying in his mind: only through deep accumulation can one welcome an explosion. Everyone thought Bailly's performance was a sudden explosion in a short time. But those who knew Bailly understood that this was the accumulation day after day, everything he deserved. Ferdo's thought of Mario, who had been swept out of Atletico Madrid's youth training camp. Seeing Bailly sitting on the bench, Ferdo's subconsciously joined the fans, continuing to applaud for Bailly. The sunlight spilled onto the field, and the figure surrounded by cheers had not only become the clearest example in his heart, but also acted as a mirror reflecting his past laziness and confusion. He had secretly told himself to work hard like Bailly. The truth proved that this path was not wrong. Who knows, one day he might stand on this field and have others cheer for him. After Bailly left the field, Atletico Madrid's offensive strength did not diminish at all. Coke continued to control the rhythm in midfield with several precise long passes, stretching SS Reyes' defense even thinner. In the 65th minute, Sergio broke through down the left flank and made a cross. Coke followed up with a shot, changing the score to 60. Cheers erupted again in the stands. A complete victory. Manuel made another substitution, this time replacing Coke. Considering the game had no suspense, he wanted to ensure that the core players could rest sufficiently. After all, Coke had also scored twice in this match. As Coke walked to the sidelines, the fans likewise gave a warm round of applause, some shouting, "Coke, well done." Coke smiled and waved in response. As he reached the bench, he even patted Bailly's shoulder, and the two leaned together, quietly chatting about something with Bailly's face full of relaxed smiles. During the remaining time of the match, Atletico Madrid slowed down the pace, but still maintained firm control. The players of SS Reyes had long lost their fighting spirit, frequently making passing errors, and their attack struggled to even advance past Atletico Madrid's half, forced into passive defense in their own half. Finally, when the referee blew the final whistle, the Espino Stadium completely erupted. The players of Atletico Madrid embraced and bumped shoulders on the grass. Thiago ran to the bench to jump and celebrate with Bailly, Coke, and others. De Gea also excitedly rushed towards his teammates, and everyone celebrated wildly. This was their biggest victory of the season. Coach Manuel and the coaching staff tightly embraced their faces, unable to hide their smiles. A 60 super victory not only proved the team's strength, but also revealed the immense potential of young players like Bailly and Coke. The fans in the stands were unwilling to leave. Huagua fans continued to shout, "Bailly is amazing." After the final whistle, Manuel had just finished hugging the coaching staff when he was stopped by approaching reporters. A reporter from the Madrid sports newspaper was the first to hand over a microphone, his tone filled with excitement. "Coach Manuel, congratulations on the team's 60 super victory. Your team maintained control throughout the match. What do you think was the key to winning?" Manuel wiped his forehead and smiled, saying, "We must thank the players for their focus. From the beginning to the end, they strictly executed the pre-match tactics, whether it was the passing and movement in the attack or the coordinated positioning in defense. Everyone performed at their best. Especially the midfield coordination. Coke and Bailly linked the front and back fields, well, making our attacks more layered, which was key to easily tearing apart the opponent's defense. In this match, Bailly created 5 goals with 1 goal and 4 assists, and this was just his hour-long performance. How do you evaluate his performance today?" Mentioning Bailly, Manuel's eyes clearly lit up. "Bailly's performance today exceeded my expectations. He possesses excellent personal ability. That long-range shot outside the penalty area showcased his shooting skills, and the 4 assists reflected his top-level passing vision and tactical understanding. What's more remarkable is his game intelligence, such as that fake shot that turned into a pass in the second half, accurately exploiting the opponent's defensive vulnerabilities. It's unfortunate that he only had 60 minutes to display his talents. However, this was to prevent him from getting injured during garbage time. After all, his importance to the team is self-evident, and we need to protect such core players." The reporter continued to ask, "Bailly went from nearly leaving the team to now becoming the attacking core of the B team. What do you think has been his biggest growth during this time? Will he have a chance to move up to the first team?" Manuel pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "His greatest growth has been in adaptation and perseverance. To be honest, I'm not sure about lower-tier teams, but with the B team, he quickly adapted to the rhythm and tactical system of European football. He never complained about the difficulty of training. Instead, he actively practiced extra sessions every day. This dedication to football allowed him to rapidly integrate into the team and continuously improve his skills and awareness. As for the first team, I believe he has already possessed the ability to train with the first team, and this match performance is the best proof. I believe the first team coaching staff will also pay attention to him. As long as he maintains his current form, moving up to the first team is just a matter of time." On this side, the Espino Stadium remained boiling after the match. After the players of Atletico Madrid celebrated, they walked towards the stands to thank the fans who had cheered throughout the match. After all, they had rarely encountered such a game. Bailly walked in the middle of the team. As he approached the main stand, he was surrounded by a burst of warm applause. "Kids, well done." An elderly fan with gray hair waved a Madrid scarf, shouting loudly. The fans beside him echoed some, giving thumbs up to the players. The 60 victory is so uplifting. Your performance today was truly exciting. Coke waved to the fans, and just as he was about to express his gratitude, he was interrupted by a middle-aged fan in a red and white jersey. Coke, your midfield coordination was so steady. You must work hard. We are all waiting to see you play at the Calderon Stadium. This comment ignited a fuse, and the surrounding fans immediately joined in shouting, right, Calderon is waiting for you. Get promoted to the first team soon, so we can cheer for you at home. Bailly stood beside Coke, scanning the stands where many Huagua fans had also gathered, their Chinese shouts particularly clear. Bailly, don't stop. We want to see you on a bigger stage. Bailly nodded and waved at them once again, eliciting a round. Remember this feeling today, an old fan shouted, his voice choked with emotion. The turf at Calderon Stadium is softer than here, and the applause is louder than here. You are so young and already possess such strength, as long as you don't relax, you will definitely stand there. This statement quieted the players. How could they not yearn for the first team? Bailly also clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. Oh, it may not be Calderon Stadium, but he must stand on a higher stage. Top leagues. The players of Atletico Madrid had never seen such a scene. These young people, seeing the support from the fans at this moment, could not help but pledge their hearts to ensure they would restore Atletico Madrid. All the way to the locker room, Coke and the others still wore expressions of determination. Half an hour after the final whistle, the exit of Espino Stadium was still crowded with fans dressed in red and white jerseys. The sunset cast long shadows over the crowd as cheers, discussions, and the echoes of Atletico's anthem intertwined, creating the liveliest evening at Espino Stadium. Pedro, you're right, Bailly is indeed very talented, and I can't wait to see him play in La Liga. The gray-haired Jordi was chatting with his old pal Pedro about the match. Both had been Atletico fans for over 20 years. Pedro nodded with a smile. Yes, his synergy with Coke is remarkable. Once these two mature, they'll be the midfield backbone of Atletico for the next decade. The surrounding fans burst into laughter. Today's match was exhilarating. After all, when the fans witnessed the midfield combination of Bailly and Coke shining on the pitch, they began to envision how this young duo could showcase Atletico's glory on a grander stage. The fans were happy, the teammates were happy, and Bailly was equally beaming. After celebrating with his teammates in the locker room, he took a shower and immediately opened the system. Task 1: key transition in offense and defense in a single match of the Spanish Segunda B League. After regaining possession through interception or tackle, initiate an effective attack and create at least 2 threatening shots. Threatening shot defined as unknown shot inside the penalty area without marking shot hitting the goal frame. Status completed. Reward free attribute points 15. Bailly saw the system rewards. Although he was a bit disappointed it wasn't a talent, free attribute points were still a good thing. He glanced at his current attributes. Passing 82, 85, vision 72, 85. Strength 67, 71, off the ball movement 70, 78. Shooting 59, 70, dribbling 68, 70. Ball control 68, 75, speed 60, 70. Stamina 70, 80, defense 36, 50. Free attribute points can raise the attribute cap or directly boost current attributes, but if current attributes are increased, they cannot exceed the cap. Moreover, each attribute requires a different number of free attribute points. The higher the attribute, the more free attribute points are needed to level up. Bailly pondered. He looked at the stamina attribute and found that in the range of 70 to 80, the ratio of attributes to free attribute points was 1:1.5. This meant that to raise the 70 attribute to 80, he needed 15 free attribute points. After a moment of thought, Bailly chose to temporarily raise his stamina to the cap. Right now, Manuel regarded him as a core part of the gameplay, so he needed to have a lot of movement in the front line. Therefore, stamina was very important for him. With a thought, all the free attribute points vanished, and his stamina attribute rose to 80. Bailly instantly felt a significant reduction in his fatigue. The effect was immediate. Then Bailly looked at the new tasks. This time the system refreshed 2 tasks. Task 1: play for no less than 10 minutes in any top European league. Task 2: score a total of 5 goals in the Spanish Segunda B League or higher. Bailly glanced at the tasks this time and felt that the difficulty was increasing, especially for Task 1. Top European League. Bailly murmured. He was well aware of what a top European league meant. However, he was currently just a player for Atletico's B team, and there was a visible gap to the first team's regular rotation. The coach said, I have the ability to train with the first team, but training and actual matches are 2 different matters. Would Aguirre give an opportunity to a young player from Huagua who has only proven himself in the Spanish Segunda B League? Although he had trained for 2 days, the difference between training and matches was too great. After thinking for a moment, he realized that in the short term the chances of playing in Atletico's first team were slim. He had to face this reality. So if he signed with Mendes, would there be a chance? After all, Mendes had guaranteed an opportunity in the Premier League. But then he hesitated again. Would Atletico be willing to sell me? He could sense the club's investment in him, with Manuel and Caminero's attention indicating that Atletico regarded him as a future potential star. However, potential stars ultimately require time to nurture, while the system tasks do not wait for anyone. Forget it'll wait to talk to Mendes and see the situation first. Bailly no longer lingered on this issue. At this moment in Huagua, on the Tiña football section, a hot post titled, Atletico B team crushes SS Reyes 60. Bailly single-handedly contributed to 5 goals, with over 2.20 clicks and replies exceeding 3,000 in just half an hour, and it was still rapidly increasing. The poster wrote, I just finished watching the match highlights on the Spanish fan forum Foro Atletico. Brothers, 6 whole goals. Bailly's performance directly made him a legend, a curved shot from 25 meters out into the far corner, just like a mage casting a fireball straight into the dead corner. And those 4 assists were truly outstanding. Attached is the link to the highlights pan. Chindu. Comms 123456 extraction code base 666. I've just tested it, and it can be downloaded. I suggest everyone save it in MP4. I've watched it 5 times in a row, and every time it gets to Bailly's long-range shot, I can't help but shout beautiful. Another detail in the live video, fans in the East Stand shouted Bailly is amazing, and the Spanish fans applauded. It really brought us honor. The replies to this post were astonishing. Got the first reply. Brothers, after brother High has fought in the Premier League for so many years, we finally have another player who can be a core in Europe. He's 10 times better than that group of rough guys in the national team who only know how to pass back. Just now someone in the QQ group said he is Huagua's Sun Yang too. 0. I think he's even better than Sun Ji Hai. I cried. I haven't been this excited since the 2002 World Cup. Back then, I watched Xiao Jiai come off the bench in the Bundesliga, clutching the remote waiting for him to come on, but most of the time, he only got 10 minutes. Now Bailly is starting. It's really incredible, so amazing. Just transferred from the NGA Warcraft section, our guild is all talking about Bailly. Some said his feint shot and true pass are like a rogue's feint, deliberately tricking the opponent into making a defensive move. I must say it's truly impressive. To make such a play under these circumstances shows this kid has a big heart. I study in Madrid and went to the match today. Espino Stadium may not be big, but the atmosphere was every time Bailly received the ball, people in the stands shouted his name. The Huagua fan section in the East was particularly eye-catching, and I shouted Bailly is amazing with some friends. After the match, an Atletico fan asked me, is Bailly from your country? He's so outstanding, he must go to the first team next season. The poster's highlights were particularly well made. I've shared them in the Huagua student group in Madrid, and everyone is saying they want to form a group to watch the next match. There are many more. This match completely made Bailly famous among Huagua fans, mainly because Bailly was so outstanding. There is a kind of agility and talent that doesn't belong to Huagua players. That night, the Madrid Sports Daily quickly published an article titled, The Carnival at Espino Stadium. Atletico B team sweeps SS Reyes 60. Huagua midfielder Bailly single-handedly contributes to 5 goals, writing a miracle in Atletico's youth training. A dominant victory without suspense. Espino Stadium was completely swept by waves of red and white as Atletico B team gave the visiting SS Reyes a lesson with a crushing 60 victory. Atletico B team firmly controlled the rhythm of the match. SS Reyes managed only 3 effective shots throughout the match, with possession below 35. Facing the midfield strangulation and flank assaults from Atletico B team, they remained in a passive position. As SS Reyes coach Pereira said after the match, we lost without any complaints, especially against Bailly's distribution. The entire defensive line felt like it was being pulled by invisible strings, unable to organize effective defense. If one word could describe Bailly's performance in this match, dominant would not be an exaggeration. The Madrid Sports Daily statistics showed that this Huagua midfielder touched the ball 98 times throughout the match, the highest in the team, with a passing accuracy of 94, including 14 key passes, 4 of which were converted into assists, and completed 5 interceptions, also scoring his first professional goal in the Spanish Segunda B with a stunning 25-meter curved shot into the dead corner. His perfect performance tonight made Espino Stadium resonate with the cheers of Bailly. Bailly, for the first, his rate of growth has exceeded everyone's expectations. Atletico B team's coach Manuel expressed his admiration without reservation in a post-match interview. Last winter, he was still struggling for opportunities in the youth team, yet now he can dominate a match with 1 goal and 4 assists. He not only has top-level passing vision, but also knows how to use his intelligence to motivate teammates. This characteristic of being a field commander is extremely rare in an 18-year-old. The significance of this match goes far beyond just a 60 victory. It has shown Atletico fans yet another gem from the youth training system and made Bailly a hot topic in discussions about Atletico's future. As the most surprising player from Atletico's youth training camp in nearly 3 years, Bailly's style highly aligns with Atletico's pragmatic tradition. He does not pursue flashy dribbling, but always manages to complete interceptions and passes at the most critical moments. For Atletico, Bailly's explosion is by no means a coincidence. It is the result of the youth training system's patient cultivation and a testament to the idea of not giving up on any potential player. For the fans, they expect not only Bailly's continued brilliance in the B team, but also eagerly anticipate seeing this Huawei midfielder on the Calderon Stadium pitch soon. As a seasoned Atletico fan said on social media, 10 years ago we had Torres, now perhaps we've found the next player who can define the Atletico era. His name is Bailly. The editorial team of the Madrid Sports Daily. Pedro was still organizing the article on his computer. He read the piece he published today again and felt quite satisfied. As a marginal journalist, having his article suddenly become headline news was a significant thrill. Suddenly the phone on his desk rang urgently, and the caller ID showed the editor-in-chief's number. He hurriedly answered, "Editor-in-chief, this is Pedro." "Pedro, do you know?" The editor-in-chief's voice on the other end was filled with unprecedented excitement, almost shouting, "Today's newspaper, the Madrid Sports Daily, sold out for the first time. All the newsstands in Madrid are out of stock. We printed too few copies." Ha! Pedro was stunned. In his 3 years in the industry, he had never heard of a newspaper selling out. The Madrid Sports Daily originally only had a fixed audience of die-hard Atletico fans and sports enthusiasts, with sales consistently at a below-average level. How could it suddenly sell out? "What are you still dawdling for?" The editor-in-chief's voice pulled him back to reality. "It's all because of your continuous coverage of Bailly." The response to today's article about Atletico B team and Bailly was particularly good. Many Atletico fans specifically went to newsstands to buy newspapers just to read Bailly's piece. Just now, a newsstand owner called the newspaper asking if they could deliver more copies tomorrow. Pedro's heart raced. A warm current surged from his heart. He remembered how he could only sit quietly in the corner when colleagues discussed first-team news, unable to join the conversation. But now, just because he stumbled upon a youth training gem, the newspaper sales had actually set a record. Even the editor-in-chief personally called him. This feeling of turning the tables was even more exhilarating than when he published his first article. "Pedro, listen." The editor-in-chief's tone suddenly became serious but contained undeniable importance. "From now on, you have no other assignments. Your only job is to keep an eye on Bailly. You need to follow his daily training, whether he has interviews after matches, and even his private dynamics. You must be present at every match he plays and write the most detailed reports. Our newspaper will focus solely on tracking Bailly. This task is entrusted to you." "Okay." Pedro almost blurted out, his voice trembling slightly. Keeping an eye on Bailly. This was simply the task he had always dreamed of. Compared to the previous running around various youth training venues and covering those unnoticed minor events, tracking a rising star was not only easier, but also more fulfilling. He could almost imagine Bailly's reports repeatedly making the headlines, with readers scrambling to buy newspaper. After hanging up the phone, Pedro looked at the computer screen and couldn't help but smile. He glanced at the draft in his notebook, silently making up his mind. He must write Bailly's story well, not to squander this hard-won opportunity and not to let down that shining young man on the pitch. As night fell, Bailly remained unaware of the outside world's commotion. He was actually living a very plain life in Atletico's youth training camp. Bailly had just finished washing up when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was Mendes' call. He pressed the answer button and said hello. On the other end of the line came a hearty laugh. "Bailly, first of all, congratulations. A 60 victory, contributing to 5 goals. Such a performance is enough for the whole of Madrid to remember your name." Mendes' tone was filled with admiration, and Bailly quietly thanked. "Thank you, it's the result of the team's collective effort." "Don't be modest, kid." Mendes' voice was filled with undeniable certainty. "I was there in person. I know exactly how you performed. I'm calling you just to fulfill our agreement. Let's discuss the signing after the match. After this game, I believe your current abilities are enough to establish yourself in the top leagues." The author says the extra chapter rule states that as long as the rating reaches 9 points, 2 extra chapters will be added. For every increase of 0.1 points above 9, 2 additional chapters will continue to be added. Currently, in the 8-point range, the rate of 0.1 for 1 chapter remains unchanged. The next day at 10 in the morning, the outdoor cafe in the outskirts of Madrid was bathed in sunlight, and the wooden tables and chairs were warmed by the sun. Bailly arrived 10 minutes early and had just ordered a glass of lemonade. He then saw Mendes approaching in a well-tailored dark suit, walking with a steady gait. This top football agent in Europe wore a calm smile, followed by an assistant carrying a black briefcase. "Bailly, good morning." Mendes sat down opposite him, took the briefcase from his assistant, and gestured for the assistant to wait at a nearby table. As his gaze fell on Bailly, it was filled with undisguised admiration. "Your performance in yesterday's match exceeded my expectations. You possess innate talent, and coupled with your hard work, you are capable of establishing yourself in any top league. Bailly smiled in return, replying, "Thank you for your recognition. I still have much to learn." Humility is commendable, but one must also acknowledge their own value. Mendes took out a document from his briefcase and pushed it in front of Bailly. The cover displayed a draft of the agent contract, and he continued, "I mentioned Portsmouth in the Premier League to you before, you should remember. Their head coach Harry Redknapp called me yesterday. I mentioned you to him, and they are in need of a rhythm controller like you in their midfield. I am confident you will secure stable playing time at Portsmouth from the start of next season, with at least 30 minutes of playing opportunities in each match." Bailly's gaze landed on the document, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. 30 minutes of playing time in the Premier League was precisely the key to the system task, requiring a minimum of 10 minutes in a top league, and it was his most urgent need at this stage. Mendes lightly tapped the document with his finger and turned to the details of the cooperation. "Regarding our agent collaboration, I need to clarify the realistic rules. The commission percentage that agents take from player salaries typically ranges from 3 to 10, but for rookie players in mainstream European leagues, due to their weak bargaining power, the actual cut is often between 8 and 12. For the star players I represent, such as Cristiano Ronaldo and Jose Mourinho, the commission remains stable at 5 to 8 because they bring added commercial value. It may sound counterintuitive, but the core principle is player value determines bargaining power." He paused, looking into Bailly's eyes, his tone sincere. "For you, the commission plan I propose is 6 for the first 2 years, taken only from your salary, excluding any commercial endorsement cuts. From the 3rd year onward, if your Premier League appearance rate exceeds 60, or your salary rises to the level of a starting midfielder in a relegation battle team, it will be adjusted to 8, with commercial endorsements calculated separately at a 3 commission. This is 23 percentage points lower than the typical rate for rookie players in the industry and 1 percentage point lower than the base rate for the star players I represent." This statement left Bailly momentarily stunned. He was not a novice and had researched relevant situations. Many local rookie players in Spain had agent commissions around 10, and some agents would offer as high as 12 to monopolize resources. A 6 commission from the salary was indeed far below his expected rookie level. You need not be surprised, this is not a concession, but a reasonable plan based on your potential. Mendes pulled out a printed document from his briefcase. "You are different, you have already proven yourself, and what you lack is merely a platform in the top league." He turned to another page of the report. "Moreover, I want to be clear that this 6 does not include transfer commissions. Typically, agents take 1,015 from the transfer fees paid by clubs, but if I facilitate your move to Portsmouth, I will only take a 5 transfer commission from the club and will not deduct any additional money from you. In simple terms, you only need to give me 6 of your salary after taxes, and all other income belongs to you. This is quite a transparent condition for a rookie-agent collaboration." Mendes continued, pointing to the document in front of Bailly. "You see, the terms clearly state that the agent's commission only applies to the player's professional contract salary and does not include commercial endorsements, image rights usage, jersey sales commissions, or other non-competitive income. Additionally, there is a clause for annual audits of the commission accounts, so you can consult a third-party accountant at any time. I have been an agent for many years and have never played tricks on commissions, especially for promising young players." Bailly flipped through the document. Mendes truly had no need to manipulate such matters. He nodded slightly. Seeing this, Mendes continued to elaborate on the plans for Portsmouth. "As your agent, I will not focus solely on short-term benefits. The platform at Portsmouth is both a springboard and a touchstone for you. Their tactical style emphasizes midfield passing, and your through balls and distribution will fit perfectly. Moreover, Redknapp excels at nurturing young players. He will give you enough leeway to adapt to the pace of the Premier League. I can provide you with far more resources than just these." Mendes spoke with absolute confidence. "After signing, I will equip you with a dedicated fitness coach and tactical analyst to enhance your physical confrontation ability and defensive toughness in response to the high-intensity challenges of the Premier League. As for media exposure, I will coordinate exclusive interviews with the Times and Sky Sports to help you quickly establish your reputation in the Premier League. These resources are not something Atletico Madrid team can offer you." His expression turned serious. "If you stay at Atletico, you may have to wait half a year or even a year to enter the first team, and there are no guarantees of playing time. But if you go to Portsmouth, you can immediately step onto the stage of the top league and prove yourself in real matches. Once you have demonstrated your worth in the Premier League, whether returning to Atletico's first team or joining another top club, the choice will be in your hands. This is the optimal plan for a professional player." Mendes' words were indeed not unfounded. Bailly was well aware that even in Atletico's first team, he might not have the opportunity to play. Even if he performed well, it would still only be in the youth team. After hearing this, Bailly voiced his concerns, "But I think Atletico might not be willing to sell me. After all, I came from their youth training system, and Coach Manuel has always valued me highly. The club likely wants to keep me in the academy for further development." Mendes, upon hearing this, not only did not frown, but instead smiled. The fact that you can consider this shows you are clear-headed and have thought seriously about your future. I have already considered Atletico's position as selling directly is indeed difficult. They will not easily let go of a promising youth player who has already made a mark, especially with Manuel still advocating for you. So my proposal is first a loan or include a buyback clause in the transfer. Mendes explained, specifically Portsmouth would loan you for a season under the condition that they cover your entire salary. Alternatively, if it's a permanent transfer, Atletico would retain the right of first refusal with the buyback price negotiable. This provides security for Atletico and leaves you with an exit route. In simple terms, going to Portsmouth is like helping Atletico level up. After establishing your value in the Premier League, Atletico can recall you at any time, so you need not worry about training for a long time only to benefit someone else. He paused, his tone becoming more assured. You need not worry about this, I can definitely help you negotiate it. Bailly reflected on all the content in his mind. After realizing that there were indeed no major issues, he looked up at Mendes, his eyes filled with determination. Mr. Mendes, I agree to this proposal. I will trouble you with the subsequent matters. Mendes revealed a pleased smile, reaching across the table to shake Bailly's hand tightly. Rest assured, I will handle the upcoming negotiations. What you need to do now is focus on your upcoming training and maintain your form. The stage of the Premier League will soon open. As for our contract, once you find a lawyer, we can begin signing. All right. As he left the cafe, the sun had already climbed overhead. Bailly no longer pondered the details of the contract. He knew that what mattered most at this moment was not to get entangled in the terms, but to ensure that his skills matched the upcoming opportunity. Upon returning to the Atletico Youth Training Center, he made a brief phone call home, simply saying, I have an opportunity to play in the Premier League. I will have a lawyer handle the contract later, without elaborating on details, fearing it would worry his parents. After hanging up, he quickly changed into his training gear and headed for the training ground. At that moment, several teammates were already working out. Bailly greeted his teammates briefly, then jogged around the field to warm up, his gaze filled with focus. After talking with Mendes, he understood that true strength was the foundation, whether facing the Premier League in the future or tackling the current training. Only by continuously improving himself could he seize every opportunity. After finishing his jog, he picked up a soccer ball and began practicing short passes and ball control, deliberately controlling the force with each touch to ensure the ball landed precisely in the intended spot. When he was in high spirits, he moved to just outside the penalty area, mimicking the posture from his last long-range goal, shooting repeatedly as the ball struck the post, echoing with loud bangs. His teammates occasionally glanced his way. Coke even called out with a smile, Bailly, let's practice it to known later. Bailly nodded in response, still moving, wanting to utilize every minute for improvement, not wishing to waste even a second. As noon approached, Manuel walked to the training ground and waved for Bailly to come over. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Bailly quickly walked to the coach, feeling a hint of anticipation, thinking the coach wanted to discuss tactics for the upcoming match against Celta B. However, Manuel sighed, first his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Bailly, I need to tell you something. You can't go to first team training for now. A couple of days ago, the first team lost in La Liga, and now the pressure to secure a top 4 finish for Champions League qualification is immense. Manuel patted his shoulder, his tone growing heavier. Coach Aguirre is solely focused on winning now, and he feels you can't help much at this time. He doesn't want to give you the opportunity to train with the first team. I don't take it personally. It's not about your ability, but the current atmosphere in the first team is too tense, and they lack the capacity to develop young players. Bailly fell silent for a few seconds, feeling a twinge of disappointment, but it was quickly replaced by calm. He recalled what Mendes had said about going to Portsmouth to play in the top league, immediately realizing that this regret might turn into another opportunity. He lifted his head, smiled at Manuel, and said firmly, Coach, I understand. It's okay, I will train hard with the B team and strive to help us win against Celta B in the next match. Manuel looked at Bailly's composed demeanor, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. He had worried that Bailly might feel dejected, but this young man was steadier than he had imagined. Well done. Not needing to go to the first team, Bailly continued with Manuel's specialized training plan. The time kept slipping away. Quietly arriving at March 30th, Madrid's afternoon carried the warmth of early spring, with sunlight streaming through the clouds onto the stands of the Espino Stadium. With just a little time left before the match began, a long line had already formed outside the stadium. The afterglow of the previous 60 victory had not yet faded, and the excitement for Atletico B's match soared. Tickets for this game against Celta B had sold out 3 days prior. Even the temporary stands on the upper level were filled, setting a new record for attendance at youth matches this season. Speaking of Celta B, fans familiar with the Segunda B League knew this was not comparable to the previous SS Reyes. As the youth team of the La Liga club, Celta B is renowned for its strong wing play and aggressive high pressing in midfield. Currently, they sit 6th in the league, just 5 points away from the playoff zone, making this a critical stage for gaining points. In a pre-match interview, Celta B's head coach Amarabita stated, "We have studied the match footage of Atletico B, and Bailly's orchestration is their core, but we are confident that we can disrupt his rhythm through pressing." At this moment in Espino Stadium, the atmosphere was already more vibrant than that of a typical youth match. In the main stand, some Atletico fans were beating a large drum, rhythmically prompting those around them to clap along and sing the Atletico team anthem. At around 1:40 in the afternoon, both teams emerged from the player tunnel. As Bailly walked out with the Atletico B players, the crowd erupted into cheers. The fans in the stands shouted in unison, "Bailly, go for it." Applause swept across the stadium like a tide. Soon the referee blew the whistle. The match officially commenced. Celta B came out aggressively, launching a full press less than 3 minutes. Midfield core Fernandez led two teammates to surround Atletico B's backline like three moving nets, while left winger Garcia pressed directly against Atletico B's right back, leaving almost no room for a comfortable pass. However, the high press revealed gaps behind Celta B's defense. In the 5th minute, De Gea, having caught the opponent's weak shot, read the opponent's pressing route and chose not to play a short pass, but instead powerfully threw the ball to Bailly, who was dropping back into midfield. At this moment, Fernandez was pushing forward with all his might, and Celta B's two center-backs instinctively spread out to cover the flanks, leaving a conspicuous vertical gap in the center. As soon as Bailly received the ball, he keenly sensed this fleeting opportunity. Without any unnecessary adjustments, and not even waiting for Celta's midfield to recover, he gently nudged the ball with his right foot, sending it on a precise parabolic arc, as if guided by a GPS, soaring over the midfield defense and heading straight towards the edge of Celta B's penalty area. This long pass was a full 40 meters. While Bailly's long pass may not be as precise as his short passes, his passing attributes were sufficient, making this kick quite accurate. It was perfectly aligned with Thiago's run. The stands erupted with gasps, and someone couldn't help but stand up and shout, "Beautiful." Thiago, leveraging his excellent acceleration, shook off the defenders behind him, charging into the penalty area. Facing the approaching Celta B goalkeeper, he opted for a shot to the far corner. However, the ball grazed the right post and went out of bounds, crashing heavily against the advertising board with a loud bang. A wave of disappointed sighs swept through the crowd. Thiago, frustrated, slapped his thigh and turned back to give Bailly a thumbs up. Bailly shook his head slightly. He felt that his pass had been good enough. Regrettably, Thiago couldn't capitalize on the final shot. However, Bailly wasn't overly concerned. As long as they continued to play like this, he would always have opportunities. The Celta B defenders were still shaken. The two center-backs exchanged glances, seeing mutual apprehension in each other's eyes. In that moment, Bailly's long pass had nearly ended the match. Had Thiago seized the opportunity, the score would have changed early. Fernandez ran to the defense loudly, reminding his teammates to pay attention to their positions and not to give Bailly any more chances for long passes. But the atmosphere had already been ignited by that attacking wave. Atletico fans forgot their disappointment and cheered loudly, while Chinese fans continuously shouted Bailly's name. "Bailly, Bailly." Various shouts echoed once again across the stadium. After the terrifying long pass at the beginning, Celta B immediately adjusted their strategy. Fernandez abandoned the previous high press, focusing solely on marking Bailly. As soon as Bailly received the ball, he would stick to him like a shadow, even resorting to physical interference. At the same time, Celta's right back frequently moved inwards, teaming up with Fernandez to attempt to completely cut off Bailly's passing route. In the 12th minute, as Bailly received a pass from Koch in midfield, Fernandez lunged in from the side, trying to poke the ball away. Although he failed, he forced Bailly to hurry his pass, resulting in the ball being cleared out of bounds by a Celta defender. On the sidelines, coach Amarabita clapped continuously for the players, clearly satisfied with this targeted defense. However, the chemistry between Bailly and Koch was no longer something that could be easily broken by simple double teaming. In the 18th minute, Atletico B launched an attack. Koch intentionally slowed down on the right flank, luring Celta's left back to press forward. At the moment the defender shifted his balance, Koch suddenly passed the ball back to the advancing Bailly. At this moment, Fernandez was quickly chasing back, and the Celta center-back instinctively moved towards the center. However, Bailly did not stop the ball, instead he gently nudged it back to the diagonal running Koch. This 1-2 combination directly sliced through Celta's right defensive line. Koch advanced rapidly with the ball heading towards the penalty area. In a moment of desperation, Celta's left back grabbed Koch's shirt. Koch stumbled, but still attempted to carry the ball forward. The referee closely followed the attacking side and raised his hand to signal a favorable attack, not blowing the whistle. The Atletico fans in the stands erupted, the drums beating thunderously as cheers swept through the crowd. At this moment, Bailly had already anticipated Koch's advancing route. The instant Koch was pulled, he quickly moved forward to support. Just before losing balance, Koch used all his strength to poke the ball to Bailly, while he himself fell to the ground due to momentum. As Bailly received the ball, a Celta center-back pounced from a diagonal angle, attempting to push him out of bounds. However, Bailly reacted even faster. He gently tapped the ball inward with his left foot, twisting his body to turn and slipping through the opponent's armpit, like an eel, perfectly evading the challenge. After shaking off the defense, he lifted his head to glance at the penalty area, where Thiago was rapidly advancing from the center, running parallel to the last Celta defender. Without a moment's hesitation, Bailly flicked his right ankle, sending the ball rolling along the grass, with just the right amount of force and angle, delivering it precisely to Thiago. Thiago didn't even need to adjust his stride. He simply extended his right toe and gently poked the ball, which slipped under the goalkeeper's armpit into the net. Goal. 10. The Espino Stadium erupted with deafening cheers. Thiago excitedly rushed to the corner flag, opening his arms to embrace his teammates. Bailly also laughed and ran over, patting Thiago on the back. This time, Thiago did not let his assist go to waste. The section of Chinese fans in the stands erupted, waving red flags like a sea of crimson, while some excitedly hugged each other, shouting, "So beautiful." That combination was amazing. The Celta players walked back to their half with their heads down. Fernandez kicked at the grass, clearly frustrated at being outmaneuvered by Bailly again. Only then did the referee rush towards the Celta left back, who had pulled coke, pulling out a yellow card as a warning. Celta paid the price of a booking for the favorable attack that resulted in Atletico's goal. Manuel on the sidelines waved his fists vigorously, unable to hide his smile. He knew that this goal not only broke the deadlock, but also shattered Celta B's confidence in trying to suppress Atletico through defense. Seeing his team trailing 10, Amarubida gestured for them to abandon their conservative defense and push forward to attack. This coach, known for his aggressive style, understood very well that simply defending against Atletico B's midfield combination would only lead to a slow demise. Only by taking the initiative could they have a chance to turn the tide. The players on the field understood this too. As soon as the game resumed, they all pushed forward, with even the two center-backs frequently moving up toward midfield, trying to disrupt Atletico's rhythm with their numerical advantage. In the 25th minute, Celta B launched a highly threatening attack. Left winger Garcia broke through along the sideline and passed the ball back to the advancing midfielder, who made a direct through-ball attempt to penetrate Atletico's flank, sending the ball flying towards a Celta forward in the penalty area. But just as the ball was about to reach the forward's feet, a redanned white figure suddenly burst in from a diagonal angle. It was Bailly. He seemed to have anticipated Celta's passing route. He quickly moved from the defensive midfield position, perfectly positioning himself between the Celta forward and the ball, and skillfully intercepted it with his right foot. This interception was clean and decisive, with no unnecessary movements. Even the referee paused for half a second, seemingly astonished by the precision of this prediction. The Celta forward stood there in shock, watching Bailly control the ball and turn, his face full of disbelief. Just moments ago, he had thought the passing route was flawless. Without any hesitation, after the successful interception, Bailly raised his head and quickly scanned the field. He suddenly exerted force, sending the ball out in another signature long pass arc, crossing the midfield line and directly aimed at the running path of Atletico's forward. This pass was even more penetrating than the one at the beginning, almost instantly transforming Celta's attack into Atletico's counterattack. Unfortunately, Bailly's long pass ultimately lacked the precision of a short pass. The ball was slightly short, making it uncomfortable for Thiago to control. Additionally, with two defenders close to him, he failed to seize the ball. The ball was cleared out of bounds. Even so, the astonished murmurs from the stands continued unabated. Atletico fans clearly saw that Bailly not only completed a crucial interception on defense, but also instantly launched a counterattack. This ability to control the game on both ends was truly a dimensional advantage at the level of La Liga B. Incredible. That prediction was as if he had a god's eye view. Did you see his movement? There was no sign of panic at all. It was as if he already knew the opponent was going to pass. I have to record this moment and upload it to the forum. Let everyone see what a masterclass performance looks like. Even Manuel on the sidelines couldn't help but exclaim to his assistant coach, "This kid's football intelligence is higher than I imagined. He's so steady on both offense and defense. The future is limitless." Atletico's throw-in was taken by Coke. After throwing the ball to a teammate on the flank, he quickly moved into the penalty area to receive. The Celta B players had just completed a successful defense and instinctively thought Atletico would slow down, at least passing around a few times before seeking an opportunity. The defenders, who had been tightly marking Bailly, unconsciously created a half-meter gap, but Atletico's attacking tempo was much faster than they had imagined. The flank teammate didn't linger after receiving the throw-in. He immediately made a diagonal pass to Coke in midfield. Coke, not hesitating, quickly transferred the ball sideways before the Celta players could close in, completing two rapid passes. The ball flowed smoothly, silently arriving at Bailly's feet at the edge of the penalty area. It was only then that the Celta players suddenly reacted. Fernandez rushed towards Bailly, trying to make a tackle before he could shoot. The center-back next to him abandoned marking Thiago and quickly stepped up to block the shooting angle. The Atletico fans in the stands collectively stood up, their eyes fixated on Bailly. Everyone knew that in this position Bailly had the ability to change the course of the game. Facing the double team, Bailly appeared exceptionally calm. He chose not to pass, but lightly nudged the ball inward with his left foot, shifting his body to the right with a quick and clean motion, slipping through the gap between Fernandes and the center-back. This evasion was minimal in movement, but precisely avoided the blocks of both defenders instantly, granting him space to shoot. Without waiting for the Celta players to recover, Bailly swiftly pulled his right leg back, locking his knee, and struck the ball fiercely with the instep of his right foot. Boom! The ball flew like a cannonball, spinning violently, heading straight for the upper left corner of the Celta. The moment the football hit the net, the scene erupted with a roar. Bailly. Another goal. 2-0. The fans instantly went wild, waving their arms and chanting incessantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Bailly turned and sprinted towards the stands. His footsteps quickened until he stopped just below the bleachers. The sunlight glistened on his sweat-soaked jersey, the red and white stripes dazzlingly bright. Bailly tilted his head back slightly, closed his eyes gently, and spread his arms wide as if to embrace the cheers from the entire Espino Stadium. The cheers reached a crescendo at this moment. Bailly, Bailly. The wave of shouts crashed like a tidal wave, with red flags in the Chinese fan section waving frantically. Bailly is amazing. The shout in Chinese was interspersed among the Spanish cheers as nearby Spanish fans roared their voices, making ears ring. He stood there as if listening to each cheer, feeling every bit of enthusiasm. The ecstasy of scoring did not unnerve him, rather it radiated a sense of calm control over the whole field. So damn cool. That celebration was incredible. A Chinese fan in the eastern stands jumped up excitedly, his phone camera fixed on Bailly's figure. This is our player. Beside him, an older fan's eyes were misty. It's been so many years since I've seen a Chinese player celebrate so dominantly on a European stage. Soon his teammates caught up. Coke was the first to rush behind Bailly, tightly hugging his shoulders, his voice filled with admiration. Bailly. That long shot was incredible. Simply unbelievable. Thiago squeezed over, patting Bailly on the back and laughing heartily. Brother, your long shot is more reliable than my shooting. That's your second long-range goal this season. Amazing. Other teammates surrounded the two, some patting Bailly on the head, others pointing towards the goal and shouting. Even goalkeeper De Gea ran up from the penalty area to join in the celebration. Everyone was cheering for this brilliant long shot. Bailly slowly opened his eyes, turned around, and high-fived his teammates, a radiant smile on his face. On the sidelines, Manuel was already jumping with excitement, his right fist swinging down forcefully. Good job. The assistant coaches embraced each other while the substitute players waved their towels vigorously from the bench. Manuel's face was filled with satisfaction as he repeatedly murmured, decisive. So decisive. Not hesitating in the face of potential opportunities. This is the trait of a top player. The cheers in the stands continued unabated, echoing throughout the Espino Stadium. The players of Celta B stood in the midfield watching the celebration from Atletico Madrid with expressions of despondence. They knew that facing such a hot Atletico B was going to be tough. Bailly walked back to the midfield amid the crowd of teammates, and when he passed the stands, he deliberately waved to the Chinese fan section, igniting another wave of cheers. Soon, beep, the referee blew the whistle to continue the match. However, at this moment in China, the forums were already filled with praises, their excitement no less than that of the fans on site. I just saw the replay of Bailly's explosive shot. Even under pressure from two defenders, he dared to strike directly. The ball streaked through the night sky like a meteor, heading straight for the corner. Such power and angle, it's simply a work of art. More shocking than the long shots I saw a few days ago in La Liga. After all, this is our own player. Watching him spread his arms to soak in the cheers gives me goosebumps. When has a Chinese player ever celebrated so dominantly on a European stage? It's completely the demeanor of a master. That's the second long-range goal of the season. Every single one is as precise as a guided missile. That intercept leading to a long pass was already stunning, and then he capped it off with an explosive shot. Truly not just talk about integrated attack and defense. From evading to shooting took less than 2 seconds, and he maintained his form under pressure. His football intelligence and skills are unmatched among peers playing abroad. Manuel said he has the qualities of a top player, and I wholeheartedly agree. In the videos sent by students on site, Spanish fans are all chanting for Bailly. That explosive shot completely conquered the home crowd. Our player can finally be the protagonist on the European stage. On the field, Celta B was still undeterred as Amaribita shouted from the sidelines, "Push up." Even Federico, originally a center-back, was pushed up to midfield to join the attack. In the dire situation of trailing by 2 goals, they had no choice but to go all out, attempting to pull one back before halftime. This wave of attack was indeed somewhat structured. Garcia dribbled past two defenders on the left flank and sent a diagonal pass to the edge of the penalty area where a Celta midfielder was ready to shoot. But Atletico BS defenders reacted even faster, intercepting the ball and clearing it from the penalty area. Coke then launched a long pass, and the football landed at Bayes' feet. At this moment, Celta's midfielders were still pushing forward, and their defensive line had already compressed near the halfway line, leaving a vast open space just outside the penalty area. As soon as Bayes touched the ball, he keenly sensed the fleeting gap. He made no extra adjustments and didn't even look at the goalkeeper's position. With his left foot anchoring his body, he pulled back his right foot and unleashed a powerful shot at the incoming ball. The football shot off like a cannonball, whistling towards the upper right corner of the goal. The Celta goalkeeper's pupils constricted as he dove desperately to the side, barely grazing the ball with his fingertips. This nudge changed the direction of the football just enough. The ball grazed the outside of the post and crashed heavily into the advertising board with a dull thud. Whoosh! A gasp echoed through the Espino Stadium, the fans lamenting deeply. That was almost yet another breathtaking world-class shot. Seeing Bayes' decisive shot, Manuel almost thought it was going in. Unfortunately, it didn't. Nonetheless, he applauded Bayes enthusiastically. That's how it should be. Players must build confidence time and again in such moments. On the other side, the Celta defenders were drenched in cold sweat. Federico clutched his chest, his face pale, as he ran back to the defense, having thought for a moment that the goal might be breached again. On the sidelines, Amaribieta had completely lost control. He pointed at the players on the field, shouting angrily, "Mark that Chinese player. Didn't you see his shot just now? 2 people. We must have 2 people marking him." His voice was sharp, even the fans in the stands could hear it. The assistant coach beside him tried to calm him down, but Amaribieta continued to pace and place, his gaze fixed on Bayes, filled with anxiety. With consecutive high-quality long-range shots and impressive passing ability, Bayes had already become his greatest nightmare. After experiencing the terrifying long-range shot from Bayes, Celta BS team was utterly frightened. Amaribieta repeatedly shouted from the sidelines, urging the players to double-team Bayes. Even if it meant sacrificing offensive space, they could not allow Bayes another opportunity for a long-range shot. In the following minutes, the players of Celta B surrounded Bayes as if they were clinging to tree bark. As soon as he received the ball, Fernandez immediately came up to interfere. There was always a holding midfielder nearby ready to cover, and even the shooting area just outside the penalty box was tightly guarded, leaving Bayes with no space to shoot. Yet Bayes remained utterly calm. It seemed as if he had anticipated the opponent's defensive strategy. He abandoned his previous strength in long-range shots and instead disrupted Celta BS defense with quick passes and short one-touch plays. In the 35th minute, Atletico B launched an attack. Bayes received the ball in midfield, and without waiting for Fernandez to close in, gently pushed the ball to the right side to Coke. As soon as Coke got the ball, the Celta B defense immediately closed in on his position. Bayes quickly made a forward run, signaling for Coke to return the pass. In this give-and-go, a gap was instantly created in Celta BS defense. Coke understood the cue and returned the ball to Bayes with a quick touch. At this moment, the center back of Celta B had shifted toward the center to mark Thiago, leaving an opening on the right flank. Without hesitation, Bayes used his left foot to deftly nudge the ball to the right. Drawing in the Celta B midfielders toward him, he then used the outside of his right foot to execute a horizontal short pass to the overlapping fullback Garcia. Garcia did not pause for adjustment and quickly returned the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Within just a few seconds, Atletico B, through a series of consecutive short passes, deftly pulled apart Celta BS defense like embroidery, completely disrupting their defensive positioning. The players of Celta B began to panic. Some rushed to cover the opening on the right, while others focused on marking the advancing Thiago, leading to a fatal gap in the defense just outside the penalty area. At that moment, Bayes suddenly emerged from the crowd, receiving the return pass from his teammate. At this point, there was only one Celta B defender in front of him, while Coke was sprinting in from the right into the penalty area, running parallel to the defender. Without a moment's hesitation, Bayes lightly flicked his right ankle and delivered a precise ground pass. The football slithered like a snake, accurately threading through the legs of the Celta B defender, landing perfectly in the path of Coke's run. After receiving the ball, Coke faced the advancing goalkeeper. Instead of choosing a simple shot, he lifted his right foot and unleashed a powerful strike. The ball rocketed through the goalkeeper's armpit and into the net. The ball is in. The Espino Stadium was in a frenzy. Kirk ran wildly toward Bayes, embracing him with excitement in his voice. "Bayes, that pass was absolutely brilliant." Bayes chuckled as he patted Kirk on the back. "Your kick was also very..." On the sidelines, Manuel embraced the assistant coach with enthusiasm, while the players on the bench rushed to the sidelines, waving their towels in cheer. Standing nearby, Amaribieta's face turned pale, unable to utter a sound. He diligently guarded against Bayes' long-range shots, but did not expect Bailly to tear through the defense with short passes and through balls. This all-round performance capable of both long-range breakthroughs and organizing offense completely shattered the confidence of the Celta B team. The chants of Chinese fans in the stands intertwined with the cheers of Atletico Madrid supporters, creating the loudest melody in the Espino Stadium. With just 3 minutes left in the first half, the score of 30 had essentially secured the victory. After all, Atletico B's locker room had no champagne. They could not fathom how to lose. Anyone witnessing Bailly's performance would agree that he was a pure genius, and it was only a matter of time before he entered the top league. Meanwhile, in China, major forums were not only praising Bailly, but also inevitably discussing the issue of his being banned. Criticism poured in. Damn, the more I watch Bailly's 2 assists and 1 goal in this match, the angrier I get. How can the Football Association ban a talent that can dominate the midfield on the European stage? Who issued this terrible order? On what basis was he banned? Investigate. It must be thoroughly investigated. This isn't just ruining a player, it's destroying Chinese football. Indeed, it is disheartening to the core. Bailly's skills and football intelligence are 100 times better than those midfielders in the national team. He is a core player in the Spanish Segunda B, contributing to 3 goals in a match, yet our Football Association has sentenced him to death, not allowing him into the national team, and now not even letting him play in domestic leagues. Doesn't it hurt anyone's conscience? Watching him give that through ball to Kirk and then thinking about the absurd passes from our national team in the Asian Cup, I am truly frustrated. Banning Bailly is like stifling the future of Chinese football. With only a few months until the Olympics, how can we not include such a talented midfielder in the Olympic team? Are we really relying on those rough players to perform in the Olympics? To put it bluntly, isn't it all about that? In today's national team, do you think any of the tiers can play just because they want to? It depends on whether you have someone behind you, whether you have connections. Otherwise, why would they select you? Ultimately, it's because Bailly didn't give gifts to certain people blocking their paths. Otherwise, how would a talent be banned for no reason? It's so ironic. Foreign coaches treat Bailly like treasure, closely guarding against him. Yet our own Football Association treats him like grass, directly banning him. I echo the sentiments above. Investigate thoroughly. Who signed to ban Bailly? Expose their names. Exposing their names won't help, brother. Don't think too much of what can we decide. What you see happening to those who fell from grace is merely done by their competitive opponents. Let me put it this way, this person is clearly certain long. I saw a post discussing this matter earlier. It seems the U23 national team coach might need to be changed. With only a few months until the Olympics, and now considering a coach change, don't expect any results from this Olympics. The conflict between the Serbian DUI and the Football Association has intensified, and it has long been an open secret, yet neither side has brought it to the forefront. Whether it's the Football Association or DUI, both have been engaged in a shadow war. Each side hopes to emerge victorious from this struggle. Bailly's entry into the U23 national team was due to DUI recognizing his talent. However, Bailly has evidently become an obstacle. It was precisely because DUI forcibly promoted Bailly to the U23 that the Football Association became very displeased. This led to DUI being stripped of power. According to current news, DUI has privately told friends that he can no longer decide the final list of 22 players. What do you think of that? The final roster is entirely predetermined by those above. Do you think this is based on ability or connections? Those old folks above understand nothing about football. Do they care about results? They only care about their own interests. In response to this comment, a flood of replies followed. After all, few understand the matters at the top of the Football Association. They simply follow the trend of criticism. However, after seeing this revelation, one feels that the criticism is entirely justified. What the hell? Siamolong. No wonder he dares to act this way. DUI can't even finalize a list of 22 players. It's all about prearranged connections. How can we even talk about the Olympics with this mess? Talents like Bailly are silenced for obstructing vested interests. Football in Hua country is rotten to the core with no hope for a breakthrough. On the top floor, it was 2008 and the home Olympics were handled so poorly. It seems we won't make it to the World Cup for the next 20 years. The people up there only care about their own positions. Who really cares about football? This operation is simply suffocating. So true. Those who fell from grace were brought down by their opponents, not for the good of football. Siamolong and his group treat the national team as a tool for profit stuffing and connections while pushing out talents. Bailly is a living example. I was originally hoping for some surprises at the Olympics, but now it seems there is no chance at all. DUI and the Football Association are fighting internally. The roster is predetermined and Bailly is silenced. This is not preparing for the Olympics, it's a farcical play. In 2008, it was like this, and even if there are more talents like Bailly in the next 20 years, they would still be crushed by the Football Association. It's absurd to think football could improve. What the person above said is right. Without a change in the Football Association, there will be no hope for football. Molong and his group only care about their own interests, completely disregarding the future of football. Bailly being silenced is just the tip of the iceberg. Hua country's football fans were animatedly discussing. On the other side at the Espino Stadium, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Bailly wiped the sweat from his forehead, exchanged a high-five with Cuckoo beside him, and turned to walk towards the players. In the first half, he contributed 1 goal and 2 assists, not to mention several threatening passes, displaying a dominant performance on both offense and defense, making him the focal point for all the fans. The stands on both sides of the players' tunnel were packed with fans, many leaning forward, waving their arms and shouting at Bailly. That was an incredible kick. That long shot was so cool. Keep it up in the second half. Several Huagua fans raised their phones, continuously shouting Bailly is awesome. Bailly slowed his pace, smiling and nodding at the fans on both sides, occasionally raising his hand to wave, each response eliciting a more enthusiastic cheer. The cheers from the tunnel accompanied Bailly all the way to the locker room. As he pushed the door open, his teammates were playfully teasing each other about their first half performance. Seeing him enter, someone immediately whistled, and Thiago shouted, "Our hero has returned." Bailly smiled as he took off his jersey, tossing it onto the bench, picked up a towel to wipe his sweat, and joined in the laughter of his teammates. Before long, Manuel entered the locker room, and it instantly fell silent. With a satisfied smile on his face, he surveyed the players. "Boys, your performance in the first half was fantastic. The score of 30 reflects your hard work, especially your focus on defense and the synergy in attack, which deserves praise." He specifically looked at Bailly and Cuckoo, his eyes filled with approval. Bailly's organization and long shots, Cuckoo's runs, and finishing have caused great trouble for the opponents. Your cooperation was key to our first half victory. As soon as he finished speaking, a round of applause erupted in the locker room. Manuel raised his hand to signal for silence and continued, "However, the match is not over yet, and we must not let our guard down. Considering the upcoming league tasks and the many young players who need opportunities, I will make substitutions in the second half." He paused, his gaze landing on Bailly and Cuckoo. "Bailly, Cuckoo, you will rest in the second half to give the substitutes a chance to perform. You have already helped the team establish an advantage with your excellent performance. Now, let others experience the rhythm of the game and gain experience." Bailly and Cuckoo exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Cuckoo smiled and said, "No problem, it's a good opportunity to take a break." They both understood that as the Atletico B team, nurturing young players is an important task. With the team leading by a significant margin, it truly was a good opportunity for the substitutes to gain experience. Manuel nodded in satisfaction and began to outline the tactics for the second half. "In the second half, we must maintain our defensive intensity and not slack off just because we are leading. We can afford to slow down the tempo in attack. Remember, every match is an opportunity for training. Regardless of whether you start, you must give 100 focus." At that moment, in contrast to the relaxed atmosphere of Atletico B's locker room, the air in Caminero's office at the Espino training base felt somewhat heavy. Camero held a glass of cold water, unconsciously rubbing his fingers against the wall of the cup, his gaze fixed on the direction of the B team's field outside the window. He had just witnessed Bailly's stunning long shot and 2 brilliant assists through the broadcast, along with his overall performance in the first half. He couldn't help but furrow his brow unconsciously. Javier Camero turned around and looked at Aguirre sitting on the sofa, his tone mixed with confusion. "I still can't understand why Bailly was suddenly stopped from training with the first team. That kid's talent is evident. You saw his performance in the B team. He already possesses the ability to establish himself in the first team." Aguirre leaned back on the sofa, rubbing his weary brow, his eyes bloodshot. "What you think you understand is different. Last night we suffered a humiliating 0-3 defeat at Villarreal's home. We are just 1 point ahead of Sevilla, and there are still 8 rounds left in the league. Each match is a battle for survival. The team's only goal right now is to secure a spot in the Champions League. How long has it been since Atletico made it to the Champions League? A full decade. This is the best opportunity we've had in recent years, and I cannot take any risks." His voice carried a hint of hoarseness, filled with helplessness. "The pressure on the first team is enormous. The players train with tension every day. What I need are mature players who can perform reliably right away, not young players who still need time to develop. Bailly has talent, but he still needs to adapt to the tempo of the first team and the intensity of La Liga matches, all of which require time, and what we lack most right now is time." Camero remained silent. He certainly understood the significance of the Champions League qualification to Atletico. As the club's sporting director, he had witnessed the team's ups and downs over the years and knew how strong the fans' desire for the Champions League was. He sighed softly and shook his head. "I understand your concerns, but I feel it's a pity to waste this kid's talent. I mean, if we ultimately secure a Champions League spot and next season we have to battle on multiple fronts, the need for rotation will be greater. Will Bailly have the opportunity to play then?" This question left Aguirre in silence. He looked down at his hands, lightly tapping his fingers on his knee, and remained quiet for a long time. The only sound in the office was the ticking of the wall clock, and the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Nero observed Aguirre's silent demeanor and already had an answer in his mind. He understood Aguirre's coaching style all too well. This Mexican coach was always pragmatic, even somewhat conservative, trusting those experienced players who had proven themselves on the field, while often lacking patience with young players. Over the years, Agüero was the only exception, and that was because the Argentine displayed maturity and goal-scoring ability beyond his age in the Argentine League, which impressed Aguirre. "Javier, I know your thoughts," Nero broke the silence, his tone tinged with helplessness. "You don't like to give opportunities to young players, believing they are unstable and prone to mistakes. But Bailly is different from other young players. His football intelligence and mental fortitude far exceed his peers." Aguirre finally raised his head, his expression complex. "Caminero, am not targeting Bailly. If next season we are indeed competing on multiple fronts, I will consider giving him some opportunities, such as in the Copa del Rey or during garbage time in the Champions League group stage. But for starting positions or opportunities in crucial matches, I cannot guarantee that. For me, the team's performance is always the top priority. I cannot gamble on a young player's growth with results." This statement left Nero utterly speechless. He knew Aguirre had been very straightforward. Under Aguirre's leadership, Bailly would find it difficult to gain real opportunities. Even if the team secured a Champions League spot, he would only be a marginal player. He couldn't help but wonder, does such a talented player really have to be buried in Atletico's youth ranks? The cheers from the Espino Stadium had long since broken through the heavens. On the main stand, red and white scarves waved like rolling waves. "Bailly! Bailly!" The shouts were uniform, intertwining with the chants of the Chinese fans, creating a powerful resonance. At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the stand, Luca Marchetti was utterly out of place amidst the fervent atmosphere. The scout from Florence wore a dark coat and a flat cap, holding an old leather notebook with the pen swiftly gliding across the paper, producing a rustling sound. He had come to Madrid hoping for a stroke of luck, as the Florence club had been searching for a technical midfielder who could revitalize their play, particularly someone with passing and long-range shooting capabilities. Months ago, he had heard about a player named Coke in the Atletico youth training camp who was exceptionally talented. He had been busy with other matters for the past few months and had just recently freed up his schedule to rush to Madrid. Little did he expect to encounter such a surprise in a youth match of the Segunda B. Lucas' gaze was firmly locked onto Bailly. His notebook was densely filled with notes in Italian along with simple tactical diagrams. 5th minute, a precise long pass from 40 meters, highly penetrating with a wide field of vision. 18th minute, a small area evasion through past delicate footwork, excellent rhythm control. 28th minute, a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty area, combining strength and angle, top-tier finishing ability. Many, many more. After each note, there was a bold pentagram drawn indicating his recognition of Bailly. "Incredible," Luca murmured to himself, his eyes filled with awe. To find such a player with both awareness and skill on the Segunda B stage. His style is simply tailor-made for the Italian league. The Serie A is known for its tight defenses, with teams excelling in compact positioning and precise interception. Bailly's incisive through ball perfectly counters this dense defense. The ground pass to Coke just now pierced through the gaps between two defenders with precision comparable to that of a top Serie A midfielder. This kind of pass-penetrating quality is precisely what Florence currently lacks. What excited Luca even more was Bailly's long-range shooting ability. In the face of tight defenses, long-range shots become a crucial means to break the deadlock. Bailly's explosive shot from the edge of the penalty area had both power and a tricky angle, posing a significant threat even against experienced Serie A goalkeepers. His long-range shots are not just about blind force, but a combination of timing and technique, Luca added in his notebook. In Serie A, such long-range shooters can greatly enrich a team's attack. Splash! In the final moments of the match, Bailly made another pass that gave Thiago an opportunity. Unfortunately, Thiago failed to capitalize. The stands echoed with sounds of regret. This scene solidified Lucas' judgment. Bailly not only displayed outstanding individual ability, but also possessed a strategic vision for controlling the rhythm of the game, a rare quality in the tactically disciplined Serie A. The tactical system of Serie A emphasizes overall cooperation, and players need to perform within a strict tactical framework. Bailly can execute tactics while also creating opportunities through his individual skill, Luca pondered. His defensive anticipation is also commendable. That interception followed by a quick counterattack perfectly aligns with the requirements of Serie A teams for a midfielder who can integrate offense and defense. Ding! Soon the main referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The players of Celta B appeared somewhat dispirited, while the Atletico B players were buzzing with excitement, discussing some of the details of the recent plays. Amidst the surrounding cheers, Luca had already put away his notebook and pulled out his phone, quickly dialing the number of the youth training director at Florence Club. As the call connected, he lowered his voice, barely concealing his excitement. Marco, I've discovered a treasure player in Madrid. No, not from the first team. It's a Chinese player from Atletico being named by Yi. Trust me, his technique, passing, long-range shooting, and tactical adaptability are all incredibly suitable for Serie A. We must act quickly. I believe with his talent and on-field performance, he will soon attract the attention of... Okay, I will handle it as soon as possible. During the halftime break in the Atletico B locker room, most teammates were drinking water to replenish energy or leaning against their lockers to relax. Bailly had just opened a bottle of sports drink when Coke came over, resting his arm on his shoulder, his tone full of admiration. Brother, you were incredible in the first half. That long-range shot completely bewildered their defense, and that through ball you gave me was just perfect. De Gea chimed in with a laugh from the side. Isn't that so? I had the best viewing position in this stadium. I could see everything clearly, ha ha ha. De Gea had hardly broken a sweat in this match. He had to keep doing little warm-up steps in the backfield, otherwise with Celta BS attacks today, he might catch a cold. Bailly felt a bit shy from the compliments of the two and scratched his head. It's all thanks to everyone's cooperation. If you guys weren't in position, my passes wouldn't create such threats. Don't be modest. Coke patted him on the back, his tone becoming serious. I saw you practicing after every training session, either long-range shots or passing drills. Sometimes I'd leave and you'd still be out there practicing ball control against the wall. With such effort, you deserve to perform so well. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he said, by the way, can I join your training later? I want to practice with you. Add me in. De Gea quickly chimed in, afraid of falling behind. I also want to follow you for extra practice. Although I'm a goalkeeper, watching how you handle the ball can help me better predict the opponent's passing routes. Moreover, with you guys around, extra practice won't be boring. Bailly looked at the eager expressions of the two, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. Coke and De Gea were both outstanding talents from Atletico's youth training camp, training diligently, and being acknowledged by them, even to the point of requesting to practice together, made him particularly happy. Great. He readily agreed. Awesome. Coke excitedly clapped his hands. I knew you would agree. To be honest, playing with you makes me feel like my rhythm has improved significantly. Practicing together might just shorten our path to the first team. De Gea nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yeah, if we could play together in the first team, that would be incredibly interesting. At that time, you could orchestrate from midfield while I guard the goal. Together, we could help Atletico win games. The three gathered together, exchanging words about the details of the first half and dreaming of the days ahead. Teammates around them occasionally chimed in with a joke, teasing them about forming a trio for extra practice. As the whistle for the second half blew, the substitute players of the Atletico Madrid B team stepped onto the field, while Bailly and Coke remained seated on the bench. Manuel stood on the sidelines, originally believing that the 30 lead was secure enough for the substitutes to gain some experience. However, he did not expect that the Celta B team was not like SS Reyes from the last match. Just a few minutes into the game, the situation on the field took a turn. Without Bailly's midfield coordination and Coke's incisive runs, the Atletico Madrid B team's offense immediately lost its structure. Substitute midfielder Carlos was active, but his passing vision and rhythm control were far from Bailly's. He attempted to organize attacks several times, but either his passes were intercepted or he fell into the encirclement of Celta B players, unable to deliver the ball smoothly to the front. On the defensive end, the substitute midfielder's interception ability was lacking. Facing Celta B's pressing, frequent mistakes allowed the opponents to easily advance to the edge of the penalty area. Celta B clearly seized on Atletico Madrid B's shortcomings. Amrabat waved his hands frantically on the sidelines, signaling his players to push forward. In the 53rd minute, Celta B midfielder Fernandez received a pass from a teammate at the edge of the penalty area, and facing the block from Atletico's substitute defender fired a long shot into the net, making the score 31. Manuel furrowed his brow and shouted to the field, compress the defense. Pay attention to passing. Don't lose the ball easily. However, the substitute players on the field seemed to have lost their composure, with increasing passing errors and a loosening of defensive positioning. In the 68th minute, Celta B launched another attack. Garcia broke through on the left flank and crossed the ball into the penalty area, where the forward pounced and scored, bringing the score to 32. This goal completely ignited Celta B's momentum. Their attacks became fiercer, while Atletico Madrid B was completely suppressed in their half, unable to organize any decent counterattacks. The atmosphere in the stands grew tense. Atletico fans no longer cheered, but looked at the chaotic scene, lamenting. So it turns out the strength of the youth team was all thanks to Bailly and Coke. Manuel paced back and forth on the sidelines, his face growing darker. He kicked a mineral water bottle with force, sending it rolling far away, filled with anger. He turned to look at Bailly and Coke on the bench, then glanced at the substitute players on the field, feeling a mix of emotions. The situation that had once been a 30 lead was now being chased down by the opponents. The gap between the substitutes and the starters was simply absurd. Garcia tried to comfort him. The substitutes lack experience. Without Bailly and Koch on the field, it's indeed hard for them to control the situation. Lack of experience is not an excuse. Manuel raised his voice. Have all the training sessions been in vain? They can't even manage basic passing and defensive positioning. When Bailly and Koch were on the field, they could firmly grasp the rhythm. Look at now, the midfield is completely out of control, allowing the opponents to attack as they please. He grew increasingly agitated, hands on his hips, staring intently at the field, his eyes filled with disappointment. Thankfully, Atletico Madrid still had De Gea. After conceding 2 goals in quick succession, De Gea, who seemed to be freezing in the first half, warmed up. He made several high saves in a row. He became a wall of size, blocking all of Celta B's attacks, leaving their players frustrated. Celta B made consecutive substitutions and launched a strong attack, while Atletico Madrid also reacted, compressing their defense to deny them space. Only then did the pace of the game stabilize. Until the end of the injury time in the second half, the referee blew the whistle. The score remained 3-2. No one, whether it was the Atletico fans, Manuel, or the players, felt that this victory was particularly satisfying. The first and second halves were like two extremes. In contrast, the players of Celta B pounded the grass, filled with unwillingness. They had fought hard to pull back 2 goals, but ultimately failed to equalize. There had originally been a chance. The Atletico fans in the stands only clapped symbolically, and the cheers were far less enthusiastic than in the first half. Many fans shook their heads as they left, muttering, "What a performance in the second half." And without Bailly and Koch, it was like 2 different teams. The Huagua fans, though proud of Bailly's performance, were also astonished by the collapse in the second half, with some whispering the gap between the substitutes is too large. Without Bailly on the field, the team lost its backbone. Manuel walked onto the field, not giving any player a high five, just casting a cold glance around before turning to head towards the locker room. Back in the locker room, the atmosphere was stifling. As the players changed out of their kits, Manuel pushed the door open, his face still dark. Without any superfluous opening remarks, he spoke directly. "Tomorrow's day off is cancelled. Oh, everyone will train as usual." This statement left the players momentarily stunned, with many showing expressions of helplessness. Manuel continued, "I am very dissatisfied with the performance in the second half. The first and second halves were like 2 extremes. In the first half, they could control the rhythm and create opportunities, but in the second half, they were completely suppressed by the opponents, with defensive holes all over and no coherent offense." He slammed the tactics board. "You should reflect on why the team played smoothly with Bailly and Koch on the field, yet when they were off, you didn't know how to play." Substitute midfielder Carlos bowed his head, his cheeks burning. Manuel's words struck at their sore spot. Not just him, but the other substitute players also knew in their hearts that they had indeed developed a dependency on Bailly. When Bailly was on the field, they only needed to pass the ball to him to participate in the attack, without worrying about organizing or coordinating. But after Bailly left the field, they neither knew how to create opportunities nor how to stabilize the rhythm, causing the entire attack and defense system to collapse. Football is a team sport of 11 players, not a solo performance by one. Manuel's voice was filled with anger. Bailly can create opportunities for you, but you cannot rely solely on him. In future matches, no one can guarantee he will be on the field the whole time. You must learn to control the game yourself and solve problems independently. He paused, his tone softening a bit after returning. Everyone needs to reflect and analyze your performance today, especially the issues that arose in the second half. Tomorrow's training will focus on strengthening midfield organization and defensive positioning. I do not wish to see a repeat of today's situation. Now take a good rest, adjust your state, and see you on the training ground at 8 tomorrow morning." After speaking, Manuel turned and left the locker room. The locker room fell silent. The players exchanged glances, all looking a bit helpless. Koch sighed and looked at his teammates beside him. "Don't be too discouraged. Let's work hard together in training tomorrow, and we can communicate any issues we have." The players silently nodded, gathered their things, and gradually left the locker room. Bailly's movements as he packed his things were light, the angry reprimand of Manuel and the sighs of his teammates still echoing in his ears. He patted Carlos on the shoulder, wearing a gentle smile. "Keep it up." Yet the thoughts in his heart were far more resolute and distant than they appeared. Observing the dejected expressions of his teammates, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of empathy. Being the core of the team and earning the trust of his teammates was a form of recognition. However, he understood clearly that professional football was never a game of mutual reliance, but rather a track for individual ascent. He couldn't stop to wait for anyone. Just as Manuel said, football is a sport of 11 players, but for each player, a professional career is a lonely expedition. His dominating performance in the first half of the last match was proof of his strength. The collapse in the second half made him even more aware that the stage of Atletico Madrid B team was merely his starting point. His gaze had long since transcended the stands of Estadio Espinosa, landing on a broader horizon. Those dazzling arenas of top leagues, those nights of the Champions League filled with the cheers of thousands. He remembered Manuel telling him not to train with the first team. He knew Aguirre's conservatism towards young players. This also made him realize that to establish himself in the Atletico first team and even earn a chance to play in the Champions League, mere talent and hard work were insufficient. He needed to grow faster to stand on a higher platform and break through prejudices with his strength. Bailly silently thought to himself, I cannot be trapped in the comfort zone here. His opponents were never those teammates training and fighting alongside him, nor were they Fernandez from Celta B team or any opponent in the Segunda B. His true adversaries were time and prejudice. They were the midfield masters in top leagues, the fierce competition in the Champions League, and his own inner desire to become stronger. Returning to the player dormitory, Bailly casually tossed his backpack onto the sofa. Without a moment of hesitation, he took out his phone from his pocket and dialed Mendes' number. Jorge, it's me, Bailly. His voice was clear and powerful, devoid of unnecessary pleasantries. Mendes' characteristic hearty laughter came through the phone. Just finished the match, right? Unfortunately, I'm already in England and couldn't see your performance live, but I've received the news: 1 goal and 2 assists dominating the first half. Well done. As one of the top agents in European football, Mendes was indeed busy currently handling the relationship between Manchester United and Ronaldo. Manchester United wanted to keep Ronaldo, while Ronaldo seemed eager to join Real Madrid. Bailly cut straight to the chase. Thank you. But I called because I wanted to tell you something. I need a stable opportunity to play, a chance that truly allows me to grow and step onto a higher stage. The stage of Atletico Madrid B team is too small. There is currently no spot for me in the first team, and I cannot waste time here. After all, if he couldn't complete the system task, he wouldn't be able to refresh it for new tasks. He didn't want to hinder. Mendes' laughter faded a bit, his tone becoming serious, yet still composed. Of course, that's exactly what I will do for you next. Your performance on the pitch has already proven your worth. Your skills, vision, and finishing ability all demonstrate your capability to establish yourself in higher leagues. Stable playing time is what you need most at this stage. Complete the signing process as soon as possible. Mendes' voice carried an undeniable confidence. Once we officially cooperate, I will immediately start working. I've said it before, whether it's a loan to a mid-tier La Liga team or a recommendation to Serie A and Premier League clubs, I will fight for you to secure a guaranteed opportunity to play, allowing you to continue improving in real matches. A weight lifted from Bailly's heart. He knew Mendes' abilities. This was the benefit of signing with a top agent. Great. He'll handle the signing as soon as possible. Thank you for your help. No need to be polite. We are partners. Mendes' laughter rang out again. Rest well, stay in shape. Your opportunity will come soon. I'll remember your talent deserves a better stage, and I will help you seize it. After hanging up, Bailly placed his phone on the table, his gaze falling on the night view of Madrid outside the window. He walked to the window and clenched his fists. Signing with Mendes was just the first step. Obtaining a stable opportunity to play was the second step. Ultimately, standing on the Champions League stage and making the world remember his name was his true goal. The next day, at the training ground of the Espinosa training base, sunlight bathed the turf in a soft glow. It was only 10 o'clock, but the Atletico Madrid B team players had already trained for 2 hours under Manuel's request. They had just received a brief rest. Yesterday's match had indeed angered Manuel. Bailly had beads of sweat on his forehead when Coke approached him. Although equally exhausted and panting heavily, he wore a sly smile and said to Bailly, "Hey, superstar. The newspapers in Madrid are practically singing your praises. Did you know that?" Bailly looked puzzled. He hadn't really paid attention to these matters. Marca wrote that a gem has emerged from Atletico Madrid B team with 1 goal and 2 assists dominating the field, and said several domestic clubs are eyeing the Chinese midfielder. Apparently even Serie A and Premier League teams are inquiring about you. Bailly, you have so many options now. Bailly revealed a faint smile, shaking his head. It's all just media speculation. I'm still a player for Atletico and only want to train well. Coke patted him on the shoulder, his tone laced with envy. To be honest, I'm genuinely happy for you. With your strength, you truly deserve a better stage. But he shifted his tone, his expression turning serious. As a lifelong Atletico fan, my whole family are diehard supporters. I still hope you can stay with Atletico. Bailly paused his actions and looked at Coke. He knew Coke's feelings for Atletico. This teammate who had grown up in the Atletico Youth Academy was indelibly marked by the colors of the red and white army. Just think about it. Coke's voice was filled with longing. The first team is currently pushing for Champions League qualification. If we secure a spot, we'll need more talented players for the upcoming season's multiple competitions. If you stay at Atletico, you can wait for your opportunity. We can fight side by side and bring Atletico back to its former peak, just like those legendary predecessors did. He pointed to the Atletico badge on the side of the training ground, his eyes shining brightly. I've dreamed of winning the La Liga and Champions League titles with the best teammates since I was a child, filling the Calderon Stadium to capacity and making the world remember Atletico's name. Bailly, you are the best teammate in my heart, and I don't want to lose you as my partner. Bailly fell silent for a moment, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Coque's sincerity touched him. Over this time, they had already become friends. But now what he needed most were opportunities to play and to improve himself. Coque, Bailly slowly spoke, his tone gentle yet firm. I am very grateful to you and cherish my time at Atletico, but you know that if a top league opportunity arises, I may not be able to let it go. Bailly spoke these words very sincerely. A hint of disappointment crossed Coque's face, but he quickly regained his smile. I understand professional players all have their pursuits. But I still want to tell you that Atletico will always be your home. If one day you want to come back, I will definitely be here waiting for you, and we will fight for Atletico's honor together. He extended his fist towards Bailly. No matter where you ultimately choose to go, we will always be the best of friends. But before that, today's extra training cannot be skipped. I still want to learn more about your long-range shooting skills. Bailly looked at Coque's sincere eyes, extended his fist, and bumped it firmly with Coque's. All right. Today for extra training, I'll accompany you to practice enough. Mendes moved swiftly. Early the next morning, he had already flown from England to Madrid, meeting Bailly at a cafe with his assistant. The lawyer contacted by Bailly was the last to arrive. After the waiters served the coffee, Mendes took out a document from his briefcase and slid it in front of Bailly. This is the agent contract. You can take a closer look. It clearly outlines my responsibilities to secure the best transfer or loan opportunities for you, ensure stable playing time, while also protecting your commercial interests and helping you build a broader platform. Bailly picked up the contract and began to read it carefully. The lawyer was also conducting a professional review, becoming increasingly astonished as he went through it. He had dealt with many contracts for professional players, but this time Bailly's contract was truly generous. The contract terms were clear and straightforward without any unnecessary complexity. Bailly examined it closely, and whenever he encountered something unclear, Mendes patiently explained each detail, his tone professional and candid. After a few minutes, Bailly consulted with the lawyer, then set the contract down and looked firmly at Mendes, saying, I have no objections. A glimmer of approval flashed in Mendes' eyes as he pulled out a pen from his bag and handed it to Bailly. Great, sign this contract. From today onwards, I will be your exclusive agent. I assure you that it won't be long before you stand on a field more suited to you. Bailly took the pen and solemnly signed his name, Bailly. Mendes' assistant quickly facilitated the signing process. At the moment the contract took effect, Mendes extended his right hand again, and Bailly unhesitatingly shook it. Bailly, I look forward to embarking on a new era together. Mendes' voice was filled with barely contained excitement. Bailly nodded vigorously, his inner flame burning ever brighter. I trust your professional abilities. I will rely on you in the future. Pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Time passed swiftly. On April 6th, Atletico Madrid B team headed to the away game, challenging their opponents Pontevedra. On the bus, the players were still chatting. Coque shouted, brothers, we must win this match. Currently, we are neck and neck with Castilla on the points table. They lost yesterday, and we are just 2 points behind. If we win against Pontevedra, we can surpass them on the table. As long as it relates to Real Madrid, Atletico wants to have the upper hand. Castilla, which was originally established in 1930 as AD Plus Ultra, became an affiliate club of Real Madrid in 1948 and officially established its reserve team status in 1972 when it was renamed Castilla. In 1991, due to the Spanish Football Association's policy, it was changed to Real Madrid B team, and in 2005, the original name was restored. The team experienced its glory days in 1984 when, under coach Amancio, they won the Segunda División Championship. This team also gathered the famous 5 Eagles of Real Madrid: Butragueño, Michel González, Perdiza, Martín Vázquez, and Manuel Sánchez. However, due to La Liga regulations, 2 teams from the same club cannot play in La Liga simultaneously. Thus, despite Castilla winning the championship, they could not be promoted to La Liga, because Real Madrid had already occupied the quota. Others also chimed in, insisting they must win the match and keep Castilla down. Coque nodded, his tone defiant. In these past 10 years, whether in the first team or the youth team, Real Madrid has overshadowed us in Atletico. This time we must start with Castilla and reclaim our ground. As a die-hard Atletico fan, Coque's entire family was holding in their frustration, having endured Real Madrid's suppression of Atletico for 10 long years. Speaking of Real Madrid, I can't help but laugh. Thiago straightened up, a teasing smile on his face. Every year they shout about winning the Champions League, yet they get eliminated in the round of 16 every year. This year is even more ridiculous. They were actually eliminated by Roma and stopped at the round of 16 again. It's truly unbearable. With the first team performing so poorly, do they expect the youth team to suppress us in Segunda B? Not a chance. The players laughed at this, and the tense atmosphere in the locker room eased considerably. Bailly sat aside, his mind conjuring the schedule for Segunda B. In the final round of the season, it would be the Madrid Derby, where Real Madrid Castilla would host Atletico Madrid B, also known as the Madrid Youth Derby. In the first leg at Atletico Madrid BS home ground, the match ended in an 11 draw. In that match, Castilla's counterattacks were exceptionally sharp, preventing them from securing victory. In the final round against Castilla, we must win back. Bailly raised his head, his gaze resolute as he said, "It doesn't matter what happens in the other matches, the points are irrelevant, but in this away game, we must take the 3 points." Coke suddenly slapped Bailly on the shoulder. "That's right. This is the final match and all of Spain's fans will be..." He recalled the grievances Atletico had suffered in the past 10 years with the first team constantly suppressed by Real Madrid. The youth teams faced Real Madrid's teams too, often losing, and achieving a draw was already quite difficult. His fighting spirit was growing stronger. Manuel, sitting at the front of the bus, heard the players chatting and smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, Real Madrid has suppressed Atletico for 10 years. Hopefully we can start reversing the situation from this last game of the season. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the roar of the crowd at the Patrocinio Municipal Stadium was almost overwhelming. As a regular in the promotion zone of Segunda B, Pontevedra's home ground is known for its fervor, with nearly 10,000 fans wearing their iconic blue and white jerseys, waving flags, and chanting in a mix of Galician dialect. This cast a high-pressure shadow over Atletico Madrid BS away game. After the match began, Pontevedra immediately displayed their momentum as promotion favorites. The midfield trio firmly controlled the rhythm, frequently pressuring through short passes and breakthroughs on the flank. Atletico Madrid B was forced to tighten their defense. Bailly dropped back to the defensive midfielder position to participate in defense, while Coke roamed back and forth in the midfield, with the whole team adopting a typical defensive counterattack formation. They patiently waited for the opportunity to counter. Pontevedra's attacks came in waves, with the left winger's Cutin shot grazing the post, and a header from the center forward being securely caught by De Gea, causing the Atletico fans in the away section to feel anxious, while the home fans' cheers grew louder. Yet Atletico Madrid BS defense maintained a compact position, not allowing the opponent too many substantial threats. In the 10th minute, a turning point suddenly appeared. A Pontevedra midfielder attempted a long shot at the edge of the penalty area, but Coke managed to block it. Bailly seized the opportunity, controlling the ball before the opposing player could get there. At this moment, 2 of Pontevedra's fullbacks had pushed past the halfway line, leaving only 2 center-backs in the backline, providing an excellent opportunity for a counter. Without any hesitation, Bailly glanced at the front, and with a slight touch of his right foot's inside, he sent a precise long pass. The ball arced beautifully in the air, surpassing the midfield line, heading straight for Sergio, who was making a high-speed run down the left flank. Sergio's speed was already his advantage. In that moment, he shot forward like an arrow, shaking off the pursuing right-back, firmly controlling the ball at his feet, and smoothly dribbling into the left side of the penalty area. At this time, Thiago also pushed forward, simultaneously creating a 2-on-2 situation with Sergio. Pontevedra's center-backs hurriedly converged to the left side, trying to block Sergio's shooting angle, but left Thiago with a gap in the middle. Sergio understood without needing to be told. He didn't try to take the shot himself. Instead, he passed the ball sideways to Thiago, who was making a run into the center. Thiago received the ball as he entered the penalty area. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, he showed no hesitation, and with a powerful swing of his right leg, he took a fierce shot. The ball flew towards the bottom right corner of the goal like a cannonball. The goalkeeper made a desperate save, but it was futile, as he could only watch helplessly as the ball crossed the goal line and slammed into the net. Swish! The ball is in. The Atletico Madrid fans in the away section erupted in cheers, their voices drowning out the boos from the... Thiago sprinted towards Sergio, and the two embraced tightly. Soon after, Bailly and his teammates, such as Coke, rushed over, all of them celebrating together for this lightning-fast counterattack goal. The players of Pontevedra were filled with astonishment. They never expected that, despite having the advantage in possession, Atletico Madrid's B team would seize the opportunity to score first. On the sidelines, Manuel excitedly waved his fist. Bailly's precise long pass tore through the defense, leaving Pontevedra's high line utterly vulnerable. This is Bailly. Against any team in the Segunda División B, he is a force that diminishes them to insignificance. Thiago's goal plunged the home fans at the Patron Municipal Stadium into a brief silence, while the head coach of Pontevedra, Juan Carlos Martinez, wore a grim expression. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, and disbelief filled his eyes. Before the match, he had studied Bailly's game footage repeatedly, fully aware of the midfielder's exceptional short pass penetration ability, which is among the best in the Spanish Second Division B. Thus, he had specifically devised a strategy to tighten the defense and compress the short passing space. However, he never anticipated that Bailly's long passing skills could be equally formidable. This Bailly is hiding too much. Martinez shook his head in resignation. Yet the dignity of playing at home would not allow for retreat. He suddenly raised his hand, signaling for the team to continue pressing forward with the attack. He shouted loudly at the players, "Attack! Push forward! With the coach's order and a one-goal deficit at home, the Pontevedra players intensified their offensive. The players of Pontevedra became increasingly aggressive in their assault. They abandoned their previous short pass penetration strategy, opting instead for breakthroughs along the wings and high balls down the center to challenge the Atletico B team's defense. The left winger advanced almost along the baseline, while the crosses from the right came in thick and fast. The Atletico B defense was overwhelmed, gasping for breath. Frequent dangers appeared in the penalty area, but luckily De Gea stood like a pillar at the goal line. In the 17th minute, the Pontevedra striker received a cross from the wing and headed the ball on goal from close range. De Gea reacted swiftly, instinctively extending a palm to deflect the ball onto the crossbar. In the 23rd minute, a long-range shot from the opposing midfielder aimed straight for the corner, and once again De Gea leaped to the side to parry the ball out of bounds. The series of miraculous saves erupted cheers of David from the away Atletico fans, while the home fans repeatedly sighed in disappointment. Pontevedra maintained absolute offensive dominance, having registered 8 shots, yet they could not break through Atletico B's defense. Martinez paced anxiously along the sidelines, constantly gesturing for the players to increase their attacking intensity, but De Gea's performance was simply extraordinary, resolving crisis after crisis. Atletico B's defenders also gave their all, tackling, clearing, and blocking, enduring wave after wave of assaults with resilient defense. In the 28th minute, a turning point emerged. After one of his saves, De Gea quickly threw the ball to the midfielder Koch, who dribbled past 2 defenders and passed it to the winger Sergio. Faced with Pontevedra's swift counterattack, Atletico B did not rush into offense, but instead pulled them apart with continuous short passes. Sergio laid it back to Koch, who then crossed to Thiago in the center. Thiago then made a diagonal pass, sending the ball into the space at the edge of the penalty area. The entire process flowed smoothly, and Pontevedra's defense was manipulated back and forth, finally revealing a flaw. At that moment, Bailly had quietly inserted himself at the edge of the penalty area. Meeting Thiago's pass, he did not hesitate for a moment. Without waiting for the ball to touch the ground, he struck a volley with his left foot. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the ball, spinning almost without rotation, headed straight for the top left corner of the goal. The Pontevedra goalkeeper leaped to save, but could not touch the ball's trajectory, helplessly watching as the ball slammed into the inside of the net, creating a splash of white. Swish! Another goal. Bailly opened his arms wide and sprinted towards the away fan section, with Cuckoo, Thiago, and Sergio closely following him, excitedly patting his back. As Bailly shouted, he waved his arms towards the stands. The Atletico Madrid fans, numbering over 100, became even more frenzied. Bailly! Bailly! At this moment, when Bailly's soaring shot smashed into the net, the Huagua fan forum erupted in excitement. Various football sections and fan group chats were instantly flooded with keywords like Bailly, World Wave, and Atletico B Team 20, causing brief server lag, a testament to the match's high interest. Fans quickly posted numerous comments. Wow! 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 That volley was incredibly cool. It was simply divine skill. The ball didn't even touch the ground before he struck. The power and angle were perfect. This technique is top tier, even in the highest leagues. Bailly is amazing. I jumped straight up from my seat. Despite the dense defense of Pontevedra, he managed to find such a great shooting opportunity and delivered a decisive shot. This is the charm of a technical midfielder. I only knew about his short passes being excellent, but I didn't expect his long passes and long-range shots to be this outstanding. Westby is really underappreciating him. His level is fully worthy of playing in the top leagues. Many fans expressed their hopes. Next season, he must play in the top league. Who knows, the Atletico first team might notice his performance and promote him directly. Many fans quickly shifted the topic to transfer rumors. News from foreign media was rapidly shared on them. 2 days ago, I came across news from Marcus stating that Bailly's performance has attracted the attention of Premier League club Liverpool and Serie A club AC Milan. Both clubs want to bring in Bailly. And Arsenal. Wenger has always liked technical young players, right? Some media reported that Wenger has already instructed scouts to closely observe Bailly. Arsenal's midfield needs strengthening, and with Bailly at Arsenal under Wenger, he will definitely improve. Fans began to imagine scenarios of Bailly entering the Premier League and Serie A. Liverpool, AC Milan, Arsenal. These are all top teams. No matter which one he goes to, it's better than being on the Atletico B team. While celebrating, fans once again aimed their criticism at the Huagua Football Association. No one can stop Bailly's rise. He has been dominating the West B arena, and top clubs are coming to snatch him up, yet our association is still suspending him. This operation is truly unprecedented. Only the Huagua Football Association could suspend a genius for 10 years. Haha, indeed, the only thing that can stop Bailly is the Huagua Football Association. It's so ironic. Once Bailly establishes himself in the top league, I wonder how the association will respond. They will probably be begging him to come back. Various comments flooded in, all proving without exception that Bailly had truly become a sensation in Huaguo. At this moment when national pride was most needed, Bailly became the only shining star in the eyes of Huaguo fans. Although Dong Fenghua and others had also gone abroad, they were also at big clubs, but they struggled greatly abroad, far from the prowess Bailly displayed. This is the difference. Just as Huaguo fans were still discussing that goal on the field, the situation suddenly changed. Pontevedra seized an opportunity from a defensive mistake by Atletico B team, gaining an unknown chance. De Gea did not charge out and failed to save this unknown shot. Pontevedra pulled one back. The home fans erupted with deafening cheers, waving their blue and white flags once again, while the players of Atletico Madrid B team wore somber expressions. On the sidelines, Manuel nearly exploded. He shot up from the coaching bench, fists clenched, and roared at Cyril, who had just made a mistake. Damn it. Who told you to go for a blind steal? Hold your position. How many times have I emphasized the importance of holding your position? His voice was hoarse, filled with uncontrollable anger, with veins bulging on his forehead. Cyril, still just a young man, shrank back under such a shout, looking dejected. Garcia tried to step forward to comfort Manuel, but was pushed away. He rushed to the sidelines, frantically waving at the defenders, his voice booming enough for the entire stadium to hear. Consolidate. Everyone get back to your positions. Midfield, hurry back. Don't give them any opportunities to break through. He pointed at Cyril, whose earlier mistake had been glaring, with a tone severe to the extreme. Focus. This is not the time for regrets. The opponents have gained momentum. If we make another mistake, we will be turned over. However, after Pontevedra pulled one back, they had thoroughly grasped the Achilles heel of Atletico Madrid B team. Their defensive aerial challenges and turning speed, which were the core issues that had kept this team hovering in the lower mid-range of the Segunda División B for a long time. After all, in the process of player development, midfield and forward players can rise quickly based on talent. However, defenders need to rely on more matches, gradually accumulating experience. The peak period for a top defender generally occurs after the age of 25. That is when the combination of physical ability and experience reaches its best state. Thus, the defense of Atletico Madrid B team, being a youth squad, has always been relatively average. Martinez immediately made adjustments on the sidelines, shouting at the players, abandon the midfield tussle. Play long balls directly. Look for spaces behind them. This tactical adjustment instantly threw Atletico Madrid B team's defense into disarray. Pontevedra's midfield no longer focused on short passes, but instead played high balls after gaining possession, either lifting the ball into the gaps behind the two center backs or looking for wingers making runs, directly attacking the defense with long passes. Atletico Madrid B team's defenders, already lacking experience, found their shortcomings: slow turning and weak aerial defense. Exposed against such a straightforward and brutal style of play, either being outpaced by opposing forwards to the ball or losing their positions during pulls, forced to frequently commit fouls to resolve crises. The home fans at Patronato Municipal Stadium sensed the hope of a comeback, the cheers rising and falling like waves, shouting attack. Attack! The roar was deafening. The players of Pontevedra were filled with morale, their waves of long pass assaults crashing towards Atletico Madrid B team's penalty area like a tide. Though De Gea remained heroic, he could not withstand the relentless assaults from the opponents, while the defenders around him were already worn out. The continuous pressure on the defense left Atletico Madrid B team's front line completely passive. Bailly and Koch had to frequently drop back to assist in defense, and the two who were originally responsible for linking the attack spent most of their energy on intercepting and tracking back in midfield. Sergio and Thiago were isolated and unsupported in the front line. Even when they occasionally gained possession, they struggled to mount effective counterattacks due to the lack of midfield support, leaving the team trapped in a stalemate where they could neither defend nor attack. In the 39th minute, Pontevedra's relentless assaults finally bore fruit again. Their midfield core, Fernandez, received the ball on the right side of midfield and without any hesitation delivered a precise long ball over the top towards the left flank behind Atletico Madrid B team. Winger Garcia, using his incredible speed, shook off the right back chasing him, and instead of being greedy, he cut into the penalty area and played a square pass to the middle. At this moment, Atletico Madrid B team's center back was occupied by the opposing striker. The penalty area was in chaos, and Pontevedra's midfielder Merida rushed in, meeting the ball with a push, sending the football into the net. Pontevedra equalized with 2 goals, bringing the score to a complete tie. The home fans instantly erupted into madness as the blue and white flags in the stands undulated like waves, the cheers nearly lifting the stadium's roof. Merida and his teammates ran to the stands, arms wide open, to embrace the cheers of the fans, while many players from Atletico B stood frozen on the field, their faces etched with disbelief and frustration. On the sidelines, Manuel's expression darkened further as he shouted at the players on the field, "Mark your man. Keep tight on them. Don't let them easily find their spots." Yet his voice was drowned out by the cheers of the home fans, and the players' morale plummeted to rock bottom. Bailly watched the celebrating Pontevedra players, his brow furrowed in concern. He could clearly sense the team's predicament. The midfield was sliced apart by the opponent's long-pass tactics. The defense was constantly in crisis, and the front line had gone completely silent. If they could not stabilize the situation quickly, this match could very well be turned around by the opponent, and their goal of surpassing Castilla would also go down the drain. As the first half was about to end, they had to find a way to hold on to this score and secure an opportunity for adjustments in the second half. At that moment, the Huagua fan forum, which had just been in a festive atmosphere, suddenly cooled down. Many fans watching the live broadcast sighed in disappointment. It's over, the defense is just too weak. Pontevedra is relentlessly exploiting the vulnerabilities. Who can withstand that? Bailly and Coke are rushing back to the penalty area, and there's no one up front to attack. This deadlock is impossible to break. Soon enough, under Manuel's fury, Atletico B managed to hold on until the end of the first half. The two-goal advantage of Atletico Madrid was utterly vanished. Entering halftime, the door of the Atletico B team's locker room was slammed shut with a bang. Manuel's fury was almost about to burst through the roof. He violently slammed the tactics board onto the table, his gaze slicing through every player like a sharp blade, his voice hoarse, yet resolute. Look at what you did in the last 20 minutes of the first half. A two-goal lead, and it was equalized in just 9 minutes. Your defense is as fragile as paper. The players hung their heads, no one daring to speak. Cernot's shoulders trembled slightly, clearly still guilt-ridden over his mistake. Manuel approached the tactics board, circling the defensive area of Atletico B team sharply with a red pen. They have figured out our weakness. Long passes behind us, our defenders turn slowly, and are weak in aerial defense. We simply can't hold them off. Since we can't defend, then let's not defend. This statement made everyone raise their heads in shock. Manuel continued to shout in the second half, we will go toe-to-toe with them. Attack more. Who's afraid of whom? He pointed at Bailly and Coke, his tone incredibly firm. Bailly, Coke, from now on you don't need to retreat for defense. Stay up front, organize the attack for me. Use your passing and shooting to break through their defense. But their attack is also very fierce. Garcia couldn't help but interject, but was interrupted by Manuel. So what if they're fierce? Our defense line can't hold them anymore. If we let them retreat into defense, it will only render our front line completely ineffective. Rather than being slowly worn down by them, it's better to take a risk. He picked up the tactical pen and drew a new attacking formation on the tactics board. Sergio, Thiago, you two stay at the very front, maintaining attacking momentum. Bailly will weave freely in the midfield, responsible for organizing and long shots. Coke, you follow closely behind Bailly, ready for any opportunistic shots. As for the defense line, you just need to do your job, defend to the best of your ability. If you can block once, that's a win. Losing a goal isn't frightening. What's frightening is not daring to attack. Manuel's gaze fell on Bailly again, his tone softened a bit, yet still charged with strong expectation. Bailly, your short passes, your long shots, your through balls are our killing moves. In the second half, I want you to play freely without any hesitation, unleashing all the skills you've showcased during training and previous matches. They dare to exploit our weakness. We will tear apart their defense with our attack. Our goal is not a draw, but victory. To surpass Castilla, to break Real Madrid's hold. Manuel slammed the tactics board. Now tell me, do you have the confidence to fight them? Yes. Bailly stood up first, his gaze resolute. He was fed up with being restrained by the opponent's long pass tactics, unable to fully commit to the attack. Coke also stood up, clenching his fists. Let's fight. Our attack is no worse than theirs. What's there to fear? The players were ignited by Manuel's determination, standing up in unison, shouting, let's fight. Let's win this match. Manuel nodded in satisfaction, finally reminding them, remember, in the second half we have no way back. We can only attack. Respond to their fierce attacks with our goals. Let them know that Atletico B team not only has a resilient defense, but also a sharp attack. In the second half, go out and take back the victory that belongs to us. Unlike the furious atmosphere in the Atletico Madrid B team locker room, the atmosphere in the Pontevedra locker room was filled with excitement. Martinez wore a satisfied smile and was the first to applaud. Boys, your performance in the last 20 minutes of the first half was simply perfect. Scoring 2 goals in just 9 minutes, you have demonstrated your strength through action and found the key to defeating our opponents. The applause echoed in the locker room with pride evident on the players' faces. Martinez walked to the tactical board, circling the Atletico Madrid B team's defense with a green pen. You all saw it, their defenders are slow to turn and weak in aerial defense. Long passes behind them are their Achilles heel. In the first half, we gave up midfield struggles and directly attacked their weaknesses. This tactic was executed flawlessly, and we must continue to adhere to it. He shifted his tone to a more serious note. But I want to remind you, do not let your guard down, just because we Atletico Madrid BS Bailly and Coke are dangerous players, especially Bailly. His long passes, long-range shots, and through balls are highly threatening. You all witnessed his world-class goal in the first half. Martinez marked by Yes' position heavily with a red pen. In the second half they may adjust their tactics and go all out for an attack. We must be prepared to respond. How do we respond? Martinez asked himself, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. We continue to exploit the space behind them. Their defense has revealed its flaws, and we cannot give them a chance to adjust. After gaining possession in the midfield, do not hesitate, make long passes directly, and use your speed to challenge their defense. At the same time, the midfield must closely mark by not allowing him to easily receive the ball and organize attacks, cutting off his connection with the forward line. He patted the shoulder of the midfield core Fernandez. In the second half, you need to participate more in defense, focusing on marking Bailly. Do not let him have the opportunity for a long-range shot. In attack, continue to be responsible for long passes, delivering the ball accurately to the forwards. We aim to score 2 more goals and decisively end the match. Fernandez nodded, his gaze firm. Don't worry, coach, I will keep a close watch on him. Martinez then looked at the goal scorers Alvarez and Merida. You both performed exceptionally well in the first half. You continue to maintain that attacking momentum in the second half. Alvarez, your speed is our advantage. Make more runs to find gaps behind their center backs. Merida, you need to make timely forward runs to receive passes from the wings, applying more pressure on their defense. This match is crucial for us. If we secure 3 points, we can solidify our position in the promotion zone. Martinez's voice rose, filled with motivation. Atletico Madrid B is already in disarray. Their coach will surely urge the team to attack with full force. This is our opportunity. As they push forward, the space behind them will become even larger, making our counterattacks more threatening. He looked around at all the players, his tone unwavering. Remember, we have taken control of the match. As long as we stick to our tactics and lock onto their weaknesses, this victory will belong to us. Now show your fighting spirit, get back on the field, and bring me those 3 points. Let Atletico Madrid know that we are the masters at the Payton Municipal Stadium. Let's win the match. Secure our promotion. The players shouted in unison, their morale soaring. Soon the second half began. As both teams entered the field, the Payton Municipal Stadium erupted once again with cheers from the home fans. The whistle for the second half blew. The atmosphere on site was instantly pushed to a climax. The Atletico Madrid B team pressed forward aggressively, with Bailly and Coke no longer retreating, forming the first line of defense up front, while Sergio and Thiago moved closely alongside the opposing defenders, ready to support the attack. This sudden pressing play surprised the Pontevedra players. However, Martinez on the sidelines reacted swiftly. He immediately saw Manuel's intentions and shouted angrily towards the field, "Push up. If they dare to press forward, we attack them." His instructions were simple and direct. Since Atletico Madrid B abandoned defense to focus on offense, they would respond with an even fiercer attack, tearing apart the already weak opposing defense. The pace of the match suddenly quickened. Possession changed hands frequently with almost no pauses. Pontevedra's long passes remained sharp as Alvarez's speed repeatedly challenged Atletico Madrid B's defense. Meanwhile, Atletico Madrid B frequently threatened the opposing goal through short passes and wing breakthroughs. Such a high-speed rhythm was precisely the stage for Bailly. His short passes and ability to evade defenders were top-notch in the Segunda División B. Faced with the encirclement of Pontevedra players, he always managed to split the defense with agile turns and precise passes. In the 47th minute, Bailly received the ball in midfield, surrounded by 2 players. He deftly nudged the ball to escape the defense, and then delivered a through ball to the advancing Thiago, though unfortunately Thiago's shot was saved by the goalkeeper, leaving the home fans in a cold sweat. Martinez furrowed his brow on the sidelines. He hadn't expected Bailly to maintain such an excellent form under high-pressure situations. He hurriedly shouted to Fernandez, "Stay tight on him. Don't let him receive the ball easily." But as Fernandez was about to step forward to apply pressure, he was held back by Coke's movement and could only watch helplessly as Bailly had the freedom to orchestrate play in midfield. In the 51st minute, Coke intercepted Fernandez's pass in midfield without any hesitation, delivering a diagonal pass to the right side to Bailly. As Bailly received the ball, a defender was closing in on him. He smoothly pulled the ball away slightly, turning his body to shield the defender while observing the situation in the penalty area. Pontevedra's defenders hurriedly tightened their lines, fearing he would send a through ball, yet they neglected Bailly's long-range shooting threat. Just as the defenders were about to complete their encirclement, Bailly suddenly turned around, raised his right foot sharply, and unleashed a furious shot at the incoming ball. The football soared like an arrow released from a bow, spinning fiercely, heading straight for the upper right corner of the goal. Pontevedra's goalkeeper leaped with all his might to save it, just managing to touch the ball with his fingertips, but unable to change its trajectory. The football thudded harshly against the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the net. Atletico Madrid B team once again takes the lead in a fierce attacking battle. A small group of Atletico fans in the away section suddenly goes wild, waving their arms and shouting Bailly, Bailly. Bailly opened his arms and rushed toward his teammates. Coke was the first to rush up and hug him, shouting excitedly, "So cool." Another stunning goal. Thiago, Sergio, and others surrounded him to celebrate this goal together. On the sidelines, Manuel waved his fist in excitement, finally revealing a long-lost smile. His tactical adjustments worked. The decision to let Bailly go all out in the attack completely activated the team's offensive firepower. Meanwhile, Martinez's face turned dark. He never expected that his attacking strategy would instead give Bailly ample space to perform. He shouted at the players on the field, signaling them to continue the attack while tightening the defense against Bailly. At the same time as Bailly's long-range shot hit the net, changing the score to 3-2, the Chinese fans' forum erupted in celebration once again. Originally worried about the equalizer in the first half, the fans were instantly ignited by this goal. "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. 2 goals. Bailly, you are too awesome." That turn and escape was so smooth. To be closely marked by defenders and still calmly take the shot, his skills are simply on another level in the Segunda División B. This attacking battle is Bailly's personal showcase. Martinez still wants to engage us in an attacking duel, not realizing that Bailly loves this fast-paced game, breaking through with short passes and long-range shots as if swimming freely. The defense of Pontevedra is as flimsy as paper in front of him. They can't even hope to defend. 2 goals. This performance would drive Liverpool, AC Milan, and Arsenal crazy. Bailly must play in the top league next season. It's a disgrace for such talent to remain in the Segunda División B. Wenger, take a look. This is the technical midfielder you've been wanting. Bailly's long-range shots through balls and escapes perfectly fit Arsenal's tactics. He would become the core directly. I can already imagine Bailly scoring in the Premier League. Who still remembers the anxiety of being equalized in the first half? Now I just want to say, as long as Bailly is here, it's steady. So what if we were chased to a tie after leading by 2 goals? Bailly directly stepped up to take control of the game. This is the value of a core player. This ability to carry the whole team in a desperate situation is something only top stars possess. Comparing it to the national team's midfield, Bailly's performance is simply on another level. Our midfield struggles even to pass the ball, while Bailly is scoring twice on the European stage and dominating the attacking battle, yet the Football Association is still suspending him. This operation is truly a historical oddity. It's hilarious. Now all the pressure is on the Football Association. In my opinion, Bailly is no longer a potential star, he is a star in the making. Next season, see you in the top league. Bailly scored again, giving Atletico B team the lead once more, igniting the players of Pontevedra with palpable impatience. They charged like enraged bulls, recklessly lunging at every ball possession. Their pressing intensity surged to the maximum as midfielders abandoned their original positions, frantically surrounding the ball handler. Even the fullbacks rushed up to the halfway line to intercept, while the center-backs occasionally ventured past the midfield to join the pressing. Yet this pressing lacked any system. It was purely a reckless counterattack born from being behind. Fueled by an unyielding spirit, they charged forward, yet overlooked the rationality of their positioning. Often 2 or 3 players clustered around Bailly or Coke, leaving vast spaces for other Atletico players. After finally regaining possession, due to chaotic positioning, they were unable to mount an effective attack, resorting instead to hasty long passes or shots from distance, wasting opportunities. On Atletico B's side, Coke and Bailly had long seen through the opponent's tactics. Faced with the frantic encirclement, they no longer rushed to break through, but instead used frequent short passes to draw the opponents out, with Bailly quickly returning the ball to Coke after receiving it, who then laid it off to the wing for Sergio, allowing the 3 of them to exchange passes in midfield like intricate embroidery, leaving Pontevedra's players scrambling. Each pass precisely avoided the traps of the opponent's pressing, forcing Pontevedra's players to sprint and change direction repeatedly, their physical consumption increasing exponentially. The pace of the match visibly slowed. The players from Pontevedra began to gasp for air, their running frequency significantly decreased, and balls they could have easily chased were now rolling out of bounds before their eyes. The tackling actions in defense became sluggish, with several instances of players being left unmarked. The midfield core, Fernandez leaned on his knees, beads of sweat streaming down his cheeks. The energetic player from moments ago was now barely able to raise his hand to signal teammates for positioning. Atletico B's young players were also struggling. After sprinting several times in the forward line, Sergio consciously began to slow down. Defender Cerno felt his legs were leaden and could only rely on positioning to compensate for his lack of speed in defense. Fortunately, Coke and Bailly anchored the midfield, both with relatively rich experience, knowing how to allocate their energy wisely during the match. They no longer ran extensively like in the first half, but instead focused on controlling the ball and organizing plays in the core midfield area. using precise short passes to control the match tempo, allowing the team to maintain dominance even as their physical condition waned. Moreover, Bailly's stamina was no less impressive. To keep up with the pace, he specifically enhanced his physical training. Even if he were to compete in the top 5 leagues, playing at full capacity for 60 to 70 minutes would be a breeze. In light of this situation, Coach Martinez, with a furrowed brow, could only helplessly gesture for the players to slightly withdraw and to avoid blindly charging forward. Manuel also recognized the physical struggles of both teams, shouting from the sidelines, "Maintain the tempo. Don't rush the attack. Gradually circulate the ball to waste time." Bailly and Koch immediately understood. They placed more emphasis on the safety of their passes in midfield, occasionally deliberately slowing down the passing speed to give their teammates time to catch their breath. The players of Atletico B surrounded the two, maintaining control of the match tempo, while Pontevedra's players wishing to press found themselves unable to do so, merely following the ball in slow motion, resulting in a rare slow-paced standoff. The fans in the stands also sensed the shift in the atmosphere, the shouts from the home crowd gradually diminishing, replaced by waves of encouragement as they hoped their team could rally. While passing the ball, Bailly observed the situation on the field. He could clearly see the fatigue etched on the faces of the opposing players and felt the exhaustion of his own teammates. He was searching for an opportunity. Soon the chance arrived. In the 70th minute, the atmosphere at the patron city Municipal Stadium was still steeped in the slow-paced confrontation as Pontevedra's players bent over, gasping for breath. Even their steps back on defense showed signs of fatigue. No one expected Atletico B to suddenly reveal a lethal strike at this moment. Bailly received the ball on the left side of midfield, facing Fernandez's desperate pressing. Instead of returning the ball to stabilize the tempo, as before, he glanced with his peripheral vision, instantly capturing a critical gap in the front line as Pontevedra's 2 center-backs had long since exhausted their stamina, still recovering from a hasty retreat. Now is the moment. Boom. Bailly delivered a long pass that soared over the midfield. The football, like a precise missile, zipped past everyone in the midfield, heading straight for the gap in the opponent's defense. This pass was perfectly timed, avoiding the defensive players rushing to block, and landed right in line with Thiago. Thiago had been closely monitoring Bailly's actions. The moment he saw the long pass, he exerted all his strength, launching himself like an arrow. His face was drenched in sweat, his legs felt as heavy as lead, but his eyes burned with the fire of determination. As the team's forward, he understood all too well the importance of this goal. If scored, the match would be firmly in their grasp. If they could score one more goal, it would completely extinguish the opponent's hopes of a comeback. Pontevedra's defender tried to chase back, but after taking just 2 steps, he stumbled, his exhausted energy unable to keep up with Thiago's speed, helplessly watching as the latter ran further away. Another center-back barely kept pace, but could only watch Thiago's back, unable to make any effective interception. Thiago broke into the penalty area alone, facing the advancing goalkeeper, showing no signs of panic. He slowed his pace, observing the goalkeeper's positioning, and at the moment the goalkeeper was about to dive for a block, gently pushed the ball towards the lower right corner of the goal. The football passed through the goalkeeper's armpit and rolled into the net. Atletico B has completely expanded their lead. The goal is in. 42. Thiago. Assisted by Bailly. Beautiful. The Atletico fans in the away section erupted with long-suppressed cheers as the previous tension and worry vanished, replaced by ecstasy and excitement. Bailly's performance completely exceeded their expectations. His vision and control were that of a true midfield commander. Thiago ran towards Bailly and the two embraced tightly. Panting, Thiago patted Bailly's back, saying, "That long pass was so precise." Bailly smiled in response. "Your sprint was impressive too." Koch also joined in, hugging both Bailly and Thiago, saying, "You both played beautifully." On the sidelines, Manuel raised his arms high, relief evident on his face, shouting into the field, "Well done, that's how it's done." Garcia excitedly high-fived him. This goal had completely sealed the match's fate. Pontevedra was exhausted, and chasing an equalizer seemed nearly impossible. Martinez sat despondently on the bench, his hands clasped over his head, his face etched with despair. He knew that the team had given their all, but the gap in stamina and Bailly's brilliant insight had entirely extinguished their hopes of a comeback. The Pontevedra players stood on the field, their eyes hollow, fatigue and disappointment written all over their youthful faces. Their reckless pressing had drained their energy without yielding any goals, and they were repeatedly caught out by their opponents, who expanded the score. The home fans in the stands fell silent, many shook their heads, and left, leaving only sporadic cheers that could no longer stir the previous excitement. Meanwhile, the Atletico fans in the away section began to sing their team song, waving their red and white scarves in celebration of this hard-won victory. Bailly looked at the exhausted players on both sides, feeling a sigh of relief in his heart. This assist was the result of his long observation. He had already noticed that Pontevedra's defenders were running out of stamina and their recovery speed had slowed, so He had been waiting for this opportunity. As the core midfielder, one must not only score, but also create opportunities for teammates. This is precisely the direction he has been striving for. At that moment, the Huagua fan forum was once again engulfed in celebration. My goodness, Bayes' long pass was incredible. It was like a divine perspective. Thiago also gave his all. His stamina was nearly depleted, yet he sprinted so vigorously. That's the thirst for victory. 42. It's a sure win. If they secure this match, they will surpass Castilla in the standings. Bayes scored twice in this game, plus an assist orchestrating one goal. It can almost be said he was directly involved in 4 goals, truly becoming a legend. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's hilarious. This is a player who can't even get a game in the national U23 team. At the patron municipal stadium, this goal was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely shattering Pontevedra's fighting spirit. In the remaining matches, both teams continued at a slow pace to go for, but Atletico B firmly controlled the situation, and Pontevedra's occasional attacks were like a dying gasp, posing no threat to De Gea's goal. The score has essentially locked in the victory of this away match. When the referee's whistle finally blew the score, Atletico Madrid B team has won again. 7 consecutive victories in La Liga B. They are simply on a rampage. If it weren't for their earlier losses, Atletico Madrid B team would even be in contention for promotion spots by now. However, for Atletico Madrid B team, promotion is not important. What matters is that they have discovered a top talent like Bayes. The whistle signaling the end of the match sounded. Pedro, a reporter from Marca, squeezed to the sidelines and intercepted Manuel, who was about to enter the player's tunnel with his recording pen already prepared. He was now eager to interview some key figures of the Atletico Madrid B team. In fact, he had been wanting to interview Bayes for a long time. However, Bayes had always been elusive, refusing to accept interviews, making it difficult for him to face Bayes directly. Coach Manuel, congratulations on securing this crucial victory. Pedro was the first to speak, barely concealing his excitement. The contrast between the first and second halves of this match was tremendous. From a 2-goal lead to being equalized and finally securing the victory, Bayes was undoubtedly the key contributor. How do you evaluate his performance today? Manuel, with a joyful expression of victory, did not hesitate to lavish praise upon hearing Bayes' name. You are right, Bayes was the decisive factor in this match. His performance today was nothing short of perfect. 2 goals and 1 crucial assist. Whether it was long-range shots through balls or controlling the pace of the game, he showcased maturity and talent far beyond his peers. He paused, his eyes filled with admiration. The superb world-class goal in the first half and the precise long pass in the second half were both crucial in determining the course of the match. Without him, it would have been challenging for us to win this hard-fought away game. Pedro then asked, you made tactical adjustments at halftime to let Bayes and Coke attack with full force. This decision was evidently very successful. What were your thoughts at that time? Did you already believe Bayes could shoulder the offensive responsibilities? Of course. Manuel answered without hesitation. Our defense indeed has some shortcomings. Pontevedra's long passes exploited our backline, putting us in a passive position. Rather than defend passively, it was better to go all out. And Bayes is the offensive core I trust the most. His skills, vision, and mental toughness are more than enough to support the team's attacking structure. He added with a smile, the facts have proven that my decision was correct. Bayes did not let me down, and he repaid my trust with his actual performance and helped the team out of a difficult situation. Many fans and media believe Bayes' ability has already surpassed the level of the Segunda División B. Do you think he is ready to step into the top league? Does he have a chance to be promoted to the Atletico Madrid first team? Pedro threw out the most pressing question. Manuel nodded, his tone serious and earnest. I have no doubt about Bayes' potential. His technical style is very well-rounded. Short passes, long-range shots, and dribbling abilities are all exceptional. Such a player has every capability to establish himself in the top league. As for being promoted to the first team, I believe it is just a matter of time. What he needs now is stable playing opportunities to continuously accumulate experience. Given his rate of growth, I believe he will soon prove himself on a higher stage. As his coach, what do you think is Bayes' biggest advantage? What areas can he still improve in the future? Bayes' greatest advantage is not only his skills, but also his game intelligence and ability to handle pressure. Manuel explained, no matter how tense the situation on the field may be, he can remain calm, accurately assess the situation, identify the opponent's weaknesses, and deliver a decisive blow. Moreover, he works very hard, always training extra every day, and this attitude allows him to continue. He thought for a moment, and continued, if I had to say where he could improve, it might be in his physical dueling ability. In the top league, physical confrontations are more intense. As long as he strengthens this aspect a bit more, his future achievements will be limitless. Finally, what are your expectations for Bayes' future? Manuel looked at Bayes, who was celebrating with his teammates in the distance, his eyes filled with anticipation. Bayes is the pride of Atletico Madrid's youth training and a rising star in the football world. I hope he can maintain his current form, continually challenge himself, and not be satisfied with the status quo. I believe that as long as he continues to work hard, he will definitely become one of the top midfielders in the world, bringing more glory to Atletico Madrid and his country. He is the core of the team and the future of football. After the interview, Manuel walked toward the players' tunnel, while Pedro quickly organized his interview notes. His face could not hide his excitement. Manuel's high praise for Bailly would undoubtedly become the headline news in tomorrow's sports section. Currently, most of the sales of Marca are driven by the hype around Bailly, and the better Bailly performs, the happier Pedro, because the better the sales, the more his bonuses. It's a win-win. He is now genuinely hoping Bailly becomes even stronger than the Atletico Madrid fans. On the other side, after a brief celebration on the field, the Atletico Madrid B team players returned to the locker room. As soon as the door to the away locker room closed, the long-suppressed cheers erupted instantly. The players of Atletico Madrid B tossed their soaked jerseys aside, their sweat mixing with smiles, vividly reflecting the joy of a comeback victory with a score of 42. And Bailly was undoubtedly the core of this celebration. As he sat down to rest for a moment, Coke was the first to rush over, wrapping his arm around Bailly's neck and ruffling his hair. "Bro, you were simply divine today. Not just divine, but the ruler of Segunda División B." Thiago came over with a bottle of sports drink, opened it, and handed it to Bailly. "That long pass was absolutely amazing, perfectly timed with my run. I pushed myself to the limit to catch up, and thankfully, I didn't let your pass go to waste," he said, patting Bailly on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. From initially being strangers to now having such synergy, Bailly had completely conquered this forward with one outstanding performance after another. After all, which forward wouldn't like such a precisely passing midfield maestro? As long as he makes the pass, it wouldn't be a problem for him to call him dad. Sergio squeezed in, excitedly shouting, "Bailly, your long-range shot was incredible. I was right there for the second goal. The power and angle were such that the goalkeeper had no chance. From now on, let's practice long-range shots together. I want to learn to shoot like you." The surrounding players chimed in excitedly, discussing the highlights of the game, with the conversation almost entirely revolving around Bailly. Coke suddenly raised a bottle of mineral water and loudly declared, "Guys, quiet down. I propose a toast to our hero Bailly." The players immediately responded, raising their drinks and gesturing toward Bailly. "Cheers. Bailly is awesome. For Bailly." The cheers once again echoed through the locker room, with Bailly surrounded by everyone showing a shy yet sincere smile, feeling warm inside. During his time with Atletico Madrid B, from being cautious at first to now being so recognized by his teammates, it indeed proves the saying, "In competitive sports, skill is the original sin." Amidst the laughter, the players boarded the bus for the return. Meanwhile, at the Espino training base in the office of Caminero, his expression was somewhat grim. He firmly stated to Mendez, who was sitting across the desk, "Bailly is not for sale. He is the core of the B team and the future of the first team." Caminero continued to express his stance. "Jorge, I think you should be clear about Atletico Madrid's position. Bailly is not for sale, and there is no room for negotiation. We cannot let him go." Mendez, with his characteristic confident smile, responded calmly, "Mr. Caminero, I understand your importance regarding Bailly. After all, such a talented player is hard to come by." He crossed his hands on the desk. "But you must also admit that the current situation is unfair to Bailly. He has already proven himself in the Segunda B with 7 matches. In the last match, I believe you saw it, scoring twice and assisting the winning goal. Such performance has long exceeded the standard of this level, yet in Atletico's first-team coach Aguirre's tactics do not provide many opportunities for young players. That's a necessary path for growth." Caminero immediately retorted, "Every player must experience waiting and settling down. The competition in the first team is fierce, and he needs more patience. If Atletico will give him opportunities." "Opportunities? When will that be?" Mendez countered, his tone sharp. "Currently, Liverpool, AC Milan, and Arsenal are all waiting for him, along with those mid-tier teams that are eager for a midfield core like him. These teams can offer stable playing time, experience in Champions League-level matches, and opportunities to compete with the world's top players. Can Atletico provide that now?" He paused for a moment before continuing, "Bailly's talent cannot be wasted. He is at a critical point for growth. Staying another season in Segunda B will not help his development. You keep saying he is the future of the first team, but if he doesn't get the refinement of top-tier matches, that future will..." Caminero's expression grew darker. He knew Mendez was speaking the truth. Aguirre's conservatism was notorious. Even if Bailly performed brilliantly in the B team, it would be difficult for him to secure stable playing time in the first team in the short term. But letting go of this talent he had personally discovered was something he couldn't accept. Bailly possessed the qualities that Atletico had long been lacking in a technical midfielder, and he was unwilling to simply hand him over. Mendez noticed Caminero's dilemma, took a step back at the right moment, and presented his prepared card. "Since you insist that Bailly belongs to Atletico, we can consider a different approach." He softened his tone, alone allowing Bailly to join a top team that can guarantee his playing time just for one. During the loan period, he will still be an Atletico player and the ownership remains with you. Mendes added, after one season, he will return to Atletico with experience from a top league, and by then he can step up into the first team as an immediately usable core rather than the rookie that needs gradual development. This is a win-win choice for both Atletico and Bailly. Think about it, Mendes seized the opportunity. Rather than letting him waste his talent in the B team, it would be better to let him train on a higher platform. Right now, several top teams are willing to accept this plan. They can offer Bailly a starting position and let him play in the Champions League. Such a growth speed is unattainable in Atletico's B team. Caminero fell silent. He leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin, his brow still furrowed, but the firmness in his eyes had begun to soften. Mendes' proposal precisely addressed his concerns. He wanted to keep Bailly, but also did not want to hinder the future of this talent. In fact, he had also considered loaning Bailly out. Now that Mendes brought it up, the loan proposal, although seemingly a concession, precisely struck at the core of the negotiation, making it difficult for him to refuse easily. This was a mutual need. Mendes did not press further, but remained quietly seated, knowing that Caminero was already tempted. From the very beginning of this negotiation, he had no intention of reaching a conclusion in one step. The transfer was the bottom line, while the loan was his true goal. As long as Bailly can enter the top league and showcase stronger capabilities, the future choices will be in the hands of both himself and Bailly. Caminero took a deep breath, looking at Mendes with a complex expression. This proposal, I need time to consider. He did not directly agree nor refuse. Mendes smiled, stood up, and extended his hand. Of course I can wait for your response, but I hope you can decide quickly. The sooner it's confirmed, the better it is for Bailly. As the two shook hands and said their goodbyes, Mendes left the office with a determined smile. Caminero returned to his desk, letting out a sigh of relief. He had only recently learned that Bailly had signed with Mendes. He was well aware of Mendes' influence. Perhaps having Mendes push for the loan proposal was a very appropriate move. Caminero had made a decision. In the afternoon, the sun at the Espino training base was particularly warm. The Atletico B team players had just finished their rest after returning from the match, chatting in groups about their away victory. Bailly was discussing how to play against Castillo with Coke when he was called over by staff. Bailly, Mr. Caminero wants you to go to his office. Coke grinned. Go ahead, haha, it must be good news. Bailly was also somewhat curious. Entering the familiar office, Caminero first gestured for Bailly to sit down and personally poured him a glass of water. First, congratulations, your performance in today's match was outstanding, scoring twice and providing an assist, leading the team to secure crucial points away. The entire club has seen your growth. Caminero's eyes were filled with appreciation. Bailly smiled shyly. Thank you, Mr. Caminero, it's all thanks to my teammates' good cooperation. We just fought together until the end. No need to be modest, your strength is evident to all. Caminero shifted the conversation, his tone becoming serious. I know you have been thinking about the opportunity in the first team, and I want to discuss Coach Aguirre's concerns with you. Currently, the first team is in a crucial period of competing for Champions League qualification. The situation in the league is very complex, and every match cannot afford any mistakes. In Coach Aguirre's tactical system, he prefers to use experienced veterans. He is worried that as a young player you may not have adapted to the pace of the top league yet, and recklessly playing could affect the team's stability. He paused and added, but rest assured the club has never overlooked you. As long as you maintain your current form, I will arrange for you to participate in this summer's first team training camp, where you can directly showcase your abilities in front of Coach Aguirre. Bailly listened quietly, feeling little ripple in his heart. Manuel had already informed him about the first team situation. He nodded gently in response. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Caminero. Seeing Bailly's calm attitude, Caminero nodded in satisfaction and finally got to the main topic. Actually, there's another important matter I wanted to discuss with you today. He looked into Bailly's eyes and said frankly, Jorge Mendes came to see me today representing you and proposed the idea of a loan, hoping you can join a top league team this summer in a loan capacity to gain stable playing time. Bailly was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Mendes to act so quickly. He did not anticipate that the other party had already started direct discussions with the club. After a brief moment of surprise, his gaze quickly turned resolute, and without hesitation he said, Mr. Caminero, I indeed want the opportunity to play in the top league. I feel ready and want to prove myself on a higher platform, not wanting to waste too much time. Looking at the unhidden desire and confidence in Bailly's eyes, Caminero suddenly smiled, stood up, and patted Bailly on the shoulder. Good. Having confidence in oneself is a good thing. A professional player should have that drive. This is correct, keep it up. His tone was filled with relief. I know you are unwilling to just stay in the B team and understand your urgent desire to grow. I am seriously considering the loan proposal that Mendes put forward. Since you also have this idea, it makes things However, a loan is not just about finding a random team. Caminero said seriously. If you're interested, you can ask me, and I will help you pick a suitable next club. It must be a top league team that can offer you a stable starting position and a tactical system that suits your play. Of course, what you need to do now is to continue maintaining your form in the upcoming matches and choose a place that will allow you to grow quickly. He looked at Bailly, his eyes filled with expectation. Atletico will always be your home. We are waiting for you to return with experience from the top league. In the next season, I hope to see you in a stronger form, officially wearing the Atletico first team jersey and fighting for the honor of the team. Stepping out of Caminero's office, the evening sun cast dappled shadows on the ground through the tree-lined path of the training base. Bailly's steps were much lighter than when he arrived. The conversation with Caminero stirred ripples in his heart like a stone thrown into a lake. Loan. An opportunity to play in the top league. He silently repeated these words in his mind, unable to suppress a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Mendes' efficiency exceeded his expectations, and Caminero's understanding and support completely eased the anxiety in his heart. He knew this was not the end, but the true beginning of his journey towards his goal. The existence of the system was his greatest secret since his arrival, and it served as the core driving force behind his continuous progress. Only by completing tasks and obtaining various talent and skill rewards, as well as free attribute points, could he quickly address his shortcomings and strengthen his advantages, transforming from a genius in the Segunda División B into a top midfielder capable of making an impact in the top league and even shining in the Champions League. No, not just a top midfielder, but an all-around midfielder. However, remaining in the Atletico B team, no matter how brilliant his performance, would prevent him from entering the first team. His task progress would always be stalled. Entering the top league facing stronger opponents and higher intensity confrontations every match would be an excellent opportunity to complete his tasks, with each appearance, each goal, and each assist translating into tangible improvements. Thinking this way, Aguirre's conservatism might not be a bad thing for me. If it weren't for the lack of stable playing opportunities in the first team, he might still be hesitating between waiting for promotion and taking initiative. But now the opportunity for a loan lay before him, which also meant more possibilities to complete his tasks. He recalled the expectations of the fans from Huagua, the pleas from teammates like Coke and Manuel's praise, feeling a twinge of reluctance, but more importantly a sense of determination. Only by standing on the stage of the top league and rapidly improving his skills, vision, and mental fortitude could he truly return to Atletico as a formidable force one day. Only through constant breakthroughs could he become stronger and travel further down the path of professional football. He looked up at the sky of the training base. The setting sun was exceptionally beautiful. The next day, Espino training base. The basic morning training had just ended, and the players scattered in small groups to rest. De Gea leaned against the goalpost, holding a bottle of water, his gaze somewhat vacant as he stared at the training facilities in the distance, a slight frown on his brow. Coke approached and patted his arm. "What's wrong? You look deep in thought." De Gea snapped back to reality, shook his head gently, and took a sip of water. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit sentimental all of a sudden. We've been playing in the B team for so long, and I don't know when we'll truly stand on the stage of the top league. The competition for the goalkeeper position in the first team is so fierce that sometimes I'm really uncertain about where my opportunity lies." His voice carried a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. As a goalkeeper, his talent was evident, but the threshold of the top league remained distant for young players. Coke sighed and patted his shoulder. "Don't think too much, you're so young and so good at saves the opportunity. Look at Bailly, didn't he also step up gradually? Now he's being eyed by the top clubs." He called out to Bailly, who was stretching not far away. "Bailly, come over and take a break." Hearing the call, Bailly stopped stretching, walked over quickly, and sat down beside them. "What's up? What are you two so engrossed in?" "We were talking about the future," Coke replied, looking at Bailly with curiosity in his eyes. "De Gea is worried about opportunities in the top league. What about you? You're on fire right now, and Mendes is so capable. What are your plans for next season? Are you waiting for the first team call from Atletico, or?" Coke's unfinished words already hinted at a clear meaning. Bailly lowered his head to unscrew the water bottle, paused for 2 seconds in silence, then looked up with calm eyes and spoke softly. "Maybe. I will leave next season." "What?" Coke and De Gea were both taken aback, their expressions freezing in an instant. De Gea almost dropped the water bottle he was holding and instinctively asked, "Leave? Where to? Are you leaving Atletico?" Coke had already known about Bailly's plans, and being more accepting, quickly regained his composure. "It's not a complete departure, it's likely a loan," Bailly explained. "It's not settled yet, Mr. Caminero and Mendes are in talks about which team he'll go to, but nothing has been finalized." The air by the training ground suddenly fell silent, with only the faint sounds of laughter from other teammates in the distance. Coke opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Although they knew Bailly was leaving, facing it in reality was still somewhat hard to accept. From their initial tacit cooperation to later fighting side by side, He had long regarded Bailly as his best partner. The thought of possibly losing this core midfielder next season inevitably left a bitter taste in his heart. De Gea was also silent. He had just been lamenting the difficulty of finding opportunities while Bailly was about to embark on the journey of the top league, feeling both envy and melancholy about the impending separation. They both understood that professional football was like this. The unpredictability of coming together and parting ways was the norm. Even the best teammates could part ways due to their individual futures. After a brief silence, Coke was the first to recover, forcing a smile as he patted Bailly's back. Well, with your skills, you truly shouldn't stay in the B team forever. The stage of the top league is where you belong. Although it's a bit hard to let go, I'm still happy for you. De Gea nodded, his tone sincere. Yes, you deserve better opportunities. I hope when you arrive at the new team, you can maintain your current form, score more goals, provide more assists, and quickly secure your footing in the top league. Bailly looked at the complex expressions on the faces of the two, feeling a bit emotional. The days spent training together, competing together, and celebrating victories were his most precious memories at Atletico. He smiled and lightened his tone. Thank you both. But don't be too sad, I will come back. It's just a loan. I want to find an opportunity to establish myself in the first team. He added, and even if I leave, we are still friends. Who knows, we might run into each other on the pitch in the future. Oh, just don't blame me for being merciless then. Coke was amused by him, giving him a light punch. Who's afraid of who? If we really meet, I will definitely defend against you so that you won't have a chance to shoot. De Gea also started to laugh, his earlier silence and melancholy dissipating significantly. Coke looked at Bailly, his expression turning resolute again. No matter what, we have to fight together in the upcoming matches. Especially the derby against Castilla, we must win. Even if you are leaving, you should be sent off with a perfect farewell gift. Right? Win the derby. De Gea echoed, his eyes lighting up with renewed fighting spirit. Bailly nodded vigorously. Just then a voice called out from the sidelines, Bailly. Come over. It's time for special training. Coming. Bailly replied, standing up and smiling at Coke and De Gea. I'll go train first, let's chat later. Watching Bailly walk towards Manuel, Coke and De Gea exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of nostalgia. No one expected that the player with the least talent on the team would be the first to step onto the professional stage. On the other side, Bailly quickly began Manuel's special training plan. Following the plan set by Manuel, Bailly repeatedly honed his physical confrontation and long-range shooting details. Soon his training gear was completely soaked and sweat dripped continuously from his forehead. Manuel specifically increased the intensity of the confrontation training, adding more defenders with 3 players defending against Bailly. With repeated collisions and interceptions, Bailly was forced to find opportunities to pass and shoot under pressure. Focus on your center of gravity. Don't lean back during confrontations. Use your core strength to stabilize your body. Manuel stood by with a tactical board, occasionally shouting reminders. Seeing Bailly accurately distribute the ball to the flanks, even under the pressure of 3 defenders, he nodded in satisfaction, his eyes filled with admiration. During a break in training, players went to the sidelines to hydrate and rest. Manuel sat down beside Bailly with 2 bottles of sports drinks, handing one to him. Take a break. Your competitive spirit reminds me of a young Torres. Bailly accepted the drink, unscrewed it, took a big gulp, and smiled in thanks. Thank you, coach. Your special training plan is effective. I feel much more composed during confrontations now. He certainly wouldn't mention that it was because he had increased his stamina attributes, and that Bellerin's evasion technique was incredibly useful. You have talent and are willing to work hard, which is why you have progressed so quickly. Manuel sighed, then suddenly shifted to a serious tone. I heard you signed with Mendes. He's the top agent in Europe, or it seems you already have plans in mind. Bailly was taken aback, not expecting Manuel to bring this up suddenly. He nodded. Yes, I just signed a while ago. Actually, I've been wanting to talk to you about this for a long time, Manuel said, sincerely looking at him. Your talent and abilities shouldn't be confined to the Segunda División B. What the B team could offer you is stable playing time and a core tactical position, but these no longer contribute to your... He paused before continuing. I know you want to make it to the first team at Atletico, but you also understand Aguirre's coaching style, conservative and hesitant to use newcomers. Rather than wasting your talent in the B team, it would be better to find an opportunity to venture out. I have an idea. Manuel leaned in closer. You could try a loan to another La Liga team, perhaps a mid or lower tier team. They would definitely be willing to give you a starting position. A loan for a season, playing in the top league, gaining experience, and then returning to Atletico's first team would have no reason to reject you. Even if that doesn't happen, given your performance at that time, you could still have better options. He smiled and added, although I will miss you, having you here stabilizes the B team's performance, but I don't want to delay your future as a talent. A player's career lasts only a few years, and the golden period passes in the blink of an eye. You must seize every opportunity. Bailly looked into Manuel's sincere eyes, feeling warmth in his heart. As the head coach of the B team, Manuel clearly needed him to ensure the team's performance, yet he was willing to think about Bailly's future and actively advised him to leave. This vision deeply moved him. "Coach, thank you," Bailly said softly. "Actually, I have already talked to Mr. Caminero, and next season I will be going to a top league team on loan." Manuel was taken aback, clearly not expecting that a decision had already been made. He paused for a few seconds before bursting into laughter, patting Bailly's shoulder. Good, good, good. It seems you are more assertive than I thought. Mendez really didn't misjudge you. Your actions are quick. That's good, Manuel said, his eyes filled with anticipation. The stage of the top league is larger, the competition is fiercer, and it will refine you more thoroughly. You, my child, have good skills and a quick mind, but you need to enhance your physical confrontation. Oh, it's perfect to use this time to practice more, so that when you join the new team, you won't be bullied. He stood up, waving his hand at Bailly. In the upcoming matches, especially the derby against Castilla, you must perform well. Many clubs are watching you. Each of your performances serves as a resume for the new team's head coach. Shine as brightly as you can, and the trust you gain there will naturally lead to more opportunities to play. Rest assured, coach, I will. Bailly nodded vigorously, his eyes firm. Manuel smiled in satisfaction. All right, enough resting. Let's continue training. Practice your long-range shots again. In the top league, this will be your weapon. Bailly stood up, brushed off the grass clippings from his clothes, and walked back to the training field. He knew that every match and every training session ahead would be crucial. He had to end his B-team career on a perfect note. Of course, he also had to complete task 2 in the last 6 matches of the Segunda División B. April 13th. At 11 a.m., the sunlight at Espino Stadium was still gentle, lacking the harshness of the afternoon. This small stadium, which can accommodate 3,000 people, was not fully filled. After all, an 11 a.m. kickoff on a weekend is not very friendly, and many fans were still juggling breakfast and family chores. But still, a large portion was seated, with nearly 1,500 Atletico Madrid supporters wearing red and white jerseys, turning the stands into a sea of their team's colors. Cheers and songs rose and fell, dispelling the morning's laziness. 7 consecutive wins. Our B team is on fire right now. On the stands, a middle-aged fan excitedly said to his companion. Ever since Bailly established himself as the core of the team has been unstoppable. The offense is incredible. If we win against San Brigida, it will be 8 consecutive wins. In the end, it still comes down to Bailly being exceptional. His companion immediately agreed, admiration shining in his eyes. Last time against Pontevedra, we were 2 goals up, but they equalized, and in the end it was him who sealed the victory. His core abilities are wasted in the youth team. I think after 1 or 2 more seasons, he can definitely move up to the first team for rotation. Similar discussions could be heard all over the stands. Fans gathered in small groups with conversations almost entirely revolving around Bailly. I believe he can join the first team right now. A young fan spoke passionately, raising his fist. His long-range shots and through balls are much more reliable than those in the first team. It's just that Aguirre is too conservative. The pressure to secure a top 4 finish is heavy, and he's afraid to let young players gain experience, fearing mistakes. You can't blame Aguirre. An older fan nearby shook his head. The pace of the top leagues is different from that in Segunda B, and the physical confrontations are more intense. Let Bailly train for another year to refine his defense and physicality, and then he can seamlessly join the first team. The discussions and cheers of the fans intertwined, occasionally erupting into shouts of Bailly, Bailly. Even though the crowd wasn't huge, the atmosphere remained fervent. After all, the youth team's explosive achievement of 7 consecutive wins, even having the chance to surpass Real Madrid Castilla, was enough to drive the fans wild. In a corner of the stands, a middle-aged man in a dark coat was bowing his head, holding a small video camera, quietly aiming the lens at Bailly on the field. He was Luca Marchetti, a scout from Fiorentina who had been following Bailly for some time. This time he brought the camera specifically to observe Bailly's performance up close. The camera followed Bailly closely. Bailly's coordination in midfield and his organization made Luca nod slightly, his eyes filled with approval. In his view, Bailly's technical style was steady, his footwork precise, and his defensive awareness was steadily improving, making him very suitable for the tactical system of Italian football. It should be noted that after last year's phone scandal, the image of Italian football plummeted, and the aura of the once little World Cup faded significantly. Every team was eagerly seeking talented players to try to revive Serie A's glory. Bailly, is a technically skilled midfielder who can organize attacks and contribute long-range shots, is exactly what Fiorentina needs. His arrival could inject new vitality into the team. Of course, aside from Luca, there were many scouts present at the match. Marca had described Bailly as a super talent, and naturally scouts from La Liga teams had already taken notice of him. How could a genius developed from local youth training be overlooked? However, it surprised many that previously many scouts had completely ignored Bailly when watching matches from Atletico's youth academy. Occasionally, a few vague comments surfaced, all rather mediocre. Who would have thought he would suddenly have a breakthrough in such a short time? Many scouts wanted to see Bailly's performance to determine if he was worth the investment. In their eyes, these youth players had no non-transferable status. It was merely a matter of price. Offering players sufficient playing time, a stable training schedule, and adequate salaries, they believed no player would remain indifferent. Moreover, he was a player from Huagua. Unlike local players, they do not have a strong loyalty to one team. Furthermore, in today's football world, how much is loyalty worth? Raul was once from Atletico's youth academy, and now he is a legend for Real Madrid, right? Torres was also a pride of Atletico, yet he transferred to Liverpool due to the team's financial issues. Suddenly, as everyone was lost in their thoughts, the fans in the stands erupted in astonished cheers. In the 11th minute, Atletico's B team launched an attack on the left flank, and Sergio, after breaking through, passed the ball back to Bailly in the midfield. At this moment, San Brigida's defense showed clear gaps due to Bailly's repeated passes. The moment Bailly received the ball, he hesitated not at all. His peripheral vision caught sight of the advancing Coke, and with a gentle push of his right foot, he sent a highly penetrating through ball. The football perfectly sliced through the gaps between two defenders, landing steadily on Coke's run. This move made the fans gasp in astonishment. Such an operation is not something an ordinary player can execute. This is talent. But the fans had no time to ponder further. On the field, Coke sprinted forward, skillfully controlling the ball at his feet. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, he did not seek personal glory, but instead used the outside of his left foot to smoothly pass the ball to Thiago, who was following in the center. Thiago was already well prepared. After advancing to receive the ball, he effortlessly shot into the open. At home, the Atletico Madrid B team broke the deadlock first. The goal is in. The stands erupted with deafening cheers as some Atletico fans jumped up, waving their red and white scarves, the shouts nearly shaking the Espino Stadium. Thiago shouted excitedly, rushing to the sidelines, vigorously pumping his fists in celebration before turning around to embrace his teammates with open arms. On the sidelines, Manuel raised his fist with force, a look of satisfaction on his face, shouting into the field, "Beautiful. This is the kind of teamwork we need." The players from St. Brigid looked utterly helpless. There was truly nothing they could do about that goal. The Atletico Madrid B team was constantly maneuvering their defense, making it impossible to cover every single gap. Meanwhile, they knew that facing such an on-fire Atletico Madrid B team, turning the tide would not be easy. The Atletico fans in the stands were getting even more excited. 8 consecutive wins. 8 consecutive wins. The chants rose and fell. In the stands, Luca still held the camera steadily, a satisfied smile on his lips. That perfect through ball, just now perfectly showcased by Yes' core value. Not only can he score himself, but he can also create excellent opportunities for his teammates. Other scouts nodded in agreement. Some added notes in their notebooks, while others contacted their clubs to report the situation. Clearly, by Yes, through ball had strengthened the resolve of all the scouts present to pursue an acquisition.